Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen.
Here it comes in there.
Order. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. I present report number 29 of the Selection Committee relating to the consideration of committee and delegation business and private members' business on Monday, 19th August 2024. The report will be printed in the Hansard for today, and the committee's determinations will appear on tomorrow's notice paper. Copies of the report have been placed on the table. On Monday, 12 August, the honourable member for Bruce raised a matter of privilege in connection with a concerns notice he received from lawyers acting on behalf of a Mr John Margison. The basis of the member's complaint is that the concerns notice foreshadows legal action for defamation based on the material contained in a number of publications, much or all of which the member submits is likely to be covered by parliamentary privilege. The member asked the House to express a view on this matter and resolved to take action to assert the protection of parliamentary privilege should court proceedings be commenced. The member for Bruce also submits that the threat of legal action in the concerns notice may constitute a contempt of this House by way of improper interference with the free and exercise of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit's authority or functions, and the free exercise of his duties as a member and chair of the committee. Section 16 of the Parliamentary Privileges Act provides protections for proceedings in Parliament, which means all words spoken and acts done in the course of or of the purposes of or incidental to the transacting of the business of the House or a committee. It is acknowledged that courts have a role in interpreting what is included in proceedings in Parliament, in particular the scope of the term for purposes or of incidental to the transacting the business of a House. I have considered the statement by the member for Bruce and the material he presented in support of it. I am satisfied that the member has raised the matter at the earliest opportunity. While the member for Bruce did not present the concerns notice itself, he presented what he described as copies of the publication referred to in the concerns notice, which includes a media release of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit, 2 Twitter X posts in the name of the member for Bruce, 4 Facebook posts in the name of the member for Bruce, and 1 YouTube video in the name of the member for Bruce. Without the concerns notice itself to examine, I accept the member's description of as it is a threatening legal action against him should he not retract the publications and make an apology. The question of whether the publication of material is likely to attract parliamentary privilege is clearer in some cases than in others. Whether publications such as social media posts referring to parliamentary proceedings would attract any level of protection has not been determined. However, a properly authorised media release by a parliamentary committee could reasonably be considered to be part of the committee's business and therefore be considered proceedings in Parliament. Any act or omission which obstructs or impedes either House of our Parliament in the performance of its functions, or which obstructs or impedes any member or officer of a House in the discharge of his or her duty, or which has a tendency, directly or indirectly, to produce such results may be treated as a contempt. Threatening a member with legal action, at least partly on the basis of the business of a parliamentary committee in the publishing of an authorised media release, could possibly, therefore, be classified as a contempt. Based on my careful consideration of all the information available to me, I am satisfied that where the committee's media release is concerned, a prima facie case has been made. I'm therefore willing to give precedence to a motion concerning privilege or contempt, referring the matter to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests. As members would be aware, and as House of Representatives practice makes clear, an opinion by the Speaker that a prima facie case has been made out does not imply a conclusion that a breach of privilege or contempt has occurred. In giving precedence for a motion to be moved, I'm simply allowing the House the opportunity to consider a motion immediately and debate and decide on whether the matter should be referred to the Committee for Inquiry and report to the House. I'll give the call to the member for Bruce.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the following matter be referred to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests. Whether, number 1, the concerns notice issued to the member for Bruce on behalf of Mr John Margerrison foreshadows court proceedings that could not be pursued without breaching parliamentary privilege, such that the House should express a view on this matter and intervene if court proceedings are commenced in order to protect parliamentary privilege and the ability of this House and its members to undertake their work. And 2, the threat of this legal action may constitute a contempt of this House by way of improper interference with the free exercise of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit's authority and functions, and of the member for Bruce's duties as a member and a chair of the committee, and may be seen to set a precedent if not addressed by this House.
The motion before the House is that the motion be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I've received a message from the Senate informing the House that Senator Grogan has been discharged from the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters and that Senator Brown has been appointed a member of the committee. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1. Public Service Amendment Bill number 2, 2024.
I give the call to the Minister for Disability Insurance Scheme and the Minister for Social Services.
Government Services. I'm sorry.
Oh, Government Services.
I present the Public Service Amendment Bill number 2, 2024 and the explanatory memorandum. Thank you.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Public Service Act 1999 and for other purposes.
I call the Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a second time. This bill makes amendments to the Public Service Act 1999 to clarify the Australian Public Service Commissioner's powers with respect to conducting inquiries into potential breaches of the Code of Conduct by former agency heads. The Public Service Act establishes a code of conduct that applies to APS employees and to agency heads. It includes requirements for APS employees and agency heads to, amongst other things, behave with honesty and integrity, to act with care and diligence, and to treat everyone with respect and courtesy. The APS Code of Conduct is a cornerstone of an efficient, effective and apolitical Australian public service that upholds APS values and acts with integrity, accountability and in the national interest. The Commissioner's powers under the Public Service Act are essential for safeguarding this standard and maintaining public confidence in the vital institution that is our Australian public service. The Public Service Act expressly allows for the APS Commissioner to inquire into and determine whether a current or former APS employee has breached the Code of Conduct. The Act also expressly allows the APS Commissioner to inquire into whether a current agency head has breached the Code of Conduct. The Act further gives the APS Commissioner the function of reviewing and reporting on any matter referred to the Commissioner by the Public Service Minister. This bill will amend the Act to explicitly provide that the APS Commissioner has the power to inquire into and determine whether current and former agency heads have breached the Code of Conduct. This will mean the Commissioner has clear powers to hold current and former agency heads to account for breaches of the Code of Conduct when they were agency head. Just going to an overview of the bill. Section 14, subsection 1 of the Public Service Act makes it clear that agency heads are bound by the Code of Conduct in the same way as other Australian public servants. It is proper that a process is available to inquire into and determine whether a current or former agency head have complied with the Code of Conduct. These amendments will ensure the accountability of our most senior public officials are in line with the public's expectations. This bill makes it clear that the APS Commissioner's powers to inquire into and determine whether an agency head has breached the Code of Conduct for actions taken while they are an agency head is not extinguished when an agency head leaves the Australian Public Service. Now, the Code of Conduct already applies to agency heads. This bill makes no changes to the Code of Conduct. It does not amend the standards of behaviour required of current agency heads. The effect of the bill is to ensure that current and former agency heads are accountable for their conduct while they're an agency head, assessed at the standard that applies to them in that role. These amendments will extend the same accountability to current and former agency heads as that which already apply to APS employees. The effect of these amendments is to enable the Commissioner to inquire into and make determinations about the conduct of current and former agency heads. Noting that former agency heads were bound by the Code of Conduct at the time they were in the agency head role, it is appropriate that these amendments empower the APS Commissioner to inquire into the conduct that occurred at that time, including conduct that predates the bill. The bill also clarifies that the APS Commissioner has the power to make a determination on the outcome of a Code of Conduct inquiry into a current or former agency head. Now, the catalyst for these amendments has been inquiries into potential breaches of Code of Conduct by current and former public servants, including agency heads, for their role in the design and delivery of the robo-debt scheme. As the inquiries progressed, claims were made that the alleged breaches of the Code of Conduct by former agency heads could not be investigated, and a determination of a breach could not be made in the absence of express provisions in the Public Service Act. To ensure full accountability, the government is taking this step to put beyond doubt the Australian Public Service Commissioner's authority to investigate and to make determinations with respect to former agency heads under the Public Service Act. This bill also ensures that the employment status of a current or former agency head when a Code of Conduct inquiry is underway has no impact on the powers of the Commissioner to conduct and finalise an inquiry and make a determination. The amendments will ensure that the agency head who resigns or retires during an inquiry into their conduct, or whose term of appointment otherwise concludes before the inquiry has been completed, can be held accountable for their conduct whilst they were an agency head. The bill provides that matters referred to the Commissioner under sections 41, subsection 2, subsection K, on or after the 7th of July 2023 regarding a potential breach of the Code of Conduct by a current or former agency head are matters under section 41, subsection 2, subsection M of the Act. The bill also provides that information and documents collected by the Commissioner prior to the amendments continues to be available to enable these matters to be finalised as expeditiously as possible. In conclusion, we expect the highest standards of conduct from those in whom we place the highest levels of trust. These amendments ensure that the Commissioner has clear power to investigate breaches of the APS Code of Conduct by an agency head, including where and after an agency head resigns from the public service. This legislation will ensure that senior public servants are clearly accountable for their actions as public service leaders, even after leaving their roles. This bill removes ambiguity about the Commissioner's powers to investigate former agency heads, and with it, the prospect of individuals avoiding accountability through legal technicalities. These amendments underscore the Australian government's agenda to restore integrity, trust and faith in a stronger public service.
The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned, Mr Speaker.
I thank the member for Banks. The question is the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I give the call to the honourable member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, I present the Committee's Report 218, Fiji Status Forces, UK Accession, CPTPP, IPEF, ILO 191, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? The member for Banks.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. The member for Bendigo may proceed.
Thank you. Speaker, I'm pleased to make a statement on the Joint Standing Committee's Treaties Report 218, Fiji Status Forces, UK Succession CPTPP, IPEF, ILO 191. The report focuses on the J. Scott inquiries into 4 major treaty actions: the agreement between the Australian Government and the Government of the Republic of Fiji on cooperation in fields of defence and the status of visiting forces, the protocol on the accession of the United Kingdom of Great Britain, Northern Ireland, and the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for the Trans-Pacific Partnership and associated side letters, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity Agreement relating to supply chain resilience, and finally, the International Labour Organisation Convention number 191, Safe and Healthy Working Environments, Consequential Amendments Convention. The Fiji Status of Forces Treaty builds on Australia's mutual beneficial relationship with Fiji through enabling more frequent and sophisticated defence cooperations between the two countries. This agreement enables Australia and Fiji to work together on maritime security issues, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, peacekeeping operations, code deployments and training of military personnel. At the public hearing, issues related to the defence relationship between Fiji and Australia, the relationship between this agreement and other agreements between the two countries, sovereignty, human rights and territorial integrity were raised, with the committee satisfied that these issues have been addressed. The UK accession to CPTPP treaty enables the UK to accede to one of the world's most comprehensive free trade agreements. As Australia has already a strong free trade agreement with the UK, this treaty provides modest gains to Australia. However, further strengthens the relationship between the two countries. After hearing about the issues related to the value of the CPTPP, services, supply chain benefits, professional mobility, strategic benefits, the committee believes that the UK accession to the CPTPP is in the national interests of Australia. Third treaty. The IPEF aims to enhance the collaboration to prevent, mitigate and prepare for supply chain disruptions within the Indo-Pacific. The agreement increases Australia's supply chain resilience by establishing international policy levers and sending market signals on diversification, promoting an international evidence-based approach and ensuring a systemic and coordinated approach to disruptions. Having experienced the impact of supply chain disruptions during the COVID-19 pandemic, the committee is supportive of the IPEF's collaborative approach towards minimalising the future vulnerabilities and mitigating potential risks. The final treaty before us is the ILO 191, which amends the ILO conventions and protocols to ensure the right to a safe and healthy work environment is reflected in its existing ILO instruments. The ILO 191 demonstrates Australia's commitment to workplace health and safety as a fundamental principle and a right at work. Australia has a strong reputation within the Asia-Pacific with respect to supporting and advocating for workplace health and safety matters, and ratifying this treaty ensures that our reputation is maintained. The committee supports majority treaty action considered in the report and recommends that binding treaty action be taken. Speaker, on behalf of the committee, I commend the report to the House.
And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Future Made in Australia Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Hume.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments No. 1 Bill 2024. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Hume has moved, as an amendment, that all words after that be admitted with a view of substituting other words. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Lyons.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, this morning I'm proud to speak in support of the Albanese Labor Government's Future Made in Australia Bill 2024. This bill is a major step in implementing the government's Future Made in Australia vision to deliver our country's next generation of prosperity. A Future Made in Australia is a proactive agenda. It's about creating new jobs and new opportunities for every part of our country, from the cities to regional and remote areas, by maximising the economic and industrial benefits of the move to net zero and securing Australia's place in a changing global economic and strategic landscape. It will help Australia build a stronger, more diversified and more resilient economy powered by renewable energy. It will create more secure, well-paid jobs and encourage and facilitate the private sector investment required to make Australia an indispensable part of the global net zero economy. The Albanese Labor Government is investing in a Future Made in Australia to unlock private investment in future industries and bring new jobs and opportunities to communities across the country. As the Treasurer was reported saying in the Australian newspaper today, the biggest part of our plan is tax breaks, because a Future Made in Australia is all about attracting private investment, not replacing it. And we know it's possible because it's already happening. Solar panels are being made with Australian minerals, and Australian research is leading to breakthroughs in medicine and health. And Speaker, if we don't act now to shape the future of our great nation, other countries will shape our future for us. The Coalition is unfortunately opposing this bill, and the Greens are playing possum. I implore the Liberals and the Greens to put politics aside and vote for this bill in the national interest. We want more things made here. We want Australians making those things. We want Australians having more control over their own future and more economic security. This bill is all about realising Australia's genuine natural advantages and recognising that our future growth prospects lie at the intersection of our industrial, resources, skills and energy bases and our attractiveness as an investment destination. The bill and Omnibus Bill deliver on key elements of the government's Future Made in Australia plan, announced by the government in the 2024-25 budget. They impose rigour on government decision-making and help give investors the clarity and certainty they need to invest and unlock growth in our economy. The Future Made in Australia Bill 2024, the bill, includes 3 key components. It embeds the government's new national interest framework to help identify where Australia has a genuine comparative advantage in the net zero economy, or where we have an economic security and resilience imperative. It establishes a robust sector assessment process to help improve understanding of how government can best leverage private investment in areas of the economy aligned with the framework and help inform rigorous government decision-making. And it defines a set of community benefit principles to ensure that the benefits of Future Made in Australia support and the private sector investment it enables flow to local communities, workers and businesses. The Future Made in Australia Bill 2024 contains amendments to implement key Future Made in Australia initiatives announced in the budget. These include enabling Export Finance Australia to make domestically focused investments under the National Interest Account in alignment with the National Interest Framework. It safeguards $6 billion in funding for ARENA's renewables and related priorities, giving industry and investors certainty to deliver sizable, long-lasting projects. And it sets up arrangements for the Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund to accelerate innovative technology deployment in priority sectors and makes necessary adjustments to the governance arrangements of ARENA. Legislation covering additional elements of the Future Made in Australia plan, including production tax credits and a single front door for investments, will be brought forward in future sittings. Speaker, this Labor government's vision for a Future Made in Australia is already becoming reality and goes well beyond the strict remits of this bill. We are building infrastructure and support for our manufacturing jobs in the regions to aid them on our journey towards stronger economic security. Our Powering the Regions program offers a big funding boost for clean energy and emissions reduction projects at heavy industrial sites around the country. Earlier this year, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy visited Railton in my electorate to announce a $330 million investment in 9 projects, 4 of them in Tasmania, to keep Australian industry not just surviving but thriving as demand for low emissions products grows around the world. Cement Australia's facility in Railton is more than 100 years old, and funding of $52.9 million will upgrade its kiln and increase the use of alternative fuels such as waste to reduce emissions. Industries like cement, alumina, mining, iron and steel processing, chemicals manufacturing and food processing are all critical, not just to Australia's past but to our future, which is why we want to invest in them for the long term. Investment in these projects will cut 830,000 tonnes of emissions every year. That's equivalent to taking every single one of Tasmania's cars and trucks off the roads. And our program, investing in infrastructure, strategic transport and net zero, will set up our nation and people for a more prosperous and sustainable future. This government is investing $80 million into the Lyell Highway, which connects the northern Hobart suburbs to the ever-growing Derwent Valley. It's another example of what we're doing to connect our regions. And we've only just started. I'm proud that Tasmanians will play their part in our vision to build a stronger Australia and not be forgotten like those opposite tend to do. And I was dismayed to hear the comments of the member for Mallee last night on this bill, deriding green, the development of green hydrogen industries, something that the former government supported, by the way, because hydrogen plays a major part in this nation's future, and particularly in northern Tasmania. So very disappointed to hear the comments of the member for Mallee. Deputy Speaker, the Labor government's proactive approach to a Future Made in Australia is a far cry from the Liberals' nuclear plan as they scramble to find a difference in an election year. The Coalition's Future Made with Plutonium plan claims the first 2 of its reactors can be operational by 2037, a time frame that independent energy experts like the CSIRO have said would not be possible and would cost around $100 billion of taxpayer dollars. $100 billion of taxpayer dollars. And they have the raw nerve to accuse this government of unnecessary spending. And I go to the comments of the member for Hume in his remarks to the House last night on this. Quote, "You cannot run an aluminium smelter unless you have affordable, reliable energy. It's the same with an aluminium refinery and with any metal processing or food processing. Affordable, reliable energy is not negotiable." Well, we agree with that. We agree with that comment from the member for Hume. It's not often that you'll find those of us on this side of the House agreeing with anything the member for Hume has to say, but we agree with that comment. But his idea of affordable, reliable energy is to back in a nuclear plan for 7 reactors that is totally uncosted, and they've already said that every single dollar of it is coming from the government. Government-controlled nuclear reactors, government-paid-for nuclear reactors. They're going to ride roughshod over local communities. The leader of the National Party has said this is part of their plan. There'll be no consultation with local communities. Those 7 sites in Australia, they are getting a nuclear reactor under the coalition come hell or high water. Too bad if you don't want it. That's their plan for a supposedly affordable and supposedly reliable energy, is to back in a nuclear plan that won't be here for decades, that will cost hundreds of billions of dollars, every cent of it, from the taxpayer. It's laughable, absolutely laughable. There are so many questions that have been left unanswered by those opposite as we stare down the barrel in a few months of going to an election. And they still have not provided details on this critical point of how they seek to provide energy security to this country. The Labor government's plan is well mapped out. It's there for everybody to see. It's the plan we took to the election. It's the plan we are delivering in government, if only we were not being stopped and delayed by an unholy alliance of those opposite and the Greens on the crossbench. The fact is, the Liberal plan you can't even really call it a plan, the Liberal idea, thought bubble for nuclear, lacks detail, is divisive and will cost at least twice as much as the renewable plan that the government is bringing forward for Australia. Under the Liberals, Australians' power bills will go nuclear. They won't come down, they will go absolutely nuclear. Now, Deputy Speaker, my argument about nuclear is not an argument about the science. Clearly nuclear works, but the economics don't work for Australia. The time to go nuclear in this country would have been at least, or if not more than 10 years ago, but it didn't happen. And certainly during the Liberal Party's or the Coalition's time in office, they never once raised this as a viable option. They had 10 years to bring it forward and did nothing. By contrast, Deputy Speaker, renewable technology has come a long way, and Australia is a leader in it. Australia has the best natural energy resources in the world to exploit what renewable energy has to offer. And my home state of Tasmania is an example of that. We've had hydropower in my state for a century. It works. The proof is in the pudding. It works. And yet those opposite at every turn will deride renewable energy and the great benefits it can bring to this country. Instead, they will pursue their nuclear fantasy, and every Australian will suffer as a result. Deputy Speaker, the golden opportunity in front of us as a parliament will disappear if we don't take the steps to support this bill's passage through this parliament. The Australian people have already suffered enough through a decade of denial and delay under those opposite, and if they had their way, there'd be another wasted decade ahead going down a nuclear road to nowhere. This government has chosen a better path, a path to prosperity, a path backed by evidence and supported by science, a path that will be rigorously interrogated and transparently explained to the Australian people, a path that uplifts all Australians and every community, not just some, a path that leads to a future made right here in Australia. This is the biggest pro-manufacturing package in this country's history. But what it's going to require to deliver it is Australians working together. Our government, the state governments, councils, big business, small business, universities, research centres, trade unions, workers, everybody together in the national interest for a future made in Australia. The world is moving towards renewable energy, not just governments, businesses as well. The private sector is moving towards renewable energy, and we are the sunniest, windiest continent on earth. And it's time we put that to work. The world is changing, with or without Australia, and the time to act is now. If we don't shape our own future, others will shape it for us. It's time to invest in a better future for all Australians, to fund the apprenticeships, creating opportunities in our TAFEs and universities, to build the infrastructure and attract new investment that will boost industry and back new ideas. And I proudly commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A constituent recently visited my office, sharing with me the challenges of his manufacturing business in producing tahini. Tahini, for those who don't know, is a Middle Eastern condiment that is served with many dishes from the region. It's made by grinding toasted hull sesame seeds to create a creamy, smooth paste, which I'm sure many members in this chamber have experienced and tasted. Jamal Alisha, the owner of JR Food Manufacturing, shared how difficult it is for his business to grow. He doesn't access government support and wasn't aware that he could. The challenge for him growing his business locally and internationally is that Australia is importing so much of tahini from the Middle East. This simple yet popular Middle Eastern sauce could be freshly made and should have a shelf life of 9 months, not the 2 years that most of the products from overseas are stamped with when they reach our market shelves. Jamal believes his Australian-made product is of high quality standards because he has to meet the standards set here. However, it's difficult to compete with overseas imported tahini. We've been hearing and talking about future made in Australia here in this chamber. And this small manufacturing business is an example of the potential for Australian products to be made here for the future of Australia and to grow our economy, which many members have been alluding to all for the last few days. But what support is there for small manufacturing businesses like Jamal's? How can the government assist small food manufacturing businesses in their future made in Australia policy? The government announced this policy earlier with a $1 billion publicly funded initiative to establish an entire solar supply chain in Australia and spun as a step towards creating a manufacturing base for solar products. But this needs to be questioned. Is such a move prudent or rather a waste of funds that could be used elsewhere, such as food manufacturing? All our current domestic solar efforts are just assembly lines for guess what? Chinese products. That is not manufacturing. For truly manufacturing solar panels, we would need to build the entire solar panel manufacturing value chain, or at least meaningful parts thereof, making or participate in the making of polysilicon, wafers, cells, and then ultimately assembling the final Australian-made panels. To establish such industrial capability, one would need to invest not just $1 billion, but rather $10 to $20 billion at least. And even then, it's by no means assured that such capability would be able to stand up against Chinese capabilities and find enough paying customers. The harsh reality is that China leads this sector not only with low cost, but high quality products demanded by economically acting customers and to make ends meet. China's solar industry is supported by a robust infrastructure and a large trained workforce. Their total solar investments go into the many hundreds of billions of dollars, with established worldwide sales channels, over 100,000 of R&D staff and leadership in all elements of the entire supply chain. Who do we think we are now to want to eventually compete with a measly $1 billion against this established world leader who already brought Korean, Europeans and US domestic solar manufacturing to their knees? Therefore, Deputy Speaker, I fear that this could end up just as a PR exercise if we don't ensure it's actually implementable and delivers for small Australian manufacturing businesses. Let me remind the members of this chamber that my great community of Fowler is the heart of manufacturing in this country. Manufacturing in Fowler employs 40% of the population, compared to about 6% of Australia's workforce being employed in this sector. Therefore, my community takes manufacturing seriously as it impacts the livelihood of many in Fowler, as in the case of Jamal Alisha and his tahini product. The bill has grand aspirations. stimulating the economy with renewable energy manufacturing, promising more secure jobs, and even transitioning to a net zero economy. But as I said, to establish such an industrial capability, one would need to invest not just $1 billion, but rather $10 to $20 billion at least. And even then, it is by no means assured that such capability would be able to stand up against China's capabilities. So let's get real. The last few years have been very challenging for all Australians, especially those in low-income areas like my electorate of Fowler. I recently held my second Bring Your Bill Day, and over 200 people showed up, sharing their struggles with the unaffordable cost of living. Many have lost their jobs, homes and businesses, struggling to keep up with the aftermath of COVID-19, spiking inflation and the lack of affordable housing. Our economy continues to stagnate, and people live with uncertainties. What will help them, and all of us now, is economic prosperity. So I'm all for a new plan for the future of Australia, but only if it delivers for working Australians, the ones who actually hold up our economy. This new plan is costing $22.7 billion of taxpayers' money. There's no room for error. We can't afford any more expensive mistakes if we are to combat inflation and stimulate growth. The bill introduces a national interest framework, giving the government power to identify and invest in projects of national interest. This means the government will facilitate private investments to meet these projects of national interest. Priority industries will be identified under two streams: the net zero transformation stream and the economic resilience and security stream. The net zero transformation will be focused on sectors that make a substantial contribution to achieving net zero, whilst the economic resilience and security stream will centralise on sectors critical to our resilience and needing support to unlock private investment. But to obtain Future Made in Australia support, businesses must meet community benefit principles of promoting safe and secure jobs that are well paid, have good conditions, that produce more skilled and inclusive workforce, that invest in training and skills development, and engaging collaboratively and achieving positive outcomes for local communities. Lofty ambitions. But will small businesses, especially those in Fowler, actually understand what they need to do to qualify for the Future Made in Australia support? Will they even meet the community benefit principles? Will Jamal Alisha meet the community benefit principles with his food production? Do governments have a good track record of knowing how to run or advise businesses, or have understanding of our diverse businesses in this country run by diverse communities? My concern is that Future Made in Australia will exclude small businesses like Jamal Alish from obtaining support due to how broad and vague these principles are, especially those of non-English speaking backgrounds. Family-owned manufacturing businesses of culturally and linguistically diverse background are already struggling navigating the existing legislative frameworks for compliance. I understand the national interest framework goal is to identify sectors that can contribute significantly to emissions reduction and spot areas where Australia could have a sustained comparative advantage. But what role will it play to uplift the small and local manufacturers already operating to ensure economic resilience and security at the community level? The government must consult and engage with small manufacturing businesses, especially in areas with high migrants and refugee populations like Fowler, to understand their challenges in navigating through the current industrial relations system, let alone the proposed changes. These engagements will certainly give government and its bureaucracies insights on how to best apply the community benefit principles and to issue guidelines to ensure that these communities have equitable access to the support they need to scale. As it currently stands, the sector assessments may not explicitly consider the unique contributions and challenges of small and local manufacturers within these communities. There is a need for inclusion of criteria within sector assessments that recognise and evaluate the role of small manufacturers in contributing to Australia's economy. One of the major components of this bill is the National Reconstruction Fund. This $15 billion fund was announced 2 years ago, and yet for reasons I have highlighted in another speech, not $1 of this made it out to small businesses. The NRF has made a comeback under the Future Made in Australia agenda, and the government is expecting us to hope for better outcomes. The lesson of the NRF failure was that those assessing the applications had very narrow expertise and experience. They were mainly finance people. This was of no help when business operators involved in food manufacturing, the tech industry and others made applications. It essentially became the same discussion they would have with their own banks. Simply rolling the NRF into the Future Made in Australia plan would similarly vague or even scant reference to the tactics of how business can apply, and without a pledge for a reviewing committee to be more widely experienced, will result in the same dismal outcome as the NRF. I worry about the government's ability when it comes to involvement in the renewable industry. I understand that it may be a no-brainer for the government to invest in the renewable energy sector for infrastructure renewal and economic prosperity. We hope that Australians can expect more job and opportunity as a result. I support that intention, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions. We do need better to include small businesses in this big picture. If the bill primarily focuses on larger manufacturing entities and does not provide specific measures to support small and local manufacturers, then it fails to address the needs of a vital segment of the industry that is prevalent in Fowler. We are being pushed with the buy local narrative, but this may be counterproductive and not the whole truth of the process or outcome. To buy local, we must assist businesses like Jamal's Alicia's to grow and survive. In case of the solar, we need to invest in the production of the polysilicon wafers and cells required for Australian-made solar panels, for example. We all know that currently there are cheaper solar panels from China that are readily available to meet the zero net objective. How will the government ensure that we can compete in this market? The bill wants to use public investment to unlock private investments that will act in the national interest. But there is a risk that these investments will only prioritise and benefit larger projects or corporations. This has the potential to overlook the unique challenges faced by small manufacturers and allow opportunities that they offer to wither. I would like to see the bill amended to more explicitly cater for small businesses, such as a dollar amount allocated to them, so that they don't get left out in the cold as they were under the former NRF approach. I am all for revitalising the manufacturing industry in Australia. If we can do this by incentivising small businesses within clean industries, all the better. But I caution the government, if this leaves small manufacturers out in the cold like Jamal Alicia's, many businesses will fail, and the future, rather than being made in Australia, may be quite bleak. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the Future Made in Australia bill. This great southern land is very fortunate. We have the oldest past and the brightest future. We have unparalleled natural resources, a thriving business sector, a diverse economy, stable government, a skilled and willing workforce, and strong trading relationships. With this bill, the Albanese Labor government is harnessing these advantages to promote jobs, security and prosperity for all Australians in this rapidly changing world. The world is changing due to a combination of factors, partly because of the transformation of industries in the digital age, complex economies and even our own lifestyles as we transition to net zero. It is also the challenging and nuanced strategic landscape that we live in. Right now, not too far to the north of us, we are seeing the largest military build-up occurring since World War II. However, within this time of change, there are opportunities, and a future made in Australia ensures that we meet these generational opportunities head-on rather than retreating from change. A future made in Australia is a big plan for a big country. It's visionary and it's forward-thinking. It focuses on private investment to drive the development and growth of future industries, accompanied by secure and well-paying jobs all around the country. It demands rigour in government decision-making, which will give investors confidence and clarity. While the plan is comprehensive, it also has a simple aim: to make the most of our resources, the resources that belong to the Australian people, and to make things here. Fundamentally, a future made in Australia is an economic action plan for a more prosperous, secure and independent future for all Australians. Who could not get on board? This planning positions us to build a more resilient and diversified economy, and one that is powered by renewable energy. It drives new industries, critical minerals processing, green metals, clean energy technologies and low-carbon liquid fuels. And this bill sets out the steps we need to take to achieve a future made in Australia, as announced by the Treasurer in this year's budget and as endorsed by the Australian people at the last election. The bill the Parliament is debating has three overarching elements. The first, to ensure that the new national interest framework is the foundation for the sector's growth moving forward. It will identify where Australia has a comparative advantage in the net zero economy, or where an economic security imperative exists. Legislating the framework will provide the investment sector with clarity and confidence. A key part of the framework is the establishment of a set of community benefit principles, which is the second key component. These principles, these community benefit principles, make sure that investments work for local communities, for local businesses, for local workers. This reflects Labor's commitment to positively navigating the economic and societal changes on the way to net zero, so that all Australians are not only brought along on the journey, but benefit as well. This requires a suite of measures, starting with community engagement and collaboration. It is crucial that local communities, such as First Nations communities and those directly affected by the transition to net zero, are given feedback and consultation opportunities. A future made in Australia requires investments that provide safe, secure and well-paying jobs with good conditions. Deputy Speaker, this means investing in training to develop a highly skilled workforce and broadening opportunities for workforce participation, particularly for some underrepresented groups, such as women or First Nations communities, or some remote communities as well. In addition to this, domestic industrial capabilities must be strengthened through more robust local supply chains. COVID exposed this flaw in our economy, so projects need to demonstrate transparency and compliance with tax management, including any contributions received under Future Made in Australia supports. These supports are the government investments to which the community benefit principles apply. In its initial phase, the bill enables two kinds of support. The first is the Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund. The second concerns investments that are referred to the government for assessment under Export Finance Australia's National Interest Account. So under the legislation, the Minister can add more supports in the future. So the framework itself has two streams, focusing on the net zero transformation and economic security, balancing both of those. The net zero transformation stream concentrates on sectors that are likely to have an ongoing comparative advantage in the global economy. These sectors are anticipated to need public investment in order for the sector to make a cost-efficient contribution to emissions reduction. The economic resilience and security stream highlights the sectors that require a level of domestic capability, such as for national security reasons via government support, so that we're not exposed, basically. The sector assessment process is the third key component of this bill, and this assessment process will be transparent, made at the request of the Treasurer and implemented by Treasury. These assessments will be made public so that Australians can gauge whether an area of the economy is aligned with the national interest framework. The assessment process will also inform government as to any barriers to investment. The Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments No. 1 bill outlines specific changes to enable the measures mentioned. Firstly, the government is amending the Export Finance Australia legislation to encourage and facilitate private sector investment. This includes ensuring the availability of support where existing funds and programs cannot fully support a project. The bill also enables Export Finance Australia to focus on domestic investments that boost the net zero transformation stream and the economic resilience and security stream. Export Finance Australia will carry out these operations while continuing to bolster other national interest programs such as the Critical Minerals Facility, the Southeast Asia Investment Financing Facility, the Defence Export Facility and the Australian Infrastructure Financing Facility for the Pacific, all important projects. The second schedule of this omnibus bill makes amendments to the Australian Renewable Energy Agency Act of 2011. These amendments will ensure that the Australia Renewable Energy Agency, known as ARENA, can support the Future Made in Australia strategy. ARENA first received statutory funding way back in 2011, back then with bipartisan support, I should acknowledge. I think that Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison, Conga line of LNP governments did attack ARENA, particularly the Abbott government, but it survived and gave all three those three governments really their only claims to have responded in any way at all to dangerous climate change. Although, to be fair, I think Turnbull and Morrison might have chronically neglected ARENA rather than attacked it the way Tony Abbott did. As a result of these omnibus changes, ARENA will have a limited special appropriation within the legislation. The agency's parameters will be extended to include a fourth objective, which is, and I quote, to contribute to the reduction of global greenhouse gas emissions in accordance with the Paris Agreement, end quote. ARENA will also promote electrification and energy efficiency, given their crucial part in enabling the net zero transition, as well as enabling greater integration of renewable energy into the grid. Obviously, we all know, especially on this side of the chamber, that more renewable equals lower power bills. More renewable equals lower power bills. The equation is simple. With global greenhouse gas emissions in mind, ARENA will also support the development and manufacture of Australian renewable energy products for our trading partners. This will assist our trading partners with their own decarbonisation targets and have a positive effect on reductions globally. After all, there is only one planet. Our neighbour's problem can be our problem to help solve. These positive changes for ARENA will provide the agency with the foundation it needs to support the transition to net zero and make Australia a renewable energy superpower. Statutory funding means ARENA delivers its Future Made in Australia components, such as the Solar Sunshot program and the Battery Breakthrough Initiative. A snapshot of the Sunshot program shows how it supports a Future Made in Australia. It aims to support innovative manufacturing facilities right across the solar supply chain. And the Battery Breakthrough Initiative promotes the development of domestic battery manufacturing capabilities. So we won't just ship off raw materials and buy back, ship in manufactured value-added batteries. Instead, we'll build it here in the first place. And we know that it's happening, particularly in rural Australia. In Queensland, we're old or soon to be decommissioned coal-fired power stations are being reutilised because of their connection to the grid by these batteries and other solar initiatives. So this bill directs statutory funding of over $6 billion of ARENA's existing funding in a limited special appropriation. It gives private investors the security required to support the extensive projects crucial to the transformation to net zero. It also showcases Australia's unwavering commitment to climate targets, because internationally we were fast becoming a pariah when it comes to our response to dangerous climate change. The final raft of reforms to ARENA concerns its governance and ensures that the agency has the ability to succeed with its expanded remit. The board will be strengthened and the agency will be able to employ its own staff. It also changes certain ministerial arrangements, including enabling the Minister for Climate Change and Energy to delegate powers to other ministers, and establishes the Minister for Finance as a joint minister for ARENA, reflecting the reality that responding to dangerous climate change must be an economy-wide endeavour. Economy-wide. All ministers have a role to play. Deputy Speaker, as the Treasurer has said, Australia has a unique combination of geological, meteorological, geographical and geopolitical comparative advantages, and we know it would be an egregious breach of our generational responsibilities as a government if we didn't play this winning hand. Well said, Treasurer. That's why this year's budget directed $22.7 billion of investment into this strategy. So we're already on this pathway to change and prosperity. The foundations are in place. Under Labor, we are generating 25% more renewable energy. And in only 2 years, we've approved enough renewable energy projects to power 3 million Australian homes. 3 million. A Future Made in Australia is one that boosts such projects. It harnesses our natural strengths and resources. It positions us for emerging markets. It focuses on communities, technology, jobs and skills, and provides the building blocks for cleaner and cheaper solutions to these energy problems. It means that we won't be slugged with carbon input charges by other nations or other blocks of nations. These carbon tariffs are real, they're emerging more and more, and they will come. It's crucial that we, as a trading nation, remember we grow enough for 75 million people, but there's only 25 million of us. So we're a trading nation, but in reality we're far from markets, so we don't want to be exposed to extra costs. So this is why a future made in Australia remains Labor's focus. We are taking action to deliver Australia's next generation of prosperity. Get on board or get out of the way, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Another day and we have another bill from Labor full of spin, devoid of detail, and will deliver no immediate relief for Australian manufacturers. The Future Made in Australia Bill, or MIA as it's aptly named, is yet another example of Labor's policies that are missing in action when it comes to delivering real support for Australian families, small businesses and farmers who are struggling under the crushing weight of a government that is driving up the cost of living and has no regard for Australians doing it tough as a result. After 12 interest rate hikes, facing some of the most persistent core inflation in the developed world and dealing with higher taxes, Australian families shouldn't have to bear the cost of Labor's re-election strategy. Despite all of the rhetoric, this legislation fails to address the most pressing needs of those who keep our economy going. When you get into the detail of the Future Made in Australia bill, it is glaringly obvious that Labor has once again fallen short in the fundamentals required to foster business growth and development. Where is the meaningful action to reduce the burden of red tape that strangles innovation? Where is the tax reform that our businesses so desperately need? The bill does nothing to alleviate the skilled worker shortages that are hampering industries. It fails to provide any credible plan for driving down inflation, which continues to erode the purchasing power of everyday Australians. And let's not forget the critical need for clean, affordable and reliable energy, a cornerstone for any thriving economy, which is conspicuously absent from this legislation. Labor shows their lack of understanding of the business sector has missed the mark on every account. Instead of empowering our business to grow, innovate and compete on the global stage, this bill is yet another missed opportunity, another failure to grasp the basic economic principles that our nation needs to succeed. The harsh reality is that the bill does nothing to alleviate the immense pressure that manufacturers are facing due to the ongoing economic mismanagement by this government. For far too many Australian manufacturers, the damage has already been done. It's simply 2 years too late. Under the oversight of this government, we've witnessed an alarming surge in insolvencies within the manufacturing sector, with numbers having tripled in a short span. Since Labor took office, approximately 19,000 businesses have entered insolvency, marking the highest number recorded since ASIC began collecting this data. Productivity has plummeted, and businesses that have been the backbone of our economy for generations are struggling just to keep their doors open and workers employed. This bill is not an isolated failure. It's part of a broader pattern of ineffective policies that have consistently missed the mark. Take, for instance, Labor's much-touted $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund. Despite all the grand promises, this fund is still yet to deliver a single dollar to actually help businesses grow, innovate or develop. This absence of delivery is a stark reminder that under this government, bold headlines often fail to translate into real-world action and results. Our manufacturers deserve better. They deserve policies that will genuinely support growth, enhance competitiveness and secure their future. Unfortunately, this government's track record shows a continued failure to deliver on those needs. It is important to note that it's not just my colleagues and I in the coalition who are sounding the alarm on this desperate and ill-conceived policy. The concerns are being echoed by those on the front lines of our economy, manufacturers not only in my electorate of Capricornia, but also from every corner of Australia. In countless meetings and discussions, the message from these industry leaders has been consistent and clear. This policy falls woefully short of delivering the competitive edge that Australian manufacturing so desperately needs. They understand the challenges of the global market, and they see that this policy does nothing to equip them with the tools necessary to thrive and compete on the world stage. The voices of these manufacturers should not be ignored. Their expertise and first-hand experience underline the serious flaws in this approach. Jack Treneman, a local business owner and manufacturer in my electorate of Capricornia, has expressed a deep concern that echoes throughout the manufacturing sector in Australia. He is witnessing firsthand the devastating effects of rising electricity costs, fuel prices and overwhelming red tape, which are driving his business into the ground. According to Jack, manufacturing businesses across the country are watching in dismay as the industry they've built and sustained for years is slowly disappearing under the weight of these crippling expenses. Jack's business, SMW, is now one of only 3 remaining mining truck tray manufacturers in Australia, a stark indicator of how dire the situation has become. Despite the booming demand in our mining industry, driven by coal exports and critical minerals, Jack finds himself struggling to compete with international markets. It's astonishing to think that while our mining sector is thriving, our local manufacturers are being outpaced by overseas competitors who can produce the same products at 30 to 40% lower costs. This situation lays bare the glaring disconnect between the policies being implemented and the harsh realities faced by our manufacturers. As Jack put it to me, Labor policies are nothing short of a shackle on the industry's productivity. Instead of enabling growth, these policies are tying the hands of our manufacturers, making it increasingly difficult for them to keep their doors open, let alone thrive. Jack's experience is not an isolated one. It's a reflection of a broader systemic failure that needs urgent attention if we are to preserve the future of Made in Australia. Australia has a long and proud tradition of excellence in manufacturing, and the Coalition has always been at the forefront of supporting this vital industry. Under our modern manufacturing strategy, we didn't just talk about supporting manufacturing, we took decisive action. We were actively expanding and modernising our sovereign manufacturing capabilities, making strategic investments to secure critical supply chains and ensuring that businesses like SMW had access to the skills and world-class research needed to drive further expansion and growth. Our approach was about empowering Australian manufacturers to not only compete but to lead on the global stage. The results were clear. Under our strategy, the industry was thriving, with businesses seeing real, tangible benefits from our policies. This stands in stark contrast to the government's current National Reconstruction Fund, which has thus far proven ineffective in delivering the support that our industry desperately needs. While our policies were producing measurable successes, the National Reconstruction Fund has yet to provide the necessary resources and backing to ensure the continued strength and competitiveness of Australian manufacturing. The difference is clear. Where we invested in growth and modernisation, the current government's approach has fallen short. Leading representatives from key business peak bodies have voiced serious concerns regarding the Future Made in Australia bill, reflecting a growing unease within the industry. The Business Council of Australia, for example, submitted a detailed critique to the Senate inquiry, highlighting significant flaws in the bill's restrictive design and rigid eligibility criteria. They warn that these constraints could severely limit the support available for projects. This could have the unintended consequences of pushing valuable opportunities overseas, depriving Australia of critical economic benefits and job creation. Adding to the concern is the bill's narrow and inflexible community benefit principles, which introduce yet another layer of red tape into the investment process. These principles make it exceedingly difficult for potential applicants to navigate the system, deterring many from even applying. The Business Council fears that this additional complexity will stifle innovation and limit the bill's overall effectiveness in bolstering Australian manufacturing and industry. The Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry has also raised alarms, particularly over the earlier and extensive announcements of projects that have already been allocated funding under the Future Made in Australia bill. Labor has publicly championed a $4 billion investment in the Hydrogen Head Start program, over $6 billion in hydrogen production tax incentives, and a $1 billion commitment to solar sunshot solar panel manufacturing. However, these pre-commitments alone total an overwhelming $19.4 billion, leaving just $4.5 billion available for new projects over the next decade. This imbalance raises serious questions about the bill's ability to adequately support emerging industries and new innovation. The Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry encapsulated their broader concerns in their submission, cautioning that there is a risk that the bill's focus on new industries might undermine existing sectors that are crucial to Australia's economy. It is vital to support industries where Australia has competitive advantage. This statement underscores a profound worry that the bill's current focus could inadvertently weaken established sectors that are essential to our nation's economic stability and growth. These warnings from peak bodies reflect a broader disconnect between the bill's intentions and its practical implications. It is crucial that these concerns are heeded if we are to avoid undermining the very industries that have long been the backbone of Australia's economy. The Future Made in Australia bill, while seemingly designed to bolster our manufacturing sector, falls significantly short of addressing the real challenges faced by Australian businesses. This legislation in its current form is a missed opportunity, one that fails to deliver the necessary support for our manufacturers, who are the lifeblood of our economy. The restrictive design, excessive red tape and lack of tangible benefits underscores a disconnect between the government's promises and the harsh realities on the ground. Our manufacturing industry has a proud history and remains crucial to our national prosperity. Yet under this government's watch, we've seen insolvencies skyrocket, productivity plummet, and businesses struggle to keep their doors open. The coalition through our modern manufacturing strategy demonstrated what is possible when government policy aligns with the needs of industry. The tangible benefits of our approach stand in stark contrast to the ineffective policies currently being put forward. Additionally, the concerns raised by peak industry bodies should not be dismissed. The warnings from the Business Council of Australia and the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry highlight the real and present dangers of this bill. They have pointed out the flaws in this bill's design, the risk of pushing projects overseas, and the potential undermining of existing sectors vital to our economy. These are not just theoretical concerns. They are grounded in the lived experiences of those who are the front lines of our manufacturing industry every day. It is imperative that we learn from these insights and adjust our course accordingly. The focus must be on creating policies that genuinely support and enhance our manufacturing capabilities. We need policies that return to the fundamentals and set us back on the right path by curbing inflationary spending, reducing bureaucratic red tape, simplifying Labor's complex industrial relations agenda, lowering taxes and implementing a competition policy that truly gives small businesses a fair chance. Most importantly, we must ensure the delivery of affordable and reliable energy. We must ensure that the industries where Australia has a competitive advantage not only preserved but empowered to thrive in an increasingly competitive global market. Let us not forget that the future of Australia's manufacturing industry depends on the decisions we make today. We owe it to our manufacturers, to our workers and to all Australians to get this right. This bill in its current form is not the solution. It's time for a rethink, a realignment with the needs of our industry and a renewed commitment to policies that will truly drive growth, innovation and prosperity. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today we face a crucial moment in Australia's economic history. The Albanese Labor government is committed to building a future made in Australia, where local industries and ideas not only survive but thrive. This vision is about more than just economic growth. It's about ensuring every Australian benefits and securing our place in the global economy. That's why I am proud to discuss the Albanese Labor government's Future Made in Australia Bill 2024. Our plan, backed by $22.7 billion in investment, aims to unlock the full potential of our resources and transform Australia into a manufacturing superpower. This bold agenda is designed to drive innovation and industry growth, establishing Australia as a global hub for advanced technologies. Our initiatives include the Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund, Hydrogen Head Start Program, the Battery Breakthrough Initiative, the Solar Sunshot Program. These programs are all about investing the breakthrough technologies that will revolutionise our industries. We are also focused on building strong supply chains and encouraging collaboration between industry and academia to drive research and development. This is not just about securing our economic future, it's about shaping a future where Australian innovation and creativity are celebrated globally. In this future, Australia leads by example, meeting the challenges of the 21st century and thriving in adversity. It's a future where every Australian has the chance to succeed, where innovation flourishes and where sustainability is at the core of everything we do. Labor is dedicated to this vision and is working hard to make it a reality. Deputy Speaker, today marks a pivotal point in Australia's economic journey. We must address the consequences of past decisions that have weakened our manufacturing sector. Over the past decade, the previous Liberal governments neglected and mismanaged our industries, leading to the decline of key sectors like car manufacturing. This sector was not just a part of our economy, it was crucial to our national identity and prosperity. Instead of supporting local industries, the Liberal government chose to prioritise cheap imports over domestic production. This short-sighted approach hurt our manufacturing capabilities and sacrificed the livelihoods of hard-working Australians, families and entire communities. The result has been a shrinking industry base, fewer job opportunities and a heavy reliance on foreign goods. Now we have the chance to change the direction and focus on supporting local industries and communities. The Albanese Labor government is committed to bringing manufacturing back to Australia and building a future made right here. Our aim is not only to recover from past mistakes, but to secure our place in the global economy and build a stronger and a more resilient nation. The Future Made in Australia Bill is based on 3 pillars: national interest framework. This helps us focus on sectors where Australia has a clear advantage in the new net zero economy or where investment is needed for economic security. Sector assessment process. This is crucial for understanding and overcoming barriers to private investment in important sectors. Community benefit principles. These ensure that both public and private investments provide strong economic returns and also benefit our communities. These pillars are the foundation of the Future Made in Australia Bill, guiding us towards a successful, future-ready economy. Deputy Speaker, our $22.7 billion investment is not just about infrastructure. It's an effort to drive innovation, support local industries, and establish Australia as a leader in the 21st century. The Future Made in Australia Act represents a bold agenda. It aims to boost industry growth and innovation through targeted investments and strategic initiatives. Our approach builds on Australia's vast natural resources and minerals, which are crucial for our economic prosperity and the global shift towards sustainability. Australia is a world leader in essential minerals like lithium, cobalt, rare earth elements, iron ore, copper and gold. These minerals are key for advanced technologies such as batteries and renewable energy systems. Currently, these resources are exported overseas, where other countries process them into high-value products and capture the full economic benefit. The Albanese Labor government recognises the potential for Australia to process these critical minerals here, adding significant value and creating high-quality jobs. By investing in advanced processing technologies, we can produce high-value products like green steel, biodiesel and advanced batteries right here in Australia. This shift will reduce our dependence on foreign processing and allows us to secure a larger share of the global value chain and create good jobs right here. Our plan includes Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund, the Hydrogen Head Start Program, the Battery Breakthrough Initiative, and the Solar Sunshot Program. Each of these initiatives is aimed at making Australia a leader in cutting-edge technologies and industries. The Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund will support emerging technologies and startups, nurturing Australian talent. The Hydrogen Head Start program aims to make Australia a global leader in clean hydrogen production, the fuel of the future, using our renewable resources. The Battery Breakthrough Initiative focuses on improving battery technologies by using our minerals to create crucial components for energy storage and electric vehicles here onshore. Solar Sunshot program is dedicated to capitalising on our abundance of sun by making renewable energy more accessible and affordable. These programs will create good jobs, high-tech jobs, high-paying jobs. By investing in advanced manufacturing and digital innovation, the bill will open up opportunities for skilled professionals in engineering, data science, and technology development. In addition, we are committed to building a resilient supply chain and promoting collaboration between industry and academia. This approach will drive research and development, ensuring Australia remains at the forefront of technological advancements and can compete globally. For those who question potential of this bill, consider the success of the US Inflation Reduction Act. This act has created over 170,000 new jobs across 210 projects in electrical vehicles, batteries, and clean energy. In the US, manufacturing construction spending has doubled since the end of 2021. It's clear that reviving manufacturing sectors is possible, and I believe Australia has the resources and capabilities to achieve similar success. The Future Made in Australia bill envisions a nation that leads by example. It's about not only addressing the challenges of the 21st century, but thriving despite them. It's a future where every Australian has the chance to succeed, where innovation flourishes, and where sustainability is at the heart of our economy. As we move forward, we must learn from our past mistakes. The previous government's neglected of manufacturing has left us with underinvestment and missed opportunities. But instead of focusing on past failures, we should concentrate on the future we can build together. Deputy Speaker, Australia is a land of opportunities, blessed with abundant natural resources and a skilled workforce. Our rich deposits of critical minerals, vast renewable energy potential, and innovative spirit gives us a unique position to benefit from the global shift towards sustainable industries. We have the chance to turn these advantages into economic strength, driving growth and creating quality jobs for all Australians. The Future Made in Australia Act represents our commitment to seizing this opportunity. By investing in local industries and supporting new technologies, we are not just addressing the immediate needs, we are laying the foundation for a prosperous future. This is about more than just policy. It's about building a legacy of strength, resilience, and opportunity for future generations. The Liberal Party's failure to invest in manufacturing has left a gap that we are determined to fill. Their lack of vision has cost us valuable industrial capacity and economic potential. With the Future Made in Australia bill, we are setting a new course that prioritises Australian workers, supports local businesses, and builds a sustainable future. We are committed to ensuring that Australia not only recovers from past mistakes, but emerges stronger and more competitive than ever. I want to thank the ministers who have worked on this bill, especially the Treasurer, Jim Chalmers, and Prime Minister Anthony Albanese for their vision, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Cook.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The member for Holt was saying those thinking about voting against this Act should consider the Inflation Reduction Act. Well, there's one key difference between the US Inflation Reduction Act and the Future Made in Australia Act. And that key difference is the Inflation Reduction Act is technology agnostic. As the member for Holt exits, I'd just like her to note that it's investing in nuclear energy, the Inflation Reduction Act. In the US, it's bipartisan. They're seeing that we're not going to, unlike the Future Made in Australia Act, which is picking winners and picking certain energy technologies to invest in. This Act, it would be unable to invest in nuclear energy. It would be unable to invest in gas or carbon capture storage. It would be unable to invest in other net zero technologies that the US and many other countries around the world have. And this lies in the coalition's opposition to this Act, is because it's not technology agnostic. Unfortunately, it's not like the Inflation Reduction Act. It's a partisan and ideological attempt to actually railroad industry to certain ideological priorities that the Labor government is pushing. Now, unfortunately, Australia is at a crossroads in energy and technology, and they are reshaping our economy. And given these trends, the Future Made in Australia bill seems to be well timed. It's got a very good tagline, but it is falling short of what it might promise. I think all members in the coalition and on this side of the House would support measures that, as this bill quotes, capitalise on the economic and industrial opportunities of the global move to net zero. And as this bill quotes to do, aligning its national and security and economic interests. If this was what this bill was truly doing, I have no doubt members on this side of the House would be supporting it. But unfortunately, this bill is more about marketing than it is about delivery. Economist after economist are lining up to criticise it, and I'm glad the previous member before me was talking about the Inflation Reduction Act, because that is an act that is not pushing ideologically certain technologies. It's actually focused on outcomes. It's focused on increasing manufacturing. It's focused on jobs. It's focused on doing this on whatever the technology may be: nuclear, renewables, wind. But this is not what we have here. In this bill, we have an attempt to expand the EFA and ARENA and to establish a national interest framework. This expanded remit would fund domestic industries nominated by the Minister of Finance. And finally, ARENA's functions would expand from pure R&D, but also to deployment. And if it's actually going to deployment and manufacturing, it's doubling up responsibilities on the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. And in a cost of living crisis, we cannot be wasting taxpayers' money. Because as we talked about yesterday in our MPI, when we're spending more and more and more in the government sector, what we are doing is fueling inflation. We're fueling inflation and increasing the cost of living for millions of vulnerable Australians, and this is not what we need at this time. Furthermore, this bill gives the Minister for Climate Change the ability to unilaterally boost ARENA's funding with the stroke of a pen. The Minister for Climate Change can roll out up to $4 billion in an election year. This does not sound like a bona fide and genuine attempt to address Australia's manufacturing capability. This sounds like a partisan attempt to pick technologies that suit an ideological agenda, unlike the IRA Act. This is nothing like the IRA Act. The member for Holt could not be more wrong. And to do it in an election year with $4 billion unfettered, we don't know where it's going to go, with no parliamentary oversight and no proper scrutiny. Just some delegated legislation and $4 billion can walk out the door. This is not acceptable in a modern democracy. Australia's taxpayers are already on the hook for Labor's inflation. We've said this figure many times, $315 billion in the last 2 years since the election, $30,000 per Australian household. And I can tell you that the households in Cook do not feel $30,000 better off in the last 2 years. They feel much, much poorer. They don't even feel better off. And by putting $4 billion out the door into a slush fund, it's just going to fuel inflation and make them even worse off again. Now, Australian families are already paying this price. There's been 12 interest rate hikes since the election, and we have the most stubborn core inflation in the developed world and higher taxes that come with it. Now, more broadly, why focus on arena for supporting manufacturing? We really should be focusing on things that are technology agnostic. And the introduction of this national interest framework. In making the judgment on this natural interest framework, it will be made in a very narrowed and flawed set of criteria. The government has provided evidence to Senate estimates that shows that these criteria will prevent key investments in sovereign capability. Net zero technologies, technologies that will reduce the effects of climate change, technologies that will take carbon out of the air, and technologies that will lower the cost of energy. We can't invest in carbon capture storage. I'd love the next speaker to explain why are we getting rid of carbon capture storage? Why can't that be invested in? We can't invest in blue hydrogen. It can't be invested in uranium, or it can't be invested in nuclear. The IRA Act allows these investments. Why is this government deciding not to do that? It was pointed to as inspiration for this act, the IRA Act, but I wonder why that has been left out. Now, the whole point of this bill, I would hope, would be to actually increase the supply of clean energy and lower its cost. But we're specifically excluding technologies. The Business Council of Australia also does not like this, and they have warned this process risks subsidising businesses that will never have a comparative advantage. Brand Black, the head of the BCA, has said all investments must be in areas in which we have a comparative advantage and where the investment helps those projects get to market faster, or there is a clear national interest in making that investment. And it's not just Brand Black who's been criticising this. Danielle Wood, the Productivity Commissioner, has said, and I quote, "We risk creating a class of businesses that is reliant on government subsidies, and that can be very effective in coming back for more." Going on to say that alternative policies, including lowering the corporate tax rate, would, quote, "make us internationally more competitive." Now, Danielle Wood is not alone, with former Productivity Commissioner Gary Banks describing the Future Made in Australia Act as a fool's errand, and that it risks repeating mistakes of the past by propping up, and I quote, "political favourites." He said seeking to obtain benefits to society through subsidies for particular firms or industries, including the form of tax concessions, has proven a fool's errand, particularly where competitive fundamentals are lacking. Mr Banks likened this scheme somewhat comically to Hotel California, saying many businesses will enter the program, but few will ever leave. One of those that may never leave is pointed out by the Productivity Commission, which has talked about the $1 billion commitment to make more solar panels in Australia. I've spoken to solar panel manufacturers in the US who struggle. They tell me it will never be competitive to make solar panels at scale in Australia. And I think the Albanese government knows this as well, because these programs should be subjected to this national interest framework, but they're not going to be. That led the Productivity Commission to say allowing sectors to bypass this national interest framework would undermine its role in disciplined spending. Yet Labor is already breaking their own rules when it suits them to push an ideological agenda and not focus on outcomes. I would instead encourage the government to refocus its approach by looking to two key factors that underpin all industry, and do it in a technology agnostic way. Clean energy. How can we just get more clean energy at a lower cost? I would applaud an act that would do that. And how can we infuse Australian industry with better technology? Rather than limiting their view to a sector-by-sector focus, if we actually increase capability across all industries, all manufacturing, be that mining, be that defence manufacturing, be that agri-manufacturing, be that food, and actually really focusing on reducing the cost of clean energy. We need affordable, reliable and clean energy. We need flexible workplaces. We need less regulation. We need an incentive-based tax system. Rather than throwing $4 billion of slush fund money at a problem, which Labor is prone to do, without appropriately considered and effective programs that provide long-term solutions to these issues, all we will do is fuel inflation, Deputy Speaker, and fuel a cost of living crisis. We need a bill that truly addresses the major trends facing Australia. Consumption of electricity is set to double globally by 2050. 70% of that growth is going to come from APAC. Per capita consumption energy in Australia is about 25% above the OECD average. We need to be pushing all technologies, not just picking a few winners. We need something that will make Australia more competitive. Governments across the globe are now focusing on strengthening national resilience. The COVID pandemic, the war in the Ukraine and geopolitical conflicts have taught us this. The disruption from these events has shown us the impacts on our supply chains. We've also seen tech truly disrupting markets and disrupting old manufacturing industries, be that manufacturing, defence, mining. And we actually need something that pushes tech and low-cost energy in all of these sectors. The coalition in government will do three things. We'll steer our nation out of our current domestic cost of living crisis and energy crisis. We'll not simply talk about changes, we will meet them head on with robust action. And most importantly, we'll make decisions that set our country and nation up for success. So instead, what would we offer to do? Well, we would offer the industry meaningful support before 2027. This doesn't look like handing out checks and subsidies to our favourite technologies. Instead, it's based on improving the operating environment businesses work in. It's aimed at reducing the cost of energy for all businesses. It's aimed at helping all businesses aimed at reducing the cost of clean energy, not picking our favourites and not picking winners. This bill ignores some of the biggest enablers of manufacturing, which have a plan to address this. Firstly, inflation. We would rein in inflationary spending and take the pressure off inflation. As a start, we would not spend billions on corporate welfare for green hydrogen or critical minerals. Even these companies that are getting production credits are winding up as much as they're investing in it. Secondly, we'd focus on red tape and over-regulation. We would prioritise winding back Labor's intervention and regulation, which is suffering our economy, particularly manufacturing. And thirdly, one of those biggest interventions is in industrial relations. We'd provide the Australian business community with much more certainty and ensure respectful and sector-specific bargains with unions and employers occur. It was telling when Labor abolished the Australian Building and Construction Commission as to what are their true priorities in this space. Then they were shamed into actually belatedly dealing with the CFMEU while rolling back regulations that have added more cost. Fourthly, we'd reduce the tax burdens on business, particularly small and medium businesses. We'd reduce the tax burden on small and medium businesses by ensuring Australians keep more of what they earn. This is in stark contrast to the Labor Party policy of breaking promises on tax, increasing the tax burden on Australians to fund billions on wasteful spending like contained in this Act. We would also ensure an equal tax playing field exists with multinationals paying their fair share of tax, just like small and medium businesses do in my electorate of Cook. When asked whether the future of Made in Australia contained tax reform, Michelle Wood, the Productivity Commissioner, explicitly said, "This is not tax reform." On alternative policies, Michelle Wood said she would look at lowering taxes to make us more internationally competitive. Steve Hamilton, an independent economist, has said, "There are many problems with this industry policy and this is a big one. It's why I tend to favour more neutral investment incentives like lower corporate tax or accelerated depreciation." Fifth, on competition policy, we would give consumers and small businesses competition policy that delivers an equal footing. Seventh, on affordable and reliable clean energy, we would ensure manufacturers have reliable and cheap energy that is technology agnostic. And lastly, on technology, we would help industry through initiatives such as the patent box and our additional $2 billion on the R&T tax incentive. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Cook. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Unfortunately, those opposite have no credibility when it comes to talking about manufacturing, considering the shameful decline of the industry that we saw under their watch over a wasted decade, including goading the automotive manufacturing industry to leave Australia. In terms of concrete policies, I think we heard more about the Biden administration's approach to manufacturing than we did about anything that the coalition is prepared to offer. So I'm pretty disappointed that once again we're standing here in the chamber debating legislation that is actually going to help drive economic growth in this country, and those opposite are just saying no with the most farcical arguments. So I know that building sovereign capability, building good, secure jobs for the future really matter to my electorate in Chisholm. I remember during the campaign knocking on doors, speaking to thousands and thousands of voters right across my electorate and having really positive conversations around what it would mean to restore sovereign capability in this country and to build the good, secure jobs for the future that people in my community wanted to see. When I was campaigning and speaking to people initially about what sovereign capability restored in Australia would look like, this was, of course, during one of the worst periods in the pandemic, when we saw the absolute failure of supply chains, the failure of the previous government to have adequately invested in manufacturing, that left us unable as a country to do really basic things like even just manufacture paracetamol, for instance, and other life-saving drugs. I am in pretty close, regular contact with my local manufacturers in my electorate, and I can tell you that there is real excitement in the community with industry about reinvesting in manufacturing in this country, which of course is not something that only Labor governments ever meaningfully do. And a future made in Australia is something that we should all be really proud about. And it's once again disappointing, unfortunately unsurprising, that those opposite have managed to politicise rebuilding sovereign capability and good, secure jobs. Imagine that. Imagine standing against sovereign capability when we have just seen a failure of supply chains and standing against good, secure, well-paid jobs. Unbelievable, but at the same time, it is believable because that's who we're dealing with here opposite. So our government is investing in a future made in Australia because we want to unlock private investment in future industries and bring new jobs and opportunities to communities across the country. Deputy Speaker, I'm an optimist. I'm always hopeful for this country. I'm really ambitious for our country and for our communities. And this is really ambitious, optimistic policy that's about building a really wonderful future for everyone in this country. This is about maximising the economic and industrial benefits of the global transformation to net zero and securing Australia's place in a changing global economic and strategic landscape. It will help Australia build a stronger, more diversified and more resilient economy powered by renewable energy. It will create more secure, well-paid jobs and encourage and facilitate the private sector investment required to make Australia an indispensable part of the global net zero economy. This is a wonderful chance for us to seize the opportunities presented to us, and I urge those opposite to really reconsider their position on this. This Future Made in Australia recognises our future growth prospects lie in the intersection of our industrial, resources, skills and energy bases and our attractiveness as an investment destination. It combines our comparative advantages in renewable energy and with traditional strengths in resources and manufacturing to build new opportunities, including in critical minerals processing, green metals, clean energy technologies and in low-carbon liquid fuels. The bill and Omnibus Bill deliver on key elements of the government's Future Made in Australia plan, which was announced, of course, by our government in the 2024-2025 budget. There is rigour here imposed on government decision-making. and we're going to help give investors the clarity and certainty they need to invest and unlock growth in our economy. We know that consistency is really important and that clarity is really important. And unfortunately, once again, that's something that we saw was a failure of the previous government, where there were multiple different policies and never enough certainty for investors to really commit to Australia in the way that we would like to see them, and trying to facilitate through this legislation and this vision for our country. I know from meeting with a number of companies and industry groups and researchers right through my community how excited people are about this. I meet with people in the medical technology manufacturing sector, in the pharmaceutical manufacturing sector, in the advanced manufacturing sector, in people doing work with clean and renewable energies. I meet with the CSIRO, I meet with ANSTO, I've got the synchrotron in my electorate, I meet with Monash University, I meet with Deakin University, I meet with partnership groups right across my electorate, such as the Monash Precinct Network. I have Moderna building in my electorate at the moment, joining Pfizer, joining Stryker, joining Pyrocard, joining Sorbent, joining Paragon, joining Textron, and a whole range of other industry groups and companies doing incredible work. And I know that commitment and certainty in industrial policy is something that people have really been wanting to see from government, and I'm really delighted that finally they will be seeing that. The global transition to net zero and the changing geostrategic landscape present a significant opportunity for Australia, and people in my community know that. This is about hope for the future, that they are able to see our country transition to net zero, whilst at the same time taking advantage of the opportunities to uplift the economy, to diversify our markets, and to really ensure that everyone in our community benefits. We know and we've seen, indeed all of us have seen, that supply chains are under pressure with increasing fragmentation and global competition. New opportunities in clean energy industries are also emerging that will shape the future of the global economy over the next decade and beyond. And our nation, Australia, is ideally placed to benefit from the global transitions underway due to our comparative advantages, capabilities and trade partnerships. And I see that every day in the industrial research ecosystem in my own electorate of Chisholm. The private sector is responding to these opportunities, but there is also a role for government in creating a positive investment and an enabling environment for investment. This includes where economic incentives are not aligned with broader national interest objectives, and this bill provides a framework and imposes rigour on government decision-making on substantial public investments, particularly those used to incentivise private investment at scale. So this bill has three key components: embedding the government's national interest framework that was announced at the budget to help identify sectors where Australia has a genuine comparative advantage in the net zero economy or an economic security imperative, establishing a robust sector assessment process to understand and remove barriers to private investment, and to establish a set of community benefit principles that will make sure future Made in Australia investments create strong returns for local communities, workers and businesses. Deputy Speaker, it's really important as we embark on the process of transitioning to a net zero economy that no communities are left behind, that no individual is left behind, and that we are able to realise the opportunities presented for everybody. The new national interest framework will help to better align economic incentives with the national interest. Legislating the framework will provide certainty to the investment community, which is critical to attracting private funding at scale. We want to partner with private industry here. The legislation codifies the two streams of the framework: the net zero transformation stream, which covers sectors that could have a sustained comparative advantage in a net zero global economy, and where public investment is likely to be needed for the sector to make a significant contribution to emissions reduction at an efficient cost. the Economic Resilience and Security Stream, which covers sectors where some level of domestic capability is a necessary or efficient way to deliver economic resilience and security, and the private sector will not be able to deliver the necessary investment in the sector in the absence of government support. Sector assessments are made at the direction of the Treasurer and conducted independently by Treasury. They will assess whether an area of the economy is aligned with the national interest framework and will help inform how government can reduce barriers to investment in priority areas. There is rigour in this system, there is rigour in this framework. These assessments are also required to be made public, which brings extra transparency and rigour to government decision making. The government wants to ensure public investment and the private investment it attracts flows to communities in ways that benefit local workers and businesses. And that's why a set of community benefit principles will be applied to future Made in Australia supports identified in this bill. Specifically, we want to ensure that investments promote safe and secure jobs that are well paid and have good conditions, develop more skilled and inclusive workforces, including by investing in training and skills development and broadening opportunities for workforce participation. We want to engage collaboratively with and achieve positive outcomes for local communities such as First Nations communities and communities directly affected by the transition to net zero. We want to strengthen domestic industrial capabilities, including through stronger local supply chains, and demonstrate transparency and compliance in relation to the management of tax affairs, including benefits received under future Made in Australia supports. This legislation is ambitious, and our government is really unapologetic about our ambition for this country to seize the opportunities presented by the net zero transition that the global economy is going through right now, and that we can really leverage our natural capabilities as a nation here while creating really excellent, well-paid, secure jobs right across the country in communities that are going to need government support as we move towards a new global economy. And I will emphasise once again that this is a global movement, that this is a global economic shift, and Australia really needs to be competitive here so that our communities are able to take the advantages that are presented to us and not be left behind, which is what we would have seen under a coalition government, and something that we had unfortunately experienced already in the goading of the automotive industry to leave the country, and just no preparedness to support good manufacturing jobs in our communities. So I think the contrast here is quite clear that this side, we stand for hope, we stand for ambition, we stand for opportunity, we stand for uplifting our economy and diversifying economy. And once again, unfortunately, those on the other side say no to everything that we present. I really hope that there is an opportunity for them to recognise the public policy and community benefits that are evident in this piece of legislation here, and perhaps reconsider their position on it. I know that I will always stand with industry, with workers, with communities in order to realise the net zero economic transition opportunities here so that we can live on a healthy planet with good, secure, well-paid jobs for all of our communities. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Chisholm. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This legislation is called the Future Made in Australia Bill, but what it should be called is the Future is Poor in Australia under the Labor Bill. Supposedly, the Future Made in Australia agenda is targeted to address major structural and strategic challenges that the Australian economy faces. The Labor government says support is needed to crowd in necessary private investment to scale up priority industries that will help the Australian economy navigate and prosper throughout these challenges. The Australian government's Future Made in Australia plan identifies renewable hydrogen, or green hydrogen, as a priority industry. This will cost taxpayers an estimated $6.7 billion over a decade in production tax incentives alone. In other words, this is just welfare for billionaires. One of the companies and people set to benefit from this welfare of billions is Fortescue, founded by Mr Andrew Forrest, who have promised 15 million tonnes of green hydrogen by 2030. Fortescue opened Australia's largest hydrogen electrolyser manufacturing facility in Gladstone, in my electorate of Flynn, in April this year, promising thousands of green hydrogen jobs. However, on opening, it will employ just 26 people. Back in July, Fortescue was forced to dramatically scale back their ambitions, unveiling a plan to sack up to 700 workers and postpone the ambitious 15 million tonne target they'd set for hydrogen fuel production by the end of the decade. I recently applied for a right to information access request through the Gladstone Ports Corporation. This RTI found the Gladstone Ports Corporation, a government-owned corporation, has plans for a proposed hydrogen industry in Gladstone, which will need 110 gigawatts of renewable energy to produce 4 million tonnes of hydrogen a year. To be clear, this is approximately double the entire electrical generating capacity of the Australian grid, just for this one proposal. And this is economic insanity. The proposal will require 10,000 wind turbines, 2,500 square kilometres of solar panels to be built, and 45,000 megalitres of water each year to reach this target. To produce industrial hydrogen, you need three things: cheap, reliable energy, a huge, reliable water source, and a competitive market. And at the moment, we have none of these. I previously asked the following questions that have not been answered, and I'll ask again. How much money will be directed to Gladstone? Where will these wind turbine goes? Over the Great Barrier Reef? Where will all the solar panels go? On prime agricultural land? Is this funding for hydrogen more money and subsidies for billionaires like Twiggy Forrest? Where will the water come from for Gladstone's hydrogen industry? I say this as the Fitzroy to Gladstone pipeline will provide 19,000 megalitres of water for industry at Gladstone. Even with the unlikely possibility of the hydrogen industry receiving the full allocation of 19,000 megalitres, where is the remaining 26,000 megalitres of water going to come from? There has been speculation that large-scale desalination plants could fill the void. And according to the Water Corporation of Western Australia, seawater desalination is 4 times more energy intensive than groundwater collection and over 40 times more energy intensive than water sourced from dams. And this math just does not stand up. So the plan to use energy to convert seawater into water and then use more energy to convert the water into hydrogen. My good friend and colleague Senator Matthew Canavan recently said, dig coal, extract national gas and build nuclear. That is a future made in Australia, and I couldn't agree more. And here's some facts about these three industries that those opposite might not be aware of. Coal is used to produce electricity, iron and steel, cement, alumina, paper and chemicals. And it is also used as a component in thousands of everyday products, including soaps, aspirin, solvents, dyes, plastics and carbon fibres. More than 220 tonnes of coal is required to build a wind turbine. Australia exported $127 billion worth of coal in the 22-23 year. The coal industry employs 48,000 people in 2023. The Australian gas industry is a mainstay of the national economy and is an irreplaceable ingredient for our manufacturing base, driving billions in economic activity through its myriad of through-chain applications. Gas in Australia generates $121 billion in economic activity, underpinning 5.25% of GDP, up 42% on the previous year. Australia's gas network sector and its networks support 258,000 full-time local jobs, up 17,000 on the previous year. Gas is vital and irreplaceable feedstock in making of many things we need for everyday life, including plastics, fertilisers, pharmaceuticals, rubber, propellants, refrigeration, adhesives and cosmetics. Deputy Speaker, the Productivity Commission says $1 billion commitment to make more solar panels in Australia under Anthony Albanese's Future Made in Australia program should be retrospectively subject to a tougher natural interest framework test. Allowing sectors to bypass the national interest framework process would undermine its role in disciplining the spending. Yet Labor is already breaking their own rules when it suits them. Key elements of Labor's Future Made in Australia agenda include $22.7 billion PSI quantum contract bypassed the national interest framework sector and assessments. There are serious questions to answer about the decision to make this investment, with it increasingly clear that the Minister Husic decided to invest in this business independent of any department appraisers, analysis or recommendation. Treasury was not consulted prior to the decision to invest in solar manufacturing, and their subsequent analysis has said that this is not a sound investment. The Productivity Commission were not consulted on details of other proposed investments prior to their announcement, and we are already seeing that this policy is not effective. The Solar Sunshot program has been refused to be backed by the Treasurer's own Secretary, with the main proponent of the policy who stood alongside the Prime Minister as he announced the initiative, cutting back its staff and replacing their CEO. And Labor's production credits are failing to deliver for the struggling nickel industry, with the promise of future subsidies not holding back the tide of international price pressures and rising domestic prices through energy, through tax and through workplace laws. Deputy Speaker, this nation is already feeling the effects of their attack on the manufacturing industry. We're seeing a tripling of manufacturing insolvencies under the Labor government. Labor's record on essentials for the Australian manufacturing is a disgrace. The cost of energy continues to rise thanks to Labor's renewables-only policy, and they are just going to keep going up under this Labor government. Labor's renewable-only plan will impose 58 million solar panels, 3,500 new industrial wind turbines and up to 28,000 kilometres of new transmission lines across the country. Energy experts have warned the cost of Labor's rollout will be between $1.2 and $1.5 trillion. Labor will also require 34 times the current amount of utility-scale variable renewable energy in the national electricity market to meet its hydrogen export ambitions. A recent analysis shows that there are some 17,000 wind turbines proposed to be built across the Australian landscape. Under this plan, we're going to see blackouts and brownouts. We don't want the California-type situation in our country where there are scheduled blackouts and brownouts because businesses simply just will not stay here. High energy use businesses won't compete. They can't manufacture in an environment like that. You can't run a full-time economy on part-time power. Like the other 19 of the G20 countries, the biggest economies in the world, Australia needs to take the decision that is right for our country, and that is nuclear energy. There are around 439 operational nuclear plants in the world. Australia hosts 33% of the world's proven uranium deposits and is currently the third largest producer of uranium after Kazakhstan and Canada. In 1958, Australia opened its first nuclear reactor, Lucas Heights, in the southern suburbs of Sydney. And we've seen this government introduce overbearing industrial relations laws, which is making life tougher for Australian businesses by increasing costs, complexity and red tape, and will likely lead to job losses. We've seen Labor Greens government introduce safeguard mechanisms, which represents one of the world's most disgraceful carbon taxes, which will only see prices soar even further for struggling businesses. Every time they are in government, Labor makes sneaky deals with the Greens against the interests of families, businesses and our manufacturers. It is as simply as no industry, no manufacturing means no jobs, no future for making things in Australia. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition is not the only one raising serious concerns with Labor's plan. Daniel Wood, Productivity Commissioner, the government's key economic advisor, appointed by Jim Chalmers, has said, if we are supporting industries that don't have long-term competitive advantage, that can be an ongoing cost. It diverts resources that workers and capital away from other parts of the economy where they might generate high-value uses. We risk creating a class of business that is reliant on government subsidies, and that can't be very effective in coming back for more. Your infants grow up and they turn into very hungry teenagers, and that's the kind of hard to turn the tap off. When asked whether Future Made in Australia contained tax reform, Ms Wood explicitly said this is not tax reform. On alternative policies, including lowering the corporate tax, Ms Wood offered it would make us more internationally competitive. Daniel Wood is not alone, with former Productivity Commissioner Mr Gary Banks described the FMIA as a fool's errand that risks repeating mistakes of the past by propping up political favourites. Indeed, he said, seeking to obtain benefits to society through subsidies for particular firms and industries, including in the form of tax concessions, has proven a fool's errand, particularly where the competitive fundamentals are lacking. Mr Banks likened the scheme to Hotel California, saying many will enter the program but few will leave. In response to this, the Prime Minister called Mr Banks a flat earther. Another eminent economist, Professor Richard Holden, defended Mr Banks, saying the Prime Minister's insult was wrong and uncalled for. Professor Holden said the PM says all the wrong things, and his main argument for subsidies is that other countries are doing it. This is like a primary school child telling the teacher he started it. Stephen Hamilton, independent economist, has said there are many problems with industrial policy, and this is a big one. It's why I tend to favour more neutral investment incentives, like a lower corporate tax rate or accelerated depreciation. I thought we'd learned the lessons from the past, but apparently not, and the bad old days are back. When comparisons with the US IRA were drawn, this is scale. It is the US that can produce at reasonable cost. That is a totally different position to doing so in Australia. Without a large domestic market, exports are the only way for the Australian economy to achieve scale. But we are so far away from the kinds of markets we could sell into that shipping costs put us at a distinct disadvantage. No amount of government subsidy is going to get around that. It's not just economists questioning Labor, it's their union backers as well. The Australian Manufacturing Workers Union, reported by the ABC as the dominant left faction union and a source of talent for the Labor in Parliament, won't want Treasury to have a central role in the future made in Australia. They believe Treasury has limited expertise. Deputy Speaker, Mr Speaker, Australians want and deserve something better. The coalition government will do three things. We will steer our nation out of the current domestic crisis. We will not simply talk about the challenges of our time. We will meet them head-on with action to carve out a more secure future. More importantly, we will make decisions that set up our nation for success for generations to come. The Flynn electorate is a largely blue-collar electorate consisting of diverse industries such as mining and resources, agriculture and heavy industry, and many small and medium-sized businesses. However, every single one of these industries is under attack from the Labor government, and I will continue to fight for these hard-working men and women that pay Australia's bills, funds Australia's schools, hospitals, roads and so on. That is why I oppose this Future Made in Australia bill. In other words, the future is poorer for Australia under this bill.
The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Well, in spite of that contribution by the member for Flynn, we are maintaining our support for this legislation and for Australia's future. And I say to the member for Flynn that he should go to the high-purity alumina factory in his electorate that is employing hundreds of workers that will benefit from production tax credits. He should go and tell the workers there that it's a waste of money, that they should just be shut down. Because at the heart of this bill are objectives that are at the very heart of the government that I'm proud to lead. Making more things here in Australia, making our nation a renewable energy superpower, making our economy more resilient and more secure, making it easier for companies to invest in new projects and create new jobs, particularly in regional Australia, making the most of our natural resources and making the most of our people's potential, and making sure that we seize those opportunities and share them with people and communities in every part of our nation. Mr Speaker, today and every day our government is working to help Australians who are under financial pressure. Everything we're doing on cost of living. We're boosting wages at the same time as we're delivering tax cuts, making sure that Australians can earn more and keep more of what they earn. We're making sure that they benefit from energy bill relief. We're making sure they benefit from cheaper childcare, from cheaper medicines, from fee-free TAFE. What we've been about is delivering economic security for people in the here and now. But because we are a Labor government in the finest of Labor traditions, we always have our eye on the medium and long term as well. How do we secure our future economic development? How do we anticipate the big changes ahead and shape them in the interests of Australians? Building economic security for the long term by investing in the next generation of jobs and opportunities, delivering reform that holds no one back and driving progress that leaves no one behind. And that's what our vision for a future made in Australia is all about. And of course this bill doesn't stand alone. It builds on the work we've already done. Our National Reconstruction Fund, investing in manufacturing across our economy. Our 500,000 fee-free TAFE places, building up the skills of our workforce. Our investments in universities and science and cyber capability. The new jobs and expertise in our defence manufacturing program, which will particularly benefit South Australia and Western Australia. And our comprehensive plan for cleaner, cheaper energy for all Australians, driving advanced manufacturing and opening up opportunities. Making our future here in Australia depends on our workers and skills and education and research and infrastructure. Government has a vital role, but we also have an important responsibility in all of this. Private investment is absolutely essential too. What we're about is how do we facilitate to maximise private investment in job creation, in industries of the future, in order to benefit our economy. And that's where our new investment framework in this legislation is so important, something that those opposite don't seem to understand. Production tax credits pay on success. If you don't succeed, there is no cost in a reduction of revenue. That is why it has the support of everyone in Western Australia, it would appear, except for the LNP members, the Liberal members over there. In the federal parliament, certainly the state WA Liberal Party support it. I know the Nats as well, and I know that the member for Hinkler in his heart of hearts will support production tax credits as well, because he understands more than the nongs who sit on their front bench who say no, Mr Speaker, about industry. And that is probably why he sits up the back, because he has some knowledge of industry. But this is quite extraordinary that the Leader of the Opposition went to Western Australia a short time ago and sort of hinted that maybe there might be a bit of movement there, at the same time as the Shadow Treasurer was saying, nope, this is billions for billionaires as far as they're concerned as well, having no understanding of the benefit that this could give This is about government not replacing private investment. This is about government being a catalyst for investment, unlocking the private capital to build new projects, create new jobs and drive growth and prosperity, and doing so in a way that better aligns our national security with our economic security. Just as the US, UK, Republic of Korea, Japan, Canada and so many nations around the world are doing, safeguarding themselves against the next global shock, whether it's conflict, a pandemic, a cyber attack or another international energy crisis. Mr Speaker, this bill recognises the global economic reality, the investments other advanced economies are making in their industrial base, the commitment that 92% of the world economy is made to net zero, including 97% of Australia's trading partners. In order to reach their goal, these countries will need more clean energy, more solar power, more wind power, more batteries and storage, and more of the resources, critical minerals and rare earths that all this technology depends on. In other words, the world needs what Australia has. That presents our nation with a choice that will define the future of our economy. We can choose to carry on as we are, to stay in our lane and be satisfied with our lot and watch the world move past us. Or we can actually move forward. We, of course, can continue to extract our resources, we'll continue to export them, but where possible, why wouldn't we want to add the value and create the jobs and make the products before they sell them back to us at a premium price? How is that controversial in this parliament in 2024? We can remain the last link in the global supply chain with all the risks that carries in a more uncertain world, or we can aim for something better. We can make things here. We can add value here. We can turn the resources the world needs into the products that the world wants. We can build an economy where manufacturing is every bit as strong as mining, where Australian researchers and innovators can commercialise their ideas here and turn discovery into industry. And in doing so, we can bring a new generation of secure, well-paid jobs to our regions and to our suburbs alike. Because if you look back to the creation of the car manufacturing industry under John Curtin and Ben Chifley and their vision for national reconstruction after the Second World War, there is an economic multiplier effect. But importantly, Curtin appointed Chifley as the Minister for Reconstruction at the height of World War II. That's vision. That's making sure that you look forward and plan for it and invest in it. Because the truth is that there is an economic multiplier effect with all of this. It's always more than the sum of the parts. It's an ecosystem of jobs and skills and innovation and small businesses. This is where we want a more diversified economy and a more decentralised economy, where workers and communities in every part of the country share in this opportunity. And that's the purpose of the community benefit principles in this bill, making sure that new investment in new projects flows into local jobs and apprenticeships and supply chains, strengthening regional centres and, as I said at Garma earlier this month, bringing new economic empowerment to remote Indigenous communities so that new energy projects and new defence and security projects across northern and central Australia bring new careers in construction, renewable energy, the care economy, technology, infrastructure and resources to First Nations people, overcoming entrenched disadvantage, delivering new self-determination and creating intergenerational opportunity. Mr Speaker, our vision for a future made in Australia is about every part of Australia, securing Gladstone's future as a global hub for clean energy and green industry, expanding medical manufacturing in Victoria, revitalising the Upper Spencer Gulf in South Australia as a producer of green iron, steel and cement, re-energising the Hunter Valley with new jobs in technology and manufacturing, workers across WA extracting critical minerals but also processing and refining them and turning them into products. Because that's what Australia can do that other countries can't. We have that combination of resources, skills, workers, space and sunlight to co-locate those links across the value chain, cutting transport costs, cutting energy costs, cutting emissions, both here and abroad, creating a new comparative advantage that gives Australian manufacturing and Australian workers the capacity not just to compete, but to succeed. We are in that position. Those opposite want to just talk Australia down. I want to build Australia up, to seize the opportunities which are there. And this bill is at the heart of our government's vision for a stronger, more prosperous, more resilient and more diversified Australian economy. It reflects our confidence in Australian workers, our respect for Australian scientists and innovators, our belief in the boundless potential of our regions and our resources, our support for the Australian private sector, our determination to work with business and industry to bring jobs and opportunity to every part of our country, to make the most of this moment and to make more things here. Above all, this bill speaks for our unwavering determination to shape the future, not wait for the future to shape us. That is where the choice for those opposite is crystal clear, because you can't build a future with negativity. You can't shape change if you're afraid of it. You can't create good jobs if you're opposed to fair pay and conditions. And you can't pretend to be for Queensland or Western Australia or growth or investment if you're against the jobs and investment this legislation will deliver. Mr Speaker, over the past 2 years it's become clear that the biggest threat to Australian jobs and investment is not international uncertainty, it is not changes in the global economy. The biggest threat and the greatest risk to Australia's future are the Liberal and National parties. They voted against the National Reconstruction Fund, they voted against energy bill relief, they say fee-free TAFE is a waste of money, they attack the CSIRO, they call Australian manufacturing a graveyard, they bag production tax credits as corporate welfare, and a decade after the then Liberal Treasurer stood at this dispatch box and dared Holden to pack up and leave, they still brag about driving the car industry out of Australia, and now they want to sacrifice a new generation of manufacturing jobs, all in the name of their obsession with nuclear power. Consider the contrast.
Order.
This legislation is about unlocking private investment in jobs and industry and energy around our nation. On that side, the Liberals can't find one single investor for even one of their nuclear reactors. They talk about picking winners. They're going to pick the winners to have nuclear reactors. This is about driving the private sector. They're going to charge the whole lot to the taxpayer, even while refusing to tell people how much it will cost to build these reactors or how long it will take, at least 20 years. And if all that is done, it will deliver a measly 4% of the energy that Australia needs, costing at least 3 times over.
Order.
The cost of construction, the cost of higher energy bills, but importantly as well, the opportunity cost, the jobs, investment, energy uncertainty Australia would miss out on right now, the price our nation would pay for turning away from our unbeatable natural advantages to instead go chasing after something that takes longer, costs more and delivers less. Mr Speaker, let there be no doubt about it. This is the decisive decade for our nation's future. We are in our moment right now and we must seize it. We have everything that the world wants. There is nowhere you'd rather be than us with the space that we have, the best solar resources in the world, amongst the best wind resources in the world, amongst the best scientists in the world and the best resources under the ground that the world needs, the resources that will drive the economy, the global economy in the 21st century. The only thing that Australia does not have is time to waste. So with optimism, with determination and with purpose, I commend this bill for a future made in Australia to this House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Menzies.
Thank you, Speaker. And I note that I rise to speak after the Prime Minister, who's leaving the chamber, as are indeed those behind him. And you'll stay, thank you.
Well done.
And the Prime Minister, I listened carefully to what he said, and he spoke about hope and optimism for this nation's future. And the title of this bill is telling. It's a title that reasonable people might agree on, but it's the content that matters. And too often in this parliament we've seen a cute title with something that has broad appeal that we all want, but then when you peel back the actual document and the actual policy, it has nothing to do with the title that is there. Australia is a great nation. It is a prosperous nation. It has a history that it can be proud of, and it has a future that we look forward to. In fact, a future that drives other people from around the world to this nation because we are optimistic about our future. Now, the Labor Party has a great tradition. It has been around for many decades. The Liberal Party, another party of government, has a great tradition. And one of the things that divides us is a philosophical view on the role of government. And I want to give you, Deputy Speaker, a practical example of that. In my electorate, there is a small Italian family-owned business called Fratelli Engineering. It actually makes things in Australia now. It makes things in Australia right now. And that manufacturing facility is on its knees. And one of the reasons it's on its knees is because it is trying to compete with the inflated costs and prices from big government projects in Victoria. They can't compete with that. And so when we talk about the role of government and the intervention of government having an actual practical effect, that's happening right now. And for example, the North East Link, which was originally budgeted at $10 billion and now blown out to $26 billion, has inflated costs. And when you look at big construction projects, there's a 30% premium of doing business in Victoria. Now, there isn't a 30% premium on doing business with Fratelli Engineering, a private family-owned company. There's a 30% premium on doing business with the state. Because as soon as the state is the one that's signing the checks and deciding what is to occur, all contractors know it's a free-for-all. All know. So at the heart of this bill is an arrogance by the government that they know better, that they know best. Now, the Prime Minister finished on a claim to optimism. There's nothing optimistic about your view of the capacity of companies like Fratelli Engineering to build things here when you think that you know better, that you know better. So that philosophical difference on the role of government is not just an academic exercise for political science classes at universities. It matters to this nation and to the future of this nation. And the heart of this bill is driven by a different view of government. It's about who decides. Of course we want more things made in Australia. Of course we need more resilient supply chains. War and pandemic have proven that. The question is, who is better placed to decide that? And there are members on the other benches that know this to be true, I'm on the House Economics Committee, Deputy Speaker, and here is the Better Competition, Better Prices report. And the chair of that committee is the very competent member for Fraser, who has an actual PhD in economics, from Yale no less. And the foreword to that document says this: competition and economic dynamism underpin everything we do in our daily life. That's the first sentence. Everything we do in our daily life. So this bill actually matters. Whether it is shopping at the local supermarket, using our credit card to make a payment, using an app on our mobile phones to buy an airline ticket or obtain the news, and much more. And he goes on the second page of the foreword to say this about government spending and government interference. Government now plays a major role in the economy, providing healthcare, education, social welfare, infrastructure, defence and more. Improving the effectiveness of government services is critical to long-term productivity, and concludes with this sentence in that paragraph: market design and market stewardship are key. And then finally, the member for Fraser says Australia is at a crossroads and refers to the low productivity growth. And no government could cover themselves in glory on Australia's productivity growth. But we know that it is on life support under this government. And why does productivity growth matter? Well, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to take you to another document, the intergenerational report. Now, the intergenerational report has some alarming calls to action for both sides of this chamber, for both sides. And, Deputy Speaker, on page 144, it has the projection of total spending for this nation. And there's a chart on chart 7.2. It says real Australian government spending per person, and it is on 2021, 2022 dollars. So we're adjusting this for inflation. And on current spending, after a peak in the pandemic, we are at about Commonwealth spending of $24,000 per person in Australia of Commonwealth government spending. And that is projected out to 2062, 2063 to be $40,000. $40,000 per person. That's on today's dollars. Today's dollars. When, if there's no improvements in productivity, the average wage is about $95,000, the median wage is about $65,000, and there we are spending at a Commonwealth level $40,000 per person. The key lesson in the intergenerational report is that if we are to be a prosperous nation, we have to bring government spending under control. We have to. And as the member for Fraser noted, competition and dynamism is everything. It's everything. It links to national defence. It links to job security. It links to our sense of ourselves, whether we can afford to pay for the schools that we have, the infrastructure that we speak about, and all of the things that the Prime Minister spoke about with great bluster and enthusiasm. And the clear lesson from the intergenerational report is that government is not the answer. Government should be there to help private sector companies like Fratelli Engineering. And so who is the person who knows better than the private sector? Who is the person who knows more than Sam Leo, who is the owner and founder of Fratelli Engineering? Well, it's the Treasurer. And so unlike the member for Fraser, and I sung his praises about his qualifications and expertise in economics, we come back to the Treasurer's expertise. And his thesis wasn't on economics, it was on politics. And I won't bore the House with the contents of his thesis, but here's the chapter titles. Brawler Statesman, number 1, with a subchapter on revisiting prime ministerial power. Chapter 2, Prime Ministerial Leadership. Leading Labor, Chapter 3. Number 4, Controlling Cabinet. And on page 119, there's a subchapter called Picking Winners. Picking Winners. That's interesting. Picking winners. And when you go to that subchapter, it's not a warning against the government picking winners. It's an example of how the Prime Minister can deploy power and exercise power and wield power. Chapter 6, Throwing Grenades. And there's a subchapter there, Us and Them. Us and Them. And that's what I heard in the Prime Minister's speech. It wasn't a speech about hope and optimism for our nation's future. It wasn't a speech about building more Fratelli Engineerings. It was a speech about us and them. And us is not the Australian people. Us is the Labor Party. Labor Party and its affiliated unions. That is the measure of success. That is the measure of success. Us and them. And then there's another chapter on pressing the flesh and other lessons in how to obtain, deploy, and hold onto power. Hold on to power. We hear a lot of talk about principles, but what we see in practice more often from this government and this Prime Minister is an exercise in protecting power. And so the bill that's before us has had significant and important criticism placed upon it, including from no less than the government-appointed head of the Productivity Commission, Danielle Wood, who said we risk creating a class of businesses that is reliant on government subsidies and that can be very effective in coming back for more. Coming back for more. Now, I just took you, Deputy Speaker, to the projected government spending. On that measure, on that projection, there won't be any more. But what we will know is that when the North East Link is finished and the 30% premiums on salaries and conditions, which is, I wish those on those projects the very best. That's great for them and their families. But when that's all said and done, and there's no capacity to move on to the next project, and they turn to companies like Fratelli Engineering to get a job, and they don't exist anymore because they've left. And that's borne out now. That's not a projection into the future when this project's finished or the SRL is finished. That's happening now. We are seeing in Victoria a flight of small and medium businesses out of the state. Every other state in the last financial year saw an increase in the aggregate number of small businesses. Queensland saw an increase of 11,000 in the last financial year. Victoria saw a decrease of 7,400. 7,400. Many of those shut down, never to open again. Many of those took off and went to an area that had perhaps slightly better conditions. But it is an important lesson to this Labor government to look at another Labor government to see how your well-intentioned projects and government interference drive private capital away. It's a warning. It's a warning. And it's not being heeded. And there are many Victorian Labor members sitting on those benches over there. And they see it. They see companies like Fratelli Engineering closing their doors and moving off. And again, it is being pointed out by respected economists, including, again, the Productivity Commissioner, who said what you should be doing is tax reform. Tax reform. Tax reform is how we can get off private sector's backs and actually encourage the proper investments that we need to make things in Australia. Other economists like Professor Richard Holden noted that there is significant concerns in this about encouraging rent-seeking, And in the media and in this House, we'll often hear the government members say, well, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Well, the first thing we will do is bring humility to this debate. We will bring humility to say that we don't know better. Deputy Speaker, I'm not an engineer. I haven't built things in Australia, but I know many people who have. And the first thing we'll do is listen to them. And when you listen to them, they will tell you that they just need some breathing space to compete properly. Not compete with government, but compete with the rest of the world. When Australians do that, there's no limit to what they can achieve. And we've seen that in many, many other enterprises. And so the Coalition is committed to getting back to economic basics. And at the heart of getting back to economic basics is an acknowledgement and self-reflection on humility. That we might have big egos in this place, but building things in Australia is not what we're good at. It's not what we're good at. But there are many people in this country who are. And they deserve us to have their back, not be on their back. We will also rein in inflation. And Deputy Speaker, when I spoke about that increase in government spending, the Reserve Bank have been very clear that that is a key contributor to inflation. A key contributor to inflation. So it is important that we rein government spending in. We will wind back the regulatory layers of red tape that have been added by this government. And I want to give one example of where red tape has a real-life consequence, and it's in the area of national security. At the moment, if a young person applies to join the Defence Force, some of them aren't hearing back for a year or 18 months later. And that has directly contributed to 1 in 12 full-time Defence Force personnel being absent. We're short 5,000 members of the full-time Defence Force. So again, red tape isn't an academic line that we throw out that has no meaning or purpose. It has consequences. It has consequences, including in national security as well as the economy. And then we will also, Deputy Speaker, introduce lower, fairer and simpler taxes for all Australians. And they won't be about the government picking winners and saying that we know best. It will be principled across the board, and it will allow those that will succeed to do their best and those that won't to have those resources diverted elsewhere. That's the very essence of a free market economy, and it is what has served this nation well, and it is what will provide the future prosperity so that we're not putting the burden of $40,000 per person on government spending into the future. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Newcastle.
And thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the view from Newcastle could not be more contrasting. I rise to speak in support of the Albanese Labor Government's Future Made in Australia Bill, and this is a very important, indeed a most significant step in implementing the government's agenda to help deliver Australia and help build a stronger economy, as well as a more diverse and more resilient economy powered by renewable energy. And so members opposite might wonder why the people of Newcastle, who have a heavily carbon-intensive economy, might be so supportive of this. Well, we'll come to that, but we're not a people who put our heads in the sand and pretend that change isn't underway. This bill, we recognise, is about creating those more secure, well-paid jobs and encouraging and facilitating private investment when required. And it is going to be required to make Australia an indispensable part of a global net zero economy. Put simply, we want Australians in secure jobs and we want Australians building things here. I listened carefully to the speech just before me, and I must say that when I was growing up, manufacturing was probably the biggest employer in my community. And I've observed neglect over a period of time into that sector now, to the point where it is dropping down to the 4th or 5th of my employers. And that's a sign of both things changing in Newcastle, but it is absolutely indicative of the profound neglect of that sector over a long period of time and not understanding the real needs of that manufacturing sector. And when I talk to my manufacturers about the intent of this bill and how it can support them, they are very excited. So I want to assure members opposite that the manufacturing sector in Australia is very, very keen to see this passage, this bill passed through this parliament. It's no secret, Deputy Speaker, that the world is changing and Australia needs to move with it, because we don't have an option to be stuck there in the past. Well, we do have an option, but it takes us to a very bad place. And that's where members opposite seem to think that that is going to be okay, that we somehow ignore the entire transition of a global economy into sort of net zero. Well, this is our opportunity to respond. This is part of a big agenda of this government to undertake what is the greatest challenge, really. We've heard the Prime Minister speak that this is indeed the biggest transformation in the global economy since the Industrial Revolution. This is our generation's Industrial Revolution. And Australia needs to get on board. We need to adjust to these changing global economic and strategic landscape. And this bill aims to do just that by capturing our unique combination of geological, meteorological, geographical and geopolitical comparative advantages. The legislation will encourage private sector investment to build a stronger, more diversified and more resilient economy powered by renewable energy that creates secure, well-paid jobs around the country. And importantly, this bill, I'll speak to some of the detail a bit later, but I really want to focus on what it means to Newcastle soon. But really, what people need to understand about this bill is that it's built on 3 pillars. And the first being the national interest framework, which really helps us to identify the sectors where we have that sustained competitive advantage. We heard the Treasurer speak about that earlier on, and what are those sustained competitive advantages in a new net zero economy. It's also about, the national interest framework is also about our economic resilience and security imperatives to invest. But the second pillar is a robust sector assessment process that gives us a better understanding really of how we might break down some of those barriers or obstacles that are currently in the way of private investment in key areas of our economy. And the third pillar that this legislation rests on, which is going to be a very great interest to peoples and communities across Australia, is a set of community benefit principles. And those principles will ensure that public investment and the private investment that the public investment is going to generate for us leads to strong returns, but also leads to strengthening our communities, because those returns and those benefits have to come back to our greatest assets, our communities and our people. So these three pillars will work together to help us build that more diverse and more resilient economy, as I said, powered on renewable energies. So that's the intent of this legislation. And this is great news for Newcastle. Sorry. Great news for our region, as well as the people that I represent in Newcastle, who are in the most fantastic position to take full advantage, really, of the opportunities presented by the Albanese Labor government's Future Made in Australia plan, because a future made in Australia means a future made in Newcastle. We understand that, and we understand it well. Sorry. We have a deep water port. We've got vast lands surrounding that port, which is really important for renewable energy. We've got a highly skilled workforce with experience in the generation and storage of energy. Gosh, I can't stop. We've got a world-leading university and a high-quality TAFE and a thriving and highly collaborative business community where we're an attractive place for investment for clean energy and the clean, high-value manufacturing industries of the future. Oh, sorry. I'm just going to take a moment to try and swallow. Huh? I have to get into the chair, so I better try and crack on.
Okay.
Sorry. So perhaps I might just jump, in case I run out of time, with another coughing attack here, that we really want to take full advantage of all the talents of our people, of our region, all those amazing benefits, our incredible natural resources, to make things here in Australia, but certainly making things again in Newcastle and our region. We're not interested in just simply shipping things overseas and then importing them back as finished products, but more expensive finished products. So it is absolutely in our national interest to be passing this bill here today. I want to talk about a few great examples in Newcastle and the Hunter region where we can see real benefit of private investment. So it is most certainly in our national interest to diversify the manufacturing of solar panels and batteries here in Australia and improving those supply chains. And we're investing in these areas under the Economic Resilience and Security stream of the Future Made in Australia Act. In the Hunter region, the site of the former coal-fired power Liddell Power Station will be transformed into a solar manufacturing hub as part of our federal government's $1 billion solar sunshot program, which will help Australia capture more of the global solar manufacturing supply chain through support, including production, subsidies and grants. Capturing more of that supply chain is important for many reasons. 1 in 3 Australian households have got solar panels, which is the highest uptake in the world, and that is great, but only 1% of those panels sitting on roofs today are made in Australia. We want to fix that. And this program really will help create nationally, that solar sunshot program is going to create hundreds and hundreds of secure, high-paid, high-quality, high-skilled jobs in regional Australia. And that's just one example of how the Albanese Labor government is not just talking the talk here, but we are actually making sure that we are putting investment in ourselves, but also signalling to private sector that we're serious about this business. You know, this is a government that went to election with an energy policy. We've stuck with that policy. We're not seeking to move to 22 different versions of some policy along the way, and that gives investors confidence. We acknowledge the role we need to play in the transition of a global economy into net zero, and we want our people and our communities to take full advantage of that. So I'm also excited that Newcastle is destined to be part of a large-scale renewable hydrogen production in Australia as well. Last year, the Albanese Labor government unveiled the $2 billion hydrogen headspace program to support new large-scale renewable hydrogen projects in Australia. And Newcastle is very fortunate to have 2 projects that were shortlisted nationally. There's a group of 6 that were shortlisted. 2 of those come from Newcastle. One was there was $70 million that's being invested to develop a hydrogen hub in Newcastle to create good new local jobs, standing up a new industry, boosting our renewable hydrogen industry here in Australia. Origin Energy, in collaboration with Orica, is progressing development in the Hunter Valley Hydrogen Hub, which will produce renewable hydrogen and create around 100 jobs. The funding put on the table by the Albanese Labor government is building the infrastructure needed to produce up to 5,500 tonnes of renewable hydrogen each year. That will be used by Orica in their ammonium and ammonium nitrate facility to help make their products emissions-free. These are hard, tough-to-abate industries, and they need something like renewable hydrogen to enable them to make that transition and to refuel hydrogen buses and trucks. We know that the heavy transport sector is also one of those hard-to-abate sectors. Additionally, we've got KEPCO pushing ahead with its plans to commence hydrogen and ammonium production in the Port of Newcastle's Clean Energy Precinct, thanks to a further $100 million investment from the Albanese Labor government. There's large-scale production of renewable energy is critical to our nation becoming a global hydrogen leader, and these products reflect the many hydrogen opportunities in Australia. There is much more to be said. I do want to talk a bit, because I've heard a lot of disparaging remarks from those opposite around the benefits of offshore wind. But I want to put on the record the strong support of Novocastrians for this new industry. We're in the process of establishing an offshore wind industry in Newcastle. The Albanese Labor government is paving the way for new forms of energy and job security in our region, as one of the many regions that are wearing the brunt of this transition, right? But this government is dead set, focused on helping those regions that have been part of a carbon-intensive economy to date to make these important transitions. And that's why I say, when we talk about a future made in Australia, this legislation is squarely focused on regions like mine to ensure there is a future made in Newcastle, in the Hunter, and in those regions that have powered this nation for generations. We intend to be powering our cities, our heavy industries, our people and our communities for generations to come. But we'll be doing it with new forms of power. And that's why I am very confident about Newcastle's future. When I think about our capacity to generate renewable hydrogen, to stand up a remarkable new offshore wind industry, all of the jobs that are going to come from that is phenomenal. When we think about the role of solar in our, not just in our region, but across the nation, When I think about the low-carbon manufacturing that's coming out of industries, there's a bright future for our people, and this legislation makes sure of that.
The member's time has expired. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We've got a huge opportunity in this country right now. Australia has a lot of the critical minerals that the rest of the world is going to need, but critically, we've got the critical minerals that we can turn in to products that the rest of the world is going to need as we move towards a zero pollution society. We've also got a massive opportunity to learn the lessons of the mining boom, the squandered opportunities there that saw Australia not capture and save for the benefit of the Australian population the massive wealth that it created in the way that other countries did with their sovereign wealth funds and their proper taxation arrangements. But we have the opportunity here with on the cusp of a new mining boom of actually ensuring that it helps set our country up for the future financially in the way that other countries have done. And to make all of this happen, we in the Greens think government support is critical, absolutely critical. This idea that somehow a government cannot play a role in shaping the future industry of this country to ensure that it's the kind of industry that creates secure jobs and gives a lasting return back to people and helps tackle the climate crisis, all of those things are going to require government assistance. And that is, when it's well spent, a good place for government money to go. So that's the principal approach that we take to measures that apparently say on their face are about securing a better future for Australia. What we don't support and are concerned about is legislation that is about creating an election slush fund for more coal and gas. Now, there's a real question mark over this legislation, because what we've seen at the same time as the government says it wants a future made in Australia is that it wants a future for coal and gas past 2050. This government's approved 23 new coal and gas projects. It's approved, its future gas strategy says it wants gas out past 2050, and the Environment Minister has been approving projects that run to 2080. 2080, when we're meant to be at net zero, Labor is approving coal and gas projects to run out to 2080. Now, we are in a climate crisis now. The scientists tell us crystal clear, and they are ringing the alarm bells as loud as they can, that to have any chance of having a safe climate, we can't open a single new coal or gas project. And yet Labor has approved 23 already. And they're making the public pay for it. Look at the Middle Arm development up in the Northern Territory, where Labor is building a massive new hub that's based on extracting gas from the Beetaloo. And they have public money again subsidising a climate-destroying project that First Nations owners don't want and that scientists have said to us cannot go ahead if we're to have any chance of meeting the climate crisis. So for Labor, a future made in Australia is a future for more coal and gas. And there's nothing in this legislation that rules out public money going to more coal and gas or to the infrastructure that supports it. Nothing. And given that we know Labor now believes that somehow you can cut pollution by increasing it, by opening more coal and gas projects and approving more coal and gas projects, there's a very real question mark over this legislation as to whether it could be turned into another election slush fund for more coal and gas. The second bill that forms part of this package contains some more support for ARENA, and we support that. We support that. The Greens were instrumental in establishing ARENA back in 2010, and because of the design of it, it has survived and it has thrived and it has helped grow renewable energy. So more support for ARENA is something that we also support. But what is also clear in this legislation is that the government wants to expand the old EFIC, or Export Finance Australia, and to expand its remit and turn it inwards, right? And to significantly expand the amount of funding going into Export Finance Australia. Why does it want to do that? Well, unlike other agencies, EFIC is overseen by Cabinet. It's not an independent statutory authority that's got its own mandate. It's something where Cabinet or ministers can have a say. So what we fear here is that what we are seeing is a big pile of money going into a government election slush fund for more coal and gas. And you see gas giants like Chevron and Inpex now salivating over the government's future gas strategy and saying what a good idea it is for the public to dip its hand into its own pocket and use public money to expand new polluting fossil fuel infrastructure. There's no guardrails in this legislation that would stop the government doing exactly that, giving more public money to big corporations to expand coal and gas, all dressed up under the label of net zero. Net zero, which we now know Labor doesn't even believe in because Labor says gas past 2050 and approving coal and gas mines to run out as late as 2080. 2080. We also see in this bill in this package of bills, nothing to ensure that the public gets a fair return from all of this investment. A fair return from all of this investment. We have, in this country, we have government-owned corporations in our market. Sweden, and we have it around the world. Sweden owns their steel companies. Japan, China and South Korea own Australia's gas export terminals. Canada owns the Bank of Canada and Finland owned its gambling monopoly, while Singapore owns Optus. Australia already has publicly owned corporations in our markets, it's just that none of them are Australian owned. None of them are Australian government owned. And the profits of Australian resources are going overseas. We have an opportunity this time to fix that, to stop it before it starts, by ensuring that if public money is going to these big new investments, that there's some public return and some public ownership. And as I say, other countries do that, and they do it in Australia. And they ensure that they get the benefit from it, so why can't we do it ourselves? We also have an opportunity now, as we're drafting legislation, as we look ahead to this massive potential mining boom 2.0 that could set Australia up for the future, to avoid some of the mistakes of the past that the government has made with the gas industry. Now, to be very clear, the Greens have a very different approach to gas to Labor and Liberal. We want to stop opening new coal and gas projects, stop opening new gas projects. Gas is not part of the solution, it's part of the problem. Gas is as dirty as coal. Gas is as dirty as coal, and there is plenty of gas in the system to help us make the transition. The problem is Labor handed everything over to the big gas corporations, including overseas gas corporations, and as a result, Australia is awash with gas, and yet they claim there's a gas shortage. There's gas shortages for Australian manufacturing and households. Right? How is it that Labor has allowed a system to arise where we have Australian-owned resources, but we end up exporting 4 times as much as is used domestically, and then they claim there's a shortage? right? The reason is that Labor just did whatever the big corporations wanted. And as a result, everyone else is left to suffer. We have the capacity to stop a repeat of the same mistake. We need to ensure that of these critical minerals, enough are reserved for Australian needs, and that we also then invest on top of that to ensure that we're processing them here as well. But there's nothing in this bill that stops a repeat of the debacle of the gas industry, and we could find ourselves, under Labor's plan, in 10 years' time, 20 years' time, worried about a shortage of these critical minerals, just the same way at the moment as Labor says there's a supposed shortage of gas, even though Australia is awash with the stuff. If you hand it all over to big corporations and let them send the resources offshore together with all the profits and put no restrictions around it, you're setting yourself up for exactly the same situation in 10 or 20 years' time, and it'll be robbing the Australian people. So we've got four big concerns about this package that Labor is putting forward. And as I say, these aren't concerns based on, like, the coalition of saying, well, government shouldn't be getting involved in setting up industries of the future. Of course it should. Of course it should. And we took a very clear position to the election of expanding significant public investment in exactly these kind of areas, critical minerals, manufacturing, and ensuring that because in many places the best job for a coal miner is another mining job, ensuring that there's transition made so that workers get well-paid, secure jobs in industries that are going to last. But that's not what this package is. That's not what this package is. Firstly, the government has to stop opening new coal and gas projects, because otherwise their future made in Australia just becomes the future for more coal and gas. And they've got to stop funding more coal and gas projects and the associated infrastructure. There's better things for public money to go on than helping out big gas corporations to wreck the climate. But that's what the government wants to spend money on. And that needs to stop. And it needs to stop in this bill. We also, secondly, need to ensure that this country gets a fair share of its mineral wealth. We can't miss this mining boom 2.0. And a big way we could do that is looking at public ownership and when we have public investment and a public return in a way that other countries do. This is our chance to do that, but that's missing from this bill. Thirdly, we want to see a repeat. We want to avoid a repeat of the situation we find ourselves in now, where Australia is awash with resources and yet apparently there aren't enough to use domestically, right? We've got to avoid that, and the way to avoid that is to avoid letting the big corporations write the rules, but that's what this bill does. It still allows the big corporations to write the rules. And fourthly, there's something that's absent from this bill, is a question about what happens about First Nations owners, on whose land and under whose land many of these minerals sit. Now, we've seen First Nations people claim, rightly, that they have a claim to this and a right to be involved in what happens. And it's not just about, as the Prime Minister says, saying, well, First Nations people can go and work for Rio Tinto. It's about what rights the First Nations people have whose sovereignty has never been ceded over this country. And we know at the moment that in many places, there's litigation going on about this very question at the moment, about the rights that First Nations people have as to what is happening on their land and on the land under them. That needs to be addressed as well. If we're talking about a future for Australia, then critically we need to resolve that question as well. So these bills are working their way through a Senate inquiry at the moment that will go for a few months, and we will reserve our position on these bills till we see the outcome of that inquiry and we see what the government's response is to these very real issues that we have raised. It's not enough to just set up big buckets of money to use during an election with little to no oversight. This is about whether we can set Australia up for the future, whether we get a fair share of our minerals and resources, and whether we say that the public is entitled to a return on the minerals and the resources that we all own.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Speaker. This legislation represents a defining moment for our nation, driven by the Albanese Labor government's commitment toward revitalising Australia's manufacturing sector, and in turn creating secure, well-paying jobs and building a resilient, sustainable future for all Australians. The Prime Minister, in the lead-up to this year's budget, visited my home state of South Australia and spoke of the vision behind a future made in Australia, investing in our people, our infrastructure and our future. This bill is the embodiment of that vision, ensuring that our future is made right here in Australia. The Future Made in Australia bill is presented here as more than purely legislation. It is a core component of our government's blueprint for securing our place in a clean energy future. We can be at the forefront or we can be bystanders. The Albanese Labor government would rather see us leading the way, using the advantages we possess as a nation to, in true Aussie fashion, punch well above our weight on the world stage. It is about investing in our local industries, boosting productivity and ensuring that secure jobs are accessible to all Australians. We believe that every Australian deserves the opportunity to work in a job that provides stability, fair wages and the chance to build a better future. The Future Made in Australia bill forms part of that commitment, as it focuses specifically on revitalising the manufacturing sector, a sector that has historically provided some of the most secure and well-paying jobs within our economy. For decades, Australia's manufacturing sector has faced significant challenges: global competition, economic shifts and, of course, those opposite. In the present, Australia needs a government with the determination necessary to bring manufacturing out of the dormancy, decline or, in some parts of the country, out of the realm of myth and legend. And it does, in the form of the Albanese Labor government, where those opposite only know how to divide and disrupt. Our government has worked from day one to bring stakeholders of diverse and often competing interests together, to work together in the national interest over self-interest, because this is a government that's determined to ensure Australia builds its future upon its own soil, with its own hands and with its own raw materials. A government unafraid to invest in critical industries and Australian workers who will reap the benefit of having government and industry directing them toward jobs that are in demand today and will be in demand tomorrow. The legislation before the House today is, to a certain extent, a response to the vulnerabilities exposed by global events, particularly the COVID-19 pandemic, when companies and governments scrambled to try and upscale manufacturing capability, as well as convert the structure and equipment of factories to be able to mass-produce medical masks which were in short supply. This is not unheard of. Australia, and indeed many countries during wartime, converted car manufacturing plants and similar sites to produce vehicles and weapons for their militaries. Both examples serve as a reminder that it is a matter of national importance to have well-maintained industrial manufacturing capabilities within your own borders. The Future Made in Australia bill addresses these risks by enhancing our domestic manufacturing capacity, ensuring that Australia can produce what it needs when it needs it. This is a cornerstone of the Albanese Labor government's broader economic strategy, one that revitalises local industries, supports innovation and builds a more self-reliant and adaptive economy. These investments, channelled through the National Reconstruction Fund, target key industries such as renewable energy, critical minerals, defence and advanced manufacturing. The bill itself particularly provides for substantial investments in renewable energy projects by funding the development of solar, wind and hydrogen energy projects, positioning Australia as a global leader in clean energy technology. As highlighted by the Climate Council, Australia has the potential to become a renewable energy superpower, driving economic growth while protecting our environment. Moreover, the bill sets out clear criteria for assessing sectors and investments through a national interest framework. The NIF is crucial in identifying and prioritising sectors for investment under the Future Made in Australia plan, aligning them with national priorities such as decarbonisation and economic resilience. This framework ensures that investments not only support key industries, but also deliver broad-based benefits to the Australian community. It is designed to safeguard our economic sovereignty and reduce dependency on foreign supply chains. The framework includes rigorous assessment processes to ensure that every investment is strategically sound and beneficial to the nation's long-term interests. Furthermore, the Future Made in Australia Bill prioritises local procurement. This is not a new idea that the Albanese Labor government has started to embrace. This has been a constant and consistent approach we have taken since forming government. This policy supports local businesses, utilising local raw materials, critical minerals, stimulates economic activity and ensures that the benefits of public spending are felt across the country. But even more importantly, it is hard to encourage the Australian people to make a priority of buying Australian-made goods unless we practice what we preach. The bill also addresses the need for technological advancement in our manufacturing sector. By investing in advanced manufacturing technologies, we are ensuring that Australian businesses remain competitive in a global market. This includes financial and regulatory support for research and development, technology adaptation and innovation. Advanced manufacturing capabilities will enable us to produce high-quality goods efficiently and sustainably, positioning Australia as a leader in the portion of manufacturing sector. The Future Made in Australia Bill, along with the framework and policies underpinning it, have garnered widespread support from a number of key stakeholders, including many leading figures within our business community. From the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry to the Business Council of Australia, an organisation representing some of the nation's largest companies who are strong supporters for this bill, stating that the Future Made in Australia Bill is a critical step towards rebuilding our industrial base and ensuring Australia's long-term economic security. The Australian Industry Group, another key player in the business landscape, has also expressed their robust support for the bill, praising the strategic investments in advanced manufacturing and technology. They noted that this legislation provides a clear framework for enhancing Australia's manufacturing capabilities, praising the strategic investments in advanced manufacturing and technology. Future Made in Australia provides us all with a Groundhog Day-like experience, much like the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation and the Nature Repair Market Framework, to name a couple of examples. It would appear those opposite would rather fiddle with their isotopes in the corner than work together with a government who are joined with numerous business groups, industry groups, unions, higher education and vocational training providers. The support of these groups reinforces the bill's focus on boosting Australia's industrial capacity and towards securing a strong position within a global economy that is pivoting toward a clean energy future. It is important to note that environmental and economic sustainability are not mutually exclusive goals, and the support from the Clean Energy Council underscores the bill's forward-looking approach in this regard. The Council remarked, "The Future Made in Australia Bill is a landmark policy that will place Australia at the forefront of the global renewable energy market, and by investing in clean energy projects, we are setting the stage for sustainable economic growth and energy security." Additionally, the role of the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, ARENA, has been expanded under this bill, supporting industries through the Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund. Export Finance Australia has also been granted new functions related to supporting projects that align with the national economy and net zero priorities. These expansions demonstrate our government's commitment to leveraging existing institutions to drive the Future Made in Australia plan, ensuring that the bill is part of a cohesive and well-coordinated policy approach. Educational institutions and vocational training organisations have also endorsed the Australian Skills Guarantee, recognising its importance in addressing the skills gap and providing young Australians with valuable opportunities. TAFE Directors Australia commented, "The Skills Guarantee is a crucial step towards building a skilled workforce that can meet the demands of a modern economy. It ensures that our education and training systems are aligned with industry need." These endorsements from key businesses and industry groups reflect a broad consensus on the benefits of the Future Made in Australia Bill. It is a policy that addresses the needs of workers, businesses and the environment, aligning with the values and goals of the Albanese Labor government. And in my electorate of Spence, we've already seen the positive impact of targeted government investment. Take the example of the Defence Industry Precinct in Edinburgh. This initiative has not only created hundreds of jobs, but has also fostered a thriving ecosystem of innovation and collaboration between local businesses and educational institutions. As a result, that precinct has become a hub of both community and commercial activity, attracting talent and investment from across the region. As the Prime Minister has previously stated, these investments are about creating opportunities for Australians, ensuring that our regions thrive and that every community shares in our nation's prosperity. This highlights the transformative power of strategic investment, demonstrating how government support can drive community growth and development. The Future Made in Australia Bill builds on this success, ensuring that these benefits are expanded and sustained, no matter what the world throws at us. Furthermore, the bill's emphasis on local procurement ensures that government spending directly benefits Australian businesses and workers. This policy supports local economies, creating jobs and stimulating economic activity in communities across the country. By prioritising Australian-made goods and services, we are strengthening our domestic supply chains and supporting the growth of our manufacturing sector. I anticipate that some members opposite may argue that this bill is too big government for their liking. However, I don't take lectures on the free market from a party who has one policy written up in their finest Crayola. That would have the government build, pay for and maintain several expensive and risky nuclear power plants. Really was a planned economy in their plans. Took them a few decades to transition from Menzies to Marx horseshoe theory, eat your heart out. I think the invisible hand of the market is scratching a lot of the heads when you try to find what the real Liberal is these days. Global trends show that strategic government investment is crucial for both economic resilience and competitiveness. Countries like Germany and South Korea have successfully revitalised their manufacturing sectors through targeted government support, and there is no reason why we cannot do the same. The argument to not support the industry relying on subsidies was thrown around constantly by the media in the months leading up to the last handful of automotive manufacturing plants closing their doors. Strategic investment in key industries is not a radical idea. It is a proven strategy for driving economic growth and stability. Critics may also claim that the renewable energy investments are too risky or that they divert resources from traditional industries. To this I say, the future of our economy depends on our ability to innovate and adapt. The transition to renewable energy is not just an environmental imperative, it is an economic opportunity that will create jobs, drive growth and position Australia as a leader in the global industry. Furthermore, the National Interest Framework ensures that all investments are carefully assessed and aligned with national priorities. This is not about reckless spending, it is about making strategic decisions that will benefit all Australians. The framework provides a robust mechanism for ensuring that every dollar invested delivers maximum benefit, supporting economic growth and resilience. It is also important to address concerns about the cost of these investments. The reality is that the cost of inaction is far greater. Failing to invest in our manufacturing sector or workforce and our renewable energy capabilities would leave us at a significant competitive disadvantage and undermine our economic security. But the Future Made in Australia Bill represents a government taking that necessary action, a step towards rebuilding our manufacturing sector, creating secure jobs and ensuring a resilient and sustainable economic future with a Made in Australia logo on top. That symbol, when placed on an item, is something coveted not just by the people across the globe, because one thing we can all agree on is if something is made here, it is worth buying. We would argue that ensuring things continue to be made in Australia is not just in our national interest. At times it can be a matter of national security to maintain this capability. Made in Australia was a big part of our past as well, particularly in my electorate of Spence, but across so many parts of this country. But our proud history of manufacturing should not be relegated to the past, because the Albanese Labor government, much like most Australians, much like institutional investors, business groups, unions, universities, TAFEs, they all want to see one thing moving forward into the future. A future made in Australia, a future made in South Australia, a future made in the northern suburbs of Adelaide, a future made in my electorate of Spence. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I mean, this obviously is a well-meaning thought, but it's complete and utter fantasia. It's fantasia dressed up as a policy. If you want to create manufacturing, that's absolutely, we all support that. There are three fundamental components of it. The first one is wages. Wages and labour relations. Now, no one is advocating for lower wages. So we're basically, in a competitive nature, we're at a disadvantage to India, to Bangladesh, to China, and nor do we ever want our wages to be where theirs are. So there's no competitive advantage in wages. Resources is the next component, and resources are at a global price. There is no advantage in resources. They are at a global price, less transport. That is it. That is it. Coal is the price of coal, and the differentiation is transport. But there is one thing that we used to have an advantage on, and it's gone, and that was energy. Power was the mechanism that got us in the game. And you can have as many subsidies as you want. It is not going to last unless you get your energy process under control. And this idea that you're going to drive the Australian economy on a windmill is complete and utter fantasy. Yet you're religiously attached to it. You're almost pathologically attached to it. And if we'd got all the speakers up and said, but where's your position on trying to drive Australia on swindle factories, painting the fields of photovoltaic black, covering us with 28,000 kilometres of new transmission lines, and then you sit back and say, oh, we want a manufacturing industry. It's just illogical. It's illogical. It's childlike illogical. And let's look at your most recent one. For Liddell, you're going to set up a solar panel factory with, was it called Sun Solar or something with, sun, whatever it is, and you've got, I don't know, Mike Cannon-Brooks and Malcolm Turnbull swanning around saying how wonderful it is. They're putting off people. It's going well. They've just retrenched 35. I mean, this goes to show you the fantasia. When you go out like this, it's the height of naivety. It means that you've never actually been in business yourself. And that is a crucial difference. Business is an interesting concept that is rarely experienced, unfortunately, on the other side of this house. And if you're in business, you know the first thing you got to do, make a buck. You got to make a buck. There's got to be a difference between your costs and what you get. And what you get is overwhelmingly in this global economy determined by the global price. Now, when we actually look in Australia where we actually do go all right, I'll give you a few instances. Beef, wool, mutton, lamb, cotton, grain, iron ore, coal, gas, gold, copper, bauxite, education, right? Okay, education, that's it. But you say, well, is the government helping these industries? And the answer is no. You're working at odds with them. You've just got the nature repair bill you've brought in. You want to turn 30% of Australia back to scrub. How on earth does that help the cattle industry? I was out the other day, had a whole heap of farmers on a front veranda, and this is some of the things they've got to put up with. Do you know, if there's a bushfire goes through on plain country, and because bushfires germinate seeds, and all of a sudden where there were no trees come back, gum trees come back, you're not allowed to clear them. You've got to leave them there. So the land becomes completely and utterly unproductive. You actually will send people to jail if they clear them. Do you know now that to get firewood in areas for dead trees, there are people who have to get a logging permit? I mean, this is the insanity. This is the sort of Kafkaesque socialist insanity that has now become part of our economy. Do you know if it's a drought, and you go to dig a hole, not dam a creek, dig a hole in a named creek, you can't. So if you got where we got sand, there's nothing to drink. Do you know we've got areas? This is how insane it's become. There was one area, Emu Swamp Creek. It's just a dry gully, just a dry gully. The only time it ever runs is there's a heavy rain and very temporarily and then a flood. So 650 people work at a blueberry farm on the other side of this creek, and they've got to move product out. The gully goes, the bridge goes, just runs out. So they say, well, just put in a temporary dirt track, temporary bridge, dirt. People came up, outraged. Why? It was in breach of fish legislation. Fish legislation. What fish was going up there? A grass fish. A flying fish. It'd be about the only fish that would have got up there. Anyway, nonetheless, this is Kafkaesque. This is how it happens. This is what the Labor Party does. So they came back and they said, oh, OK, you have to put in pipes. And they said, pipes for what? But nonetheless, they've asked for it, so they put in pipes. Big round ones for the pretend fish on the grass to somehow get through the big pipes so they could go up. And I don't know, even if they did go up, well, I don't know what they're going to do, go up and eat rocks. There was nothing there. So they put in the big riding pipes, came back. The officials came back. Outrage. They're the wrong type of pipes. They had to be square ones. So they needed square ones for the invisible pretend fish to go up a dry gully that never had fish, to go to goodness, God knows where, to do I don't know what. And then they say, oh, but we believe in a manufacturing industry and we're completely sensible and this is all going to work. And this is the sort of, do you know that the coal industry has almost been thought of as evil? You know, the evil coal industry. They can't mention it. Oh, don't mention coal. Don't mention the coal industry. The fact that it's the only reason we've got a surplus seems to they forgot about that part. The fact that now even Glencore, all the investment houses are starting to go, actually the coal industry makes a lot of money, and their shareholders and the people who are part of it say, why aren't you investing in coal? Because the people, my friends who are in the coal industry, are making a bucket load of money, and we're not. And all of a sudden they're changing. They're changing a little bit because people inherently, with their super fund, they want to have some money at the end of it, and this is a great place to invest. You know why? Because the world is buying coal. I hate to say it, the world is buying coal. An awful lot of it. More than there's ever been bought before at a higher price. But, of course, you can't have that. No, it's evil. And so, cotton industry. Oh, yeah, evil cotton, drinks water. So, what are they doing? They're taking water out of the Murray-Darling Basin. This is completely counterintuitive. These are the areas where you can actually, if you invested, if you just let these people alone, if you stop putting your foot on their throat, they will employ more people. Go to a boning room of an abattoir. It is the Industrial Olympics as they go flat out. Hundreds of people flat out working. And it's great. You get to see people hard at work. But he's going out there and this and saying we're going to help those in the meat processing sector. Are you doing it? No, everything you do is about putting more caveats on how people produce beef. In fact, we even have now that people have got to, there are banks out there have got to have, because it's inspired by government policy, a net zero plan. A net zero plan for farms. You know what? That puts so much pressure on small farms. Do you know what you've even got now? That people can't be a boilermaker or a fitter and turner or an electrician. They won't get insurance if they work in a coal mine. And yet you say, oh, we believe in jobs. It's garbage. It's garbage. The last speaker, they talk about universities and TAFEs, and these are great institutions, but they're not manufacturing jobs. That is not a manufacturing job. They are the service sector. And they do a great job, but it's just this sort of counterintuitive, sort of Peter Pan fantasy. And we see it in its absolute black and white form in the country areas. Around us now, it is looking like a hell in areas. Just complete fields. What was farming country, completely and utterly black with photovoltaic panels. completely and utterly black. It's been destroyed. And the farming projects that came up there, oh, you can graze underneath these photovoltaic panels. Have gone out and had a look at them. There is no grazing under photovoltaic panels, except rats, maybe a couple of rabbits. There's no grazing going on there. What type of cattle graze under there? Dexters, and they'd starve to death. You know, but that's this fantasia of this policy, the absolute fantasia. So if you want cheap energy, even if you go to water, say, okay, you want baseload, okay, we've got to comply with this fantasy, let's go baseload. Right, hydro, we're going to have to build ourselves some dams. Oh no, can't dam the creeks. No, can't do that. Why? Back to the fish. Apparently fish don't live in water. Back to the real fish that actually do live in water, but you can't do it. There's not a plan for a dam in the Labor Party. Not a plan for a dam. Not one. But if you want hydroelectricity, you've got to have a dam. And then you've got baseload power. And then we say, and then ultimately we think, well, where do we go? Let's think about where the rest of the world has gone and how they're doing it, how they're actually getting cheap power, like the Finns, like the French, Chinese, the Indians, the Indonesians. Basically every country in the OECD has either got it or uses it except us, and that is nuclear. Nuclear. 3 syllables. Nuclear. Not nuclear. I don't know what the hell that is. Nuclear. Nuclear. Right? And we go say, well, okay, let's go nuclear. And they go, no. Can't do that. Why? Oh, that's just thinking too much. Can't do that. Why? Because they're happy in the cave of 1986. They're happy in the cave. It's secure in the cave of 1986. They have this vision that every nuclear plant is somehow Chernobyl. And that's not. That was a Soviet plant built in the late 1960s, a Boylan-type plan, a graphite-modulated dual-purpose reactor for the creation of, amongst other things, plutonium for atomic weapons. 98% enrichment. What we are talking about is 3 to 5% enrichment. A different rock to boil water to create steam to turn a turbine. It was black rocks, but you don't like them, so we're going to another rock, uranium. But that rock apparently is immoral compared to the black. It's also immoral like the black rock. And what other alternative do you put up? We're going to do it on windmills and solar panels. And look how that's going. Look at your power price. Forget about what the minister says. Forget about what I say. The only truth you need to take, it comes in an envelope with a little window in it. It's called your power bill, and it is going through the roof. In the last quarter, it went up by 6%, and they say, but it would have gone up by more without subsidies. Quod demonstratum, QED. That means the power price is a fiasco. It would have gone up by over 12%. And you reckon that's going to run a manufacturing industry? On what planet? On what planet in the solar system can you possibly run a manufacturing industry with energy crisis like that? We are out of control. I'll tell you the proof of how you're going with your manufacturing plan. This is simple, right? With all the dancing and prancing as the minister comes to the dispatch box with his rather tight shirt on and glamorous ties. But, I know I've got no fashion statements. You've got that right. I've got no fashion. I don't pretend to have. That's the difference. But this is the thing. If your plan was so good, there are some very big companies out there, multiple billion-dollar companies. If your plan was good, these people would be lined up at the door to come to Australia. Krups, Siemens, BMW, Hewlett-Packard, Rolls-Royce, General Motors, GMH, General Motors, General Electric. They'd be all lined up saying, we're going to Australia. They're so clever, the power thing. They've got it all worked out. Go now because Mr. Bowen's saying the power price is going to go through the floor. Let's line up now. You know what? Not one of them wants to come here In fact, they're all running for the door. They've worked it out that this place is a basket case under the Labor Party. It's a complete and utter basket case. And so how do they solve it? They go, oh, we'll have a piece of legislation and we'll throw a bucket of money. I mean, what would be better is if you get in your comp car and as you're driving home, just pour it out the window. That is going to have more efficacy than this policy, which we just can't support.
I give the call to the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On change, Walt Disney once said, times and conditions change so rapidly that we must keep up our aim and constantly be focused on the future. This quote, Speaker, is relevant to the bill before us today. In fact, we were talking about Fantasia not long ago. Governments must meet today's challenges. The Albanese government most recently in the 2024 budget did just this by outlining a suite of announcements to address cost of living pressures faced by Australians everywhere. Tax cuts, energy relief and capping the cost of PBS medicines are just part of those suite of policies. But governments like Walt Disney need to look beyond the horizon. They need to see beyond immediacy and cast forward to the future. It is, Deputy Speaker, called leadership, and this bill is an excellent example of showing just that. The bill, of course, has its origins in the recent budget delivered by the Treasurer, but it has its origins in Labor's very own DNA and ethos. In Bowman Hall in Blacktown back in November 1972, Gough Whitlam famously said, in part, the decisions that we make for our country are a choice between the past and the future, between the habits and fears of the past and the demands and opportunities for the future. Labor is never afraid of looking at the future. We've been the government of vision and change. Think Medicare, superannuation, think the NDIS. These have built and shaped our nation for the better. And for certain, we will never be constrained by the habits and fears of the past, like those opposite. They are paralysed in the past, looking for answers in old encyclopedias and almanacs, in an age of broadband and wireless connectivity. Indeed, there is very little of the title of the bill before us that displays the confidence of the Albanese government and its confidence in Australians and Australians' future. Australia can't rely on the action of other countries to secure our future. We must do it ourselves. We will do it ourselves. This bill will help Australia do just that. Labor's plan for a future made in Australia is simple. We want Australia to be a country that makes more things here because making things here will grow our economy and create good jobs. We'll put the talents of our people and the incredible natural resources to work making things here, so we are not simply shipping everything overseas and importing them back as finished products. We know this is possible, Deputy Speaker, because it's already happening. The measures outlined in this bill will ensure Australia benefits from the global transition to net zero, that Australia can unlock private investment in the industries of the future, and that Australians benefit from the new jobs and opportunity that brings with them. These bills contain several components to help implement the Albanese government's Future Made in Australia plan. The first will be to embed the government's national interest framework, helping to identify sectors that Australia has a genuine comparative advantage with, the net zero economy, and will better align with economic incentives with the national interest. By legislating the framework, the investment community will have the certainty they need to invest at scale in future industries. The framework includes two streams, the Net Zero Transformation Scheme and the Economics Resilience and Security Stream. The Net Zero Transformation Scheme will cover those sectors where Australia could have a comparative advantage in the net zero economy and where public investment is likely to be needed for the sector to make significant contributions to emission reductions. The Economic Resilience and Security Stream covers these sectors where a level of domestic capability is necessary for Australia's economic resilience and security, but where the private sector will not provide the necessary investment without government support. Both of these streams will be critical, and legislating them will ensure that there is certainty for the investment in the investment in these issues. It is vital that it is legislative framework to help identify those critical sectors Australia can excel in. It will ensure Australian communities can benefit from the net zero transition, and so too can our economic resilience. At the direction of the Treasurer, the Treasury may also conduct independent sector assessments to assess whether areas of the economy also align with the national interest framework and how government can reduce barriers to investment within those sectors. These assessments will also be made public to ensure proper transparency in government decision-making and to ensure that both public and private investment benefit local workers and businesses in our community. A set of community benefit principles will be applied to the Future Made in Australia supports. The Albanese government wants more safe and secure jobs that are well paid and have good conditions, while investments are made in more training and skills development for the Australian workforce. These principles will promote better collaboration with local communities, such as First Nation communities, and those directly affected by the net zero transition, and will strengthen Australians' local supply chains and industrial capabilities. The bills will establish the Future Made in Australia plans as an avenue to implement the community benefit principles, with further details to satisfy these plan requirements, subject to consultation on a program-by-program basis. Additionally, the bills identify the Future Made in Australia supports which community benefit principles apply to. These include 2 initial supports, such as a Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund, as well as certain investments which are considered for funding under the expanded National Interest Account of Export Finance Australia. The Minister will be able to add other supports which will be subject to the community benefit principles. Deputy Speaker, these bills also make amendments to Export Finance Australia's the Export Finance Australia legislation to allow the EFA to make domestically focused investments that fund projects which align with the Future Made in Australia framework streams. Amendments will also be made to the Australian Renewable Energy Agency Act, ensuring ARENA can support sectors that are critical to net zero transition. ARENA's funding will be future-proofed by creating a limited special appropriation within its legislation and an additional 4th object that will be added to the ARENA Act, which is to contribute to the reduction of global greenhouse gas emissions in accordance with the Paris Agreement. This explicit reference to global emission reductions will enable ARENA to support the development and manufacture of renewable energy products for export that will contribute to the decarbonisation of the global economy and also to the Australian economy. Further amendments to ARENA will enable it to meet its increased responsibilities and role as part of the net zero transition taking place already in the Australian economy. This chamber will have noted that at times I invoked the words of my predecessor in Werriwa, the 21st Prime Minister. I do so for good reason, for Gough was first and foremost a proud Australian. He was a Prime Minister unashamedly confident about Australia's place in the region and the world, and further he has an unshaken confidence in the ability of all of Australians. He didn't live in the past. His maximum contemporary relevance dictated his life work and direction that he saw for this country. This bill before us reinforces the confidence of our latest Labor government and our latest Labor Prime Minister. It does not look back and it doesn't shy away from future challenges. It sets out a broad and ambitious agenda in a manner that is achievable, because we cannot and must not look over our shoulders, because we don't have time to waste. Right now, the world is moving forward to renewable energy, and as the sunniest, windiest continent on the earth, this is our moment. And more than anywhere else on the earth, Australia is set to gain new jobs, new industries and new skills. Deputy Speaker, our future is made in Australia. That's what the Future Made in Australia is all about. A stronger economy made right here. But we need a government prepared to step up and do its part, to fund apprenticeships, attract investment, build infrastructure, boost industries and back the ideas. That's what this bill does. I commend the bill to the House in the full confidence it reflects the confidence we should have in ourselves as a nation.
Thank you. So the question is the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Petrie.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The Coalition will oppose Labor's Future Made in Australia bill. The more we hear about this plan, the more it does not stack up. This is a plan for pork barrelling, not a strong economy. This is a plan for more government, not more business investment. Australia, of course, has a proud and strong manufacturing industry, and the Coalition has always supported it. In fact, the industry was a lot stronger just 2 years ago under the Coalition government, and we know that because during COVID-19, those COVID years, there was over 1 million jobs in manufacturing, 1 million, and right now we hear the minister, the Albanese Labor government minister, come in and say there's 900,000 jobs in manufacturing. So that's a 10% fall in manufacturing jobs in 2 years alone. Yet the government has this new bill. They somehow want to make a future around it and get it going, but they forget to tell people that 10% of the jobs have already gone in the last 2 years. And how many more of those 900,000 jobs are currently struggling right now because of the inflationary environment and the decisions that the Albanese Labor government have made over the last 2 years. So in order for manufacturing to continue to grow and for those businesses that are currently engaged in manufacturing and the people that they employ, it requires strong economic management, not what we're seeing from the current Labor government. It requires economic management that gets back on track and getting the basics right. Now, when I talk to manufacturers in my own electorate, and I do get around and talk to quite a few in Narangba and in Caloundra, in Clontarf, I should say, there's manufacturing businesses there that tell me that the number one issue that they require in order to be competitive is, of course, affordable and reliable energy. Now, the Prime Minister promised that before the last election in 2022 that energy would be cheaper and lower under his government. And what's happened is we've seen anything but that. So particularly made the commitment to consumers, to mum and dads, to households, that their electricity bill would fall by $275. That has been completely abandoned by the government. We never hear the Prime Minister or the Minister for Energy and Climate Change talk about that at all anymore. Completely abandoned, despite promising it almost 100 times publicly before the last election. But what's even worse, the fact that for most households energy has gone up by $1,000, is that for businesses it's actually completely doubled in many cases. Their energy bill in the last 2 years under the Albanese Labor government, and manufacturing businesses in particular, has doubled. Now, in some cases it hasn't quite doubled, but it has gone up very significantly. So it doesn't surprise me at all that if 10% of manufacturing jobs have gone in the last 2 years under this government, that would be one of the main reasons. Yet they come in here, the government, Deputy Speaker, and say that, well, you know, we've got a plan to make energy more affordable. You know, the Prime Minister said today in his speech on this very bill, one of the first things he said was, we're going to be, Australia, a renewable energy superpower. I mean, what does that mean? What does that mean? The government continually says this, that somehow, oh, well, a superpower, we're going to be up there with the United States, you know, perhaps China. People think of superpowers generally in the military terms, but we're going to be a renewable energy superpower. Well, how come the businesses' bills have doubled? Some superpower. All we're doing is putting employees out of jobs and manufacturers out of business. We've lost 10% of them under the Albanese government. So it's a throwaway line that the Labor Party use and that this Prime Minister uses around renewable energy superpower. It means absolutely nothing. You know, their plan around renewable energy superpower is buying Chinese manufactured solar panels and Chinese manufactured wind farms and closing down Australian mined coal and gas and not considering the option for Australian mined uranium, when other countries around the world are considering that as well. This government comes in here and bang on for 10 years when opposition around, oh, we've got to do more for climate change, but won't consider modern nuclear power. We had the audacity of the Deputy Prime Minister come here yesterday and act like the class clown when he said, in relation to AUKUS, the coalition in relation to AUKUS was a thought bubble. I mean, please, give me a break. Give me a break. It was the Leader of the Opposition and the former Prime Minister that got AUKUS running. So we're going to have 8 modern nuclear-powered submarines around the country, but we can't have 7 modern nuclear power sites on land. And they say they're for climate change, when modern nuclear power has 0 emissions. But it's all right to buy Chinese-made wind farms. It's all right to buy Chinese-made solar panels. And according to this Prime Minister, you know, for the kids in the gallery, we're going to be a renewable energy superpower. I mean, it's just outrageous, and it's not truthful. It's not truthful. He also said we're lowering the cost of living when the manufacturers that I speak to tell me anything but, that the cost of doing business is going up considerably. And when the cost of doing business goes up, have a guess what happens? It's all passed on to goods and services that every one of us go out and buy. The people that I represent in Petrie and other electorates around this country, they go out and buy these products that businesses sell. It's all passed on. Doesn't matter whether you're ordering a parmigiana down at the local tavern or whether you're buying clothes for work or a car or whatever it may be, your power bill at home. If the cost of doing business goes up, which is what we're seeing under the Albanese Labor government, the cost for consumers goes up. So we're not a renewable energy superpower, whatever that means. This government is not lowering the cost of living. I mean, Australians know that in the last 2 years, cost of living has gone completely through the roof, completely. And so when you hear the government speak, you've got to take with a grain of salt what they're actually saying, because this government has broken election promises and can't be trusted. Deputy Speaker, in order to get manufacturing going well and to reverse the 10% of job losses that have already happened under the last 2 years under this government, we need affordable and reliable energy, and the Coalition has a plan for that. That includes renewables as well as modern nuclear power and gas. You also need a plan to make sure that workplaces are flexible. So the difference with us and the government is we don't govern and make legislation for our union donors because they don't donate to us. Unions represent about 8% of the private sector, yet the government, and particularly the Leader of the House in his new role and in his previous role, legislates for unions, what they particularly want. And when you're doing that, you're only legislating for 8% of workers in the economy. So what about the other 92%? Well, they just got to wear the extra costs because not every workplace has the same rights that some of the unions that operate within the Labor Party have. We also see a government opposite that increases regulation. Right now, the Assistant Treasurer, the Minister that I shadow, by regulation is about to put more regulation on accountants and bookkeepers right around the country. And of course, that's just one example. At the stroke of a pen, a whole lot of new regulation so that when people are doing their tax or whatever, once again, that's additional costs. And it's the same with manufacturing. So in order to improve manufacturing and to get it back, affordable and reliable energy, which the Coalition has a plan for, flexible workplaces, so not just legislating for unions. Less regulation is absolutely key, and an incentive-based tax system. Because in my electorate, a lot of the manufacturers are small and family businesses, middle-sized businesses, perhaps with with maybe 50 employees, 100 employees. And, you know, there have been in some cases, like businesses like Packer Leather, that's a family-run business, the only manufacturing business left in Australia pretty well that manufactures kangaroo leather for RM Williams boots and Sherrin footballs and kangaroo cricket balls and the Kubra hats. They also do a bit of work with rabbit leather and cattle. What happens there? They're being taxed more, right? So their costs have gone up. And it's even simple things, like often family businesses have super funds, self-managed super funds. Perhaps they put money into it, and now the government's come in and said, well, if you've got $3 million in your super, or your business premises is owned in your super, they promised before the last election they wouldn't tax it, but now they're going to double the tax rate on super funds over $3 million and put in unrealised capital gains. So there might be a building that this manufacturer owns within their self-managed super fund, and they bought that building 30 years ago, 40 years ago for $2 million. It's now worth $10 million, right? It's a family-owned business. This government is saying, well, everything over $3 million, we want to tax you on it. So if the building is worth $10 million, $7 million will be taxed, and not when it's sold, but right now. So it's an unrealised capital gain. And so you get manufacturers that have been in business for a long time sort of going, well, why do I bother? Why am I here working hard when the government just wants to hit me? Because that's what this government is doing, and a lot of Labor governments have done this over the years, and it often takes the coalition, the Liberal National Coalition, to come back in and to reduce regulation, to reduce tax, to make sure workplaces are flexible, not just governed for unions, and to make sure that energy is affordable. And if the government is completely serious about making sure manufacturers do well, that's an agenda that they could implement. Soaring energy prices are a pain for manufacturers all around the country. I mentioned Packer Leather, but other companies like ECB Bull Bars in Clontarf, who are in my electorate. So for everyone out there with a Toyota Hilux or a Mazda BT50 or an Isuzu D-Max or a Land Cruiser or a Land Rover, often the manufacturers at Toyota and that will sell you a steel bull bar imported from overseas. In my electorate of Clontarf, you can buy an aluminium bull bar that's manufactured in Clontarf. And once again, they've told me their energy bill has gone up under this government. Not good for manufacturing. AJ Plastics in Geebung in the Federal Cedar Lily, since December 2022, their electricity bill per month has increased by significantly. It hasn't quite doubled, but it's gone up significantly. It was only a small manufacturing company. It was about $460 a month. It's now $750. That all adds up. It's all additional costs. So that's an increase of $3,600 per year for another manufacturer up in Brisbane. And that business said they've noticed the hit, this small plastics manufacturer. This is happening all around the country. It's not just, you know, my seat and the neighbouring seat up in Brisbane. It's all 151 seats around the country. Productivity, of course, is at a 60-year low under the Albanese government too. And you wonder why your prices have gone up. Because productivity is down almost 6% under the Albanese Labor government. And when productivity is down, if the wages are up, what's happening is wages are going up because people can't cope with the cost of living. And at the same time, so here's the business ticking along, wages up, productivity down. And we're producing less at a higher cost, and we're wondering why we're all paying more. I mean, that is what is happening in reality under the Albanese Labor government. And often that's the case because you've got a Prime Minister and you've got a Treasurer with very little experience in the private sector. I mean, before I come into this place, I've never had a government job. Never worked for a politician, never had a government job. But with the Treasurer and the Prime Minister, all they've had is government jobs. That's it. I think the Prime Minister worked in a bank for 12 months, so how would he know or consult what's best for manufacturing? How? He gets all his information from union donors, and they're writing the rules, and under this Future Made in Australia bill, they'll be the ones that win.
Member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to stand here as the proud Labor member for Swan, someone that has probably more than 15 years of experience working in the corporate sector, someone that started her career in steel cap boots on a mine site. And the thing that I would say is that the Albanese Labor government fundamentally understands what we need to do for our country, but also what we need to do for organisations and companies, but also what we need to do for workers. And that is exactly what this Future Made in Australia bill does. So I am thrilled to be talking here, not just as the daughter of a metal worker, not just as an engineer, but as a proud Australian. And I'm a proud Australian that knows what we are capable of. This bill is not just about vision, this is about tangible actions, and we have the ability to seize the moment right here. Our goal is clear. To put it simply, we want Australians in good, secure jobs, building things right here in Australia. This is not a dream. This is the cornerstone of Labor's Future Made in Australia Act. This is a pivotal moment in our history. The world is undergoing the biggest industrial transformation it has seen since the Industrial Revolution. And this comes with both opportunities but also significant risks. It is important for this Parliament to recognise that the global movement towards net zero is a changing world, and we have the ability to either seize the moment and embrace the opportunities or, alternatively, be left behind. By building a more diverse and strong economy powered by clean energy and by creating secure, well-paid jobs, Australia can stay an important player in the global economy during this transition. If we do nothing, Australia risks being left behind. Australian workers will lose, Australia will lose, but let's be honest, the world will lose. The pathway to net zero emissions runs right through our backyard. As the Prime Minister said back in April, there is a race for jobs and opportunity on, and it is a global race, and Australia must be in it to win it. We must be in it to win it. Because if we don't, if we fail to act now, we won't even reach the finish line. The race will be over before we get started. And that's exactly what would happen if we left it to the coalition. Because for a decade, when it came to manufacturing, we stood still. And then we started moving backwards. And we are bearing the cost of that lack of vision and the lack of action by the coalition. We need to seize this moment. We can lead the charge, ensuring that our industries thrive and that secured, well-paid jobs are created, not just in our big cities, but also in our regional and industrial heartlands. Australia can't have a resilient economy if we only rely on sheep, wheat and dirt. By going up the value chain, and when we sell our exports for more, we also increase the complexity of our commodities and our export markets. And what this also means is that we have more secure jobs. We are less vulnerable to the changes in commodity prices. And let's be honest, this has real tangible impacts in people's families, in their homes, and what it's about is job security. My dad was a proud fitter and turner. He probably picked up his trade when he was 16 years old. He worked for more than 4 decades as a proud tradesperson. My parents, out of all the countries in the world, moved to Australia, ended up in Kalgoorlie, and my dad ended up at Kambalda, a nickel mining town. And the thing that I know is what we've seen is that when commodity prices go down, people lose their jobs en masse. And my heart goes out to the nickel workers that are experiencing this right this moment. And what we need to do as a nation is actually increase our value of what we sell so we can actually sell our products for more and actually have more secure jobs. This is something that's really important to people all across Australia, including the people in my electorate of Swan. These are people who rely on manufacturing for their livelihoods. A secure job for them and their children is what is important to thousands of people who work in manufacturing in my electorate. In the 2021 census data revealed that over 4,000 people are directly employed by manufacturing in Swan. That's workers, their families, reliant on thriving and a prosperous industry for their security and their future. These are workers like steel fabricators who work at Phoenix Metal Form in Welshpool, an industrial suburb in my electorate of Swan. Phoenix Metal Form is one of Australia's leading providers of sheet metal building products and sheet metal fabrication in Perth in Western Australia. The team at Phoenix Metal Form use innovative technologies to manufacture high-quality products in the heart of Swan. These are bread and butter of our manufacturing base, and I am here to support them. This government believes in a future made in Australia. That belief drives us to act swiftly, putting in place programs and reforms that will diversify our economy, build sovereign capability, and create a pipeline of well-paid jobs now and into the future. The focus of the Albanese government is on supporting more businesses like Phoenix Metal Form to invest, grow and innovate. We have faith in Australian ideas, in Australian workers, Australian scientists and Australian businesses. We need to make more things here. We know that we can make more things here. We are a smart country. We are also a hardworking country. We know that we have all the right ingredients that we need right here. Our people, our capability and our natural resources to compete with the best in the world. The Future Made in Australia legislation is designed to unlock private sector investment, building a stronger, more diversified and resilient economy, powered by renewables. Deputy Speaker, the bill represents a large pro-manufacturing package in Australian history. It has been crafted to ensure that Australia captures the benefits of the massive shifts happening globally. At the heart of this package is the new National Interest Framework, which is a robust sector assessment process. It's in the bill in order to help the Australian government make smart public investments that trigger large-scale private investment for the benefit of the country. It's designed to evaluate industries that can significantly cut emissions at a good cost where Australia could lead the way in the long term. It also focuses on sectors where building up local expertise is the key to keeping our economy strong and secure. Also at the heart of this bill is the establishment of the community benefit principles that will guide all future Made in Australia initiatives. These principles will be used to boost investment in local communities, support Australian industries, strengthen supply chains and develop skills. They also aim to promote diverse workforces, secure jobs and ensure that tax laws are indeed followed. Decision makers will apply these principles to every future Made in Australia initiative and make sure that they are enforced properly, including those detailed in the plans. These measures will ensure that our investments align with our national interest, particularly in critical areas such as solar panels and battery supply chains. We will invest heavily in these sectors under the Economic Resilience and Security stream of the Future Made in Australia Act, because it is in our national interest to do so. This legislation isn't just about the big end of town. It's about working hand in hand with the supply chain, with small and medium enterprises, with engineering firms that employ apprentices and tradies, and the very people who do the hard work in the sector. It's about ensuring these industries have the initiatives they need to deliver good local jobs, particularly in industrial centres where resources and energy capabilities are strong. Australia's history as a resource powerhouse gives us a unique advantage as we move into this economy. And if you think about it, we've got the resources above the ground with our amazing solar resources and our wind resources, but we also have the geological resources below the ground. As 97% of our trading partners move to net zero emissions, Australia must adjust or risk falling behind. If we get it right, if we adopt a Future Made in Australia approach, we can capture this advantage, lift up the value chain and secure our place as a renewable energy superpower. I'm excited to see the interest in hydrogen and low-cost renewable energy for the industry. I realise that those opposite think that the hydrogen industry is maybe a joke or fake news. Let me tell you, it is not. It is really important that we have a look at this, because what we're looking at is energy density for us to be able to move heavy industries such as mining trucks. Who knows what the possibilities are for this, but we need to look at net zero emissions possibilities to continue our resource sector. The Albanese government is committed to working with businesses and industry to deliver the best outcome for local communities, starting right here in places such as Gladstone. Our legislation is clear and it is carefully outlined. At its core, it introduces production tax credits for firms that manufacture within the scope of the scheme. This is actually smart practice. This is pretty exciting. Industry is very excited to hear about it, and I can tell you that West Australian companies are very excited about it, and this is the way that the world is moving. Whether it's critical mineral processing, iron processing or steel production, eligible firms will receive tax credits when they produce here in Australia. This is a crucial step in moving Australia up the value chain and creating good jobs in our regions and outer suburbs. This is a government that believes in a future made in Australia. If I think of the history of the resource sector, we have managed to do innovation and capability in some of the harshest conditions in the world. Being able to do technical problems and work out how you liberate minerals in a really remote and isolated community is tough, but we worked out how to do that. And you know what? The complex challenges that we have facing us are tricky, but I have faith that Australia has the capability to solve them. I commend the government's commitment to build a future made in Australia, a future that with strong and diverse economy, a future that provides greater opportunity and job security for everyone, not just a few. And I call in everyone in this House to get behind Australia's manufacturing future and support the creation of more secure, well-paid jobs. Failing to do so means more of the same. It means going backwards, not forwards, where we need to be. Together, we can build a future where our economy is stronger and our communities are thriving and our jobs are secured and well paid. This is why I commend the bill to the House, and I encourage members in the House to all get behind it. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. So the question is the amendment be agreed to. I give the call to member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Look, some great cliches just in the name of the bill, the Future Made in Australia, and great cliches in the talking points for the government as well. Just let me open by, just about every bill that comes into this chamber from the government makes Made in Australia almost impossible, whether it be energy, whether it be IR laws, whether it be red and green tape that they are adding to businesses in our community every single time they bring legislation into this chamber. Deputy Speaker, I want to focus really on the changes as Shadow Trade Minister. I want to really focus on some of the changes that will be made to the Export Finance Authority here in Australia. And I want to start by saying the Export Finance Authority here in Australia does an excellent job. They're a great organisation, great independent part of government, and have had a role to play in the community, a role to play in our business community and our export markets for a long time, and get a lot of support from both sides of this chamber. Just to explain to maybe some of the listeners or people listening who don't know a lot about Export Finance Australia, what they're about is obviously helping exporters grow in Australia and find markets for their product and their service overseas. It's pretty straightforward. They have a commercial account where they'll go out and they look for gaps in the market. They look for people who've got an idea, a product, a service, struggling to get finance through normal ways, and they will look at gaps within that and help people do that. They have a balance sheet, quite a healthy balance sheet. They're of no cost to government. They don't lose money on that. They're skillful at what they do and have done a great job. There's also the national interest account, a different part of the EFA. What does the EFA do? What does the national interest account do? More targeted maybe than the commercial account. There's 4 facilities within it. We have the critical minerals facility, we have the defence export facility, the Australian infrastructure financing facility for the Pacific, and we have the Southeast Asian investment financing facility as well. So again, you can see just from the names of those, Deputy Speaker, there's a focus of that. There's the Southeast Asian focus, the Pacific focus, or defence focus. So again, looking for gaps that are important, maybe even for some national interest or some strategic areas of Australia that we need to look at. There's also some transactions that they've done as well, aside from that, to New Guinea, to PsiQuantum and Digicel. But what this legislation's doing as part of what, as a broader picture, is bringing in 2 new streams, Deputy Speaker. One stream is economic resilience and security, and the other is a net zero transformation. Now, I have massive questions about this, Deputy Speaker, because what this is looking at to me, especially, let's take the net zero one to start with, Deputy Speaker, is this is, to me, sounding like the government's going to pick some winners, Deputy Speaker, and that, with all due respect to anyone who may work within government and the people advising them, I have huge issues with that when there is a competitive market, a private market already operating in that space. I think this is one where we might just see a minister go, look, I've got a good feeling about this today, let's throw some taxpayer money dollars at it. The net zero transformation, especially, Deputy Speaker, when we talk about that, we're talking about, obviously moving to net zero 2050. Every country in the world, every private enterprise in the world, a lot of investment funds, private investment funds in the world, are looking at that transition, investing in technology to do that transition across the field. I mean, whether it be battery technology, whether it be industry-specific technologies, they're looking to do that. Now, the fact that we might think that there's a bureaucrat somewhere who's got a better idea of how to invest that money above the skill level within the private sector who are targeted on this, I can't see that, Deputy Speaker. I can see that there are gaps, as I said before, there are gaps from the financing world, whether it be venture capital, whether it be investment funds. There are gaps when you look at things that we might want to help exporters do in the South Pacific, or exporters might want to do within Southeast Asia, or there might be things we want to do in defence that we need to fill that void. And again, the EFA do a good job at that. But seriously, Deputy Speaker, the net zero transition, the world is focused on it. Every private investor is focused on it. There's no gaps here, Deputy Speaker, unless it's a funny that a minister in the Australian government or the Labor government says, I have a funny feeling about this technology or this part of the industry. So again, doesn't seem to be capped. So, what are the limits to this within the EFA? How will that be reported? How is that going to happen? So again, a lot of questions about the net zero transformation. Again, the economic resilience and security one sounds great, but what does that mean? Who decide? The caps on that. How much can be spent on that? Again, looks to me to be a little bit uncapped. I've had a chat with a few people who will be involved in this. I don't see any caps on that as well. So, again, Deputy Speaker, EFA, I want to say again, do a fantastic job. I want to commend them on the job they do. I think they've had bipartisan support in this chamber for a long time. I know some of the people who work there, and they're highly skilled people. and have done great help for export markets within specific sectors, whether it be geography or specific industry sectors. They have a commercial account that I think is a very high-achieving commercial account, again, helping export markets and exporters in this country. But for this government to basically bring in an uncapped focus for the EFA to focus on net zero transformation, I think is misleading. It should not be done. It's not a market where there is a gap. The world is focused on it, private investors are focused on it, and I don't see the reason for that. I also note, Deputy Speaker, that it even actually takes away the export focus of it. I mean, is this fund just going to be focused on Australia's net zero transformation and be put to that? I mean, again, the EFA was set up to focus on exporting as its primary motivation. I don't get that within these two new streams of the net zero transformation and the economics, resilience and security, the new streams again. So I think it's changing the focus of EFA 2, which is unfortunate. And for this reason and many others that other members on this side are talking about, Deputy Speaker, because we won't be supporting the bill. And just to the net zero transformation again, you might say, well, maybe we should focus on it. Maybe the government should get involved. Well, we have ARENA, we have the CEFC already as federal government agencies who are focused on that area. And to bring in another one, I think, is superfluous, and I think I don't think it's good for to bring the EFA into it, given it has a non-export focus as well. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in strong support for the Future Made in Australia bill and the Omnibus bill. A Future Made in Australia is a blueprint for a sustainable economic growth, for reindustrialising our nation and for national security. It is a pushback against the politics of pessimism that has sent our manufacturing sector into meltdown and sent secure, well-paid jobs to the wall. In order to appreciate the enormity and the impact of a Future Made in Australia, you first have to look at the past. It wasn't that long ago, around 11 years ago, that a Liberal Treasurer stood not far from me and basically said, either you're here or you're not. Those were the words spoken. And the next day, the car industries, Holden particularly, left Australia, announced that they were leaving, and 2 months later, so did Toyota. And that was the end of 69 years of an automotive industry in this country that mass-produced excellent vehicles. Boarded up, gone. Thousands of jobs gone. And the legacy. We missed the EV wave. We missed becoming a destination for well-paid blue and white-collar jobs. Knowledge workers had no destination in a high-tech industry like cars. A country now that supplies the lithium for the battery cells that power the EV revolution sells it at around $4,000 per tonne, only to buy it back as a 60 to 100,000 EV. It doesn't make any sense. This decline in our manufacturing sector, however, did not happen overnight. It has been death by 1,000 cuts, 1,000 job cuts, that is. What we have seen is a decline in the complexity of our economy, and complexity is measured as the sophistication of our exports. Out of 133 countries, Australia ranks 93, sandwiched between Uganda and Pakistan. In 1995, however, we were ranked 55. We've dropped 12 places in the last decade. It's been a gradual decline, but a decline nevertheless, and these problems have come home to roost. When we carve out the rich countries by looking purely at the countries of the OECD, the picture is even bleaker. Data from 2022 showed that Australia ranks last in the OECD for sovereign manufacturing capability. We actually win the wooden spoon for that one. This simply cannot continue. It will condemn us to slow, anemic growth as demands on our public finances from health, aged care, education, housing only increase. The status quo, or more of the same, is a recipe for lowering our standard of living, not raising it. It has been accepted that 2% 2 to 3%, is the most Australia can aspire to when it comes to GDP growth per year. 5% or more is for highly complex economies like China. We just accept that's our lot in life. Well, it's not our lot in life. That's not the future this Labor government envisages for Australia. More of the same is simply untenable. The future made in Australia is about value-adding to our abundant natural resources. Rather than picking winners, as some claim, we are picking markets. Markets where we have a competitive advantage, an edge, if you like. We intend to turn iron ore into green steel that is needed for wind turbines, for modernising our energy grid, for the built environment, for making cars, which I hope to one day see again made in Australia. It's about turning sand into silicon ingots, which are then sliced wafer thin to turn into solar panels. And some say that we simply can't compete against China. Well, guess what? Australia actually has invented the world's most efficient solar panel. And we would be mad to turn our back on an innovation like that. So that's why we backed it in with a $1 billion solar sunshot program, to see a coal-fired power station in the Hunter turned into a renewable energy zone where these solar panels will be made. This is not a fantasy, it is not a slogan, it is actually happening right now. We will be taking our lithium ore and our critical minerals and processing them here. We may not be able to process all of it, but at least some of those steps in order to value add before we ship them off. We need to make vaccines. If there's one thing the pandemic taught us, is that we must have sovereign capability in making medicines and vaccines.
And this debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour and the member will be granted leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. During the winter recess of Parliament, I took the opportunity to attend many schools where I handed out certificates for my 14th annual Anzac Day writing competition. And I was so impressed with the more than 1,100 entries I received, not just the quantity, but indeed the quality. And anybody who rubbishes our children these days and says that they're not up to speed with what we were and how we were all those years ago, just probably hasn't visited a school in recent times. But alarmingly, today, the National Assessment Program Literacy and Numeracy results became apparent, and the NAPLAN results reveal 1 in 3 students are not meeting basic literacy and numeracy expectations. And I don't quote the Grattan Institute very often, but the Education Director, Dr Jordana Hunter, said in plain English, 1/3 of Australia's children are not on track with their learning. It's almost 500,000 students around the country that are not where we need them to be. And that is disturbing. And when you consider, in particular, that 1/3 of Indigenous students were categorised as need additional support, 3 times the national average, you start to get really worried. And yet we spent $450 million last year on an unnecessary voice referendum, and here we have a failure of this government to protect our most vulnerable Aboriginal students and others.
Member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As we all know, mobile officers are a vital part of our work. They allow us to connect directly with the community and meet the wonderful people that we represent. On Wednesday, the 17th of July, I had the pleasure of experiencing just how important these moments can be. While out at a mobile office in Stanwell Park, I was approached by 3 incredible students from Stanwell Park Public School, Fox, Miller and Emma. These talented young students weren't there just to chat, they were out fundraising for their school's band program during their school holidays. They were there with their very supportive dad, Jonathan. They asked if they could share the space where I had set up my stall, and of course I gladly agreed. These students were not only selling delicious homemade cupcakes, but were also playing some wonderful music together for the Stanwell Park community. With a saxophone, clarinet, guitar and a lot of enthusiasm, they played music while selling their delicious treats. It was truly inspiring to see their passion for music and commitment to supporting their school community. Moments like these make our work in the community just so rewarding. I can't wait to see where Fox, Miller and Emma's musical journey will take them. With their passion and enthusiasm, they have a very bright future ahead, and I'm very excited to watch them achieve great things. Thank you.
Member for Lindsay. Who's jumping? Anybody in the opposition bench is jumping? Okay, member for Melbourne.
For more than a year, we've seen devastating conflict in Sudan. As other conflicts have raged around the world, many feel that the pain and suffering being experienced by the Sudanese community here and around the world has been forgotten. Warring forces have killed thousands of civilians and forced nearly 9 million people from their homes. And now, millions of Sudanese people are at risk of famine. Once again, Darfur is burning in what Human Rights Watch has said constitute war crimes. It's critical that more is done to protect citizens, to evacuate where possible and to assist in the supply of aid and healthcare. The Greens are calling on the government to immediately ensure that humanitarian assistance is provided, and we call for peace. Australia must urgently evacuate Australian Sudanese, and the government must call for aid and medicine to be accessible. We urge the government to speak to the Sudanese embassy in Australia and to condemn those responsible for the atrocities. Once again, we call on the government to raise our humanitarian refugee intake, which has been at historic lows for the last 5 years. We are not currently meeting our humanitarian obligations. For Sudanese Australians here, we need to see a fair and efficient process for the reuniting of loved ones, not another process filled with uncertainty and delay. The community here in Australia is deeply worried about their families and loved ones. The issues in Sudan are profound, and we need to do all we can to keep people safe and reunited with their families and communities.
Member for Solomon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is my great pleasure to be one of the co-chairs of the National Leadership Forum, alongside the member for Barawa, Julian Lisa MP. And I do remember when Julian came up to Garma, might have been last year, but of course he resigned from his position because he couldn't stomach the lack of leadership within the party that he's a member of when it came to taking our country forward in terms of reconciliation and a better future for Australia. And I make the point that no leader worth his salt lets an opportunity like Garma go by, as they did this year, without turning up, without being willing to take part in a conversation about how we continue to talk with each other and take Australia forward. But the National Leadership Forum is an opportunity for both the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition to talk with a wonderful group of young Australians from all around the country who do come here together. And I want to thank the MPs and senators that do take one of those young leaders or a group of those young leaders into their offices. It's not too late if you want to volunteer to do that. When they come into the office of an MP or senator, they talk about their leadership experience, about their values. And I think that's incredibly important. It's a great opportunity that we have to mentor those coming through, the future leaders of our great country.
Member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The residents of Western Sydney have not been impressed with the Albanese Labor Government Minister for Infrastructure's hoodwinking tactics on our local community. First, it was the midnight media releases about flight paths. Then it was ripping millions of dollars from essential road upgrades. And now it is zero consultation with community members about the impacts of Western Sydney International Airport flight paths. Last Friday, while a parliamentary Senate hearing was happening in the heart of my electorate, the minister was also in the electorate, but she wasn't facing the people. She was a couple of kilometres down the road launching one of my election commitments of an assistance dogs training centre from the 2022 federal election. Wow. I didn't get an invite. Minister King, who is from Victoria, came to Penrith, attended the launch of the centre, which coincidentally or not was happening at the exact same time as the Senate hearing on flight path noise that will impact my community. Thanks to the government's 2023 EIS, we are now the most impacted community, bearing the brunt of the flight paths. I worked so hard to get the hearing to Penrith so local residents could have their say. It's a pity the minister didn't want to join us. London Progress Association, whose members live within kilometres of the airport, had only one information session, a pop-up on a Sunday in the rain. The EIS got over 8,000 submissions. When is the minister going to stop playing politics with the people in my community?
Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And today I rise to acknowledge Terrigal Rugby Club and its modified training program, which provides younger players living with physical and mental disabilities with training opportunities that are tailored to their capabilities. The concept behind the club's modified training program started in 2019 during COVID-19, which initially inhibited the development of the program. After COVID-19, the program exploded with popularity and continues to grow with new participants. In 2024, the program is aiming to provide up to 6 training sessions for its participants, supported by the club's senior rugby union players who are involved with helping modify the training sessions and assisting with the development of the participants' skills and knowledge of rugby union. Alison Farrelly, Secretary of Terrigal Rugby Club, has been pivotal in developing the club's modified training program. Alison coordinates and ensures the viability of the program, communicating with the families of participants and helping to grow the concept further. For Alison and all those involved with the program, it is so important that opportunities to play sport, in particular rugby union, are provided to everyone in our community. I wish to thank Alison for her incredible dedication to strengthening the fabric of our community through sport, as well as Terrigal Rugby Club President Tim Clark for his leadership and support to the program. Lastly, to Terrigal Rugby Club committee members who have shown phenomenal support for the program, and to the senior players who show up and help facilitate the sessions, you are all champions. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Wentworth.
Like people across the country, I've watched in awe and pride as Australian Olympians competed in the world stage in Paris. The Games were a thrilling showcase of talent, hard work and perseverance, and every athlete should be commended for the years of dedication and training it took to get there, as well as their families for their support. But I want to pay a particular tribute to those Olympians from Wentworth. Bronte Campbell, a member of North Bondi Surf Lifesaving Club, was only the 5th Australian ever to swim in 4 Olympics. And even better, she was a member of the women's 4x100 metre relay team who won gold. Noah Havard, also a member of North Bondi Surf Lifesaving Club, was an integral part of the men's kayak 4 who won silver. And Gray Morris, a member of the Willara Sailing Club, won silver in the men's windsurfing, becoming the first Australian since 1992 to win an Olympics windsurfing medal. In sailing, Olivia Price competed in the women's skiff event, returning for her second Olympic Games since 2012. And in athletics, 2 Olympians who competed in Tokyo returned to the track in Paris. Rowan Browning contested the men's 100 metre and Morgan McDonald ran in the men's 5,000 metres. Morris Longbottom, a former South Sydney Rabbitohs junior and proud Dharawal man, was part of the men's rugby sevens team that achieved their highest ever placing 4th. And in water polo, congratulations to first-time Olympian Jacob Mersop, who plays for the Sydney University Lions. I commend all the Olympians from Wentworth. You've done your country and community proud.
Member for Pearce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I would like to acknowledge the 80th birthday of one of my beloved residents in Pearce this week. Eleanor Rigby is a remarkable community leader who has made a significant impact on her community with her work with the Knitter and Natter group. At Pearsall Hocking Community Centre, that's where they are located. Since founding the group in 2011, Eleanor has overseen its impressive growth from just 6 members to over 110, with ages ranging from 20 to 90. The group knits clothing, blankets and shawls for various charities, including Cancer Care, Ronald McDonald House and Youth Futures, also for aged care facilities, hospitals and women's refuges. In 2019 alone, they donated more than 12,000 items. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Eleanor consistently checked in on the members and delivered yarn to their homes, ensuring that the group could continue their charitable work despite the restrictions. Her dedication and commitment to the group's mission exemplifies her leadership and passion for community service. In recognition of her outstanding contributions, Eleanor Rigby was honoured as Senior of the Year in 2021. Her efforts have not only provided significant support for those in need, but have also fostered a strong sense of community and friendship among the members of the Knitters and Natters group. Happy 80th birthday, Eleanor, and we thank you for all that you do.
Member for Flinders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Monday, yet another horrific car accident occurred in my electorate at the intersection of Nepean Highway and Uralla Road. It occurred within arm's reach of a giant sign that I had put up almost a year ago demanding action to fix this intersection. I last rose to speak about it in this place in February and condemned the Albanese government's delay in affirming $20 million that had been appropriated for repairs and improvements to this intersection in previous coalition budgets. At that time, I pointed out that every injury occurring at that intersection from that time forward would lay at their feet. And here we are, 6 months later, yet another horrendous accident resulting in hospitalisation. The Nepean Highway is one of our busiest local roads. 18,000 vehicles travel along this part of the highway in Mount Martha every single day. And since 2012, there have been more than 30 serious accidents at the intersection. 5 years ago, the Coalition provided full funding to make this intersection safe. When the Albanese government was elected, they threw the funding away by putting it into the 90-day review, which blew out to 180 days, leaving everybody in confusion. And so at this point, both Labor governments at the state and federal level sit on their hands whilst accidents continue to happen week by week. Ongoing grief and significant injury will be the inevitable result to my residents. It's been fully funded for years. It's time to get on with it and do the job.
Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Centennial Park Cemetery in Pasadena is a very special place for Boothby residents to spend time saying goodbye to friends and family, reflecting on their lives. They're also the home to the Derrick Gardens Returned Veterans Cemetery, and every year on Remembrance Day, it's a central place where the community gathers to pay our respects and thank veterans for their service. But Centennial Park is also very important for another reason. In the middle of the suburbs, it's an oasis of green, beautiful gardens that inspire visitors and an ecological haven for native birds and animals. And they take their role in the community and ecosystem very seriously. I recently attended the launch of the Environmental Sustainability Plan. They have already managed to reduce their waste to landfill from 200 tonnes a year to 7 tonnes. Their carbon emissions are down by 48%. They generate a third of their electricity from solar panels, and they're transitioning to electric-powered equipment. They are battery-powered equipment. They are capturing rainwater and improving irrigation efficiency, and they plant on average 2,500 tube stock per year with Trees for Life. Their new plan focuses on climate adaptation, developing a net zero pathway while continuing to provide a range of respectful end-of-life choices and the beautiful spaces for community to come and reflect. I congratulate them on their excellent work, in particular Operations Manager Mike Rusby, CEO Janet Miller and Chair Amanda Hayworth.
Member for Wide Bay.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Giving birth at home may not be the choice of all women, but for those who choose to, we must preserve this accessibility and support midwives who provide this valuable service. The proposed Commonwealth insurance product for home births is a significant step forward, but it needs to safeguard the continuity of midwifery care, provide informed choice for women and be cost-effective. The lack of community consultation prior to developing this proposed product has caused much angst among women and midwives who support them. The product references Australian College of Midwives consultation and referral guidelines, but it fails to protect the woman's right to informed decision-making and to receive continuity of care by her endorsed midwife. The guidelines state, regardless of the level of consultation and or referral, the midwife will continue to provide midwifery care to the women in partnership and collaboration with the woman herself and the medical practitioner. The product must also protect existing arrangements that allow the second attendant at a home birth not to be an endorsed midwife, ensuring that women in regional areas continue to have access to this birthing option. We can't afford any unintended consequences with this product. The government must get it right.
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This morning I met with a group of young retail workers aged 16 and up who all shared the same challenges. They were paid junior rates. Serena, a 19-year-old supermarket worker, told us she receives just 82 cents on the dollar compared to her adult counterparts. Another worker shared that she earns less than the people she manages. I can relate to many of their stories. As many of you know, I worked during my school years to help my parents pay my course fees. This experience taught me firsthand how unfair the system is. At 18 years of age, a worker only earns 68 cents on the dollar. Young adults don't get discounts on petrol, food, university fees, or rent. So why should they be paid less for doing the same work? Your salary should reflect your ability, not your age. It's time for equal pay for equal work. Adult wage should equal adult wage. I want to thank the SDA Union for their hard work on this important campaign.
Member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Charlie Buckler Memorial Sporting Fields at Redland Bay is home to the mighty Redland Bay Cyclones Rugby Union Club, the Redland Sharks Cricket Club, the Redland Bay Tennis Club, with public open spaces and a popular dog off-leash area. It is the heart of so much community activity within Redland Bay, a rapidly growing suburb with many new families seeking sporting and recreation opportunities. In recognising the need to keep pace with growing demand, the previous federal coalition government committed to invest $500,000 towards a brand new shared clubhouse for rugby union and cricket at Charlie Buckler Oval. I'm pleased to report to the House that this project has been completed, with the club collecting their keys this week. I had a sneak peek of the new facility a few weeks ago, and it is the most impressive suburban clubhouse I have ever seen, including modern change rooms, a significant kitchen, an indoor-outdoor dining area and storage capacity that most clubs could only dream about. The catalytic federal investment has also enabled Council to undertake complementary works to reconfigure the fields, install a new irrigation system, add more car parking, better connectivity with additional pathways, new cricket nets and a reconfigured off-leash area. It's a wonderful example of what's possible when you have a responsive federal government that proactively seeks to partner with local government. Sadly, with Labor government cutting Strong Communities program funding, local roads and community infrastructure funding, I fear those days are behind us. I wish the clubs well as they take on their...
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Early childhood is one of the most critical stages in human development. Its importance can't be understated. And every single day, just down the road from me at the Community Children's Centre in Hillbank and at thousands of other early learning centres across Australia, our children thrive in their early development, building block by building block. This crucial work is carried out by the tireless early childhood educators on the ground, fulfilling important and demanding roles for the good of our nation, our communities and our children. And now these workers are getting a deserved pay rise in the form of a 15% wage increase under this Labor government. That's at least an extra $155 per week going directly into the pockets of educators on the award rate by December next year. That's funding to boost staff retention at our early child learning centres, ensuring early childhood educators in Australia can sustainably continue to help our children thrive. And it's also putting downward pressure on costs to families by capping fee increases at 4.4% as part of the wage increase. Because this Labor government knows the pressure both early childhood educators and families are under. It knows how important early learning is to our nation, and that's why this Labor government is increasing pay without increasing costs where it matters most. To the Centre Manager at Hillbank Community Childcare Centre, I really do hope that this helps to increase retention of staff, because I know it's been an ongoing issue in our area.
Bradden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Good news from me today. Yesterday I had the privilege and the honour of attending the Royal Military College Duntroon to their graduation ceremony for 212 young Australians that have chosen the profession of arms and chosen the profession of leadership within that and become officers in the Australian Army. It was an emotional day for me as I looked at the faces of those young Australians and I saw the pride in their eyes. As we listen to the media, we hear all sorts of rubbish, but yesterday I learned of words like courage, like initiative, like teamwork, like respect, like honour and like excellence. And I saw it in the eyes of those young folk that were graduating. I saw it in every step. I sat next to the Chief of the Army and I made the point to him when he asked me what was important to me as a parliamentarian. And I looked at him and I said, "Chief, those 212 young Australians, those young leaders out there. That's what's important to me. That's what's important to my colleagues. That's what's important to those parents that are so proud of their young ones. And that is what is so meaningful for the rest of the nation, and the nation is extremely proud of each and every one of you. I wish each and every one of those 212 graduates of the Royal Military College Godspeed, Bravo Zulu, out.
Member for Hasluck.
Deputy Speaker, upon the close of the 2024 Paris Games, I, together with the entire nation, celebrate the efforts of all Olympians, but particularly three from my electorate of Hasluck. Dio Reith of Ellenbrook represented Australia in the men's basketball. He's a powerful centre for the Boomers and made his Australia debut in 2020, where the team received the bronze. Diop was born in South Sudan and moved to Australia when he was just 9. Now, the Boomers returned home, having got to the quarterfinals when they went down to the wire with Serbia. I've got to say, it was probably the most, I will call it the most exciting game of basketball I've ever actually had the joy to watch. I congratulate Diop and his teammates. Georgia Patton of Gooseberry Hill, who represented us in the women's 8th rowing, as she did previously in 2020. The team finished just out of the medals with a worthy 4th, just a mere 2nd behind Great Britain. And what's extraordinary is Georgia only started rowing in high school, where clearly a huge amount of talent was then selected for the WA squad shortly thereafter in 2017. Alana Jukic of Upper Swan debuted for Australia in the 400-metre hurdles. Not only that, but on the 5th of August, Alana ran a personal best in her event. We can ask no more of any athlete than they should give it their all, and Alana certainly did that. The Australian team have done us so much pride at the Paris Games, and I recognise their hard years of work on the part not just of the athletes but the formidable team around them. In the words of Walker Jemima Montagu, play on.
Member for Barker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, anyone travelling any section of Australia's 880,000 kilometres of road network would have noticed the deteriorating condition of roads right across our nation. It's perhaps not surprising, given that in the first 2 years of the Albanese Labor government, $27.9 billion worth of infrastructure projects have either been cancelled, cut or delayed, including vital road projects. Not only are motorists failing to receive much-needed upgrades to intersections, bridges and highways, but the road maintenance backlog is growing. In my home state of South Australia alone, the backlog sits at $3 billion. Motorists pay significant sums to support the repair and maintenance of our road network. In fact, they're paying more than ever at a time they can least afford it. Over the 12 months to the 30th of June 2024, transport costs for the typical Australian household rose by 10.5%. This includes, of course, government fuel excise, which now sits at 47.7 cents per litre, and yet only 71% of this revenue is forecast to be spent on the land transport by 2026-2027. Governments demand that motorists drive roadworthy cars. In return, government should provide and ensure roads that are car-worthy. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is not holding up its end of the bargain.
Member for Hunter has the call. Member for Hunter has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. If you're looking for somewhere to get away to, look no further than the Hunter Valley. We have it all: great food, great wine and golf. And if you're looking for somewhere that has this trifecta, Cypress Lakes Resort is the place to go. Cypress Lakes shows off the best of the Hunter Valley. It's in the heart of wine country and it has world-class food. There are amazing restaurants, Cypress Lakes, Bistro Bar and the Oak and Vine. They have cosy, luxurious accommodation at the Oaks Resort, and to top it off, they have an elite golf course. Their golf course is so good that Clint Newton, the son of legendary Australian golfer Jack Newton, has decided it will be the venue for this year's Jack Newton Celebrity Golf Classic. This event is iconic. It brings together the biggest names, all for a great cause. Even the late great Bob Hawke was a regular at this event. The course at Cypress Lakes is the perfect venue for this event. It will also bring together some of the best junior golfers from around the world when it hosts the Jack Newton International Junior Classic. Now, they've rightfully been recognised as the holiday paradise that they are, Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure you know that too, being not far from the area. They've been nominated for an award at the World Travel Awards. I reckon that we have a clear winner here, and I look forward to getting out to Cypress Lakes again soon and having a hit. Cheers, guys. Congratulations and good luck.
Member for Fairfax.
Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government went to the last election promising a $275 reduction in household power bills. Not a one-off energy relief, but rather $275 off household power bills every single year. Now in their third year of government, Australians are paying up to $1,000 more than what Labor had promised them. Now this is having very real human impacts. We know from Finder, a consumer sentiment tracker, that 49% of Australians are going cold this winter because they are fearful of electricity bills going up further if they turn on their heater, which means half of Australians, whether they be seniors, whether they be people with disabilities, whether they be veterans, hard-working families, going cold because this government has lost control of the energy system. And they are now paying among the highest prices in the world for electricity. Every single week since this government came to power, an extra 600 families have gone on hardship arrangements with their energy retailer because they have lost control. This is a direct consequence of their all eggs in one basket, renewables-only energy approach.
Order. Give the call to the member for Bennelong. The member for Bennelong has the call.
Australians will soon be asked to decide who's best placed to form government, and they'll start making comparisons between us and them. I thought I'd do a little comparison myself. So let's start with early education. So Labor believes in and supports our early education sector. Early education delivers for our children, for families and for our economy. And to have a viable early childhood sector, we need the workers to sustain it. That's why we funded a 15% pay rise. These are pretty reasonable, sane policy positions. Now let's look at what the Liberal thinks. There's this guy called Gerard Rennick. He's a senator, believe it or not. He said that early education destroys the family unit and that it brainwashes children with the woke mind virus. I mean, come on. The family unit in 2024 is not the family unit from 1924. For women to work, we need an early education sector that is affordable. For our economy to grow, we need an early education sector that is accessible, and Labor will do these things and more.
Excellent.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, in order to hold a visa, individuals must pass a character test. Does supporting a listed terrorist organisation like Hamas pass Australia's character test?
The call to the Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I noticed the Leader of the Opposition at a time where we were celebrating Olympians coming back to Australia, a moment of national unity, chose once again to seek division this morning in an interview on Sky News. And of course, under the former government, there's this organisation called the Taliban in Afghanistan, and that, of course, did not stop Australia from accepting people from Afghanistan, and rightly so. Mr Speaker, rightly so. Rightly so. Similarly, in Iraq, similarly in Syria, with the chaos that occurred, a special visa created for people from Syria, indeed.
Order.
And the ASIO Director General, Mike Burgess, of course, made some comments about this on Sunday, and he did also.
When he was Minister for Immigration.
Order. The Prime Minister was in the middle of a statement from the ASIO Director regarding the question, but I'll listen to the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The question was very tight. It was, does supporting a listed terrorist organisation like Hamas pass Australia's character test?
Order. Can we just The members on my left, there was an unparliamentary remark made while the leader was on his feet.
Do you want to deal with that first?
Can I just say, when members are on their feet raising a point of order, it is highly disorderly. And I'm just going to ask for some restraint by all members. Well, I heard a comment. I didn't hear what the word was, but I don't want to repeat it. If the Attorney-General has made an unparliamentary remark, I'm going to ask the Attorney-General to withdraw.
Yeah, I'll withdraw.
The Leader of the House.
The member for Barker should also withdraw.
I thank the House. Just allow the Leader of the Opposition, which is entitled to do under the standing orders, to raise a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. It's on relevance. This was an uncomplicated proposition that we just asked a straight answer from the Prime Minister. Does supporting a listed terrorist organisation like Hamas pass Australia's character test?
Yep.
Yes or no?
Yep, I'm going to deal with this. Under the standing orders, as the Leader of the Opposition well knows, I'm not able to direct any minister, including the Prime Minister, with a yes or no answer or with a fact or a figure, which I can appreciate members opposite would like from time to time. The Prime Minister was, as I said, was reading a quote regarding this issue. If he was talking about another quote or another topic, but given that he is in the middle of a quote, he couldn't be more directly relevant to the question. The Leader of the Opposition has raised his point of order. I've shown him respect. I'm asking him to show the Chair respect as well. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I'll make two comments, one of which relates directly to security assessments, and they are done by the ASIO Director-General. If the Leader of the Opposition doesn't have confidence in that system, he should say so. It's exactly the same system that was in place when the Leader of the Opposition was the Minister for Immigration, who presided over these issues. But I do want to make another point relating to this, and the comments from the ASIO Director-General that he made on Monday, the 5th of August. He said this about social cohesion. This is really a matter for everyone. Community leaders, politicians, the media, watch your words, watch your actions. There is a direct correlation between inflamed language, inflamed tension and violence. Mr Speaker, I seek to bring people together. This bloke...
Order, members on my left. Order, the Leader of the Opposition.
This weak bloke over here, who can't ever say no to anyone on his own team, can't ever say no to attempting to raise tension in our community, and is always looking for an opportunity to create division, which is what his off-the-cuff comments were about today. That didn't go to their shadow cabinet, didn't go to their caucus, didn't go through any of their proper processes yet again.
The call to the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. My question's to the Prime Minister. What impact will the Future Made in Australia legislation have on Australian industry, workers and communities? And what stands in its way?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Macquarie for his question. At the heart of our Future Made in Australia legislation is a clear vision. Pretty simple proposition. We want Australia to make more things here. We want to be more resilient as an economy. We want more jobs to be created here as well. Because we can make things here, we can add value here. We can do more than dig things up out of the ground, export them, wait for value to be added, wait for jobs to be created, and then import them back. We can build an economy where manufacturing is every bit as strong as mining, where Australian researchers and innovators can commercialise their ideas and turn discovery into industry. Our plan reflects our confidence in Australian workers, our respect for Australian scientists and innovators, our belief in the boundless potential of our regions and our resources, and our determination to work with business and industry to make the most of this moment in this critical decade. Now, above all, our plan speaks for our unwavering determination to shape the future rather than have the future shape us. Those opposite oppose a future made in Australia. They've called Australian manufacturing a graveyard, and the Leader of the Opposition even made the extraordinary statement of this, in a direct quote, "Everyone loves the thought of Australia made, but they're not going to compete with China." Well, I'll tell you what, Mr Speaker, I back Australia. I back Australian workers. I back Australian business. I back Australian innovation. I back the capacity of Australia to not just compete with the world, but to win. Whether it be miners in the Pilbara, or whether it be the workers of Gladstone, or the Illawarra, or the Hunter Valley, we can win. And that is what we want to do. We want to take Australia up the value chain. They want to talk Australia down. We have the best solar resources in the world. We have enormous space in this country of ours. We have the critical minerals, everything under the ground that will drive the global economy in this century. We have the skilled workers, we have the great universities and TAFEs, and also, of course, we have our own people, with the diaspora with connections with the entire world. The only thing that our nation does not have is time to waste, which is why we are getting on with the job.
Give the call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, has any agency expressed any concern about any individual who has arrived from the Gaza war zone since October the 7th? And has any such individual had their visa cancelled?
Give the call to the Prime Minister. Order. The Leader of the Opposition. It is highly disorderly before...
He shouldn't get up early, Mr Speaker.
Order. Prime Minister...
Makes him grumpier
The Prime Minister has
usual.
the call and is going to refer to the question. Prime Minister has the call.
Can I ask that be withdrawn?
Order. To assist the House, I'm going to invite... Thank you, the member for Newark.
Withdraw.
Order. I thank the member for New England. Order. If the House can come to order, the Deputy Leader was heard in silence. The Prime Minister is going to be given the same courtesy. He has the call.
One of their best on their front bench, Mr Speaker. One of their best. One of their best.
Order. Order.
Mr Speaker, that question is perhaps of the entire time since Federation, perhaps the most broad. Has anyone, anywhere, any time done something to somewhere? Can I say this, Mr Speaker? Can I say this, Mr Speaker, that we have exactly the same process, with indeed the same Director-General of the Security Organisation, approved, just reappointed for 5 years, reappointed, that they had in charge with the same rules in place as the Director-General of ASIO confirmed on Sunday and confirmed last week, and the Director-General of ASIO has certainly not expressed concerns to me along any of the lines which were raised by the Shadow Minister.
Give the call to order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the Honourable Member for Calwell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. How will the disciplined and rigorous approach to investments as part of the Albanese Labor government's Future Made in Australia plan ensure the benefits are widely shared? What approaches were rejected?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Speaker. We'll miss the member for Cornwall when she retires at the end of this parliamentary term, and this question shows why. Because a future made in Australia is all about modernising and strengthening our economy in a global economy powered by cleaner and cheaper energy. It's about grasping the vast economic and industrial opportunities presented to us by the world's shift to net zero. And the legislation before the House, as the Prime Minister said, provides the rigour and the robustness we need to attract more investment in the most cost-effective way. And that's why the AI Group said, and I quote, "This rigour brings a welcome degree of transparency and accountability based on clear policy principles." Now, this is what the Coalition is opposing when they say they'll vote against our legislation. They're voting against a proper assessment of spending. They're voting against communities benefiting from this investment. They're voting against aligning our economic and national security interests. Now, Mr Speaker, the Shadow Treasurer's bizarre and unhinged speech last night reads like it was cut and pasted from the darkest, strangest corners of the far-right web, and that's because it probably was. He bagged the Treasury Department that he wants to lead. He says that prioritising local communities, jobs and skills is Orwellian. He says putting national security and economics together is ideological. And he describes ARENA as a slush fund. Now remember, he was the Minister for ARENA for almost 4 years. It was truly mad and bizarre stuff. It was really unhinged and it was factually wrong as well. For example, he said that the Quantum deal costs the Commonwealth $22.7 billion when it's only $470 million. He was only $22,230 million off, Mr Speaker. Then he handed his dodgy maths to the member for Flynn, who repeated his points verbatim and stuffed it up as well. He shouldn't have taken the Shadow Treasurer seriously when nobody else does, Mr Speaker. Now, Mr Speaker, this is a contest between the maddies over there and the mainstream over here. We are part of a new global orthodoxy, mainstream and middle of the road, which is all about sharing the views of the investment community here and abroad. We know that it would be self-defeating to let the global net zero opportunity pass us by. It would make our economy weaker, our people poorer and our country more valuable. We know we can be big beneficiaries of the global shift to net zero if we play our winning hand and if we reject the extreme and divisive and gaffe-prone and unhinged cooker politics being played by those opposite, which sees them in the third year of a 3-year parliamentary term and still without any credible or costed economic policies of their own.
Before I call the member for Fowler, I'll just do something. Order. I'd like to recognise some guests in the gallery. I inform the House that present in the gallery today, in the Special Visitors Gallery, is a delegation of US congressional representatives led by Representative Michael McCall, Chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. And I'm honoured to inform the House that present in the gallery today is a delegation from Timor-Leste. They are led by a member of the National Parliament, Deputada Sancha Margarita Tillman, and joined by Her Excellency Inés María del Alameda, the Ambassador of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste, and members of the Regional Development of Australia, including the Deputy Mayor of one of my local councillors of Ipswich, Councillor Nicole Jonick. Welcome to you all. I'll give the call to the honourable member for Fowler.
Thank you, Speaker. The question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, a local business in Fowler has seen his energy bills go from $4,000 to $11,000 per quarter. Affordable energy prices are critical to fight cost of living pressures and the survival and competitiveness of many businesses. What is your government doing to fundamentally change the systems by which electricity is currently charged across Australia to create certainty and access to lower-cost mechanisms for consumers and businesses?
The call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. We thank the member for Fowler for the question, and together with the member for Blaxland, the member for Fowler and I represent a wonderful part of the world with the member for Werriwa in south-western Sydney. And south-western Sydney people know that people right around Australia are doing it tough and small businesses are doing it tough, and they have a government which is providing relief today, Mr Speaker.
Order.
Providing relief
Members
today
on my
because
left
today
will
is when it is
interjecting.
necessary. And the honourable member asked about small business and, I think, to be fair, about consumers and residences, and this government is providing relief to both of those groups.
In relation to small business, we're providing direct relief. We're also providing, we have provided tax support to assist small businesses in making the transition to more efficient energy uses. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition scoffs and says, wow. Well, it is good to provide support to small businesses for the energy transition, Mr Speaker. We on this side of the House think that. The Opposition doesn't agree. The Opposition does not agree with providing that support to small business. The Leader of the Opposition, Deputy Leader of the Opposition scoffs at that and dismisses it. We're delivering $62 million in small business grants to improve energy efficiency to small business. In relation to residences, state and territory ministers agreed with me a couple of weeks ago to adopt a consumer energy roadmap, which I think the honourable member was referring to, which puts residences and consumers in charge of their own energy use, which gives them more opportunities to control the renewable energy in their house and in their driveway to make sure that they are getting the benefits, as well as the immediate relief that's been provided in the budget of $300 for every person who receives an energy bill across our country and for small businesses. Mr Speaker, that is support in the medium term to let businesses and consumers make the choices which put them in charge to reduce their bills and emissions at the same time. That is the real concrete plan the Albanese government's put into place now. Providing relief now, not a fantasy plan for decades' time to introduce the most expensive form of energy known around the world, a plan which might work in decades to actually introduce new energy, but that will be expensive energy. These are real plans today, providing relief to Australians who need that support today.
The call to the honourable member for Paterson.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Industry. Why is it imperative that we deliver a future made in Australia, and what stands in the way of that delivery?
Give the call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Be chirpy.
Order.
Speaker, I just want to thank the member for their question, because they know, like everyone on this side of the House knows, how critically important our future made in Australia plans are, rebuilding manufacturing capability in this country. We lived the experience of the pandemic. The things we needed most weren't there when we needed them. We needed to rebuild our ability to make things in this country. We recognise the vulnerabilities of depending on concentrated supply chains that didn't deliver for us. And so being able to rebuild manufacturing capabilities, able to help us respond to global and national challenge like the transition to net zero, can also importantly create great jobs. Strong economies possess strong manufacturing capabilities, and they create strong, secure, well-paid jobs, which is really important to the nation. And so what we want to do is use our Future Made in Australia plans to revitalise manufacturing, grow jobs and make the transition to net zero easier for the nation. But what are we confronted with? We're confronted with, again, an unholy alliance. The Liberals, the Nationals, the Greens, all saying they'll vote against it. All saying they'd vote against it.
Order.
Now, I just note the presence of Hansard. Hello, I'm a big fan. I had to say I was going to call Hansard today because some of the debate that we saw from those opposite last night was something else. The Shadow Treasurer didn't fail to deliver. Now, bear in mind, this is the same Liberal Party that in government saw off 100,000 manufacturing jobs, saw off the car industry. In opposition, they also voted against the National Reconstruction Fund, and they also voted against energy price relief to help our manufacturers. And then you had the Shadow Treasurer say that the coalition has always supported manufacturing, followed by another clanger where the Shadow Treasurer said he'd worked for decades in manufacturing, in that noted manufacturer McKinsey & Co. I mean, thinking of Angus as a manufacturing worker is like thinking of Derek Zoolander as a coal miner. I mean, it just doesn't fit.
The Minister. Order. The Shadow Treasurer will cease interjecting. The Minister will. Order. The Assistant Treasurer will cease interjecting. Order. The member for Wannon has every right to raise a point of order, and he's going to be heard in silence. Member for Warren has the call.
Thanks, Speaker. I just asked the Minister to refer to members by their correct title, please.
That is an entirely appropriate point of order, and no. Is the member for Menzies seeking the call? No. I'm just going to invite the minister to remind himself the standing order that all members should be.
But it just doesn't work. Their commitment, their heart is not in it. They only ever talk about manufacturing to talk it down. This is a test for the parliament. This is a test for the parliament. Do we want a stronger economy or a weaker one? Do we want more jobs or less? Will the Liberals and Nationals join up again with the Greens to refuse to back our plans for a future made in Australia?
Order.
People will see where that mob
has
stands.
Concluded. Order. The member for Hume and the member for O'Connor trying to give the member for Page the call, and he now has it.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister guarantee that no individual who participated in or supported the October 7 Hamas terror attacks, the worst mass murder of Jews since the Holocaust, has been granted a visa by his government?
Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, I refer to previous answers. We have exactly the same security arrangements that were in place when you were in government, when your leader was, or not your leader, but the leader of the Liberal Party was the Minister for Immigration, and I have confidence in the work that our security agencies do. They work their guts out to keep us safe. If you do not have confidence, you should have objected when we reappointed the leadership recently of our security agency.
The member for Bowman is now warned. The member for Bowman is on a warning. Following on from Monday, there will be consequences for actions. The member for Higgins now has the call.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering lower energy bills and a future made in Australia by investing in renewable energy? What has been the response to these policies, and what energy policies has the government ruled out?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and the Minister for Energy.
Well, I appreciate the question from the member for Higgins. And the member for Higgins, Mr Speaker, knows that renewable energy is one of this country's great economic opportunities, Mr Speaker, as we on this side of the House do. When we see renewable energy, we don't run away from it. We're not scared of it. We embrace it as an economic opportunity for our regions in particular. When we see renewable energy, we see an opportunity for young people in the regions of Australia, whether it's the Hunter Valley or Central Queensland or Collie in Western Australia, to study and to participate in that revolution and to stay where they grew up if they want to and take those great jobs of the future. That's what we see in this country. Renewable energy means cheaper bills and more jobs for our country. Now, that is what the Future Made in Australia bill is all about, seizing that opportunity for our nation. We see that opportunity, and we've heard that the opposition is opposed to it. We heard from the Shadow Treasurer last night, and the Shadow Treasurer last night, in rejecting the Future Made in Australia plan, pointed to the community benefit principles in the bill, Orwellian he called them. Terrible stuff. I had a look. I thought, well, we've got to be fair. We've got to check. And he's on to us here, Mr Speaker. Some terrible stuff here. Promote safe and secure jobs that are well paid and have good conditions. I mean, that's socialism writ large there, Mr Speaker. Develop more skilled and inclusive workforces, including and investing in training of skills and development, broadening opportunities for workforce participation. I mean, we're on the verge of something terrible here, Mr Speaker. This is really high stakes. Engage collaboratively with it and achieve positive outcomes for local communities. No wonder they're against it. They're so opposed to it. They're opposed to strengthening industrial capabilities, including stronger local supply chains, i.e. sovereign capability for our country. I mean, this is verging on dictatorship, this stuff, Mr Speaker. Is really, really dangerous material. Thank goodness we got the member for Hume standing there against it. But to be fair to the opposition, as we always try to be, they're dead against it in Canberra. They're dead against it in Canberra, less so in Perth, Mr Speaker. They're not so opposed to it in Perth. The Leader of the Opposition went to Western Australia last week. To his credit, good to be there. One of his longer visits to Western Australia, one of his longer visits there, more than a few hours. No billionaire birthdays were attended to the best of our knowledge, Mr Speaker. I tell you what else he didn't attend. Collie, which is where they want a nuclear power station. He couldn't find his way to Collie. But he was asked on radio, have you been to Collie? And he said, I haven't been up to Collie yet. Collie's south of Perth, Mr Speaker. You go down to Collie. Bit of a yepping moment for the Leader of the Opposition in Western Australia, Mr Speaker. Not quite sure where he wants to put the nuclear reactors. Couldn't be bothered going there. Remember, the Leader of the Opposition has never been to Collie in his life, and he wants to put a nuclear reactor there. Now, during the break, I went to Port Augusta, I went to Central Queensland, I went to Lithgow, where the opposition is proposing nuclear power plants. Those communities want jobs and investment today, not in the 2040s.
Order.
Today. That's what we'll provide. That's what the Leader of the Opposition is not capable
concluded.
of.
Call to the honourable member for Deakin.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, under the Albanese Labor government's proposed visa arrangements for individuals from the Gaza war zone, will applicants be eligible for a permanent or a temporary visa?
The call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I'm not sure how that fits in with the housing portfolio. I saw the Manager of Opposition Business this morning speaking about how we needed less questions from the crossbench and more questions from the Shadow Ministry because they stuck to their portfolio of specialties. I saw that this morning, but that didn't last a matter of hours, Mr Speaker. It didn't last a matter of hours. Mr Speaker, the arrangements that we have in place are the same that were in place under the former government. The role of ASIO, the use of the movement alert list, the processes we use to vet visa applicants, all is unchanged.
The Prime Minister's completed his answer. The order. The Minister for Infrastructure will cease interjecting. The Minister for Social Services will cease interjecting as well. So I can hear from the member for Tangney.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the government response to today's NAPLAN result? And what is the government doing to build a better and fairer education system? What approaches to education has the government rejected?
Call to the Minister for Education.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend, the legendary member for Tangney, for the question. Mr Speaker, we've got a good education system, but the truth is it can be a lot better and a lot fairer. The NAPLAN results out today are proof of this. What they show is the need for real reform. What they show is that about 1 in 10 children who sat the test are below the minimum standard that we set for literacy and numeracy. But that's across the board. What it also shows is it's 1 in 3 children from poor families, and it's 1 in 3 children from the bush, and it's 1 in 3 Indigenous children. What the results don't show, but I want to inform the House, is it's only 20% of those children who fall behind when they're little who catch up by the time they're in Year 9 in the middle of high school. And as a result, over the last 7 years, we've seen a drop in the number of children now finishing high school, from 85% down to 79%. That's what we've got to fix. That's what we've got to turn around. That's what the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement that I released a couple of weeks ago is all about, and I table it for the House and for members. It includes practical reforms like phonics checks and numeracy checks in Year 1 to identify kids early who are falling behind, and things like evidence-based teaching and catch-up tutoring to help those kids who fall behind. I've put an extra $16 billion on the table for our public schools, but it's not a blank cheque. It's tied to these sorts of practical reforms. The Northern Territory signed up, Western Australia signed up, and I want to do the same across the country. But, Mr Speaker, fixing this doesn't start at the school gate. It starts before that. This isn't just about children who fall behind at primary school. It's about kids who start behind. Kids who start behind when they start school, in kindy or in prep. And the fact is, it's children from poor families
who are the least likely to go to early education and care and the most likely to benefit from it. And if we want to fix this, if we want to build a truly universal early education and care system, then first we've got to build up the workforce that will ensure this. And that's what the 15% pay rise that we announced for early educators is all about. Opposed by the Liberal Party and opposed by that guy in the Senate, what's his name again? Jared Rennick, who said that paying early educators more was going to destroy the family unit. This is the bloke that the opposition leader endorsed and said, quote unquote, was a great defender of Liberal values. Mr Speaker, if they're Liberal values, then God help us.
Give the call to the honourable member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Immigration. Has the Minister been lobbied by anyone in his electorate for a visa for an individual from the Gaza war zone since October 7?
Call to the Leader of the House. I'll hear from the point of order, and we'll find a way through this. But we'll hear from the Prime Minister.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. This is a question asked of the member for Watson, not of the Minister for Home Affairs.
Yep. I'll hear from the manager.
Well, Mr Speaker, it's pretty clear that the member for Watson is also the Minister for Immigration, and so this is entirely within his ministerial responsibilities.
Yeah, in his capacity as minister, you know, members can't ask a question about their own electorate or in their capacity as a member. So he may have been asked about from another member or another electorate as well. So I'm just going to ask the member to rephrase that to make sure that it's within the minister's responsibility, not in his capacity as a member.
My question is to the Minister for Immigration. Has the Minister been lobbied by anyone in his electorate or any other electorate for a visa for an individual from the Gaza war zone since October 7?
That's fine. Yep. I thank the member. The Leader of the House has the call. Order. Members on my right will cease interjecting immediately. The Minister for the Environment will cease interjecting. The Leader of the House has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. If I could explain how arrangements work within the portfolio. Every member here and I haven't been in the habit of sharing individual representations that members make to ministers. But if we go down that path, we go down that path. But every minister here, every member here makes representations. When representations are made when I take on this portfolio, I have a similar arrangement to what I had when I last took on the portfolio in 2013, which is anything with respect to my electorate, the representation I have to make either to a different minister or to the Secretary of my department. And the responsible minister who deals with all ministerial interventions of that form, which I would make on behalf of my electorate, is the Assistant Minister. Anything in his electorate, he would write to me.
Call. Order. Give a call. Order. When the House comes to order, the member for Lyons will cease interjecting. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the member for Wills.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education. How is the Albanese Labor government helping to alleviate the cost of living pressures for the critical early childhood workforce, and what has been the response?
Give a call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education and the Minister for Youth.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Wills for their question. Someone who brings a wealth of experience and knowledge to this House, and someone who, like all of us on this side of the House, understands the transformative benefits of early childhood education for children and for families. Now, Mr Speaker, we've already made early childhood education and care more affordable decreasing the out-of-pocket fees by around 11%. And that's good for families, and it's real cost of living relief for families. And now we're delivering an historic 15% wage increase for early childhood workers. Now, this means that by the end of this year, early childhood workers, around 200,000 of them, will get a pay rise of at least $100. And by the end of next year, that'll be over $150. This isn't just about giving them a fair and decent wage that they deserve. And it's not just about recognising their professionalism, their qualifications and the quality of care and education that they provide. It's also about ensuring that we don't lose those dedicated professionals so that we can undertake the ambitious task that we've set for ourselves, that ambitious task of achieving our vision of a universal early learning system that is affordable, that is accessible and that is inclusive. This $3.6 billion investment towards a wage increase will make a real difference and help ease the cost of living pressures for early childhood workers. But you don't have to take it from me. You don't have to listen to me on that. You can actually listen to what educators have said about this. Beck, who's an educator in South Australia, she says this. She says that she will be able to buy actual proper groceries and not live off sausages and bread. That's what this means to her. Gemma, who's an educator from Victoria, she said this increase will enable me to live comfortably and not stress financially paycheck to paycheck. That's what our educators are saying about this increase. But, Mr Speaker, it stands in stark contrast to what those opposite are saying about it, because those opposite want to make this all about outdated ideas of what modern Australia is. They want to talk about the Australian way of life. I don't even know what they mean when they reference the Australian way of life, as if somehow paying workers a decent wage is un-Australian. They want to continue to undermine and ignore the important contribution that our early childhood workers make to child development, to Australian families and, importantly, to the economy. What they don't want to do is listen to the workers. That's what they don't want to do. What they don't want to do is talk about real cost of living relief for the important workers in this sector. Instead, they want to focus on ideology. We want to focus on cost of living relief.
Concluded. The call to the honourable member for Ryan.
Speaker, my question is to the Environment Minister. Scott Reef off the Kimberley coast is one of the last untouched jewels in our oceans, home to 54 threatened species, including endangered pygmy blue whales and green turtles at serious risk if you give Woodside a permit to pump gas from under the reef. Will you use your power to prevent the Browse project proceeding in this term of Parliament, or was your commitment to no new extinctions just a feel-good media release?
Order. Give the call to the Minister for the Environment and Water.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, I thank the member for her question, and as I've said in this place before, I can't give commentary on individual projects that may come before me as the Minister. This project is currently, the assessment on it is paused while the Western Australian EPA and Woodside provide more information. But I would say to her, if she is genuinely interested in the transition that this country needs to make to a future that has more renewable energy, she should be backing this side. She should be backing the measures that we're taking on the transition to renewable energy, and she should be backing our environmental law reform, which is the best way to secure a future for the threatened species that she's claiming to be concerned about. Those threatened species would benefit from an Environment Protection Agency with stronger powers and penalties, with the ability to issue stop work orders, with the ability to audit proponents. The threatened species that the former Environment Minister, who did nothing during her term, loves to interject. Wouldn't it be great if only you'd ever had the chance to do a single thing? If only you'd had... Oh, to be fair, she hit a report. Mr Speaker, I want to say to the Greens political party, you have the opportunity to vote in the Senate for stronger powers for an EPA, for stronger penalties, changing maximum penalties from under $15 million for wrongdoing in the environment to closer to $780 million. Is that the sort of thing you'd expect the Greens to support? Yeah, it kind of is. They have the opportunity to vote for millions of dollars of extra investment to protect threatened species through the establishment of Environment Information Australia. Apparently they're not interested in that either. The Greens political party has a chance to vote for stronger protections for nature. They should take it. And just incidentally, Mr Speaker, those sitting opposite also have the opportunity to see better, faster decisions made for business. We are investing around $100 million to speed up approvals. Environmental approvals under this government are twice as on time as they were under the previous government. We've already made significant improvements since the former minister was in charge. We'd like to see further improvements as well, along with better environmental protections. If those up there and the Greens political party really want stronger protections for nature, tell your friends in the Senate to vote for stronger protections for nature.
The call to the honourable member for Cunningham.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Health. After a decade of cuts and neglect, how are the Albanese Labor government's Medicare urgent care clinics making it easier for Australians to see a doctor? And are there any threats that would make it harder for Australians to see a doctor?
The call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you, Speaker. And I thank the member for Cunningham. She's a regular correspondent indeed about better health care in the Illawarra. And like me, yesterday I'm sure she read in the Illawarra Mercury a piece by Kate McElwain entitled "My daughter was sicker than she's ever been, but we didn't end up in the ED." Kate's 5-year-old daughter had become violently ill on a Sunday and was at serious risk of dehydration. She wrote, "I knew if we didn't get help soon, we'd end up at the Wollongong ED with dozens of other people unable to get medical help on a Sunday night." But after a call with Health Direct, Kate was referred to the Medicare urgent care clinic at Corrimal. The sign at the opening of the clinic said that the wait time right then at the Wollongong ED was 5.5 hours, but she saw within 20 minutes 2 nurses, and within another 20 minutes her daughter was seen by a doctor who prescribed medicine and put her daughter on IV fluids. Happily, her daughter got much better, but she wrote, "Finally, I feel like there are good options for getting fast, high-quality treatment, even when your kids get sick at the most awkward of times." Mr Speaker, Kate's daughter is one of just 660,000 patients who have already been seen at our urgent care clinics since last July. And like Kate's daughter, 1 in 3 of them have been kids under the age of 15. Kids who need urgent attention and urgent care but don't need to go to a hospital. These clinics are operating 7 days a week for extended hours, and importantly, Mr Speaker, every single patient seen in these clinics is fully bulk billed, fully free of charge. And along with more bulk billing generally for GP visits and cheaper medicines, these urgent care clinics, Mr Speaker, are a really important part of our plan, our comprehensive plan to strengthen Medicare, to make it easier to see a doctor and help with the rising costs of health care in our country. And these measures are making a real difference to Kate's daughter, but to millions of Australians, Mr Speaker. But we know it is still tough out there, and we know that we need to keep doing more, and we're determined to keep doing more in health. But we also know, Mr Speaker, that all of this is under threat from those opposite. The Shadow Minister for Health, of all people, has said she doesn't support urgent care clinics. The Shadow Treasurer only this week confirmed in this chamber again they'll cut the funding, they'll close the clinics, and they'll force people like Kate and her daughter back into the emergency departments. And as for the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Speaker, we just have to look at his record. As Health Minister, he tried to cut $50 billion from our public hospitals and impose a GP tax on every single Australian. No wonder, Mr Speaker, this man was voted the worst health minister in the history of Medicare by Australia's doctors.
Order. Members on my right. The honourable member for Wannon has the call.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Immigration. Minister, of all the visas that have been approved for applicants from the Gaza war zone since October 7, have any been granted without an ASIO security assessment being made?
Give a call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. There is a process which ASIO is involved with which applies to every single visa. Every single visa issued by Australia, whether you come from the United States or whether you come from the Gaza Strip. And that is through what ASIO will routinely refer to as their watch list, what is technically referred to as the movement alert list. It is updated every 24 hours with every name that ASIO puts forward that they are concerned about. Every single visa that has been issued by this government and by the previous government went through that check against ASIO's information.
Call to the honourable member for order. Give a call to the honourable member for Werriwa.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Skills and Training. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting Australians to get the skills they need to support a future made in Australia while easing the cost of living pressures? What approach to skills has the government rejected?
Call to the Minister for Skills and Training.
Thanks, Speaker, and I thank the member for Werriwa for her question and her keen interest in vocational education, an interest shared by her constituents, several thousand of whom attend one of the 3 local TAFE campuses in Werriwa. Now, thanks to the great work of the member for Gorton, we are rebuilding a skills and training system that gives every Australian the opportunity to get ahead. And I'm pleased to inform the House, Mr Speaker, that more than 500,000 Australians have now enrolled in fee-free TAFE. That is 500,000 people learning in-demand skills to work in the care sector, in cybersecurity, in construction and so many other fields in which we need those skills, easing cost of living pressures while helping businesses across Australia get the skilled workers they need. And on my 3rd day as Minister, I met Zoe, a young woman on her 3rd day, studying to become an early childhood educator at TAFE. Fee-free TAFE has given her the opportunity to study to do such an important job, caring for and educating our youngest children. And now, when she begins her career, she will get to earn more and keep more of what she earns, thanks to the Albanese Labor government, the government which has backed a 15% wage increase for our early childhood education and care workers. This pay rise, combined with fee-free TAFE courses, means that there has never been a better time to become an early childhood educator. And working with the states and the territories, a foreign concept to those opposite, the Albanese government has seen more than 10,000 people enrol in fee-free TAFE courses for childcare. Unfortunately, those opposite, like the member for Farrer, believe fee-free TAFE is wasteful spending. Speaker, they are wrong. There is nothing wasteful about training childhood educators. There is nothing wasteful about delivering cost of living relief to those who need it the most. There is nothing wasteful about investing in Australia's future, in a future made in Australia. Now, the member for Farrer has not asked one question in question time about this portfolio in the 2 years that she has been the Shadow Minister. And more than that, her leader, the Leader of the Opposition, hasn't used the word TAFE in this place since 2004. Not since Facebook came into existence. It's like they are allergic to Australians getting cost of living relief and the skills they need while earning higher wages. But as we approach National Skills Week, the Albanese government is getting on with the job, investing in our workforce of the future to tackle the things that matter, getting to net zero, a future made in Australia, building homes and, of course, making childcare work for our families and early childhood educators work for our children's future.
Well okay. I think the Deputy knows where this is heading. She's interjected a total of about 17 times, and I've specifically requested she not interject during that answer. She'll now leave the chamber under 94A. There are consequences for actions. Okay, we'll hear from the member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Development, Territories and Local Government. My community of North Sydney cares deeply for regional and rural Australia, recognising many in these communities are already survivors of some of the most significant severe climate events seen in the past decade.
No, the member will resume her seat for a moment. I want to hear from the Leader of the House here.
Mr Speaker, there is a habit from those opposite when particular members of the crossbench rise to ask a question of levels of abuse that do not go to other members. It's consistent and it just happened again before our eyes.
I'd like to hear from the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I would like to raise with concern the behaviour as Standing Order 90 and 91, in particular in respect to the member for Maranoa, who was very loud in his guff, and as a leader of a party should show leadership to his members in how he conducts himself in the parliament.
As Speaker, I believe that members should be heard in absolute silence when they're asking a question, for the supremacy of respect for the member, but also the importance of the information that they're providing the House. I've been more than tolerant and fair with this process, but I'm asking all members in all parts of the chamber to respect one another when they're on their feet asking a question. You may not like what the content is, but every member is entitled to that supremacy. And there is a distinct audible noise when members of the crossbench or the non-major parties ask their questions. So I'm just asking members to show respect, and in that vein I'm going to ask the member for North Sydney to begin her question again so she can be heard in silence, just as the Leader of the Opposition was, or a member of the government would be heard as well. The member for North Sydney has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Development, Territories and Local Government. My community of North Sydney cares deeply about regional and rural Australia, recognising that many in these communities are already survivors of some of the worst significant severe climate events seen in the past decade. As the Minister responsible for these communities and local government, do you support the inclusion of a climate trigger as part of the approval process for future developments? Or otherwise, what measures and protections are you arguing for to ensure these communities are spared the impacts of worsening climate events?
Call to the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, asking one minister their view about another minister's portfolio is not in order, although the question could be redirected to the appropriate minister.
I'm just going to ask the member to rephrase the question to make sure, as the Leader has said, redirecting and asking, otherwise another minister may have to answer the question.
I continue to direct my question to the Minister for Regional Development, Territories and Local Government. My community of North Sydney cares deeply about the development potential for regional and rural Australia, and arguably one of the biggest challenges that region and rural Australia are currently facing is climate change. I would like to understand, does the Minister responsible for regional development have an opinion on whether a climate trigger should be included as part of the approval process for future developments, or what other measures the Minister is prepared to argue for to protect regional and rural communities?
The standing orders are very clear. You simply can't ask a minister an opinion. It's not under the standing orders. So we're moving to the next question. Give the call to the honourable member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Defence Industry and Capability Delivery. What steps has the Albanese Labor government taken to accelerate defence capability and ensure a future made in Australia after a wasted decade?
Give the call to the Minister for Defence Industry and Capability Delivery and the Minister for International, Pacific and Development.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for Macon from the mighty defence state of South Australia for that question. Mr Speaker, we face the greatest strategic uncertainty since 1945, and the first duty of any Commonwealth government is to protect Australians and keep our country safe. In this, a consistent approach is essential with a unity of purpose. Mr Speaker, leadership is critical. But sadly, under the last government, goldfish lasted longer than defence ministers. That has now changed. I'm delighted to inform the House that the Deputy Prime Minister has now served as Defence Minister longer than 6 of the 7 Defence Ministers in the last government. 6 or 7. And I've now served longer than 6 of the 7 Defence Industry Ministers in that wasted decade. That stability and unity is delivering results leading to accelerated capability. But, Mr Speaker, it starts with the budget, and this government has increased the defence budget by $50 billion over the decade and $5.7 billion over the forward estimates, something those opposite are refusing to match. In fact, they're arguing for a cut to the defence budget. We've increased the integrated investment program by $60 billion, and this increased resources and stable, consistent leadership is driving a very significant speeding up of capability compared to the approach of the last government in their wasted decade. Under them, there was to be 1 new frigate in 2034. Under us, 4 by 2034, the first in 2030. Under them, the first infantry fighting vehicle in 29. Under us, 2027 and made in Australia. Under them, the first heavy landing craft in 2035. Under us, 2028 and made in Western Australia. Under them, manufacturing missiles in 2035. Under us, it starts next year. Under them, contracts for armed drones were cancelled. Under us, the first armed drone arrives this year. Now, Mr Speaker, this focus on speed to capability will not only result in advanced equipment for the Australian Defence Force, it will create more high-skilled, well-paid jobs in the Australian defence industry. Through stable leadership and unity of purpose, we are bringing capability forward while supporting a defence future made in Australia. That is what a mature, adult government does, rather than the last one, which was addicted to all spin and no delivery. A former government whose Defence Minister, the now Leader of the Opposition, couldn't even deliver ships with safe drinking water for our sailors.
Give the call to the honourable member for Flinders.
The Minister for Immigration. Minister, have any visas for individuals coming from the Gaza war zone been granted without an in-person interview?
Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much. When visas are issued within a war zone and people apply for visitor visas, the in-person interview is a different circumstance, but the security checks don't change, and that's what matters. What matters is that there will be no compromise on national security. None. When it comes to advice, because I've seen what Senator Patterson has said, and I've seen what Mike Burgess has said.
For Latrobe.
And if it's a choice between taking national security advice from a junior coalition shadow minister or the Director General of our national security organisation, I'll back our security organisations any day.
Order. And the House comes to order. Order. No. The member for Moreton is warned. Member for Hunter has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories. What action is the Albanese Labor government taking to support regional Australia, including through the creation of a homegrown, low-carbon liquid fuel industry? And what approaches has the government rejected?
Call to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Not only is he a towering advocate for his community, he's also pretty tall. But he knows that a future made in Australia will be good for all regional Australia, but particularly in the Hunter. Labor's plan for a future made in Australia is simple. We want Australia to be a country that makes more things here, because making more things here will help to grow our economy. It will help to create good jobs in rural and regional Australia, because you should not have to pack your bags to build a career. That's right. Under our Future Made in Australia plan, one of our priority initiatives is the development of the Australian low-carbon liquid fuel industry. It will fast-track support for sustainable fuel with an initial focus on aviation fuel and renewable diesel, which will support emissions reduction in transport, in mining, in manufacturing and in ag. Currently, 60% of Australia's canola exports go to Europe to be used to produce biofuels. 400 kilotons of our tallow. And, Mr Speaker, we can do that here, and the industry agrees with us. GrainCorp said federal budget funding for low-carbon fuel initiatives is playing into its strategy to become a major player in the renewable fuel supply chain. The NFF said in their Future Made in Australia submission that the NFF has long supported the development of Australian bioenergy and low-carbon liquid fuels industries, with Australian agriculture playing an important role in the supply chain. And just last week, when I was in the member for Riverina's electorate, a beautiful part of the world, I spoke to locals in Wagga who said this exact thing, that they want to take advantage of this initiative to benefit their local economy. Because they know, just like we do, that regional communities stand to benefit from a future made in Australia. And, Mr Speaker, we're already seeing tangible outcomes, such as the MOU between Ampol, GrainCorp and IFM to explore establishing Australia's own integrated renewable fuels industry, which will include the supply of local homegrown feedstocks. But the Nationals can't yet convince the Liberals to stop saying no to everything. The Liberal parties dismiss the policy as billions for billionaires, failing to understand the importance of working with the private sector to build new Australian industries and to create more jobs in our region. I mean, those opposite, led by the Shadow Treasurer, who calls support for Australian industries a wasted effort, or billions for billionaires. They just don't understand the importance of working with the industry. But I mean, it's hardly surprising from a group that chased car manufacturers offshore and called Australian manufacturing a graveyard. That's not how you deliver for regional communities. On this side of the House, you've got a government with a positive plan for Australia who supports Australian industries, supports Australian jobs and supports Australian training.
Concluded. Call to the honourable member for Menzies.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Immigration. Minister, since 7th October last year, has any individual from the Gaza war zone applied for a visa and been rejected on the basis of their affiliation with or membership of the listed terrorist organisation Hamas?
Call to the Leader of the House.
The statistics on visas applied for and rejected are as follows. Since the 7th of October to the 12th of August, which is the statistics that I have available, 2,922 visas were granted, 7,111 were rejected.
System's working. Give the call to the honourable member for order. Members on my right will cease interjecting. Order. The member for Barker, the member for Hume, everyone will cease interjecting on my left and my right. The member for Holt will resume her seat. All right, just when the House comes to order, the member for New England will get the call. Order. Members on my right, I wish to hear the member for New England on a point of order.
Mr Speaker, someone over there said the word sook, and they must withdraw it.
The order. I'd ask members to show some decorum. Order. Member for Moreton on a point of order, and it better be a point of order.
I withdraw.
I thank the member. Order. The member for Holt has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. How is the Albanese Labor government helping Australian families meet cost of living pressures to access broadband services and improve educational outcomes for students?
Give the call to the Honourable the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question because she understands it's vital that we give young people right around Australia the tools they need to succeed in our modern education environment, and that includes access to the highest quality broadband. We know education doesn't end at the school. 30,000 families right around Australia with school students at home whom, for whatever reason, didn't have access to the internet. And that exposed a digital divide in children's learning. And that's why, upon coming to government, we committed $8.8 million to the School Student Broadband Initiative, providing families in need with real cost of living relief through a free broadband service that will now run until the end of 2025. Mr Speaker, I was pleased to recently join the Prime Minister at St John the 23rd College in Stanhope Gardens in my electorate to hear from the teachers and students about how access to the internet was integral to their learning. As the Prime Minister said, access to the internet is as basic in 2024 as a pen and paper was a generation ago. And we want to ensure that no Australian child is left behind in their learning due to cost of living pressures. Mr Speaker, I'm pleased to advise the House today that more than 16,000 families who were without broadband at home have now been connected to free internet through our initiative. For a family who gets connected today, they'll get a free internet service under the scheme until the end of next year, and that is saving them around $1,000. That's real cost of living relief. Mr Speaker, Anglicare Victoria, which manages the National Referral Centre to help connections to the program, told us about a mother of three who had never had the internet at home but was finally able to get her family connected. And the opportunity is especially significant for a youngest child who has autism and attends school part-time. Now her child can keep up with their studies using a specialised program that tracks and submits completed work while maintaining access to teachers. Mr Speaker, the Albanese government is delivering on our election commitments, including this one, delivering real cost of living relief for families in need and helping to improve access and opportunities in education for all Australian children wherever they may live. The initiative remains open for nominations until the end of the year, and any Australian family can contact the National Referral Centre on 1800 954 610 to check their eligibility and get assistance to set up their free connection and take up the benefits of this transformative scheme.
Or the Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I ask further questions proposed on the notice paper.
Order. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and quietly. I'll just call the member for Groom, who's indicated he is seeking the call.
With Standing Order 105B, I wish to draw to your attention multiple overdue questions in writing. Questions 634, 630, 625, 622, 616 and 575. Speaker, can I ask that you write to the respective ministers and seek their explanations as why they've not chosen to answer my questions in writing within 60 days?
I shall do so as the Standing Order provides. Move to papers and call the Leader of the House.
Speaker, this document is tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I have received a letter from the honourable member for Kooyong proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the need for the government to urgently address the chronic shortage of housing in Australia. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places. And I give the call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In the 1980s, the average house price was 4 times the average income. Today, it's 9 times. After decades of policy failure and short-term thinking by governments of both sides, it's harder for young Australians to buy a home now than it ever has been before. In one of the 3 least populated countries in the world, we have the world's second most expensive housing. This crisis is a direct result of the government's failure to plan and to act. Young people are being shut out of the market by rapidly rising house prices, which have outpaced wages growth for more than a decade. The private rental market is also failing with a persisting shortage of affordable homes. Those on lower incomes and older single women are facing severe housing stress and, increasingly, homelessness. The root of the problem is supply. Australia has one of the lowest numbers of homes per capita in the developed world. The federal government has set a target of 1.2 million new homes by 2030, but at our current pace we won't reach that goal. While we wait for those homes to be built, we must do more to help people who are struggling right now. As a matter of urgency, this government needs to increase support payments and Commonwealth rental assistance, ensuring that all vulnerable people receive the help that they need to be housed. The government must ensure that councils and state governments commit to the development of more social and affordable housing and work with them to ensure that this happens quickly, effectively and cost-efficiently. Policemen, nurses, aged care workers and childcare workers should be able to live somewhere close to where they work. We could start this tomorrow by extending the National Rental Affordability Scheme and by extending tax benefits to existing build-to-rent projects. We can look to innovative solutions like those proposed today by Community Housing Australia, National Shelter and the Property Council of Australia. This would deliver 105,000 built-to-rent homes in less than 10 years with a less than $10 million commitment from this government. We could double the size of the Housing Australia Future Fund. But we also need to encourage investors not to leave homes empty in a housing crisis. Almost 98,000 homes in metropolitan Melbourne will be empty tonight. That's almost 1 in 20 homes. Those homes would house everyone on Victoria's social housing waitlist several times over. There's always also land banking by developers who secure planning approvals but they don't act on them and accumulate a buffer stock of approved sites. There are 120,000 sites approved and ready to be built immediately in Victoria, but it's either more profitable for those developers not to build on them yet or they can't find the construction staff. Deputy Speaker, in the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we agreed that adequate housing was part of the right to an adequate standard of living. In 2024, we realise that housing is a human right. It's the great Australian dream to own your own home, and we need to keep that dream alive. But we also need to ensure that those people who can't buy a house can be sure of being housed throughout their lives. The government needs to do more to make this happen by incentivising investment in residential developments, addressing rising input costs and labour shortages, and encouraging states and councils to rezone and develop their land and to address land banking and vacancies. There are no immediate solutions to this problem, but there are many things that we could do today to improve housing affordability and availability. We can act now if we have vision, commitment and courage. In the middle of this unprecedented housing crisis, we must act now to ensure that every Australian has the chance to live in a safe, secure and affordable home. The future of our young people depend on it.
I'm giving the call to the Minister for Housing and Homelessness.
Deputy Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the matter of public importance. And could I really genuinely thank the member for Kooyong for bringing this debate forward. I've been in my job for just a couple of days, beyond 2 weeks now, and one of the things I would say is the intense politicisation of what is going on in housing policy at the moment, I don't think is actually helping us move towards the right solution for the country. There are people who are sitting today on the crossbench who are part of the solution, not part of the problem. The member for Kooyong, the member for Wentworth is also here. Smart women who are deeply engaged in the policy detail and really thinking about the ways that our government can work with states and territories and others who are part of this space to get better solutions for Australians, and I want to commend them for their engagement in this. Speaker, since I was appointed to this new role as Minister for Housing and Minister for Homelessness, I have, as you would expect, spent a lot of time talking to people around the country who are really seriously affected by Australia's housing crisis. I have talked to a lot of renters, a group I am very, very concerned about right now, people who are in real distress, who are seeing rents rising too frequently and rising too fast. I've seen and talked to people who are trying to get into housing. They've talked to me about their stories of standing in queues to look at rentals which literally have 100 people in them. I've talked to renters who are being treated really badly by their landlords, who are living in homes where there's black mould that will not be repaired, where basic functionality of the home is not being looked after. And I know that for renters that's combined with this incredibly deep sense of injustice that they are every day, they feel moving further away from that dream of home ownership. I've talked to young people who I am also really worried about. We have had a promise in our country for a long time that generations of Australians can have a reasonable expectation of home ownership, and I know this generation of young people feel that that is slipping beyond their grasp. What we see is that the net effect of all that's going on in housing at the moment is flowing directly through to the homelessness sector. And Speaker, I was very pleased and honoured to open National Homelessness Week a couple of weeks ago. I talked to activists all over the sector, and I also talked to some people who are long-term homeless. There are, absolutely gut-wrenching stories about things that have seen people pushed into homelessness. And I've also spoken to people who have been able to come out of it, and people who have talked to me about the fact that a lifetime of abuse and neglect that's occurred for them has been that a secure and affordable housing has been a pathway towards them being able to address those problems and rebuild their lives. Speaker, suffice to say, I have enormous passion for the project that's in front of me. Housing is not about nuts and bolts, it's not just about bricks and mortar. This is the foundation on which every person living in our country builds their lives and experiences the citizenship that we offer here. And so nothing could be more important right now than trying to address the concerns of millions of people around our country for whom housing is a life-defining issue for them. Now, Speaker, this housing crisis has been a generation in the making. There are complex causes of the problem, but if I could distill it down to one thing, it is the failure of governments at varying levels over a whole set of decades to properly invest and think about and develop policies to make sure that we have enough homes in our country. The member for Kooyong spoke a little bit about this in her address. The bottom line and the fundamental problem and the issues that people are feeling in the housing market at the moment all comes back to the fact that we have not been building enough homes, and we are still not building enough homes fast enough. Speaker, that is why our government is stepping into this space. We have come into government 2 years ago after a decade of complete and abject neglect of this policy area. And I just want to share two facts with you about that neglect, Speaker. The first is that we just came out of a period of 9 years of coalition government. In that 9 years, for the last 5 years of that government, housing ministers around this country did not meet once. This has got to be a collaboration between the states and the Commonwealth and indeed local government. The housing ministers did not meet once. And I can tell you too something. We have launched a $32 billion Homes for Australians plan. We invested more in housing in just our last federal budget than the entire 9 years of the coalition combined. That's how seriously they took this issue. Now, Speaker, we are a nation today led by a person whose access to safe and secure and affordable housing in his childhood transformed the entire trajectory of his life. We have a housing crisis in this country and a Prime Minister who grew up in public housing. So it's not surprising that we have a bold and ambitious agenda to try to address the problem that's in front of us. Speaker, our government has worked with the states and territories to build a target for housing across the country. We have an ambitious, bold goal of building 1.2 million homes in our country in the coming 5 years. It is bold and ambitious, and it is bold and ambitious because not being bold and ambitious is not going to help us fix this problem. It is exactly what we need to do. Speaker, this means that the Commonwealth has got to get in and get more active in housing policy. You've seen that in the national leadership that we've provided, in funding and incentives that have been provided to state governments to get homes built more quickly. You've seen it in the tremendous work that's been done around skills, around training more tradies, funding more apprenticeships, growing that workforce, 20,000 fee-free TAFE places in the last budget alone to improve the number of construction workers in our country. And of course, Speaker, there's that really important investment in social housing that our government has made, delivering the biggest investment in social housing in more than a decade to help reduce homelessness, and that $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund is critical to this. Speaker, the fruits of all of this effort is starting to come forward in the community. And actually this morning I had this incredible experience of going out with the ACT Housing Minister, Yvette Berry, and looking at 3 new public housing units that the ACT government is just about to move new tenants into. What the government has done here is take what was an enormous block of land here in Canberra and built 3 brand new units. These are units that are designed for proper access for people with disability, and they are designed for people who, women in particular, who are fleeing from violence with their children. Speaker, this is a really important work that's happening, and it's just a real pleasure to be part of it. Speaker, we have this big goal of building 1.2 million homes over a 5-year period, but I really want Australians to hear that we understand that you are in pain right now. And of course, that's not all we're doing. Of course, we have a suite of policies aimed at trying to help people get that relief that they need while they wait for more homes to come online. So a few really important things have happened here. The member for Kooyong talked about the increases to Commonwealth rent assistance. We have just executed 2 back-to-back increases to Commonwealth rent assistance. That's the first time that's happened in 30 years. There's more than 1 million households around the country who will have more than $1,000 a year extra in their pocket since we came to government through those increases to rent assistance. We're working through National Cabinet to improve the rental experience too, and there are some really important commitments that the states have signed up to as part of the National Housing Accord to make sure that for people who are in rents, that they're being treated appropriately. And I also want to call out the work that's been done on the Home Guarantee Scheme, Speaker. We have helped 110,000 Australians get into their home ownership through the Home Guarantee Scheme. That's twice the number that were supported under the previous government. Now, Speaker, I've talked a little bit about the government's agenda and things that have already been agreed to and funded. I just want to be really clear here. I recognise that there is more that needs to be done. No one is pretending that the crisis is fixed. No one is pretending that the crisis is over. But what I hope people hear from me is that we have a really good offering here, $32 billion that will be invested in housing, and I, as Minister, am dedicated to providing the drive and energy we need to actually see that money hit the ground and make sure that people feel the effects. Speaker, I do want to mention that we have 2 really important pieces of policy that are stuck in the Senate at the moment, refused to move forward by the Greens and the Liberals, who have built this incredibly hyper-politicised and very unfortunate alliance which has blocked just about everything that we have tried to do to support the housing needs of Australians. It's really disappointing. There are 2 important initiatives here. One is called a Help to Buy scheme. This is something that would be critical to help Australians who are on the lower end of the income spectrum to access the housing market when they otherwise wouldn't be able to do that. And the other is creating a better build-to-rent market here in Australia, something the member for Kooyong also talked about. Look, I would say that we've got a really significant problem on our hands here as a country. We're not going to fix this by doing politics as usual, and I call on all parties in the government to emulate the best practice of the member for Kooyong, bring these discussions forward, and let's work together to try to make a fix to this. Thanks, Speaker.
And I give the call to member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, it is our collective responsibility to leave the next generation with better opportunities than we've had, to be good ancestors. But in failing to address housing affordability, we are not living up to this responsibility. House prices relative to incomes across Australian capital cities have become some of the highest in the world, with Sydney having the 2nd most unaffordable housing in the world after Hong Kong. I acknowledge that the government has made some positive steps in this place, and I acknowledge that the government has actually put housing on the agenda in this parliament, and I think that's absolutely critical. And I know the government has committed significant resources into this area. But I believe that after 2 decades of frankly, buck passing between federal, state and local governments and the major parties, we have to do more. And we have to do more here, but we have to do more at each level of government. And I think there are 4 key areas that the federal government can have a significant impact even further than where it is now. Firstly, we need to strengthen the incentives for state and local governments to unlock housing approvals in Australian urban areas. Secondly, we need to support the availability of skills and materials to bring down costs and increase the viability of development. Thirdly, we need to push the states to improve renters' rights, particularly in New South Wales, where I'm from, where we still have no grounds evictions, which are for undermining renters' rights across my state. And finally, we need to reform the tax system to provide greater and more equal opportunities for housing in Australia. Housing represents a fundamental source of security that enables family planning as well as a comfortable retirement. But housing is increasingly out of reach for younger generations. Since 1981, the rate of home ownership for those aged between 30 and 34 has declined 20% to fewer than half. Over the same period, the share of people relying on the bank of mum and dad to buy their first home has increased from 19% to 40%. That is not the Australian dream. We are a country where it doesn't matter what your parents earn, it shouldn't matter what they have. You should have access to those opportunities and the ability, where if you're a nurse and a teacher coming together to be able to build a home, buy a home and set up your family. Unaffordable housing increases inequality and division in our society, but it robs our cities of essential workers, worsens the brain drains of our best and brightest, and discourages migrants who we need as our population naturally ages. I'd like to start firstly on the area of the housing accord and how to build these homes. This 1.2 million homes that the government has committed to focusing on is absolutely critical. But I'm concerned that the target is seen as out of reach and that we don't have interim incentives for the states and local governments to take action now to help them through the difficult planning and reforms that they need to take on and to sell to the electorate over the next period of 5 years. I think they need some interim support to deliver this. And then secondly, my second significant concern is about the skills and the materials. And I agree with the RBA that, frankly, our infrastructure pipeline, both at the federal level and at all the state levels, is so significant that is actually increasing construction costs, both at in both labour and in materials, at a time when our focus must be on housing. So I call on the government to delay infrastructure spending that it can, particularly those large projects that are competing with those costs. At the same time, reform the migration, the new fast-track migrant visa to ensure that construction workers are not kept out of that visa group, because those group of construction workers should be, if we need them, we should be bringing them in and bringing them in as fast as we possibly can. Thirdly, would like to say that I would like to see the government continue to put pressure on the states and possibly through incentives to make the reforms to rental rights that is absolutely required, both in terms of no grounds evictions, but also increasing the incentives for longer-term leases. And I recognise what is actually before the Senate at the moment, and something I spoke on this morning, the opportunity to increase the housing, some social and affordable housing, by improving those incentives, the tax incentives, but actually at the same time increasing affordable housing and also increasing long-term leases for those people in those build-to-rent environments. I think that's absolutely critical. I urge the Senate to to adopt those bills. And finally, I'm going to talk about the tax system, because there are a number of taxes that affect the housing system. It's not the main driver, but they are key. Stamp duty is a tax on people who move. It is inequitable. It is a state tax, but the federal government can be part of the solution in terms of driving that. Secondly, your negative gearing and capital gains tax, they are not the main drivers of costs of housing, but they do play into the difficulties for people to own their own homes. And I think that it is a reasonable thing for the government to be looking at that. There are a few areas that are going to define opportunities of a generation. Housing is one, and this is one that we must act in this parliament and everyone in the future.
Time has expired. Member for McNamara.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Kooyong for bringing forward this matter of public importance. And while we all agree we need to build more homes, the member for Kooyong and I agrees we need to build more finals campaigns for the Carlton Football Club, something that unfortunately I don't think is going to be happening this year, member for Kooyong. It's causing me great distress in this place. But anyway, no, I thank the member for Kooyong for this matter of public importance. And we do need to build more homes. We need to build more homes for Australia. And in fact, what we need to be is yimbys. We need yimbys, more yimbys in this place. Yes, in my backyard, not NIMBYs, which is what the Greens are, not only in our community, but all around the country. There isn't a housing project that they don't like to oppose. Even the building of social housing in my electorate, the Greens are running up and down the electorate saying not in our backyard. There isn't a public housing project that the Greens aren't willing to oppose, certainly not in Port Melbourne. But we on this side of the House understand that we actually need to build more homes if we're going to have more homes. You can't object for more homes and have more homes like the Greens like to do. You can't object to have a government program to help Australians who only have up to 2% for a deposit to get into the housing market and then expect more Australians to get into the housing market. But that is the Greens' approach. They stand in the Senate with their fists raised high, saying we don't want to support the government's Help to Buy scheme, and then complain that we don't have enough help to buy. This is the classic example. But you wouldn't think that the Greens are by themselves doing this. No, it's not just the Greens. They're very good mates over there in the Liberals and the Nationals. They are chummy, those two. They are chummy. They are really tight these days because they know that if they work together, they can block as many houses as possible. They can block the Housing Australia Future Fund for ages. They can block the Help to Buy scheme. They can block the Build to Rent scheme. The Greens and the Liberal Party and the National Party are thick as thieves. Thick as thieves. They are thick as thieves, Deputy Speaker, and they are willing to work together. But it would be funny if it wasn't so tragic, because every single time that the government has tried to get back to the table and to put forward the levers of government to try and ensure that there are more homes for more Australians, the Greens and the Liberal Party huddle in their little group and say, we've got to block this one, we've got to block this one. We've got to work together to slow them down because it's in our political interest to slow down the government. That is their approach. It's all about politics and not about building more homes. But we know that right now Australians are doing it tough to get into the housing market. We know that the price of housing, when you look at the cost of building homes, the cost of going through the planning processes, a lot of the levers are not the levers of the federal government. They are the levers of local government and of the state government, and they are the levers that we absolutely need to be working collaboratively with other levels of government in order to ensure that there is more possible land and more possible opportunities for more homes to be built for more Australians. But the Greens and the Liberal Party are hell-bent on taking either the federal government out of all construction of homes, like what those opposite did, who completely washed their hands of any responsibility of building homes in the social housing sector at all, and the affordable housing sector, or the Greens who let every opportunity become a political opportunity and want to build lots of campaigns but don't want to build many homes. And that's where we are right now. We are waiting for the Greens and the Liberals to stop working together so that we can get through those two important reforms through the Senate. And at the same time, we have a fantastic new housing minister who is building off the really important work of the previous housing minister of $30 billion plus worth of investment in housing right across the country, which is all about trying to ensure that the federal government is doing its bit in investing in the construction of new homes right around the country, whether it be thousands and thousands of social housing homes or homes for women and children fleeing domestic violence. We know that too many women and children have that wicked choice between staying in a dangerous place or having nowhere to go, and we need to do more to ensure that that doesn't become a reality for Australians, as we know it is each and every day. But also we are investing in the long-term housing pipeline to ensure that the federal government is doing its bit. But this really has to be a collaborative effort between state government, local government, the federal government, an investment in budget, but also investment in reform as well. We need everyone saying yes. We need everyone working together. We don't need the Greens and the Liberal Party slowing things down and saying, not in my backyard. Working together, huddled together, fighting against the Labor Party for votes. Well, we should be building more houses, not building political campaigns like the Greens are in this country. So we say yes to more homes, while the Greens are going to fight it each and every day.
I give the call to member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I commend the member for Kooyong, as I did the member for Indi earlier this week, who brought a motion into the Parliament looking at housing, and particularly commend the member for Kooyong's matter of public importance today, because we need to make sure that this issue stays on the agenda. Now, I supported the government's Housing Australia Future Fund and its Social Housing Accelerator program, but I must say that while I support these significant investments, I don't believe that they alone will be a panacea for our housing crisis, and we also need to look at demand. We need to look at the demand that we're creating, and according to Treasury and OECD figures,
Australia has fewer dwellings per 1,000 people than the OECD average, and with a supply of just 420 per 1,000 people. And this places us in the bottom 11 countries and well below the OECD average. And this imbalance, I believe, is worsened, and my community believes is worsened by the record migration numbers. As reported in syndicated papers today, the government's Big Australia policy has somewhat exacerbated the housing problem that we have today. We know with 1.15 million migrants coming into Australia since the change of government, this represents 62% more migrants than the Rudd-Gillard government, which was the previous record holder, and more migrants in 27 months than the Hawke-Keating governments, which were in power for 156 months. The unchecked intake is supercharging demand on housing. It's supercharging demand on everything. And in 2022, the median housing price was 4.9 times the median gross disposable income. In early 2024, this has increased to 8.6 times. It's also taken Australians much longer to save for a deposit. Back in 2022, it took less than 7 years to save a 20% deposit. Now it's taking 11 years. Now, we know home ownership gives you the greatest financial stability in life, security and stability. The best chance of you having a good life into retirement relies on you owning your own home. And for those lucky enough to own a home, the cost of servicing these loans has crippled household budgets after 12 interest rate rises. The RBA acknowledges that the migration under the Labor government has contributed to inflation, and that has led to these interest rate rises. So I think we need to have a very sober conversation about migration when we're talking about housing. And it is even more difficult for renters, especially in the regions. As I mentioned in a speech earlier this week, the Domain June 2024 rental report shows a quarter-on-quarter increase of 0.8% for houses and 4.3% for units in Adelaide. But go to the regions. In Mount Barker, increases to June is 10.8% and a staggering 52.7% over 5 years. Similarly, in Victor Harbour, when we're looking at rent, it's increased by more than 50% over the last 5 years. We are seeing people who have grown up in an area being forced out of that area simply because they can't afford to live in that area. Local government areas of Alexandrina, encompassing the Fleurieu and Kangaroo Island, have experienced 20% annual increase in rent and a 5-year increase to 76.5%. And these figures are absurd, and they're forcing people into poverty. Deputy Speaker, none of the government's policies or initiatives aimed at increasing housing supply will work, as I said, if we don't also address the demand side of this issue. And current projections are today that a child born today will be nearly 40 years old. Now, this is assuming they start work at the age of 20 before they've saved enough for their housing deposit. That means that in one generation, effectively, we've taken away the great Australian dream. And shame on us for doing that. This is not the future that I want for my children or for my grandchildren. And so I would urge us all to work together to look at solutions that also look at supply, but they also must look at the demand side of the equation. Otherwise, we're just creating a Ponzi scheme here. Thank you.
Member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And this is a really important MPI today about the housing crisis currently facing Australia. And so I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to talk about some of the policies that our government is putting in place. Last week was National Homelessness Week, a week which raises awareness of homelessness in Australia and the importance of social and affordable housing as a long-term solution. And of course, in a country like Australia, everyone should have a safe place to call home, and this is something that our government is working on. And to mark the week, I visited the Early Morning Centre here in my electorate. And Nicole Wiggins, who runs the Early Morning Centre there on Northbourne Avenue, to hear about how they're going with their service that provides vital support to people experiencing homelessness in Canberra. They provide food, but they also provide services and link people up with a range of supports at their place there at the Uniting Church. And I've proud to engage with them regularly over the 5 years I've been an MP, but before I was in Parliament I was a regular volunteer there for a long time. And before that, volunteered at another organisation for many years, talking with people experiencing homelessness. And I think understanding the issues that can lead anyone into homelessness and the accompanying problems that people experience is just the most, it's a powerful example of why a home is so important for anyone to build their life and have a happy, healthy and fulfilled life. It must start with the security of a place to call home. And it's those experiences, talking with those people, that are a big part of what's led me to want to be in politics and part of governments that are going to fix these problems. Because while there are many in our community doing amazing work, like the Early Morning Centre and the volunteers there, and I want to just quickly shout out to everyone in Canberra that is supporting people facing homelessness, but it is governments that have a really important role in ensuring that people can find a place to go home. And that's why I'm so proud that that is exactly what we've seen from the Albanese Labor government. A few weeks ago, I was really proud to join the former Housing Minister, Julie Collins, and also our ACT Housing Minister, Yvette Berry, to visit some new public housing in my electorate, which had recently been completed and ready to go in the inner north, and hear about how that housing was going to be soon. Some Canberrans would be moving into that, excellent housing. It was a well-designed, beautiful, bright homes in a great location, and we've just heard the new minister talking about more of these dwellings that are going to be opened in Canberra shortly. And it's projects like this that are being built all across the nation as part of our $32 billion Homes for Australia plan. Additionally, our government and state and territory governments have recently signed a new agreement on social housing and homelessness. That agreement will see the ACT receive $157 million in funding to boost their construction program and build scores of new additional public homes. And this is what happens when you have the different levels of government working hand in hand together to address a crisis affecting Australians. And we all know that there is a shortage of housing, and we know that we need to build more homes quickly all around the country. And that's why one of the first things we did when we came to government was sign the once-in-a-generation National Housing Accord with the states and territories, with the ambitious goal of building 1.2 million homes by the end of the decade. It will be the most homes that have been built in our history, and to date the government has invested $32 billion to build those new homes. In fact, in the last budget alone, there was more money for new homes than in all of the budgets of the former government combined. Our government is providing national leadership on this issue. We're funding and incentivising states and territories to get more homes built. We're training more tradies, funding more apprenticeships and growing the workforce. And we're delivering the biggest investment in social housing in more than a decade to help reduce homelessness. For people who are renting, we've increased rent assistance, and for those looking to buy for the first time, we've assisted more than 110,000 Australians through the Home Guarantee Scheme. There's always more we can do, and I know that when I'm talking to my community here in Canberra that housing is, of course, an issue at front of mind, but I am proud to be part of a government who also have this at front of mind and are working to get homes for Australians.
Member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I also would like to thank the member for Kooyong for bringing this matter of public importance to the House. Having a roof over our heads is something that most of us take for granted. I say most because there are Australians who do know what it's like to be homeless. And having been homeless myself by the ravages of war, I spent many years as a refugee, never knowing any sense of a permanent or stable home environment. Like the Prime Minister, I also grew up in public housing after our resettlement here in Australia. We were incredibly lucky and privileged and grateful that Australia had the right economic circumstances for us to rebuild our lives and the opportunities to work for a stable and prosperous future. As we've been hearing today in the House, the economic conditions are becoming more challenging for many working Australians and making it harder also for our young people and those on low socioeconomic income to be able to save, to afford to buy a home or even to rent. It doesn't take a PhD in economics to understand the high prices that are driven by a shortage in housing supply. Whilst population increase is measured across the whole of Australia, it is not evenly distributed. Australia has relied more and more on immigration to boost population growth as birth rates have decreased. And the major cities have inevitably seen populations boom because that's where the jobs and infrastructures are. My electorate of Fowler has particularly felt the increase sharply, especially in the past decade, where we have seen almost 20,000 refugees and asylum seekers resettled in my electorate. These new arrivals require a roof over their heads as well as demands for services. With over 50% of the population, Fowler's population born overseas compared to 30% of Australia's, many come here to make a new life, seeking opportunities. Home ownership is a pipe dream for anybody other than the super rich, as the incredible cost of building new homes means that it's becoming nearly impossible to even find a home to rent. In Fowler, almost 44% of the population rent, and with a high population on low incomes, how on earth can these individuals afford the increasing in rents as well? This is a terrible situation. Home ownership is about more than just financial security for those who live in them. Home ownership inculcates a commitment to a local community. It strengthens the ties that bind us to our neighbours and to our country. Many of the great buildings of Australia, such as the New South Wales Parliament and the Queen Victoria building, were built before government regulation had reached its tentacles into the finest details of the planning and building processes. Yes, we have seen a sea change in the safety and welfare provisions for workers in that span of time, and many of those regulations are good and in the best interest of us all. But the taxation and regulation of the building industry is another example of the ability to legislate going out of control. And I know that the Prime Minister had faced attack from his own New South Wales State Premier on the lack of housing. So in the spirit of the House of Reps cooperation and solidarity, I want to help him. The fact is that New South Wales state taxation and planning restrictions play a significant role in the cost of building houses in our great state. The zoning tax, for example, is the price you pay for the legal right to put a dwelling on a piece of land. This right obviously increases the value. Well, in Sydney, zoning tax accounted for 42% of the cost of a house and 68% of the cost of an apartment in 2016. That's before we even begin talking about increasing costs of labour and building material. So the Prime Minister could do something at the federal level to pressure his state and territory colleagues to increase the housing supply. He could remind Premier Minns that he stood beside him at the announcement of the National Housing Accord. Instead of the Premier asking for more money from the federal government, he could be reminded that New South Wales has been given a lot of money for infrastructure already. So every opportunity should be taken when federal infrastructure fund goes out onto the state and territories to make it conditional on building a specific number of new homes. Writing cheques for Sydney's Metro, Sydney Beaches Link and the Aerotropolis should be accompanied by demand to build them. Deputy Speaker, unless the nettle is grasped on increasing housing supply, we are going to see profound change for the worse in our societal values and standard of living. We don't need to wait for things to get worse. I think we're already there. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Kooyong, my colleague and neighbour, for raising this important motion. Like her, I have very many young Australians who are struggling to find a home. I have a great many young adults who are still living with their parents. I have people who are now living in cars, in council car parks, and this is happening in Higgins, which should give you an indication as to how bad it is elsewhere. It's not as if they don't have a job. They do have jobs, it's just that they can't make rent. We have too many Australians right around the country who are spinning their wheels in this purgatory of insecure housing. We're even seeing the emergence of tent cities in some parts of our country, which is an absolute indictment and should not be happening in a country that is one of the wealthiest in the world. We have, in the OECD, we are the 11th wealthiest country when it comes to average income. So there's no shortage of money in this country. When it comes to housing, Australian dwellings actually peaked in 2016 and have been in decline ever since. And when you compare us to the OECD, which is a club of mostly rich countries, we actually have below average rates of social and affordable housing.
What added to this, of course, was this major shock, the pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, rental vacancies were sitting in the healthy 3 to 4% range. After the pandemic, they plummeted to 1% or less. And in the last few months, we're actually seeing an increase now in rental vacancies, consecutive increases over several months, but still way too low, sitting at around 1.5%. It should be in the 3 to 4% band. That's a sign of a healthy rental market. And that has happened largely because the way people live has changed. Living arrangements have changed. People prefer to live in smaller households. So, before I talk about what we are going to do about it, let me tell you what we are not going to do about it. What we are not going to do is pit one Australian against another. We are not going to pit young against old. We are not going to pit the states against the Commonwealth. We are not going to pit property developers against everyone else, because that is not how you solve a problem of this scale and magnitude. The blame game has to end, and it certainly has ended with us in this government. We have a Prime Minister who grew up in social housing to a single mother who was on a disability pension. He knew what economic deprivation was about. And thanks to a roof over his head, he climbed that ladder of social mobility. And that is what we want for every single Australian. What we have is an ambitious plan to build 1.2 million homes through our National Housing Accord. It's called an accord for a reason. It channels the spirit of Bob Hawke, who had an accord at a time of great economic crisis in Australia. And the accord basically means that it's a coming together, an agreement between states and territories and Commonwealth and industry and other stakeholders to get a big problem solved. And yes, it is ambitious, but we need to be ambitious given the scale of the problem. We currently have around 169,000 households on the public waiting list for social, meaning public housing, 169. When you add all the people waiting for community housing as well as Indigenous housing, that number rises to over 220,000. So that's just the backlog. We then have to also build in order to accommodate growth in our population and the need for key workers. Our $32 billion Homes for Australia plan aims to build, buy and rent. And it is a plan which has many moving parts to it, but essentially it's about cutting red tape, it's about skilling up more tradies, and it's about incentivising the states to build. We know that the Commonwealth does not hold all the levers. We do not, for example, control planning and zoning. But there's another ingredient that we do to some degree influence, along with every other leader in this House and in state and even local council level, and that is the issue of NIMBYism. We really need, as a country, to take a hard, long look at this issue of NIMBYism. It has led to the entrenchment of inequality in our country, as people have said that they, hand on heart, and even in my electorate this happens, want more housing, just not in my backyard. That has to stop. That narrative has got to stop, because this problem is far too great and it condemns our children to a lifetime of renting. We have increased Commonwealth rent assistance, 2 back-to-back increases. We're now putting $6 billion into the pockets of renters, and that is helping 1.5 million Australians who are at acute risk of homelessness. And we've also expanded the Home Guarantee Scheme, which has seen 110,000 Australians move into homes. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Higgins, and I call the honourable member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Speaker. Queensland has recently been characterised as the homelessness capital of Australia. The statistics are eye-watering. Brisbane property prices have increased by 65% since 2020, almost double the Australian capital city average of 34%. Across the state, new tenancy rents also climbed faster than across the nation, rising by 45% over the same period. With the market in its current state, it is without doubt that it's renters and first home buyers who are going to be at the sharp end of this crisis. And these conditions have pushed more people into homelessness as well. The number of people depending on homelessness services has surged by more than 34% since 2020. This housing crisis is an intergenerational and economic justice issue. But this government goes on and on about how well they're doing, but that is not how the community feels on the ground. Things aren't getting better, they're getting worse. House prices continue to soar, rents continue to soar, interest rates aren't coming down, and vacancy rates continue to make it incredibly difficult to even find a home to live in the first place. Tinkering around the edges with some poorly put together neoliberal policies just will not work. The housing market in this country is structurally broken. So it's time to think outside the box. But when you see the world through a neoliberal lens, as this government does, that influences how you both perceive problems and how you find solutions. The reason this government is not doing anything bold or system-changing is because they think they're nailing it. They've tried all these poorly put together neoliberal policies, but they're out of ideas. The reason the government only puts forward these Band-Aid solutions, these Band-Aid neoliberal solutions, is because that's all they're capable of. That's all their politics will allow them to do. I say to the already seemingly embattled new housing minister, think outside the box, outside neoliberalism. A public developer is needed to pick up the private sector's inaction. A huge build of public housing to specifically provide homes that are actually affordable, not just at a small discount of market rate. A rent freeze and caps to provide relief to people right now, and winding back negative gearing and changing the capital gains tax discount. Because research out this week from the Australia Institute has revealed that the 200 richest people in this country now have a combined wealth equal to 25% of national GDP. These levels of inequality will harm our country more and more the worse they get. The report argues that there is no way to meaningfully address this housing crisis or even the cost of living crisis without tackling the huge levels of wealth disparity that are fueling both of these crises. To quote the report, although the political barriers to making this change are likely to be substantial, the failure to confront this problem will consign the nation to ever-increasing levels of inequality. So there we have it. Outside-the-box solutions are needed if this country has any hope of an egalitarian future, something we like to think we already have, but we all know deep down we do not. 2.5 years of this government, and what next? A build-to-rent bill that was universally panned by experts and lobby groups from all sides of politics. More of the same, tired thinking, not bold and not courageous. We have a government that has thrown in the towel, a government that doesn't want to rock the boat, doesn't want system change, and is more concerned about not upsetting the LNP or the mega wealthy. People have hit breaking point and won't tolerate business as usual anymore. The longer this government does not act, the worse this problem gets. We cannot just wait for the market to sort itself out because the market is the problem. All this does is kick the can down the road. We need solutions outside the box. Band-aids here and there do not cut it. This is about addressing rampant wealth inequality and intergenerational fairness. Housing is a human right, and it is about time the government treated it as such.
Thank the honourable member for Brisbane. I call the honourable member for Reid.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I appreciate the way all members have come to this debate. We all agree that housing affordability is a huge issue in this country. However, unlike the previous member, the member for Brisbane, we don't treat this as a debating society. We aren't talking about political philosophy here. We are talking about pragmatic solutions to actually address the housing affordability issue. And I like the out-of-the-box thinking that the member for Brisbane was proposing. And if this was a reality show where we tried to pit idea against idea, sure, let's bring out this out-of-box thinking. But of course, there are constitutional issues with the policies that he proposes. There's also a reality issue with the policies that he proposes. Who does he think builds developments? Who does he think builds homes? There are private sector developers, and we don't want to badmouth them and kick them out of this country and have a total government takeover, because that is not what is going to make a material difference on the ground to getting more homes built. That actually will probably delay homes being built, because you would have to set up a whole system of government-funded builders and developers to go out and start building. And that takes time. And he and I both recognise the real challenges of housing affordability in this country. It is especially pronounced in the city that I lived in. Sydney is ranked as the world's second least affordable market after Hong Kong, and housing affordability is one of the biggest challenges for Sydney-siders. But it hasn't always been this way. When my parents came to this country more than 4 decades ago, they worked hard and were able to buy a home within 5 years of coming to this country. And our family's success was possible because they had the stability of housing. But that stability is out of reach for so many people in Sydney now. So how did we get here? Because this problem, a problem this big, does not spring up in 2 years. It's a problem that has been brewing for years and years. And as the previous members who have spoken on this issue have pointed out, the key challenge is that we are not building enough homes. We're not building enough affordable, social and private housing. All of it, the whole gamut, we are not building enough. And we are here in this situation because of a decade of complete and utter failure from those opposite at both the federal and New South Wales levels. Coalition governments have failed us because when they were in government, they showed little to no interest in addressing housing supply, and that is what has left us with this critical shortage. Fortunately, you now have a Labor government at the federal and state level in New South Wales laser focus on addressing housing affordability. In our first federal budget, the Treasurer announced our ambitious goal to build 1 million new homes over 5 years. And through the Housing Australia Future Fund, we are making the biggest investment in social and affordable housing in more than a decade. In our second federal budget, we boosted homelessness funding to state and territory governments and increased rent assistance for renters, while putting rental reform on the agenda for National Cabinet. And in our most recent budget, we announced $6.2 billion in new investment to build more homes and support Australians. In this budget alone, there has been more investment in housing than in all 9 of the federal coalition's budgets combined. That is how seriously we take this issue. Because in Australia, we like to build big things, the Snowy Hydro scheme, the Sydney Harbour Bridge. I think that the next big project for us ought to be building more social and affordable housing. This is the difference it will make in people's lives. And finally, you have a government that is willing to step up to the challenge, not only stepping up to the challenge, but helping people build more homes, be able to get rent and be able to afford to buy.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Reid and I call the honourable member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I don't need to spell out just how bad the housing crisis has become, as so many are living it, but the figures are truly alarming. In Brisbane, house prices have doubled in the last 10 years, growing by nearly 15% in the last year alone. Meanwhile, wages in Australia are stagnating or actually going backwards. Renters are trapped in a vicious cycle, unable to save for a deposit because average rents have spiked 43% in the last few years. And you'd need to find 61% of the average wage to service a mortgage. In Brisbane, you need an income of almost $200,000 a year and a deposit of $165,000, completely unaffordable for so many. The Albanese government continues to ignore the crisis, continues to push fake solutions that only make the problem worse, like offering up money for a vanishingly small number of first home buyers. This will only drive up house prices further. Everyday people know that this is a huge problem. Recent polling showed that 73% of people think housing should be a basic human right, while only 9% said it should be a vehicle for growing personal wealth. 15% of people believe that house prices should continue to rise, while 45% want them to stabilise and 40% want them to fall. Yet the Labor government continues to offer fake solutions, policies that throw more money at the very people who created this crisis with their massive profits and corporate greed. Labor is unwilling to touch negative gearing and the capital gains tax discount, locking in skyrocketing house prices. These policies are rigged in favour of wealthy investors and property developers. The major parties don't want house prices to stabilise because it goes against the interests of their friends in the property industry. The idea that housing should be a basic human right isn't radical. It's not extreme. It's common sense. It's a necessity. Housing is fundamental to the flourishing of our society. Everyone deserves a safe and affordable place to live. The government needs to get back to the business of building homes. Bring property development back into public hands to build homes for people, not for profit. We've done it before in Australia. Post-World War II, when up to a quarter of new homes built were public housing. But now, the number of social homes per capita in Queensland alone has fallen by 10% in the last decade. People are sleeping in tents, parents are living in cars with their children, all because of the government's utter failure to invest in and build enough public housing. For too long, private developers have been given free rein to control the housing market. Housing should, at its most basic level, be about people having homes, not for speculative wealth generation for some. Even with a deposit, only 13% of the homes sold in 22-23 were affordable for a median income household. We've seen affordable housing stock fall from 5.6% to just 3.8%. And compared to other OECD countries, the amount of social and affordable housing we have in our system is appallingly low. Over the next 10 years, Labor will give property investors $175 billion in tax handouts through negative gearing and capital gain tax discounts. Meanwhile, most renters and mortgage holders will get nothing. Labor is giving money to big investors, turbocharging house prices and pretty much screwing over everyone else. Labor's so-called Help to Buy scheme does nothing for 99.8% of renters who are denied access to this scheme. It could actually make the housing crisis worse by putting more pressure on house prices. And their build-to-rent scheme? Just more tax breaks for developers to build unaffordable apartments. So how do we solve this crisis? We scrap tax handouts for investors so renters finally have a chance to buy their first home. Freeze and cap rent increases to make it illegal for landlords to hike up the rent as much as they want, and invest the savings we make from scrapping investor tax handouts into a government-owned developer that will build homes for people and buy and to rent for cheap. We're building homes. We used to do it. We need a housing system that works for everyone, not just the wealthy few. Thank you.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Ryan. The discussion has concluded. Order. I have to report that the Telecommunications Amendment SMS Sender ID Register Bill 2024 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is that the bill be agreed to. And I'll put the question, all of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I thank the honourable member for Capricornia, and I call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
And I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Third reading, the bill for an act to amend the Telecommunications Act 1997 and for related purposes.
Order. I have to report that the Customs Amendment Strengthening and Modernising Licensing and Other Measures Bill 2024 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is that this bill be agreed to, and I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to, and I call the Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
I'll call the honourable member for Capricornia. Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I thank the honourable member for Capricornia, and I'll call the Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
And I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Customs Act 1901 and for related purposes.
Order. I have to report that the Customs Licensing Charges Amendment Bill 2024 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is that the bill be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to, and I call the Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted, the member for Capricornia?
Leave is granted.
I thank the honourable member for Capricornia, and I'll call the Minister.
And I move that the bill now be read a third time.
And I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, the bill for an act to amend the Customs Licensing Charges Act 1997 and for related purposes.
And I'll call the clerk again.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 1, Future Made in Australia Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Hume.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and for the Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments number 1 Bill 2024. And I call the honourable member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in continuation to debate the Future Made in Australia bill, a bill that I strongly support. We need a future made in Australia to also help hard-to-abate sectors such as aviation, heavy industry and the built environment decarbonise with low-carbon fuels like green hydrogen and sustainable aviation fuels. It's absolutely crucial to the decarbonisation journey of this country. But what we have failed, I think, to acknowledge is the vast need of human capital in order to make that future made in Australia a reality. And it also highlights the opportunities for young Australians if they're thinking about future careers. We have an abundance of resources in our nation, resources beneath our feet, resources in the sky, and of course the resources that walk among us, our human capital. These are knowledge workers, tradies, blue and white collar workers, all have a place in that future made in Australia. We make around 8,500 PhDs a year. We need to stop losing them to the Hunger Games of academia and give them a berth in local homegrown industries. We have around 500,000 people, we've clicked over 500,000, who have signed up to fee-free TAFE, and they will absolutely be a part of a future made in Australia. Those jobs are theirs for the asking. But these workers, young and older alike, need industries to absorb them. Industries that are future-focused, that are exploiting the opportunities of the net zero transition that is already well underway globally, and the key markets in Asia that are on our doorstep. And I can see some children up in the stands. This is for you. These nascent industries, however, need help. They need support to help them compete in a distorted global market. We call ourselves an open free market economy. The rest of the world isn't necessarily that way. So we need to give our industries a helping hand, because elsewhere those businesses are getting incentives, they're getting tax breaks, they're getting government subsidies, because that's the international reality we live in, and there's no hiding from it. The playing field has changed, and if we want to make manufacturing return and then boom in Australia, and of course this side of the House does, we must make it easier for companies to go from small to medium and then leap to hopefully large-scale enterprises. There are far too many roadblocks at the moment, and that is something this bill, the Future Made in Australia bill, addresses. The Future Made in Australia Act will be guided by a national interest framework with priority industries identified under 2 streams. The Net Zero Transformation Stream, focusing on renewable hydrogen, green metals, and low-carbon liquid fuels. And the Economic Resilience and Security Stream, focusing on critical minerals, clean energy manufacturing, and applying stronger policy overall. In general, the Future Made in Australia bill has over $22 billion in it, and it's directed towards grants, production credits, cutting red tape, in order to enable investors, whether they be domestic or foreign, to better connect with the bureaucracy and with investment vehicles within the government. Investment vehicles include the National Reconstruction Fund, a $15 billion fund dedicated to making things again in Australia, high-tech advanced manufacturing back in Australia, whether it be from defence capabilities or healthcare, renewable energy, ag tech, we want it all back. AI and quantum also included in that, and there's a lot of money backing that. That's the future we want, not for us, but for those kids up there. And it's also important to note that those opposite voted against the National Reconstruction Fund because they don't believe in government handouts. They have their heads in the sand when it comes to the global reality. Australian companies are not competing on a level playing field globally. They need the help of government, given how far back we have fallen after a decade of Liberal inaction that watched industries after industries depart our country, the most egregious being the car industry. So these grants will include $8 billion to support green hydrogen over the next 10 years, mostly as production credits, which means that they're only paid out on success when the green hydrogen is made. Now, when you talk to experts, we think that that is somewhere between 5 to 8 years away, commercial scale green hydrogen. And it's not that hard to make. You need sunshine, you need an electrolyzer, and you need water. So there is a race on globally to make green hydrogen because it is essential as an alternative to our fossil fuels, petrol and diesel, which are used by heavy industry. We also have $7 billion over 11 years in tax incentives for critical mineral processing, and we have over $500 million, $549 million for battery manufacturing. We've also invested close to $500 million in quantum computing. So if there are any young people out there interested in maths, interested in computer science, quantum computing could be a destination for you. And your pathway could be through science and or engineering, and then onto a higher degree like a master's or a PhD, and then straight into this industry, which we are now establishing in Australia. And we make no apologies for it. I would suggest to the Liberals that for their sins, this is an opportunity to atone for the mistakes they made when they were in government, and particularly around the departure of the car industry. And I didn't really realise it at the time what that meant for our country, but the enormity of it has actually landed. The loss of those jobs, those skills, the multiplier effect that came from that one high-tech industry cannot even be quantified. They could atone for that by actually voting for this Future Made in Australia bill and give those kids up there in the gallery a pathway to secure well-paid jobs in the future that they want, a future that is decarbonised and that is high-tech, with high living standards, well-paid, secure jobs in industries that they want, not what you want, what they want. Manufacturing is not just a sector. It is a capability. It is essential to our prosperity and to our national security. It is a capability that drives innovation, productivity, incomes, international trade, supply chains, and it has a multiplier effect A virtuous cycle spins up when manufacturing returns. One business leads to another business leads to another. Good example is renewable energy. Offshore wind zones are attracting data centres. Why? Because they are energy thirsty. And it's attracting other businesses, even ecotourism, and then value-adding manufacturing industries. So energy is the key. The next election will be a choice between a future made in Australia or a future made overseas. Instead of doubling down on the past and more of the same, which frankly I think is untenable, it means digging up and shipping stuff out. It means doubling down on coal and gas. We have an opportunity to value add to our natural resources, to value add to our human capital in this country, and turn Australia from the fossil fuel giant that it currently is to the Sun King. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Higgins. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to oppose this bill. Those opposite may have a selective memory, or perhaps it may be because much of their election policy platform has been scrubbed from the internet. But this bill and all of its promises sound very familiar indeed. Deputy Speaker, this bill and the rhetoric behind it churns out the same empty promises our manufacturers were given almost word for word by Labor before the last election. In fact, guess what the name of the policy was on the webpage? Yep, that's right, a future made in Australia. This government's latest promises made in this place over recent days offer cold comfort for our manufacturers because they have been living through 2 years of Labor failures. Deputy Speaker, our hard-working manufacturers and the Australian public were given this exact sell just over 2 years ago. I've met with them and they are over it. They don't need more hollow promises. They need a break. The Prime Minister made all sorts of commitments at the last election, but his shallow promises for manufacturers are plain for all to see. Here we are, 2.5 years on, and they have spent $8 million running the National Reconstruction Fund. They just forgot to spend the money on actual manufacturing projects. This is what they promised at the 2022 election. As the then opposition leader, now Prime Minister, said, and I quote, "At the end of the first term of the Labor government, when we reflect on what we have built, we'll see this, an economy that makes more things here at home, powered by cheap renewable energy." The exact opposite is true, with our manufacturers paying among the most expensive energy prices in the world. How can Labor promise a future made in Australia if they can't keep the lights on today? Instead of a stronger economy with cheaper power, Australia faces a manufacturing insolvency crisis, with insolvencies tripling since Labor came to office. The Prime Minister also said of his National Reconstruction Fund that it will rebuild Australia's manufacturing base, while the now Deputy PM prophesied that only Labor will ensure we come out of the pandemic stronger through bringing manufacturing home. Any reading of the economy will tell you otherwise, and the NRF is still yet to spend a single cent on a single project. So if that's the lived experience since they took office, how can we trust anything they say on this legislation? Because here they are yet again making commitments on manufacturing, saying to Australians, trust us. The government has had 2 years to demonstrate how they will rebuild manufacturing in Australia. Instead of delivering a proper economic plan, we see economic conditions continue to deteriorate. Industry reports anemic growth rates that are at or near their lowest levels in a decade. That clearly doesn't bother members opposite. Are those opposite acknowledging or responding to a reported decline in new orders at the largest rate since the global financial crisis? No. Neither are they concerned about invoice defaults sitting at record highs. All we get is silence when we hear of manufacturers going bust. Large institutions in our industry landscape like Qenos, Bosch or Alcoa have made difficult decisions as a result of this government's policy failures, with whole supply chain implications such as the announced closure of Sydney chemicals manufacturer Indorama. A furniture-making company in Dandenong, Maidco, who recently entered administration said, and I quote, "We've weathered many storms, but unfortunately some waves hit harder than others. The challenges brought on by the pandemic were tough enough, and the recent downturn in the residential cabinetry market, coupled with the closure of 2 major account clients, has made our journey even more arduous. The building supply chain is very much feeling the pain, and manufacturer Luton going into voluntary administration is just another sign of that. Deputy Speaker, it brings me no great pleasure, but I want to share the comments from the administrators, and I quote, "This is a manufacturing business exposed to the building and construction sector. It's got all the problems of manufacturing plus all the problems of being a building supplier. And what are we told by this government? That they want to double down on their failed policies? They look at the past 2 years of inaction and failure and they say we want more of that? Make no mistake, that is the choice that we are being provided here, and the track record of this mob fills no one with confidence. The Treasurer asserts that it would be, and I quote, an egregious breach of our generational responsibilities as a government if we didn't play this winning hand, end quote, with reference to this bill. It's the sort of stuff you get from a bloke with a PhD in politics, not in economics. He loves to sell his policies, he just doesn't understand them. Well, let me give some free advice to this Treasurer from someone who's actually worked in a blue-collar job with hard-working men and women. Treasurer, what would be an egregious breach of your government's responsibilities is not responding to the conditions that I've just outlined. Manufacturers are struggling. Aussie families are struggling. Australians have endured 12 mortgage rate hikes under this government with little to no support. Deputy Speaker, real wages for employees have dropped by 9% and living standards have collapsed by 8%. Household savings are down by 10%, all while the price for food and groceries continues to rise and are up by more than 11%. Over 116,000 Australian households are on electricity bill hardship payments, with 600 new households entering hardship plans each week, to try to pay for their power prices. Because of this government's bungled energy policies, Aussie industry and households now pay at least 22% more for their electricity. And this government's reckless approach to gas has led to drastic hikes in gas prices, essential for most manufacturing operations. And under Labor, 90% of our 24/7 base load power will be forced out of the system. As manufacturers choose to shut down, unions have been given the green light to rise up. Emboldened by new retrograde industrial relations laws, unions continue to be the kingmakers for those in the modern Labor Party. Is it any wonder that productivity has fallen by over 5% under the Labor government? It's telling that the Treasurer did not mention productivity once in his budget. This is not the target of this bill. This government just keeps adding fuel to this inflationary fire, and this Future Made in Australia policy is positive proof of that. There are also some key questions of this bill which show just how disingenuous this government really is. Their budget has already committed to a number of programs under this Future Made in Australia umbrella. Take the Hydrogen Head Start program, the Solar Sunshot program, and even the PSI Quantum deal as examples. Knowing full well that these programs would be part of their Future Made in Australia package, and knowing full well that this legislation would institute a new national interest framework, so-called independent sector assessments and community benefit principles, why did this government choose to power ahead without these three key pillars being applied to the aforementioned spends? It looks dodgy to me. Deputy Speaker, they're failing their own standards before they even legislate them. We also have serious questions about what this all means for the National Reconstruction Fund. What will happen to the independent investments by the National Reconstruction Fund if they're subject to Future Made in Australia additional assessments? We're in a position whereby the Department of Industry will have a sector assessment via co-investment plans, as will the Treasury via a sector assessment, and so too the NRF Corporation with their investment considerations. That's 3 lots of assessment from 3 different entities. Have they even considered how that would work? How can the NRF be independent if the government-initiated advice curtails or supersedes their investment decisions? Who is in charge here? Is it the Treasurer or is it the Minister for Industry? The problem for Australians is if you ask them, they will tell you it's both. Because even though those two don't like each other, Deputy Speaker, they do share the same trademark arrogance. While I can appreciate why the government has removed ownership of this legislation from the inept and incompetent Industry Minister, the member for Chifley, this transfer to Treasury poses more questions than answers. It also remains unclear how exactly the new frameworks in this bill will interact with existing frameworks, such as the National Reconstruction Fund priority areas, or indeed ARENA's publicly listed priorities. Deputy Speaker, in the Treasurer's second reading speech, he boldly claimed that this bill reflects a new economic orthodoxy. Yet economists have come out in droves, backing in the coalition's approach. Stick to the economic fundamentals, the basics which our manufacturers demand. This is the whole problem with this Treasurer. While he's out there trying to remake capitalism, Australians just want him to do his job. Labor have failed on the fundamentals. They failed to provide the skilled workers in the industries that need it. Anthony Albanese was elected on a simple promise that he would skill more Australians. Yet, since Labor took office, Australia has 85,000 fewer apprentices and trainees, a loss of 1 in 5, and new training starts have dropped by 39%. Deputy Speaker, their last grandiose promise, the National Reconstruction Fund, was sold as a $15 billion fund to support manufacturers. But as manufacturers continue to go bust, the fund, which has not committed a dollar to a single project, has instead topped itself up in this last budget with $18 million more for this new bureaucracy. We also see the government's industry growth program, a $400 million program, spend a quarter of its budget on bureaucracy, not manufacturers. They recently announced just five recipients, and no doubt worthy ones doing worthy things, but cold comfort to the thousands of manufacturers struggling to make ends meet and keep the lights on. Instead, this government will do what it always does: issue media releases that might sound good, but offer little practical support. We saw a clear example of how Labor actually thinks about manufacturing when you look at what they do, not what they say. Labor was caught out ripping off the Australian-made logo for political profit. Many in this House would be familiar with the iconic green triangle with the golden kangaroo, an instantly recognisable symbol and guarantee of Australian-made quality. It's highly trusted, with 89% of Australians more likely to buy a product if they know it is Australian-made, thanks to the strength of that branding. The logo is a registered trademark, and as such, its use is strictly controlled. We uncovered a calculated campaign from Labor to use the Australian-made logo in party political material to spin its future Made in Australia policy. Disgracefully, Labor tried to politically profit off the trusted Australian-made brand. That is how they see Australian manufacturing, as something to win them votes. That is what this whole exercise is about. Labor trying to win an election, not build an economy. That is why the Coalition opposes this bill. Labor do not have a proper plan to get their settings right for Australian manufacturers. We will continue to stand up to the false promises offered by this bad Labor government and instead offer a better way with a focus on getting the fundamentals right to get Australia back on track. I thank the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government, and the member for Brand.
The Minister for Resources and All of Australia. So.
The member for Brand.
Thank you very much, Dr. Deputy Speaker. I thank the House. It's my really great pleasure to speak about the Future Made in Australia bill today. But I do want to pick up on a couple of things that the previous speaker said, and a couple of previous speakers have said. The member for Farrer mentioned the Alcoa Kwinana refinery closure, and I know the member for Hume in his speech last night mentioned the temporary suspension of production at BHP's Nickel West refining, both from Kwinana, both from my electorate. Can I just emphasise how shameful it is that there is absolutely no matter, the Liberals and the Coalition will not politicise in this House. There are a lot of people who have lost jobs at Alcoa and Nickel West, there's no doubt about it. But the truth is, those operations have come to the place that they are in now in care and maintenance because they are over 50 years old. Over 50 years old. They have been the backbone of the Kwinana industrial area for a long time. They've employed many people. My father, indeed, was employed at BP oil refinery, which I might add those opposite oversaw the closure of with barely a murmur. But what is irresponsible of those opposite is to come in here and to go elsewhere and to repeat untruths, misrepresentations about why Alcoa shut down and why Nickel West BHP is going into temporary closure. Because it is very clear, and those companies have made very clear in all their public statements, that there is no policy of the government that has any effect on these decisions, and it is about their ageing facilities. So if they could stop treating Australian workers in the disgraceful manner in which they do, that would be an entirely good thing. The Future Made in Australia Bill, at its centrepiece, has emphasised the importance of critical minerals and rare earth elements and their processing here in Australia. A $17.6 billion production tax credit systems will create more well-paid jobs, support local communities and build industries right here in Australia that will be critical for the future of the global economy. We have all the critical minerals and rare earth elements the world needs for the energy transition right underneath our feet and right across the country. You can't have renewable technology like batteries, solar panels and wind turbines without them. There will not be a transition to net zero without the critical minerals of Australia. They are also vital for our defence and national security and for the defence and security of our partners and allies. And as the world seeks to rapidly reduce its carbon emissions, the global demand will absolutely increase into the future. And it would be a travesty if we didn't capitalise on this historic opportunity to grow this industry here in Australia for generations of prosperity to come. We should try and do more than extracting critical minerals and exporting them to be refined overseas. Those opposite want to offshore our critical minerals sector. This Albanese Labor government will not do that, because we believe in a future made in Australia. We should be processing the critical minerals here because we can do it. We need to create more value in Australia and add to our own supply chains, but importantly to that of our regional neighbours. Our traditional resources of coal, gas and iron ore will underpin the development of this new segment of the sector. All of them are needed because the road to net zero runs through the Australian resources sector. The production tax incentive is a game changer that will help achieve that. The investment is a no-risk approach. It is not a cash handout. If companies don't process critical minerals onshore, they don't receive a tax credit. Our critical minerals and rare earths industries will create those secure jobs of the future, but they need our support to get the industry off the ground. It is exposed to global markets. Global markets for critical minerals and rare earths are opaque, they are volatile and they are subject to manipulation. And as we have seen in recent weeks, these price fluctuations are resulting in job losses, and that is what international market pressures are bringing to bear. But this government is committed to helping the sector weather these difficulties and grow for the future. But what is standing in the way of this? Well, as always, it's those opposite, the Liberal and the National parties, holding this nation back, led by an opposition leader who's talking on both sides of his mouth about the production tax incentive. The Leader of the Opposition says one thing in Western Australia and another thing when he's back here on the East Coast. Here in Canberra, the Opposition Leader outright opposes the production tax incentive and turns his back on Western Australia's resources sector. On the night the budget was released, the Shadow Treasurer took mere minutes to oppose these credit systems, and it was called and classified welfare for billionaires. And of course, on one of his rare trips to Western Australia, the opposition just last week was saying something else entirely. And Kalgoorlie, the opposition leader, said he's having respectful discussions with industry about support for critical minerals, but what would really help is if he actually said yes and did support production tax incentives that the industry itself has called for and calls for time and time again. What we need to know from the opposition is which is it. You have the Shadow Treasurer on one hand saying we don't support it, and you have the Leader of the Opposition having a think about it. You have Senator Cash also talking about some fantastical WA package, but refuses to back in the Shadow Treasurer and his staggering opposition to this policy that has the widespread support of industry. I look forward to the blackfoot that we can expect from the Shadow Treasurer in due course. I want to talk a bit about what the opposition has proposed in the alternative to the government's proposition for production tax credits for critical minerals. The member for Fenner a minute ago said we need to get back to basics, and the coalition has claimed that all the government need to do is go back to fundamentals and cut the red tape. So let's look at their record on red tape. Now, Deputy Speaker, if there was a gold medal in approval delays, you know, we might have propelled ourselves up to third on that ladder, on that Olympics table, and then you combine it with the gold medal for black flips that I can expect to hear from the Shadow Treasurer, we really would have done well, even better than our great Olympians have already done. So what is the truth on the approvals under the coalition when they were in government? During their decade in power, approvals ground to a halt because they cut the Department of Environment's resourcing by 40%. 40%. That means there was no people to do the work to go through the approval process. So that's their fault, and that is what their legacy is in the approval space. That is their record. This government has spent $239 million in speeding up the environmental approval process. In our first budget, we announced $117 million to clean up the mess and improve approval times. In our most recent budget, we invested nearly $100 million to again speed up environmental approvals for renewable energy, transmission and critical minerals projects. Their record, the record they say they want to use for getting back to basics or getting back to fundamentals, across the previous Liberal National Government, only 46.6% of decisions were made on time. Our record under this Albanese Labor government, thanks to our Labor's commitments and our work on the approvals processes, 84.3 decisions have been made on time. That's a record I'm much more happy with than their record over there. So if this is all they've got, that they want to get back to basics on the approval process, well, it's not much, and it's certainly not enough to start the critical minerals industry in this country. And I might add, you simply cannot magic away. You cannot just wave a wand and think that international markets and geostrategic issues and the extraordinary pressure on this industry will just disappear because you think it can. And it goes to show just how out of touch and how little the Liberal and Nationals know about the resources sector in this country. I am staggered time and time again by their absolute ignorance and the way they take it for granted. They take the largesse of the resources industry, the support of them for granted, and it has made them lazy in regards to policy in regard to the resources sector. Well, that is not what I do as a resources minister in this country. If I can talk a bit about Western Australia, my home state, and of course a state that has a vast deposits of critical minerals. What I recommend the Shadow Treasurer might think to do is, talk to some of the people that are holding positions of leadership in Western Australia. He doesn't have to talk to the Premier, Roger Cook, who of course supports the critical mineral strategy and the production tax credits, but he could speak to Libby Medham, who is the leader of the Liberals in WA, who has said we'll support this measure. The leader of the WA Nationals and therefore leader of the opposition in Western Australia because of the such underperformance of the Liberals, he has said it is essential not just for Western Australia and not just for Australia but for the Western world to pursue production tax incentives like this. But, I mean, why would you listen? The Shadow Treasurer has never listened to anyone before. But we know we also have, of course, other members in here from Western Australia. Of course, their numbers are declining and the Liberal, and there's not been a national WA member for a very long time. Maybe they should stand up for their own sectors, their own electorates as well. I would hope that the members for Canning, Forrest, Durack and O'Connor are now speaking to the opposition leader and the Shadow Treasurer to back the production tax incentive and support the sector that drives our state's economy and also drives their electorate's prosperity. So instead of supporting Lynas, who are building a rare earths processing facility in Kalgoorlie in the electorate of O'Connor, instead the member for O'Connor has been distracted entirely by the Leader of the Opposition's nuclear sideshow. So, I mean, I see the member for O'Connor is not indeed on the speaking list for this bill, the Future Made in Australia bill, which would have a great effect, great benefit to his electorate. So perhaps he will find the time in his busy schedule to come in here and speak against the production tax incentives that the industry that fills his electorate are actually supporting. But there are, of course, others. There are others members in this House that have interests in the critical mineral sector in their electorates. The member for Durack, who will be speaking later, and I look forward to her support for reduction tax credits. New South Wales, the member for Parkes, the member for New England, rare earths and antimony respectively. They don't support it. They should, because it would create jobs in their electorate. In Queensland, we have the member for Flynn. This is a high-purity alumina refinery just starting up. Will benefit greatly from this production tax incentive. He was in here before saying no to this policy. I haven't heard from the member for Leichhardt, but he has a tungsten deposit in his electorate that would be handy. The member for Capricornia, you have molybdenum. You might be speaking about it. Yes, right, great. I haven't seen that member for Capricornia, but I'm sure you'd want to help them out with the production tax credits. The member for Gippsland, the member for Mallee, we look forward to their contribution. And of course, the member for Braddon will be speaking later too. He has the prospect of having a tungsten refinery in his electorate, and they will be depending on a production tax credit in order to move that along. So if all of those members, and there may be some others, want to have a think about what is of the benefit for industry right across the country, particularly their electorates, they could just come in here and try and get some support for it, or alternatively call their leaders. There is a few other people that have supported the production tax credits. Rob Scott from Wesfarmers has said the credits are a smart, targeted use of the tax system to solve big problems, leverage our competitive advantages and enhance Australia's prosperity. Wesfarmers are, of course, building a lithium hydroxide plant as well. Jeanette Hewson from the Queensland Resources Council, great supporter of Labor, but it's a great supporter of the coalition, moreover. Jeanette has said, Ms Hewson has said, that the critical minerals production tax incentive funding to progress common use facilities and $566 million to Geoscience Australia to develop new data are all important announcements that will benefit our critical minerals industry. So if the Queensland Resources Council is saying it, Wesfarmers, and Wesfarmers not the only one, we have AMEC as well, who represent the vast majority of junior miners that will set to benefit from the critical minerals industry. Maybe have a listen to them instead of listening to the Leader of the Opposition and the Shadow Treasurer, who have no idea about the resources sector. Sure, you can fly into a private party in a private jet and have a few champers, and that's jolly good, but it doesn't really show your understanding of the industry one whit. It doesn't help this country progress. It just shows you're ignorant. You just rely on shadowy gifts to make sure that you can keep doing what you're doing, which is create poor policy, which are poor results into the future. Labor understands the resources sector, and one of the reasons we have a great advantage in the resources sector, of course, we represent the workers in that sector, and they are the ones that I really know stand to benefit, and generations of workers, moreover, because this is what the production tax incentives will create, generations of work in new industries right across the country, so we can have a future made in Australia.
Yeah, I thank the Minister. I give the call to the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I must say I was looking forward genuinely to hearing what the Minister had to say, because normally when we've got to sit and wait, it's a backbencher that repeats the talking points. You could hear them from everyone. So I thought it would be interesting to see the Minister spend 15 minutes talking about their future made in Australia and their plan for the resources industry. But what was interesting was the time allocation. We got between 3, maybe 4 minutes if we're generous, talking about the government, and then about 12 minutes talking about the opposition from the Minister. And that in many ways sums up the Albanese Labor government. After spending over 20 of the last 30 years in opposition, they're institutionalised to opposition. They continue to talk about us. Member for Parramatta is new, so he's been lucky enough to be in government for 2 years. He's okay. I see him laughing over on the other side. And he did, I think, work at a senior level in the former Labor government. So he's had a good run. But many others, the senior leaders, the Prime Minister and others, continue to talk about the opposition. The Minister for Resources could not spend 15 minutes outlining the positive plan that the Albanese Labor government has for the resources sector or for this future made in Australia policy. And that says a lot, because this bill, like many others, follows a very typical Labor formula. I spoke about this when I spoke about the National Reconstruction Fund and also the Housing Australia Future Fund, Deputy Speaker. And this bill hasn't let me down. It's followed the 4 tried and true steps of the Albanese Labor government when it comes to big policy announcements. So step 1, you need the impressive sounding name. Future Made in Australia, very impressive. No one would disagree with a name like that. Step 2, you need a lot of money over a long period of time, so outside of the forward estimates, because then the Treasurer, as the member for Parramatta knows, can then shift the budget a little bit, because we only report on 4 years, but if we talk about 10 years, it sounds very impressive. $22.7 billion, so tick, we followed that. The member for Parramatta will appreciate this one as well. You need to include off-budget spending, because the beauty of, and he agrees with me, because the beauty of including off-budget spending is that the Treasurer can stand up and talk about being economically responsible, even though they've committed over $45 billion into off-budget spending since coming to government. The reason he can pretend to be economically responsible is in the name. It doesn't sit in the budget. But guess what? For the Australian people, for the taxpayers that have to repay that $45 billion in debt that adds to the structural deficit, the real structural deficit, not that pretend budget one, they have to pay that money back. That $45 billion also drives inflation, as Michelle Bullock, the RBA Governor, knows. This bill includes the National Reconstruction Fund, so tick, we've got our off-budget spending. And the fourth point is a real lack of detail in the bill, which, as the Minister for Resources just spent 4 minutes talking about the bill, shows. And even the Treasurer's speech, which I thought I would read, again, had no detail about what was actually in the bill, other than his spin and talking points that he does so well. But the real danger, Deputy Speaker, to this bill, the real danger this is giving the government the opportunity to pick winners. And I want to talk about an actual example of what has happened already under the Future Made in Australia Fund. Over $400 million, $970 million if you include the Queensland Government investment into quantum. Now that's part of the Future Made in Australia plan. But let's actually talk about PsiQuantum and the process that this government undertook. The first thing we should know about PsiQuantum is they're actually based in Silicon Valley. Now, the last time I checked, Silicon Valley was in the United States, not in Australia. The second thing we should know about PsiQuantum is they've got some good supporters. Brookline Advisory. Brookline Advisory, the lobbyist for PsiQuantum, on the record. The 2 principals of Brookline Advisory, former Chief of Staff to the now Defence Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, and a former senior advisor to the Treasurer. So those came in handy, those connections. And let's go through the timeline of PsiQuantum and what's happened around this process. And this is an important process to understand, because if it's happened in quantum, it can happen with every other initiative under the Future Made in Australia brand. So the Minister for Industry and Science met with PsiQuantum between the 1st and the 31st of December 2022. In the 25th of January 2023, Minister Husic travelled to the PsiQuantum headquarters in Silicon Valley. 26th of April, and this is very important, very convenient, on the 26th of April, PsiQuantum register as a company in Australia, and they're based in Brisbane. 26th of April. Then amazingly, as a pure coincidence, on the 3rd of May 2023, Minister Husic releases the National Quantum Strategy. Lucky they registered just a week before that was announced. I wonder how they knew that was going to happen. And this is where it gets really murky. We now know through Senate estimates and FOIs that PsiQuantum was engaging with the Department of Industry for months, doing due diligence. There was $7 million spent on external advice in early 2023, directly to look at PsiQuantum from the Department of Industry. Now, in August of 2023, there was an EOI process sent out to Australian-based quantum companies, and 21 applied. Now, when this EOI was sent out, many in the quantum industry were so concerned that the fix was in, that it was set up so PsiQuantum, a US-based company, could succeed. They contacted me and raised concerns about the process, and they also contacted the media. And I spoke in the Federation Chamber in November 2023 about the irregularities in this process and the concerns the industry had that PsiQuantum would win that tender process. And now, to be very clear, no announcement had been made at that stage. So November 2023, I raised that. We now know through FOIs and Senate estimates that the department assessed the 21 proposals in a matter of weeks. So 21 proposals from the Australian quantum industry processed in weeks. $7 million of external advice and months of processes for the US-based PsiQuantum. And then what do we know? Lo and behold, shock horror. In April of 2024, Minister Husic and the government announced that PsiQuantum won the process. Wow. I must be Nostradamus that I could have predicted that in November. Amazing. Amazing that that could happen. And that process is now before the Audit Committee. There has been letters written by our side to the Auditor General, and being on the Audit Committee, I'm going to follow that process with interest. And if this is how those opposite treat the Australian quantum industry, where does it leave us with any other industry? But it gets worse. Just when you think it couldn't get worse about this deal with PsiQuantum to build this computer in Brisbane. Just in the last month, Chicago, the City of Illinois, State of Illinois have just announced that they have agreed to a $500 million package of incentives with PsiQuantum to build a quantum computer in Chicago. So suddenly we're giving $900 million to this company to build it in Brisbane, and the State of Illinois and the City of Chicago are giving $500 million to build it in America. You would have thought if we're going to spend that money, the minister would have at least done the due diligence to get a non-compete or some level of exclusivity for the Australian people. But the question is, how does this happen? Is it because of the connections of Brookline Advisory? Or has the minister just decided that he'll pick the winners? And the Saturday paper recently had an article about PsiQuantum, including a quote from a Department of Industry insider. I'm going to repeat that quote, although, Deputy Speaker, I'm going to change the last word because the last word that was in the quote is not parliamentary. So this is a quote about the Minister for Industry. This is a minister who is a conviction politician who gets very excited and very enthusiastic about big ideas that can potentially change the nation. But the downside is that when this same minister is presented with advice that goes against one of those big ideas, he really loses his mind. So this is a department insider saying this about the Minister for Industry, refuses to listen to advice from the department. And the government are telling us that this minister, along with his good friend, his very good friend, as we know, the Treasurer, they're going to sit down in a room and make these decisions. I'm very much looking forward to the Treasurer and the Minister for Industry getting together over a cup of tea to make these decisions. Because this shows that it's not actually about delivering a future made in Australia for the Australian people. And to make it worse, there's something that manufacturers, I was just up with Food and Agri Australia, who are a new group that are representing privately family-owned food manufacturers in Australia. What every business really needs is productivity gains, because that is what allows them to make more products at a cheaper price, bring their unit cost down. But in the minister's speech about a future made in Australia, not one word about productivity. The minister has been missing on productivity for the last 2.5 years. When he reimagined the economy, channelled his hero Paul Keating, didn't mention productivity. But you need to drive productivity because it lifts opportunities for all industries. Food manufacturers like those I met with today, those in the resources sector, those in agriculture, all across the country, driving productivity, it makes a difference. And the other challenge when we talk about due diligence and proprietary when it comes to this is, as I said, we've already got $470 million of Australian taxpayer money tied up inside Quantum, and I've gone through the farce that was that process. We've got $2 billion already committed to Hydrogen Head Start, and we've got $1 billion committed to Solar Sunshot. And we've already seen reports in the last months that Solar Sunshot and the Hydrogen Head Start, the wheels are already falling off. But the government are refusing to put Hydrogen Head Start or Solar Sunshot through this process. So they're saying we need this process moving forward, but not for the $3.5 billion of taxpayer money that we've already spent. That's the hypocrisy of those opposite. They'll talk about the importance of this policy and due diligence, but they won't actually put it through what they've already spent, because they know for a fact that the Quantum deal won't stand up. But this isn't about actually delivering and competing on a global stage. The Prime Minister has talked about how the world has changed. Well, if he looked at the IRA in the US, he would understand that that policy is technology agnostic. That actually backs nuclear energy as the only zero emissions, baseload, scalable technology that exists in the world. This policy selects one technology, renewables, rules out others. But in a world where we're going to see in Australia population growth, we're going to see the uptake, and we've already seen the uptake of data centres that require significant energy. We're seeing new technologies like AI that require and consume a lot of energy. We're seeing the world and the government are putting in policies, although those policies are already failing, but we're seeing the world slowly move to EVs, which require more electricity. We're seeing the government and those opposite and states trying to electrify houses and take them off gas. So at a time when we're pushing all these demands on the electricity system, we should be looking at all options, at nuclear, at renewables and at gas, to drive energy supply. Because as demand increases, if you don't increase supply at the same time, prices will go up. That's economics 101. As I said at the start, Deputy Speaker, this Future Made in Australia policy ticks the 4 boxes of the Albanese Labor government playbook. It's got its impressive sounding name. It's got a lot of money over a long time. It's off-budget spending. It's a lack of detail in the bill. And we know 2.5 years in, it ticks the 5th box. It's not actually going to deliver, and it's going to make life harder for the Australian people, for Australian businesses, for those that want to have a go, and those that have already invested in business in this country.
I thank the member for Casey, and I give the call to the member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I not surprisingly, rise to support this bill. And I want to maybe, for the benefit of the members opposite who don't, probably tell them why. Tell this place why. Why do I support this bill? Why do we support this bill? Because at the heart of these policies is something that they have lacked in spades, and that is leadership. There's a type of leadership. And I notice they're laughing on the other side there, the member for Casey. you shouldn't laugh, because what has been sorely lacking, or what was sorely lacking during the years of coalition drift, was leadership. But what kind of leadership are we talking about? What kind of leadership when it comes to this bill and these policies? It's showing leadership in two key areas, Deputy Speaker. The first is our transition to net zero, a massive, huge national undertaking that is important for Australia's future, but also across the globe. And the second is our leadership in restarting, revitalising and reshaping our national industrial and our industries and our manufacturing, and with that, our economic resilience, because of the circumstances that we face in the 21st century. And that requires leadership. These are big undertakings. And in doing both, Deputy Speaker, we on this side of the aisle are backing in Australian manufacturing. We're backing in Australian industry, and we're backing Australian workers. Because unlike those who across the aisle, when they were in power, they tried to kill Australian manufacturing. They almost very much did it. And when they were in power, they sought to end what had been a long and storied history of Australian workers in Australian manufacturing making things in this country. Now, this bill, Deputy Speaker, seeks to do has three key components. Firstly, we want to take a principled approach to drawing private investment into priority industries to again revitalise and reshape manufacturing in this country and our Australian industries. And we're doing this by implementing the National Interest Framework, or the NIF, and under the NIF the government will be able to identify where Australia has a comparative advantage in the net zero transition, and also where Australia needs to be resilient and self-sufficient. And that goes to that point around our national interests and our national security as well. Secondly, we're undertaking a robust sector assessment to improve our understanding of how government can best leverage private investment in areas of the economy aligned with the framework. This will help inform rigorous government decision-making. And thirdly, we've defined a set of community benefits, helping us measure where the benefits of the Future Made in Australia are flowing into. This ensures the Future Made in Australia plan is actually benefiting local communities, people on the ground, workers and businesses through the flow of that private investment. The second bill amends two previous acts to practically implement this government's plan for explicit public investment at scale to attract private finance in sectors that have a comparative advantage in a net zero global economy, or where the domestic capability could deliver economic resilience and supply chain security. Economic resilience and supply chain security, two fundamentally important objectives of this government, given the circumstances we face globally. So first, the second part of the bill, the second bill amends the Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Act to enable Export Finance Australia, the EFA, to make domestically focused investments under the National Interest Account in alignment with the National Interest Framework. And second, it amends the Australian Renewable Energy Agency Act of 2011 to expand the role and functions of the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, ARENA, so it can support industries under the Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund and other programs. Deputy Speaker, through this amendment, we're continuing to ensure that ARENA has $6 billion in funding so that the agency can continue to provide industry and investors certainty to deliver sizable, long-lasting projects. Third, this bill sets up arrangements for the Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund to accelerate innovative technology deployment in priority sectors and makes necessary adjustments to the governance arrangements of the ARENA. Now, Deputy Speaker, and I'd say many, pretty much everyone all the members on the other side of this chamber have questioned the need for government intervention in renewables and also in the supply chain security. And now they may be doing that from an ideological perspective, they may be doing it because they're playing politics with these issues, but they'd have you believe, Deputy Speaker, that it's just okay to leave it all up to the private sector, to the market, to let the capital flow wherever it may choose to go in that sort of purist free market ideological view. Now, I'll say very clearly, we disagree. We fundamentally disagree, and it's important to understand why. The truth is, capital doesn't just flow wherever it desires due to a free market. There is also capital flows to where there is innovation as well, when you incentivise that innovation. And there are all sorts of interventions in the free market. Many made by the government, made by the previous government, despite their ideological protestations. And the point, though, is where you make those interventions and how you make those interventions and how you try and incentivise innovation so that capital can flow there. Now, other countries understand this because innovation brings with it the prospect of higher returns, and other countries are making themselves more and more attractive investment destinations. In a competitive world, or competing for capital, that is what we are faced with today. And 2 whole years ago, almost to this day, another great country, the United States, the US Congress passed the Inflation Reduction Act, a $250 billion package focused solely on accelerating their transition to a net zero economy. Now that is, in the land of the free, a massive energy transition that is undertaken. There's no free market there at all. You're seeing a massive investment and incentivisation by the US government and Congress to incentivise that innovation. And of course, we need to do the same so that we can benefit as well, and our workers and our industries can do what they do really well. It's true, Deputy Speaker, this country is blessed with raw materials. That's true. We're blessed with ample sun, wind and coastline. And we have a choice whether we continue to just rely on our historical success through digging up and mining, or we also innovate. We also move forward. We also incentivise that innovation. And that's important to note. Now, I turn, Deputy Speaker, to the second part of this, which is I noted the security of supply chains, global energy and supply chains. And they've been under enormous pressure in recent years, as we know, as crisis after crisis overseas with conflict has had an impact on these supply chains and on global energy prices. Now, we know, as well as causing a grave humanitarian crisis, Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has had far-reaching impacts on the global energy system, disrupting supply and demand patterns and fracturing long-standing trading relationships. Now, we are committed to a target of 82% national renewable electricity generation by 2030. And the global demand for batteries is set to quadruple by 2030 as the world transitions to net zero, even as we face the impacts of conflicts like the invasion of Ukraine and its impact on those supply chains. There is a move forward towards that transition because that is what is needed. Now, I'd ask those opposite, is the market for batteries, are people just going to keep buying batteries from elsewhere? Are we Australians just going to keep buying batteries that are made elsewhere? Or are we going to show leadership and nurture a highly innovative industry right here at home, right here in Australia, to capture part of that burgeoning market? That's a fundamental question. For us, the answer is yes. It's firmly yes, because of the opportunity. And our national battery strategy will set us up to meet this demand ourselves and build a world-leading battery manufacturing industry here in Australia. Manufacturing batteries onshore will secure Australia's place in global battery supply chains. And why shouldn't we? Despite the ideological views of those opposite or the political game playing of the Greens political party, why shouldn't we be able to move into that manufacturing space when we have the people, they have the skills, we can incentivise the industry, we have the raw materials like lithium and and copper and other raw materials. Why shouldn't we be involved in that part of the supply chain as well? Well, our answer is we should, because it makes a big difference to the future of Australian workers and Australian manufacturing and our self-sufficiency and our self-reliance in a very uncertain world. And importantly, it will make us more resilient to what will inevitably be more supply shocks that will occur. We don't know, we can't crystal ball this, but where it will happen and what kind of shocks will occur, but it's very highly probable there will be more supply chain shocks. We need that resilience. We need that foundation rebuilt. We need that manufacturing kick-started again and revitalised. And whether the shocks come from, hopefully not, and I would say whether they come from pandemics or war or simply belligerence amongst various countries as trade starts to become more and more difficult, it is important that we have the resilience within our own self-sufficiency, our economic resilience, so that we can produce the things that we need going forward and be part of that global market. And also, the benefit and the process of this will be a massive creation of good, solid, stable Australian jobs for generations of Australians. Now, the opposition in 10 years, Deputy Speaker, showed no leadership in realising that Australian industries require incentives and business-friendly conditions, especially for nascent industries. They had no vision. They had no foresight. They couldn't see beyond the tip of their own nose and the politics that they played. The short-termism was, well, it's laughable if it wasn't so tragic. The so-called party of low taxes and free markets wants us to be a net importer. They want us to buy from the world but never sell to it. The coalition turned their back on Australian workers, on Australian manufacturing, on the very industries that could have propelled us into a new era of economic prosperity. And they sat idly by, at one level, allowing our manufacturing base to wither, but they also pushed it, tried to kill it themselves, proactively putting policies in place to destroy manufacturing in this country. There was neglect, there was complacency, and there was outright undermining of manufacturing. And we know the stories around car manufacturing and how they tried to kill it. And they did end a big chunk of car manufacturing in this country. But not only the big factories and we were making Toyota Camrys when the Australian dollar was high, we were still selling those quality products to places in the Middle East. But they still tried to kill it. And they didn't just kill the car manufacturing, they killed all of the industries, the small and medium-sized businesses that were around that ecosystem, that provided different parts, that had small engineering companies, that employed Australians. They killed them off as well. And all that skill and all that knowledge and all that technical expertise, they just threw away. They denied. Now, some of these small, medium-sized companies tried to evolve. They've struggled to survive, to do other things, and we want to support that. But I tell you what, Deputy Speaker, the days of that neglect, that complacency and that outright viciousness towards manufacturing are over, because the Albanese government is committed to a vision of a future where Australia leads the world in clean manufacturing, where our industries are not just surviving but thriving, and where our workers are at the heart of our national economic success. And let's be clear, Deputy Speaker, the Future Made in Australia bills aren't just about policy, they're about those people. They're about those Australians who deserve the opportunity to work in those industries, to make things again in this country, to develop and to work to make sure that we are economically resilient, that we are self-sufficient, that we are self-reliant, that we are not exposed again to the risks that are likely over the horizon. That's why I support these bills, because it's about the men and women who get up every morning, put on their work boots, head out to those factories, those workshops and those plants across this country, and we will support them with this policy.
I thank the member for Wills. I thank the member for Wills. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to be here debating legislation that's about the long-term future of the country. This Future Made in Australia bill could, if drafted and implemented well, provide a framework for Australia's transition to a new industrial prosperity.
I speak regularly in this House about the need for government to think beyond the electoral cycle and to make long-term policy decisions that will benefit Australia. I've long urged the government to respond to the US Inflation Reduction Act and the plethora of international financial incentives and investments in clean technology. And Future Made in Australia has the potential to be that response. But, and there is often a but, in order for Future Made in Australia to be successful, we need to know that the right people are making the right decisions for the right reasons. This is essential if we want our communities to trust that the government is incentivising industries that are good for our long-term prosperity. And I'll go into what I think those things need to look like, but first I want to say some things about why this is important and the role of industry policy generally. We all know that Australia is lucky to have an abundance of resources, particularly in my home state of WA. Australia has built its wealth and prosperity off the back of the resources industry, from the discovery of coal in the 1790s to the gold rushes of the 1850s, through discoveries of bauxite and nickel, to the 1980s when the enormous North West Shelf project started exporting gas around the world. But the world has changed. The climate has changed, and the global economy has changed. The US has committed $1 trillion to decarbonisation. China is responding by electrifying everything incredibly rapidly, spending $650 billion a year on clean tech, twice as much as Europe or the US. China is building as much hydro in a month as we build in a decade and is leading the world in installing renewables, responsible for 50 to 60% of global battery installations, 70% of wind turbines and 75% of offshore wind. The race is on. And Australia needs to pivot swiftly to capitalise on the resources that we have that can contribute to the new decarbonised global economy. The Future Made in Australia bill identifies two streams under which funding can be allocated: the Net Zero Transformation stream and the Economic Resilience and Security stream. With Australia's copious deposits of critical minerals, solar and wind resources, we are primed to be competitive in the net zero global economy. But after 10 years wasted on climate wars and political headwinds, we haven't entered the race. But should government interfere with industry? In my lifetime, we've seen an opening up of the global economy, built on an understanding that free trade raises living standards across the world and inoculates us against geopolitical conflict. It's been a clear goal and a macro trend. For decades, the prevailing economic orthodoxy has favoured a hands-off approach that leaves industry development up to the free market. Here in Australia, we largely dig and ship. We export our natural resources, almost always in their raw state, to countries with more sophisticated economies. Our economic complexity sits at number 93 globally, between Uganda and Pakistan. But recent events like COVID, supply chain instability caused by the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and the looming challenge of the green transition have changed the game. It turns out that the free market is not very good at dealing with long-term challenges and doesn't necessarily prevent conflict. In this context, countries all over the world are taking a more active role in industry policy, steering future economic development by supporting key industries. Australia's long-term prosperity now relies not just on exploiting our current comparative advantages, but setting us up to have strong industries in the future. With our narrow industrial base, exports that are heavily exposed to other countries' industrial transitions, and a weak R&D and innovation system, we can't afford to be left behind, relying on the economic orthodoxy of the last generation. So we desperately need a response with scale, speed and ambition. And this has the potential to be it. But with industry policy, so much rides on how it's done. My overall impression of Future Made in Australia is that it's more of a vibe than anything you can put your finger on. Is it an approach, a strategy, a fund, a framework, a collection of programs, or a retrofitted explanation of past investments? It's hard to see how all the pieces fit together. It looks like decisions will be made by ARENA, the CEFC, the Treasurer and maybe others, with not a lot of clarity about whether they're all being made in a coordinated way. There's no funding specifically allocated for investment in line with the Future Made in Australia approach. It's more of a general plan for when other opportunities come up. There is a national interest framework which is both targeted at contributing to a net zero transition and infinitely broad in pursuing economic resilience and security. There's a requirement for conducting sector assessments under the framework, but there's no definition of sector in the bill, so this could also be as narrow or broad as desired. Future Made in Australia obviously can't constrain investment decisions of future governments, so perhaps it works as more of a statement of intent with some guardrails for investment decisions, except when we have to take it on faith that they applied, like for the investments already announced. Perhaps these things will become clearer with time, and I'm due to have a briefing soon with the Treasurer to gain a better understanding of how all these pieces fit together. It seems like a good idea generally, but its success will depend greatly on whether the government can be trusted to use it well. And trust is a scarce commodity. So I asked, what would it take for Australians to trust the investment decisions made under this Future Made in Australia thing? To build this trust, Australians will need to believe that the right people are making the right decisions for the right reasons. And I'll go through each of these in turn. Firstly, the right people. Well, as the BCA rightly pointed out in its submission, any policy that involves the spending of taxpayer dollars should be expert-led, with expert advice provided to government as the starting point. We can only trust the decision-making if it's clear that experts are at the heart of assessing which sectors and projects should be supported. I think the introduction of the National Interest Framework and requirement for sector assessments is a good first step, but I worry that in a worst-case scenario, departments could be directed to produce a predetermined sector assessment at the whim of a minister. It's difficult to balance the need for expert advice with a desire for nimble and responsive decision-making. But in order to build trust in this process, I think a transparent consultation with experts and stakeholders is necessary, and I'll be supporting an amendment to this effect. Tabling the sector assessments in Parliament is a good first step to transparency, but I support the Productivity Commission's suggestion for the government to also make public the data and reasoning underlying each sector assessment. Secondly, the right decisions. Well, it's hard to define in advance what the right decisions will be, but we know a few things about what they need to look like. Firstly, we cannot be using taxpayer funds to replace private sector funds. This will be a really tricky balance because the government will want to back winners, but if government only backs the sure things, then it's likely to be replacing private capital. We need to acknowledge that government should have a higher risk appetite than private capital. It needs to be crowding in private capital rather than crowding it out. It should be backing things that may not get up without support, but are ultimately able to stand on their own 2 feet once established. It's about de-risking private capital, not replacing it. This is possible. Last year, the CEFC mobilised $4 of private capital for every $1 of public capital, and this is the approach we need to take. While technology is changing so rapidly, especially around decarbonisation, this may involve placing some bets that don't work out, but could be big wins if they do. For example, WA's iron ore deposits are largely hematite. The technology to use green energy to process hematite is not as progressed as the technology to use green energy to process magnetite, Australia's other type of iron ore. But if we can crack it, there are big wins. WA has huge deposits of hematite and the best sun and wind and space for renewable energy projects. If we invest in solving this problem, we have the potential to punch well above our weight on decarbonisation, helping our trade partners with their decarbonisation challenge by sending them green iron instead of iron ore. There is some risk in this, but it's a risk worth taking. It's hard to see from the legislation what approach will be taken by the Treasurer and other relevant bodies to risk appetite. It's something we should be watching out for, ensuring that we're not replacing private capital, but giving industries a leg up that makes the difference. Secondly, we can reduce the chance of bad decisions being made by having robust guardrails and processes. I recognise that there's an inherent trade-off between strong processes and being able to act nimbly, but I have some concerns about how strong the current guardrails are. I'm very supportive of the net zero transformation stream, but I'm more concerned about the second stream, economic resilience and security. My concern is that this could be used to justify almost any investment. For national security reasons, we may want to be able to make batteries or solar panels or pharmaceuticals or anything, so we have some domestic capabilities that we consider crucial. But if we're paying more to manufacture something in Australia that will never be cost competitive, we need to be very explicit about the additional cost of this and why it's a good insurance policy. For this reason, I would like to see stronger guardrails on the economic resilience stream. I'll be proposing some amendments about guardrails that I think will reduce the likelihood of bad decisions being made. Firstly, given that the world is rapidly changing, I'll be proposing an amendment that says that we need to reassess sectors every 5 years. Investments that make sense now may not make sense when we know more about which technologies are likely to dominate and what other countries are doing. I'd hope that this assessment is done continually by decision makers, even if not formally, but having a formal requirement to reassess every 5 years will at least provide a backstop. Another fairly fundamental problem is that there's no requirement in the legislation that an assessment be undertaken before Future Made in Australia support is given. Now, the assessment process seems reasonable. Surely, if we're going to the trouble of laying out an assessment process, it would be more appropriate to use it for every project and not entirely at the discretion of the government. So I'll be proposing an amendment that prohibits Future Made in Australia support unless a sector assessment recommends the relevant sector for support. Observers should be able to assess how the government has come to a conclusion about our future comparative advantages and about which industries we're willing to subsidise for security reasons. Lastly, for the right reasons. Australians need to believe that investment decisions are being made for the right reasons. Future Made in Australia cannot be used to fund politicians' pet projects. With a recent history of some pretty blatant pork barrelling, Australian governments don't have a great reputation on this front and trust is low. The government must be consistent in applying the national interest framework and communicating to stakeholders why and how decisions are being made. So in summary, we definitely need an industry policy to support green transition and recognise the new global economic landscape. Future Made in Australia is a step in the right direction, even if it's a bit messy and a bit vague, and I have concerns about whether this government can maintain trust in the decisions made under it. We have to do our best. We need greater clarity on what's in and out of Future Made in Australia and how all the different frameworks to support our energy transition fit together, including Future Made in Australia, ARENA, the National Reconstruction Fund, the CEFC and other relevant pieces. Decisions need to be based on advice from experts with transparency about who has made them and why. The public needs to accept some risk so that public money is crowding in private money, not crowding it out. There need to be stronger guardrails around the economic resilience stream. Sectors should be reassessed at least every 5 years. No support should be given unless an assessment has been undertaken for the relevant sector and recommended it, and this cannot be used for pork barrelling. If these issues can be addressed in some way, I think there's a chance that this could point us in the right direction towards future prosperity. It may not be perfect, but we cannot afford to delay.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution on the question before the House now is that the amendments before the House be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We want Australia to be a country that makes more things here. It's that simple. And it's not out of some rose-tinted nostalgia for the old days of Australian manufacturing. Because in reclaiming the idea of a country that makes things, there is the potential to reshape what we as a nation can achieve together, to reignite pride in our capacity to create and reposition ourselves in the global marketplace. Because, Deputy Speaker, when we make things here in Australia, we reinvigorate our faith and confidence in Australian ideas and know-how. And that's why the Albanese Labor government will invest in our Future Made in Australia plan to bring new jobs and opportunities to communities in every part of our country. This is a plan that will bring so much opportunity, not just across the nation, but to my regional electorate of Corangamite in Victoria. It will mean more jobs, more investment and more support for my amazing manufacturers who are embracing new technologies and developing new, innovative product solutions. Deputy Speaker, it is incumbent on all of us in this place to provide the support to our smart, innovative manufacturers so they can flourish, develop commercially viable products for both the domestic and export markets, and in turn become world leaders who we can all be proud of. World leaders like locally based Carbon Revolution, who have built a 600-strong workforce making cutting-edge carbon fibre wheels for Ferrari and aeronautical sector. Not long ago, Carbon Revolution was a start-up in my electorate, and now, several years later, they are exporting innovative, high-demand products to the global marketplace. We need to replicate this success, and that's why I stand to support these bills, the Future Made in Australia Bill 2024 and the Future Made in Australia Monibus No. 1 Bill 2024, which will make this plan a reality. These bills are built on three key components. Firstly, the National Interest Framework, which will ensure funding is delivered to projects that drive our nation to become a renewable superpower, while strengthening our local manufacturing industries. Secondly, sector assessments to identify which industries are best positioned to achieve these goals. And thirdly, community benefit principles to ensure our workers, our communities and our regions thrive as a result of government investment. Deputy Speaker, these bills will be the catalyst to harnessing our natural advantages, whether it be wind, solar, hydrogen or our abundance of critical minerals. To drive these outcomes, the Future Made in Australia bills will combine these advantages in renewable energy with traditional strengths in resources and manufacturing to build new opportunities, including in critical minerals processing, green metal, clean energy technologies and in low-carbon liquid fuels. And through this bill and our recent $24 billion budget investment, we're demonstrating our firm resolve to play a driving role in Australia's economic success and towards reaching our emissions reduction targets of 43% by 2030 and net zero by 2050. Deputy Speaker, the National Interest Framework will support government consideration of significant public investment that will in turn unlock private investment. It will also identify which sectors will make a significant contribution to emissions reduction at an efficient cost. To be aligned with the framework, a sector must fit within one of two key streams. Firstly, the net zero transformation stream, where industries have a sustained comparative advantage in a net zero global economy. And secondly, the economic resilience and security stream, where domestic capability is necessary for our national security and economic stability. These streams will come with their own guardrails to guide where and how investments are made. This will ensure every dollar invested is contributing to our long-term goals of sustainability, economic security and resilience. For example, Deputy Speaker, the bills make clear that ARENA, the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, can only provide financial assistance that aligns with its core mission to increase the competitiveness and supply of renewable energy in Australia. This focus guarantees that public funds are used to accelerate our transition to a greener future. And let me be clear, these bills will not enable investment in coal and gas projects. I should also make clear, for the benefit of those opposite, that the Australian government has always played a bipartisan role in facilitating private investment, especially when it generates new workforces, greater productivity and innovative products for export. That's just a fact, Deputy Speaker. That's what Australians expect of their government, to show leadership, to invest in our natural advantages, to build capacity to manufacture to the global marketplace, to build know-how and rewarding jobs. And I make this point about the Albanese government's approach to manufacturing because it stands in stark contrast to that of the former coalition government. It was, of course, the former coalition government that booted the car industry from our shores. It was their mismanagement that left thousands of hard-working Australians unemployed and entire regions forced to navigate their own way through a challenging transition. Across my electorate of Corangamite and throughout the region, one steeped in manufacturing history, this decision hit hard. Ford was synonymous with Geelong. Generations of local families built the vehicles that powered our nation. We hosted International Harvester, producing the machinery that kept our farms and industries thriving. Our wool mills were once the lifeblood of the textile industry, and our die casters and shipwrights contributed to the backbone of our national infrastructure. From paper mills to countless support industries, my region has always been a hub of production and innovation. And despite the challenges, we have taken our rich industrial heritage and turned it into the foundation for a renaissance in manufacturing and innovation. We now have companies like Osteng, Flame Systems and Formflow, companies that are leading the charge in advanced manufacturing, renewable energy and cutting-edge research and development. Deputy Speaker, I'm proud of my region's story. It is one of resilience and renewal. And we have proven that despite the coalition government's inaction, my community has the strength, the ingenuity and the determination to thrive once again. A future made in Australia will back in this renaissance, playing its role in supporting manufacturers and building our regional renaissance. Just last week, I was joined by the Minister for Industry and Science, and I would like to take this time to thank the Minister for his role in making this plan possible. We visited Warn Ponds to announce a $1.7 million in funding to LIS Energy to develop next-generation battery technologies. LIS is based out of Manufutures at Deakin University, a manufacturing hub focused on supporting the innovative startups that will be the future of my region. Since its establishment in 2018, Manufutures has helped create more than $1 billion in company value, incubated more than 17 advanced manufacturing startups, helped companies establish export markets in more than 35 countries, hosted 500 student placements and created more than 120 advanced manufacturing jobs. Deputy Speaker, my region is also home to the Geelong Manufacturing Council. This peak body is excited about the Future Made in Australia initiative, and they're keen for their manufacturers to leverage from this opportunity. Deputy Speaker, it's all about driving our economy forward. We're talking about green hydrogen, green steel, and the opportunities they present to create more local jobs for more Australians. These aren't just buzzwords. They represent the future of industry where Australia can lead the world. Green hydrogen will power our factories and vehicles without polluting our skies. And green steel will be forged in our plants, meeting global demand while reducing our carbon footprint. These sectors will be at the forefront of a new sustainable economy that benefits all Australians as we transition to a net zero emissions future. We recognise the immense opportunities that come with the global commitment to net zero, and we know that to capitalise on these opportunities at the pace required, government must take the lead. And we cannot afford to wait. Time is now to act. And of course, we're already rolling out the $10 billion National Reconstruction Fund, the Net Zero Authority, and the $2 billion subsidy for hydrogen fuel announced last year. The Future Made in Australia plan will complement these measures, creating a bold, forward-looking economy that ensures the jobs and industries of tomorrow are made right here in Australia, by Australians, for Australians. And we know, Deputy Speaker, that those industries of tomorrow will need to play a key role in our transition to renewables. Our Reliable Renewables plan through the Capacity Investment Scheme is unlocking 32 gigawatts of reliable renewables between now and 2030. And we're transforming Australia's energy system to a reliable 82% renewable grid backed by storage, gas and transmission. We've given the safeguard mechanism teeth, requiring net emission reduction from more than from our 215 biggest emitters of 5% a year, equivalent of taking that's two-thirds of the cars off our roads by 2030. We've released the National Electric Vehicle Strategy and have passed new vehicle efficiency standards to give Australians more choice to drive cleaner, cheaper to run cars. We're rolling out $1.7 billion to the Energy Savings Program, providing real financial support to households, businesses and local governments to invest in renewable energy and energy efficiency to cut their bills and their emissions. And we're rolling out our $20 billion Rewiring the Nation's Fund to upgrade our electricity grid at lowest cost. We've legislated to bring the Climate Change Authority back to play a meaningful role in providing independent, science-based climate change advice and have properly resourced it to play this vital role. We've put net zero in the objects or foundation principle of the CEFC and ARENA Acts to ensure that they keep this goal front of mind when making all decisions. We're implementing a plan for better community engagement on transmission, including what more we can do and should do to improve social licence. We've agreed with all states and territories to finally put emissions reduction into the national energy objectives so our energy regulators have emissions reduction as well as providing affordable and reliable energy as their overarching goals. We've passed the electric vehicle discount to make EVs more affordable and increase electric car sales from around 2% when we came to office to 9% today. We've funded and commenced the rollout of our Driving the Nation charging program, which will see fast charges once every 150 kilometres on average on our highways. We're improving the carbon credit market to ensure it's delivering real emissions reductions. We're developing the Guarantee of Origin scheme so Australian renewable energy and other clean energy source providers are able to vouch for the credentials of their product when promoting it at home and abroad. We're developing detailed sector plans to inform an ambitious but achievable 2035 emissions reduction target. This is all important work, Deputy Speaker, and it goes hand in hand with what these bills will deliver for our manufacturing industries across the nation. And most importantly, it will bring us closer to achieving a more prosperous, sustainable future, a future made in Australia. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution. The question before the House now is that the amendments be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Future Made in Australia bill, based on its title, it sounds like a bill that everyone should get behind. But as with everything in life, the devil is in the detail. We were once a great manufacturer of products, from cars to washing machines, and particularly my state of South Australia. Unfortunately, we have seen a precipitous decline in our manufacturing capacity over the years, and while manufacturing remains one of Australia's largest employers, employing 904,000 Australians and representing around 6% of all employment, it could and should do much higher. In parallel, our economic complexity ranking has declined from 55th position in 1995 to the 93rd position in 2021, reflecting a reduction in diversification of exports along with the decline in manufacturing. We sometimes hear Australia referenced as a sandpit, and this is obvious when you look at our export basket. In 2021, our exports were overly weighted in iron ore and concentrates 29.49% in iron ore, coal at 12.07% and petroleum gases at just over 9%. Our export destination further illustrates how narrow trade relationships we have, with 41% of exports going to China, 11% to Japan and almost 8% to South Korea. Of course, there is nothing wrong with exporting products. They have made Australia a very wealthy country. In fact, we are ranked as the 9th richest economy with a GDP per capita of $60,444. However, because Australia is less complex, growth projections suggest growth in Australia ranking in the bottom half of the countries globally, and that's a concern. So based on this information, if Australia is to remain competitive and maintain our wealth, we need to improve our economic complexity and rely less on primary exports. Will this bill correct the decline in manufacturing or improve our economic complexity? I don't believe so. There are few critical elements that are important for business growth: minimal government red tape, cheap and reliable energy, and business conditions that foster growth. Currently, all of these require significant improvement. We have ever-increasing burdens placed on business via unnecessary government imposts. Our energy costs are among the most expensive in the world, and we have a cost of living crisis that is hurting both consumer and business confidence. Added to this, governments have never demonstrated success at picking winners, either at sector or individual business level, and yet this bill seeks to invest more than $20 billion into sectors that the government is gambling on being the future. It also is hoping that its investment will attract greater business investment. Experience would suggest that it will attract businesses, but they are typically of the rent-sinking kind that once the money runs out, they are gone. Very recent examples have piqued my concern following the commitment of $1 billion by the government to manufacture solar panels and a US company called PsiQuantum, ahead of any investment safeguards ever being introduced into the Parliament. Deputy Speaker, there are several areas where government should be investing money. At present, there are nationwide shortages of medicines, pharmaceutical precursor chemicals, and other medical supplies. Surely, if we are interested in securing a manufacturing future and strengthening our sovereignty, we should, in the first instance, be looking at areas where we have identifiable need. We should also be investing in areas where we have a competitive advantage, not solar panels, where we will never realistically compete with countries like China that have few environmental controls, poor or non-existent workplace laws, and very cheap energy, to name just a few competitive differences. This bill completely overlooks food manufacturing, and that is an obvious advantage and an obvious area for growth in Australia and particularly our regions. We are known as being clean and green when it comes to our food. Food Australia is incredibly well placed around the nation, around the world. However, there is nothing in this bill about food production. And knowing that we have a growing middle class just to the north of us, it makes absolute sense that if we were looking at manufacturing as a nation, that we would be focusing on food production. My region produces some of the highest quality foods that can be found in the world, whether it's cheeses, whether it's cherries, whether it's apples, and so many of my growers. Oh, and don't forget wine. We have a huge amount of wine in Mayo. I have 6 wine regions alone. But we have so many growers that want to be able to value add to their product. And they can't do that at the moment. It's very, very difficult to set up the manufacturing plants to turn those cherries that are wasted into cherry liqueur. Very difficult. And so that is where I would like to see the investment. We need to be looking at value-adding products and we need to be supporting those small to medium-sized businesses to grow rather than looking at products such as solar panels. I mean, we are just never going to compete with China on these products, and if we think we are, we're lying to ourselves. I've wondered if the sectors were chosen due to their alignment with unions rather than what is good for the country. We've all read with concern the increasing flexing of union muscle following the election in 2022, bolstering industry sectors with natural associations to the strongest of unions reads like a play out of the union playbook. Deputy Speaker, I do not support this bill, and I want to support a bill that is going to get behind Australian manufacturing, but it has to be smart. And if this government is serious about improving our manufacturing capacity, it would address energy prices and reduce government red tape. I support a manufacturing future in Australia, particularly food manufacturing, that is particularly good for the regions. The regions, I feel, have been completely overlooked in this. Ones that harness our natural competitive advantages and ones that incorporate the regions. And this bill does none of this. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for her contribution, and the question before the House now is that the amendments be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, this legislation, Future Made in Australia Bill 2024, is important legislation that establishes a vision for Australia and a roadmap for our future. It delivers on another Albanese government election commitment, and that was to rebuild the Australian manufacturing sector. Manufacturing impacts on just about every other sector of the Australian economy and the Australian productivity. For Australia, as an island nation, being self-sufficient to the extent possible is so important to everyday life, and it's important to our future security, particularly right now with so much uncertainty and insecurity throughout the world. The COVID pandemic was a wake-up call to all of us that we cannot continue to be complacent and be reliant on overseas imports for everyday needs, and even more importantly, for products and services that ensure and guarantee our security. Australia doesn't need to be at the mercy of overseas suppliers for most of what we need, because Australia is one of the few countries that could be largely self-sufficient. And I accept that there may be some products that we will never be able to produce here. But generally, we could be largely self-sufficient. We are indeed a lucky country. We are blessed with an abundance of natural resources, farmland and wide open spaces, renewable energy sources such as wind and solar, innovative industries, and we have world-leading research institutions. You put all that together and that gives you opportunities that most other countries could only dream of. And indeed, other countries with less than all of those things that matter have done exceptionally well, and yet we here in Australia seem to be wasting opportunities that others would never do. In the post-World War II years, Australia had in fact become a manufacturing powerhouse. There was almost nothing that this country wasn't building or manufacturing. In the late 1960s, when manufacturing was at its peak, it accounted for over 25% of the Australian gross domestic product, and it accounted for nearly a third of the Australian workforce. Today, those figures have plummeted to somewhere between 6 and 7%, less than a quarter of what it used to be. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is true that towards the end of the last century, overseas cheap labour saw much of Australian manufacturing relocate overseas. However, today, automation and robotics in the manufacturing sector has largely diminished the cheap labour argument. There are many other advanced economies where they don't have cheap labour, but which have successfully developed their manufacturing industries or retained and kept them going, and they are able to compete with the so-called cheap labour countries when it comes to manufacturing products. And they're doing that right now, and they're doing that right now, again, with all of the other things that Australia has that they don't. And that includes the many natural resources that I referred to earlier. Australia, with so many natural advantages, can also re-establish its manufacturing sector, and many Australian industries are already doing that. I have visited many myself, and I've seen what they are doing, and I've also seen many emerging industries that are also becoming innovative and making that the advantage against their overseas competitors. Right now, with the global energy transition underway, it is an opportune time for Australia to reinvest and rebuild Australia's national capability and manufacturing base. And that is exactly what this legislation aims to do. The legislation is the beginning of that process. And of course, this is a process that will take some time. And for those opposite who raise individual criticisms of the legislation, I have no doubt that as this policy is being rolled out, there will be oversight and changes made along the way if those changes are deemed to be necessary. The Future Made in Australia policy provides funding that will not only attract private investor funds that will indeed invest in nation-building projects, just as Australia did in World War II, but it will in fact set a direction that gives confidence to both the private sector and to other governments, whether it's state or local governments, to do the same. And that means investing in projects that not only produce goods and essential services, but importantly provide critical research and development and projects that also go to the heart of creating skills and innovation. In years gone by, it was the manufacturing sector that played a critical role in skilling up our workforce and providing traineeships and apprenticeships. And as the manufacturing sector declined, so did the opportunities to skill up our workforce. Right now, one of the key contributing factors of the national housing crisis is the shortage of skills and locally made building products, which have to be brought in from overseas, and both of which are not only driving up costs, but are causing construction delays. Again, all because we allowed what we had to slowly slip away. Today, energy costs have become critical to competitive manufacturing, and that's been echoed by others in the course of this debate. And it is a fact. Energy costs are one of the critical inputs into manufacturing. But with Australia's abundance of wind and solar energy, government investment in renewable energy is not only now necessary, but it is in the national interest for us to do so. We will have an advantage if we take that opportunity and deal with it now. Japan and South Korea are two of the world's leading manufacturing countries. They both have built modern, strong economies on their manufacturing sector. That's effectively what sustains their economies. Both countries are investing in renewable or low emissions energy, and governments of both countries financially support their manufacturing sector. Both of those countries also acknowledge Australia's renewable energy advantage and are looking to Australia for things like green hydrogen. Now, my argument is, instead of us sending Japan and Korea green hydrogen, and we should if we could, why don't we also do what they want to do with the green hydrogen and use it to power our own industries here in Australia and provide the cheap energy that they are looking for in their own countries. It's like everything else that we do in this country and that we export. We export the raw products, but never look at what those raw products are then used for and continue the manufacturing products. Indeed, both Korea and Japan, which are truly world leaders in manufacturing, both have a vertical integration system to most of their industries. Most of their industries, whatever they make, they then look at vertical integration in order to make the next product and the next product that flows from whatever it is that they are doing. And Australia could be doing the same. Mr. Deputy Speaker, rebuilding manufacturing is not just good for the big cities in this country, it is good for regional communities. And I'm sure that you would know that many regional communities have their own local industries that would benefit from having an industry sector that supports them, because if they need a particular component, there's another manufacturer here in Australia that they can go to rather than have to wait for something to come from overseas. It is good for our balance of trade, because instead of buying in the products that we buy in today, and many of which we were manufacturing in this country only 30 and 40 years ago, we wouldn't be having the trade deficits that we have. And it is good for employment opportunities. Manufacturing was one of those areas where it provided a job for everyone, whether it was a university graduate or whether it was someone with very low education skills. There was a job for everyone, and again, there is no reason why that would not be the case again. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to see the Made in Australia label on more products, both here in Australia and overseas, because quite frankly, if we can rebuild our manufacturing sector, then we will be able to export the very products that we are making here, again, as we used to do. The Deputy Speaker, in my own state of South Australia, and the member for Mayo touched on this, manufacturing became critical to the state's economy. Manufacturing was built up in South Australia in the post-World War II years. The Premier at the time was Thomas Playford, a Conservative Premier. He saw the vision and the importance of manufacturing to the South Australian economy. And he invested government money in a whole range of areas which underpinned the manufacturing base that we had there, including the car industry, GMH, which became the biggest industry in South Australia in terms of GMH and all the automotive component suppliers that it underpinned as well. The coalition government, unlike a former Conservative government, did the exact opposite and destroyed the car industry after almost 100 years in existence, leaving Australia as the only advanced nation that today does not build cars. That industry was also probably the single biggest contributor to research and development in this country. And again, we have lost all of that expertise. We have lost all of that innovation. Manufacturing is indeed the glue that pulls every other business sector together. And we have an opportunity in this country to rebuild our manufacturing base because of the natural resources we have, the skills we have throughout the people that live in this country, and we do have some incredibly skillful people, people that are innovative in every sense of the word, and we can be proud of some of that innovation, which unfortunately, all too often, is then shipped offshore for processing and manufacture rather than being made here in Australia. It is time that we took credit for what we can do, use the resources we have, use the opportunities we have, and started investing in ourselves. And that's exactly what this legislation will do. And this legislation will ultimately make a huge difference to the long-term prosperity of our country. It has always been Labor governments that have shown leadership and brought in major reform to this country. This is reform that is now needed. And as I said earlier on, it's reform that goes hand in glove with our need to transition to a lower emissions energy source. We have the advantages, we have the resources, and right now is the right time to do it. And can I say to members opposite, sure, you can pick holes in the legislation if you want, and I've got no doubt that there will be issues here and there that you can pick on. But the reality is, look at the big picture of where this legislation wants to take us. And rather than pick holes in it, ensure that once the legislation and the processes are underway, that we adhere to the direction that we want to go. And if we need to be steered back on track for one reason or another, that's the time to come back to this parliament and say, this could have been done better or that should have been done a different way, rather than throwing out the whole direction that this legislation would take us with. Frankly, I think this is going to be the biggest reform that this country will see for years to come if we're able to pull it together, and we can only do that with the support of everyone in this parliament. I commend the legislation to the House.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution on the question before the House now is that the amendments before the House be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Indi.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move the second reading amendment as circulated in my name.
Is the I will call for a seconder at the end of your speech, so if I can, I'll give the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Future Made in Australia Bill 2024 and the Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments No. 1 Bill 2024. These bills are the first pieces of legislation to implement the government's Future Made in Australia plan. According to the Prime Minister, this plan is all about, and I quote, seizing the opportunities of the move to renewable energy while becoming a country that makes things again. What exactly does this mean, though, and how is the government going to achieve it? The Future Made in Australia Bill before us establishes a national interest framework under which the government will decide whether or not to target public investment in renewable energy resources and manufacturing things like solar panels and batteries. When the government goes to apply the framework, they must determine if the investment fits into one of two streams, the net zero transformation stream or the economic resilience and security stream. The bill also allows the Minister to direct Treasury to undertake a sector assessment of areas of the Australian economy to determine if they align with the national interest framework and if they should receive public investment to contribute to emissions reduction. Finally, the bill requires the government to apply community benefit principles when deciding whether to publicly invest. The Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments No. 1 Bill allows Export Finance Australia to perform national security and net zero functions. This bill also amends the Australian Renewable Energy Agency Act, the ARENA Act, to expand the role and functions of ARENA so it can support industries under the Future Made in Australia Fund. ARENA plays a critical role in increasing renewable energy supply in Australia, and I support this bill to continue supporting ARENA's valuable work. I want to be clear. I support measures towards reaching our international obligations under the Paris Agreement and towards reaching net zero emissions by 2050. We must focus on these goals if we have any hope of avoiding the worst impacts of climate change. Fighting for climate action is one of the tasks my constituents set for me when I was elected. Unlocking renewable energy resources and manufacturing is a vital piece of this action. It's why I support amendments that ensure that the government must take into account climate targets when they're awarding supports, and that the Future Made in Australia plan is not used to support any new fossil fuel projects, including carbon capture and storage. My community sent me here as their independent to represent regional communities and to work towards strong action on climate change, but they also sent me here to be their champion for integrity in government decision-making and spending. And while in principle I support the bill as a measure towards net zero, I do have deep concerns about integrity when it comes to this program. And while I take the member for Makeham's point about a big vision, it's our job as legislators to make sure that we look to the detail as well. It's critical to write law that works. We're talking about tens of billions of taxpayers' money, after all, $22.7 billion to be exact, and I want to make sure the public knows where the money is going. Before I address my integrity concerns, though, that I have in particular with the Future Made in Australia bill, I want to briefly touch on the community benefit principles contained in that bill. The bill lists broad community benefits that Future Made in Australia supports may provide. They are jobs, a skilled workforce, the vague phrase engaging collaboratively and achieving positive outcomes for local communities, strengthening domestic industrial capabilities and tax-affair compliance. Now again, I want to stress, I support in principle policy measures that create more jobs and skills and strengthen supply chains. Of course I do. But when the government talks about community benefit in relation to net zero transition, as they're doing with this bill, they've got to show communities much more than this. I'm not just talking about jobs and skills and supply chains. Really, the only community benefit that this bill, and indeed the government, cites when they're defining benefit. When I talk about community benefit, I'm referring to a definition that's way bolder than that, a definition that's much more ambitious for local regional communities such as who I represent, not just name-checking them and thinking that's enough. I'm talking about things that tangibly benefit communities for years to come, benefits that leave a legacy that we can point to. When I talk to my constituents about how they define benefit for their communities, I hear people talking about better roads and public transport, affordable and quality health care, aged care, available and accessible childcare, community infrastructure that's meaningful like decent housing, like swimming pools, parks, proper investment in our tourism sites. I've spoken about this type of community benefit many times in this place. I've talked at length about how unless and until communities start seeing this benefit, they'll continue to question what is in the net zero transition for regional Australia. And in some cases, they will oppose renewable energy projects completely. So I cannot be clearer to the government on this point. You must support regional communities to realise and deliver tangible benefit when they're hosting large grid-scale wind farms, solar farms, batteries, transmission lines, and when they're mining the resources and manufacturing the materials that build this infrastructure. I want to see that when the government is considering whether a potential public investment under the Future Made in Australia plan will provide community benefit, that they will look beyond jobs, skills and supply chains. And I want government to really look at community benefit, not just in Future Made in Australia plans, but in all the other work that they do with the net zero transmission, whether that be the Capacity Investment Scheme or the Net Zero Economy Authority, just to name a couple. Deputy Speaker, my biggest concern with the bill as drafted, though, is that there is a giant question mark where the integrity and transparency measures should be. The taxpayer, the public, does not have a clear line of sight on where $22.7 billion of their money is going. Look, in anybody's language, this is an enormous amount of money. In fact, according to the Parliamentary Library, it's the second largest budget measure announced in this term of Parliament, only after the $50 billion committed under the National Defence Strategy Program. In this bill, the government has created a large bucket of money with only a vague outline of how that money could be spent. And when it comes to the fine print, the guardrails, the rigour, the government tell us, oh, this will come later, trust us. Well, for such a large amount of money, I think it's more than reasonable that the public should know how it's being spent. Because without an oversight and transparency framework, there is a risk that money will be awarded to industries or companies without merit, because of lobbying efforts, because it will win votes in certain electorates, or for other reasons that generally lack integrity in government decision-making. And with that concern comes an erosion in public confidence in the Future Made in Australia plan itself. What a pity. Now, I'm not saying that the Future Made in Australia plan is an exercise in pork barrelling. To be frank, well, we don't know that yet. But the government also hasn't shown us that they are putting integrity right up front when planning to spend this money. And it seems rather strange to me that in putting forward this legislation, with billions of dollars to be spent by this government, and not just this government, but governments into the future, that we're left wondering. I don't like to be left wondering with legislation. A transparency and oversight framework would give the public the assurance that billions of dollars of their money is being spent responsibly and with integrity. It would prevent any pork barrelling occurring under this government or indeed any future governments. Now, Deputy Speaker, I know I'm not alone in these concerns. In submissions received by the Senate inquiry recently examining the bill, multiple, well-respected, credible organisations have raised similar issues. So let's go through them. The Productivity Commission recommended that the data and reasoning underlying sector assessments be made public and that community benefit principles should be applied transparently. I agree. The Climate Council made similar recommendations that sector assessments should be subject to parliamentary scrutiny and debate. I agree. The Grattan Institute noted that the parliamentary oversight of the Future Made in Australia plan would be improved if an annual breakdown of Future Made in Australia supports, including expenditure, was published. I agree. The Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the ACCI, wrote that, and I quote, "It is essential that all projects receiving funding are appropriately scrutinised so that the plan delivers real returns to the Australian public." Yep. Importantly, the ACCI identified a lack of clear selection criteria for future Made in Australia supports, stating that if clear assessment criteria are not provided, there is a real risk that future Made in Australia funds can be redirected for other purposes or to meet political objectives. Mr Deputy Speaker, even BP Australia called for clear and transparent project selection criteria. So there are clearly gaps in this bill if these organisations and companies, including companies who will surely seek to benefit from future Made in Australia supports, identify shortfalls on key issues like selection criteria and transparency of funding and sector assessments. The solutions to fill these gaps are not hard to find. Earlier this year, I introduced my Accountability of Grants, Investment Mandates and Use of Public Resources Amendment End Pork Barrelling Bill. It's a bill which provides a framework to ensure government spending of taxpayer money is done transparently by requiring clear selection criteria for grants and creating a parliamentary joint committee to oversee grant administration. The bill also provides additional oversight of government spending by setting out robust public reporting to Parliament on administration, guidelines, selection criteria and approval processes for all Commonwealth grants programs. The bill before us now identifies grants as a major form of future Made in Australia supports, and in my End Pork Barrelling bill, if it was passed, concerns about the integrity of these future Made in Australian grants would be alleviated. But until the government supports my End Pork Barrelling bill, however, there are some simple, straightforward amendments to the Future Made in Australia bill that would ease integrity concerns. So my amendments to that end would require the Minister to give unredacted sector assessments to the Parliamentary Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit so that there is a fulsome parliamentary mechanism to ensure future Made in Australia supports are given to sectors where it is appropriate to do so. They would require sector assessments to be tabled in Parliament within 7 sitting days of the Minister receiving that assessment. Currently, the bill says 30 sitting days. So, in practical terms, this means that if the Minister were to receive a report on 2 December 2024, it would not be required to be tabled until around June 25, 2025, some 127 business days after the Minister has received it. Now, obviously, this is far too long for tabling a report in order to serve its transparency and accountability function. Finally, my amendments would specify what should be included in future Made in Australia's annual report. Currently, under the bill, it just says that the report should include a report on the operation of this Act. Again, this is not nearly enough to achieve its intended transparency objective. My amendment would require annual reports to specify the total amount of future Made in Australia supports, the recipient of these supports, the purpose of the support, the kind of support provided and the amount of support provided to and spent by that recipient. I am yet to meet with the Treasurer to discuss the concerns I have with this bill and the amendments I'm proposing to improve it, but I'm really looking forward to having that discussion with him. I'm planning to. We're getting it in the diary. I will be reserving my position on this bill until after I have that meeting with the Treasurer. In the meantime, I want to emphasise to the government, as we transition to net zero economy, it is more important than ever to maintain the confidence of the people, including in this bill before us. This bill, as currently drafted, does not build enough trust. It does not do enough to promote integrity in government decision-making. It leaves way too much still to be determined. And when it comes to $22.7 billion in public funding, that is not good enough. Ensuring that the public can see where and how their money is spent through the measures I just outlined is one critical mechanism to achieving this confidence. Now, I expect the government to consider my amendments and other amendments to ensure the utmost integrity around this spending. If the Future Made in Australia plan is indeed going to seize the opportunities of the move to renewable energy, then the government has to lots of work to do to shore up taxpayer confidence and trust in its plans to spend $22.7 billion of the very same taxpayers' money. If this government wants the public trust in this, a signature policy, a legacy, then I say to you, you've got a lot of work to do.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution, and I need to put to the House, is the amendment seconded?
Yes, I second the motion and
I
reserve my right.
thank the honourable member. The original question was that this bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Hume moved that as an amendment that all words after that be admitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Indi has now moved as an amendment that all words after House be admitted with the view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Indi to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Hume be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Canberra.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the Future Made in Australia Bill and its omnibus amendments. Deputy Speaker, one of the major policy commitments of the Albanese Labor opposition during the 2022 federal election was to drive a future made in Australia. For too long, Australian manufacturing and Australian industry have been in decline, and under the previous government, they failed to address this trend and unfortunately even made it worse. Who can forget the former Treasurer Joe Hockey in this place daring Ford and Holden, the last remaining Australian car manufacturers, to leave? And that's exactly what they did. The former government left a policy vacuum in this space. They provided no incentives for industry development or value adding onshore. That changed when the Albanese Labor government was elected, because we know that a diverse economy is a strong economy. And we know that there is so much unrealised potential for Australian industries to thrive. Deputy Speaker, Australian innovations have changed the world. As a country, we are incredibly good at developing ideas, but we are less good at commercialising them. Take photovoltaic solar panels, for instance. This is a homegrown product, but not a homemade one. PV solar panels were invented at the University of New South Wales, but today 99% of solar systems being installed on Aussie roofs are manufactured overseas. This is a technology pioneered here that Australians adopt more than any other nation in the world. Yet we've let the huge economic benefits fall to other nations. This is not a uniquely Australian problem. In the US, the Inflation Reduction Act is seeking to incentivise growth in American solar manufacturing by up to 40%. In 2 years, the Act has driven the creation of 49 new solar manufacturing projects. Here, our government's $1 billion Sunshot Solar program will support domestic production through investment in innovative manufacturing facilities across the PV supply chain. As the Minister for Climate Change and Energy has said, there is a pressing economic need for a local solar industry, and we have an opportunity to build a greater sovereign capability. This bill will ensure that Australia maximises the economic and industrial benefits of the global transition to net zero. It will secure our place in a changing global economic and strategic landscape. It will build a stronger, more diversified and more resilient economy powered by renewable energy. It will create secure, well-paid jobs and encourage and facilitate the private sector investment required to make Australia an indispensable part of the global net zero economy, a renewable energy superpower. This is a long-term policy for the better future that this nation deserves. Fundamentally, this bill is about taking advantage of both our comparative advantages in renewable energy and our traditional strengths in resources and manufacturing to build new opportunities. Opportunities such as critical minerals processing, green metals, clean energy technologies and low-carbon liquid fuels. Deputy Speaker, Australia is an exceptionally smart nation. Our minds lead the world, whether it be Wi-Fi, the cochlear ear, the Hills hoist or aircraft black boxes. We really do punch above our weight. Only on Monday, to mark the beginning of Science Week, the Minister for Science and I had the opportunity to visit a remarkable Canberra startup, Samsara Echo, based at the ANU here in my electorate. Founded by PhD candidates Vanessa Vong-Southi and Matt Spence, Samsara Echo is changing the way the world thinks about recycling. Globally, there are around 10 billion tonnes of plastic waste sitting in landfill or polluting the environment, but only 9% of this waste has been recyclable. previously. Samsara Eco has developed an enzyme which, when applied to polymers, breaks it down to its original monomer form, which means that they have the capability for every plastic in the world to be able to be recycled using this technology and to be recycled infinitely. This is a real game changer. It is genuinely groundbreaking technology developed right here in Australia, right here in Canberra. Samsara Eco have already partnered with Woolworths, and this year, in partnership with Lululemon, launched the first commercially available apparel made from the fully recycled polyester. Samsara Eco is an incredible example of what this nation's best and brightest can achieve.
Thank you, brother.
This bill is about enabling more Australians to achieve their potential and help our nation become a renewable energy superpower. And we're doing this because our government has a vision for the nation, a vision for a better future. It is extremely disappointing to me that those opposite can't embrace this vision. Once again, they oppose good legislation that will make Australia better for the sole purpose of saying no. They would prefer to keep Australia in the dark ages. Instead of embracing new technologies like renewables, they want to take Australia back to the past with the technology of the 1950s, nuclear. We have a different vision, a vision for the future, an ambitious vision, one in which Australian industries are able to reach their full potential, supported by a nation that not only cheers them on, but provides the framework for their success. This bill has three components. First, it embeds the government's national interest framework that was announced at the budget to help identify sectors where Australia has a genuine comparative advantage in the net zero economy or an economic security imperative. It establishes a robust sector assessment process to understand and remove barriers to private investment, and it establishes a set of community benefit principles that will make sure relevant future Made in Australia investments create strong returns for local communities, workers and businesses. We aren't alone in implementing a scheme like this. Whether it's the US Inflation Reduction Act or similar policies in the UK, Canada, Korea, Japan and others, the world is seeing the benefits of production tax credits like these, and we can either be left behind or pave our own way for a better future for our economy. The National Interest Framework will help to better align economic incentives with the national interest. Legislating this framework, as we are doing, will provide certainty to the investment community, which is critical to attracting private investment at scale. This legislation codifies the two streams of the framework. The first, the Net Zero Transformation Stream, which covers sectors that could have a sustained comparative advantage in a net zero global economy, and where public investment is likely to be needed for the sector to make a significant contribution to emissions reduction at an efficient cost. The second is the Economic Resilience and Security Stream, which covers sectors where some level of domestic capability is necessary or efficient way to deliver economic resilience and security, and the private sector will not deliver the necessary investment in the sector in the absence of government support. Sector assessments will be made at the direction of the Treasurer and conducted independently by the Treasury. They will assess whether an area of the economy is aligned with the National Interest Framework and will help inform how government can reduce barriers to investment in priority areas. These assessments are also required to be made public, which brings extra transparency and rigour to government decision-making. The government wants to ensure public investment and the private investment it attracts flows to communities in ways that benefit local workers and businesses. That's why a set of community benefit principles will be applied to future Made in Australia supports identified in this bill. Specifically, we want to ensure that investments promote safe and secure jobs that are well paid and have good conditions, that they develop more skilled and inclusive workforces, including by investing in training and skills development and broadening opportunities for workforce participation, that they engage collaboratively with and achieve positive outcomes for local communities, such as First Nations communities and communities directly affected by the transition to net zero. That they strengthen domestic industrial capabilities, including through stronger local supply chains, and that they demonstrate transparency and compliance in relation to the management of tax affairs, including benefits received under future Made in Australia supports. These principles will be implemented on a program-by-program basis, and the government will consult on how they are best applied and the specific requirements. The bill also establishes future Made in Australia plans as a mechanism that can be used to implement the community benefit principles as required. Further details of what will be required to satisfy the requirements of these plans will be subject to consultation. The bill enables the identification of future Made in Australia supports, which are the government investments that the community benefit principles apply to. The bill identifies two initial supports, the Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund and certain investments referred to government for funding consideration under Export Finance Australia's expanded national interest account. Other Future Made in Australia supports can be added by the Minister under the rules. Deputy Speaker, this is a bill filled to the brim with ambition for the future of this nation. A nation where our scientists are able to create new technologies, like Samsara Echo here in my electorate. Our innovators are able to commercialise those technologies, and our workforce manufactures the products right here in Australia. Value adding to our economy, helping our nation become the renewable energy superpower that we know we have the potential to be. We can be more than just a resources-driven economy. Australia is a resilient, diverse, intelligent place. Our people are pioneering and world-leading. And this is a government that has their back, creating policy that will support our industries and encourage them to invest in their businesses here in Australia. This is a world-leading reform for a world-leading nation. As the previous speaker, one of the previous speakers, the member for Macon, was saying, we are one of the only developed countries that no longer develops its own cars. And this is just one example of where our manufacturing industry has been neglected, with costs that may not be immediately apparent. Having that industry here was also important for the skills of the workers that were manufacturing those cars, to having those skills to be applied to other things. As we build the manufacturing industry, it has flow-on effects for the other industries and capabilities. And as I've said, we are a nation that is full of ideas, and we want to back those ideas, the people with those ideas, to take the potential that we have to build a strong economy, that the transition to net zero that we have to have will actually be a great opportunity for Australia. That we will create new jobs, good jobs, well-paid jobs with good conditions and strong futures for Australians to feel secure in. This is a world-leading reform, and it is always Labor governments that have that vision, that are actually looking to the future, that want to implement things that build a positive future. We're focusing on our children and our children's children and what will be the future for them. As our economy takes on one of the greatest, probably the greatest transition that it will ever have to take in transitioning to net zero. And it's one that we know that local businesses, scientists, workers are totally up for. And so we are a government that are backing them in on that. I absolutely support a future made in Australia, and that's why I'm supporting this bill today. It is a game changer for our manufacturing industry at a time where we really need a government that believes in Australian ideas and gets behind them with this important bill that is also designed to ensure transparency and ensure appropriate decision-making around those two streams, around the net zero economy and also where we need to have certain capabilities that will ensure that we are investing in the right industries and the right ideas that will benefit the most from that government investment. And that's why I'm supporting this bill today. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Canberra. The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Hinkler.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak on this bill, which I have a lot of problems with. And the first one is actually in the title. And the title of this bill should be "No Future for Made in Australia Manufacturing under this Labor government." None. Absolutely none. And I'll go on to explain why that's the case and line up the facts that demonstrate it, Mr Deputy Speaker. But we should talk a little bit about what's on the line here, because in this country there are 909,100 Australians who are employed in manufacturing. Almost 1 million people rely on this sector. 1 million. And I can guarantee you that even this Labor government, as hard as it might try, can't subsidise every single one of those jobs. They cannot. For them to maintain their employment, to continue to be able to pay their mortgages, they need businesses that are competitive to be able to employ them. And that is the fundamental problem right now. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I read through any number of the documents, including some of the consultation papers and everything else, and I thought, so what is critical manufacturing right now? What is one of our biggest issues right now? And how would this bill apply to it? Well, one of the biggest challenges right now, Mr Deputy Speaker, is actually a shortfall in intravenous saline. It is a huge problem. There is not enough. It affects every single hospital, every GP practice, anyone that's doing theatre. I'm getting any number of complaints. And yet the application of this bill could not produce more saline manufacturing in this country. Unless, of course, it's some wind turbine-driven net zero fantasy that delivers more intravenous saline. It can't. But this is a critical problem right now that this bill does absolutely nothing about. Nothing. So all of those businesses that are out there who are trying to simply survive and keep those 909,000 Australians in a job can't do that, because this Labor government, they are killing their productivity, they are killing their competitiveness, and they are killing their profitability, and no business that is not profitable can survive unless, of course, it has the largesse of this Labor government. And here are the facts, Mr Deputy Speaker. There have been 19,000 businesses become insolvent since this government came to power. It is the highest number since records commenced. 19,000 businesses have gone broke. 19,000. And that is because the fundamentals of the economy, which are managed by this federal Labor government, the settings are completely wrong. They are wrong. And that is why the Coalition will oppose this bill. We will oppose this bill because it will not deliver what this country needs. It is quite simple. Now, what else has happened that causes a lot of damage, Mr Deputy Speaker, for those poor Australians who are out there trying to survive what is a cost of living crisis, whether they work in manufacturing or others? Well, their personal income taxes are up 20%. Up 20%. So they have less of their own money to buy things that cost more, which are produced predominantly overseas, and nothing in this bill helps them. If you've got a mortgage, you're paying $35,000 more if it's a $750,000 average mortgage. But this bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, how does it help them? How does it help Australians? How does it provide more jobs? How does it make all businesses competitive? Well, it simply doesn't. It simply doesn't. So the bill proposes changes to the way that ARENA operates. And for those of us who have been in this place for quite some time, we know that the way Labor sets up these type of slush funds is to ensure that when there's a change of government, and there will be a change of government, there always is, that it's almost impossible to get the money returned, the taxpayers' funds. It's almost impossible to close them down, regardless of what they're doing. We know the challenge we had with ARENA when the Abbott government first came in 2013. It's still there. So ARENA is now going to do all sorts of things, move further into deployment, further into manufacturing. And why? Why do you need all of the other organisations, including things like the Clean Energy Finance Corporation? Why do they exist if you are now going to have ARENA doing this type of work? So it is quite an incredible approach. And we keep hearing about the national interest framework, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, it's quite a convenient term. It's quite convenient. So we have a treasurer. We have a treasurer who practically has never worked in industry, has never run a business. That's absolutely definite. Has spent a lot of time here. currently running lots of businesses into the ground, but is somehow going to use the national interest framework to make decisions. Now, we've seen already some of the decisions which are proposed to be under this bill, Mr Deputy Speaker. The solar sunshot was one. Manufacturing solar panels here in Australia. I saw the Prime Minister and Minister Bowen and everyone else making those announcements and how wonderful it was. But in the last week or so, what have we seen? We've seen announcements from that company that they're actually standing our workers and sacking people. So the solar sunshot, under the national interest framework, which is apparently going to be achieved somehow, already made a decision and has already misfired. So the solar sunshot has misfired, and we've got less people working in that industry than they did before. That is where this federal Labor government is trying to drive this country. But we look at the things that are not included. Well, carbon capture and storage is not included. And we hear those opposite, or the government, rail against carbon capture and storage. But I'd suggest to every single one of them they should go and read the CSIRO's report. They love the CSIRO, love reports from the CSIRO, which literally says the only way to achieve the carbon offsets that the federal Labor government wants to achieve is with CCS, because no other existing protocol can do it. It simply can't. Physics, economics can't deliver it. We see nothing for uranium. We see nothing, of course, for nuclear, because they are opposed to it. Unless, of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a nuclear reactor being built in Britain, paid for by the taxpayer with some $4.5 billion, to go into a submarine, which is apparently nothing to do with nuclear, which will go into Western Australia and be at HMAS Stirling. So other than that, they're opposed to nuclear. But, you know, obviously it's different. It looks like the same sort of reactor to me, Mr Deputy Speaker. The community benefit principles, and we heard from the independent member for Indi about her concerns about integrity. Well, we've long held those concerns, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is quite incredible that the ability for the unions to reach into this government and get an outcome that they want, particularly the CFMEU. We only have to look at the changes demanded in industrial relations, which has made all major employers in this country less productive already. We've seen incredible decisions about the CFMEU's behaviour, and yet they only represent 12.5% of the workforce in this country. So an organisation, all of the unions put together, and this is the 2022 ABS report, that represents just 12.5% of the workforce in this country, now has the overwhelming control of a slush fund like this. The reach of the unions into this government is extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. This is not the way to build a strong economy that will drive into the future the opportunities for every single Australian. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, who else disagrees? Well, there's any number of individuals out there who don't agree with the proposal, including some of the Labor government's own appointments. The Productivity Commission says a $1 billion commitment to make more solar panels in Australia under the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese's Future Made in Australia program should be retrospectively subjected to a tougher national interest framework. The Productivity Commission, opposed by their own appointment to the head of the Productivity Commission, who, as an aside, Mr Deputy Speaker, actually supports death taxes, which I'm confident the Australian people will not support. So we can't get production on critical saline, but apparently we can do green hydrogen. And I went back and I looked at the Prime Minister's press release about this bill. And when it comes to hydrogen, the proposal is to provide a subsidy of $2 a kilo. Now, why is that number important, Mr Deputy Speaker? Why is $2 a kilo important? Because if you look back to the former report from the then Chief Scientist, the numbers were very straightforward. Economics 101, practicality, profitability, deliverability, competitiveness, international competitiveness. Right now, you can't produce green hydrogen for less than about $8 a kilo. To be competitive, it has to be $2 a kilo. The only thing that is even close is if the feedstock comes from petrochemicals, gas, coal, brown coal in particular, because it's cheap and there's lots of it. In fact, there was a prototype in Victoria, which I'm told is now shut down, unfortunately, in partnership with Japan. But this Labor government says that under this bill and these proposals, It's all okay because physics doesn't matter, economics doesn't matter, energy transfer doesn't matter. We'll give you $2 a kilo subsidy and somehow you'll go from $8 to $2 and be competitive. It is nonsense. And in fact, even Twiggy Forrest with Fortescue has now scaled back. I've been to any number of the presentations around green hydrogen, Mr Deputy Speaker, any number. And it's always the same. The technical experts, and these are real ones, chemical engineers, physicists, the people who know what they're doing, put a big thing up on the PowerPoint screen, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it says we need a technological breakthrough in every stage of the production cycle to be anywhere near competitive. Now, can I tell you, that is not going to happen. It is not. And yet we have billions being thrown at what is a pipe dream. We heard from the Prime Minister today about Gladstone. We've heard from other speakers about the Gladstone proposal. 2,500 square kilometres of solar panels. It is ludicrous. It will not happen. Can you imagine, Mr Deputy Speaker, in order to deliver what's proposed for Gladstone, that this federal Labor government would get an approval from the Minister for the Environment to level and clear 2,500 square kilometres of this country in order to put solar panels on them? It just won't happen. It is nonsense. So let's get back to things that matter, things that are practical, things that work. Now, the alternative is very straightforward, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is very straightforward, and that is get back to the fundamentals, because the fundamentals ensure that every single manufacturing business is competitive, not just the ones that are handpicked by the unions and the federal Labor government, all of them. And that means you need affordable, reliable energy, whether that is electricity or gas. You need an available workforce that has the skills that are needed to deliver what your business needs. You need government to get out of your way. You need to cut red and green tape. And look at what this federal Labor government has done to businesses across this country already. We have already seen proposals around the safeguard mechanism, the green police, nature positive, industrial relations laws, patent bargaining. None of them address productivity. All of them drive down the competitiveness of Australia's manufacturing sectors. And fundamentally, we have to get energy prices down, in particular gas, and in Victoria. Because in some kind of miracle, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Victorian State Labor government prohibited gas production and now they've run out. The Bass Strait is in decline. That has been a known quantity for a long time. There is opportunities to get more out of the Bass Strait, but we're not seeing those approvals. We're not seeing onshore approvals. You cannot run gas from Gladstone all the way to Victoria and have it be competitive with the Bass Strait. You just cannot. Physics and economics. And yet we see nothing in here to support the gas sector and the manufacturing jobs in Victoria that need that affordable and reliable gas. None. We see a new Minister for Jobs and Skills who did quite an extraordinary job as the previous Minister for Immigration. We all know what's happened there. I'm not sure what the Apprentices of Australia have done to the federal Labor government, Mr Deputy Speaker, I really don't. But they've really upset them. You need to ensure that every business can compete. And as I said earlier, there has been 19,000 of them go insolvent since this Labor government came to power. The numbers are clear. Business cannot survive under the policy settings of this government, and this bill does not help them. It will help hand-picked, union-selected, localised, individual groups, and so far they've been complete misfires. Sunshot already looks like a failure. They're already firing people. Quantum is a US company, and we've seen all sorts of reports about the selection process already. What is wrong with the Australian companies? They have been working for decades in Sydney, at NICTA and other organisations to deliver quantum computing. And yet the priorities of this Labor government are simply wrong. If you cannot drive down the fundamentals, all businesses go broke. If you cannot get your energy cost under control, all businesses go broke. If you cannot ensure that your labour force is paid well and can afford to live, they're not there either. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill is wrong. We will not be supporting it. The Coalition will not support this madness. This is another bucket of union-run money which should not be delivered by the taxpayer. And once again, it is up to the Coalition to stand up to this madness being delivered by this Labor government And unfortunately, it continues, and I'm sure there'll be a deal with the Greens and they'll all sing Kumbaya and do it anyway.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Hinkler. The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and that was quite something to listen to. The Albanese Labor government, we are committed to growing our economy, building new industries and creating new jobs. It's why the plan before this parliament for a future made in Australia is all about building Australia into a country that makes more things here, particularly in those areas where we have a natural advantage and where, for security reasons, whether it is national security reasons, security of supply reasons, we cannot afford not to act. An economic plan for a better future, making Australia wealthier, more secure and more independent. We'll put the talents of our people and our natural resources to work by making things here so that we're not simply shipping things overseas and importing them back as finished products. Companies are already using Australian minerals to manufacture solar panels to put them on our roofs, but we could be doing more. Our Future Made in Australia plan is about giving a boost to projects like these and making sure they have what they need to compete into the future. More than anywhere in the world, Australia has the opportunity to create new jobs, new industries and new skills. But we need a government that is willing to step up, to partner with the private sector to build a stronger economy made right here. And that's exactly what the Albanese Labor government is doing. Of course, a key pillar of the Future Made in Australia plan is the development of a low-carbon liquid fuel industry. This will help hard-to-abate sectors like aviation and heavy haulage to reduce their emissions while creating new jobs and opportunities across the country. From growers to refineries, this policy will be a boost for regional Australia, creating new income streams for farmers and new job opportunities for workers. Right now, much of our farmers' feedstock, including 60% of our canola exported to Europe, is used to produce biofuels. We export 400 kilotonnes of tallow to Europe each and every single year for the same purpose. We should be doing this here, and through our Future Made in Australia plan, we will be. Renewable fuels have an essential role to play in our net zero journey and in creating new Australian industries. It's why I've championed their development ever since we came to government. One of my first speeches as Minister in this portfolio back in July 2022 was focused on renewable fuels, particularly for the aviation sector. And in that speech, I committed to establishing the Australian Jet Zero Council because I knew that not only was the development of a renewable fuels sector in Australia important, it was critical that we partnered with industry each and every step of the way. The Australian Jet Zero Council was established in June 2023, bringing together industry stakeholders to advise the government on the aviation industry's transition to net zero, including through the domestic production of biofuels. Through this work, we are now in a position to fast-track support for a low-carbon liquid fuel industry, with an initial focus on sustainable aviation fuel and renewable diesel to support emissions reduction in the aviation and the heavy vehicle, rail and maritime sectors that are hard to abate, and the technology does not exist at this stage in the short, medium and so far long term to abate these sectors. Through the Future Made in Australia plan, we will deliver funding for innovation, for certification and for processing. This includes, as we saw in the budget, $18.5 million to develop a certification scheme for low-carbon liquid fuels in the transport sector by expanding the Guarantee of Origin scheme. $1.5 million to undertake a regulatory impact analysis of the costs and benefits of introducing a mandate or other demand-side measures for low-carbon liquid fuels. And of course, investing over $1.7 billion over the next decade in the Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund to support the Australian Renewable Energy Agency to commercialise net zero innovations, including low-carbon liquid fuels. This is a plan that is supported by industry and our agricultural stakeholders. Bioenergy Australia says our policies will create jobs in regional Australia, boost economic growth, bolster energy security and future-proof our tourism and transport industries. Of course, GrainCorp says federal budget funding for low-carbon fuels initiatives is playing into its strategy to become a major player in the renewable fuels supply chain. And the National Farmers Federation has long supported the development of the Australian bioenergy and low-carbon liquid fuel industries, with Australian agriculture playing an important role in the supply chain. Industry knows that this is good policy, and our farmers know this is good policy as well. An industry that is already getting on with it. BP are working to establish a renewable fuel site in Kwinana, in the Kwinana industrial area in Perth. GrainCorp, Ampol and IFM have already signed a memorandum of understanding to explore establishing Australia's own integrated renewable fuels industry. A feasibility assessment of a renewable fuels facility in Brisbane, including a supply of local homegrown feedstocks, will be an initial priority under the MOU. You would think that growing new Australian jobs and industries would unite this place, but no. It's all opposed, as we've heard, in speech after speech by those opposite who've confirmed that they won't be supporting a future made in Australia. Of course, we know in their hearts that the National Party does support a plan for low-carbon liquid fuels, because they know it is good for our farming community, good for the agriculture sector and good for regional communities. But they can't convince their coalition partners to stop saying no to every single initiative. The Shadow Treasurer dismissed this policy as billions for billionaires, demonstrating a failure to understand the importance of working with the private sector to build these new industries and to create more jobs at home. While we on this side of the House are supporting Australian industries, those opposite call support for Australian industries and our regional communities a wasted effort. And through all of this, it appears the National Party is being silenced. In his second reading speech, the Shadow Treasurer called the Future Made in Australia plan a plan for pork barrelling and wrong priorities. The Shadow Treasurer should go to northern Queensland and tell that to our sugar cane growers. He should go to the wheat belt in WA and say that to our canola growers. He should tell that to the workers in Kwinana industrial area, at the Lytton refinery in Brisbane, or even down in Geelong, where they see this as very much part of the jobs for the future in their industry. But of course we know he won't, because they've got no interest in WA, don't care about our regions, and all they care about is saying no. We're this side of the House, we care about the local jobs that a future made in Australia will bring. We care about manufacturing, and the Coalition simply wants to see all of these jobs stay overseas. While we're trying to build new industries here in Australia, the Coalition, of course, we saw close them down. We know they killed the local car manufacturing industry here in Australia. They are opposing production credits that will grow the critical minerals industry, something very, very important for Western Australia. They had a Defence Minister who said we couldn't build a canoe, and then they killed the rail car manufacturing here in Australia as well. And now they have a Shadow Treasurer who spent his pre-parliamentary career advocating against local jobs. On this side, we support Australian industries. We have local content rules in infrastructure. We have local job and training requirements. On their side, they have a Shadow Treasurer who calls support for Australian manufacturing a wasted effort. That's what he said to the Minerals Council of Australia when he was advocating the scrapping of all local content policies and the closure of aluminium refining in Australia. Whilst we on this side of the House are working to deliver a future made in Australia, the Coalition wants a future made overseas. We want more jobs. They want to close down the industries that regional communities have relied on for generations. It's frankly time for the National Party, particularly when it comes to the pillar of low-carbon liquid fuels, to decide where they stand and when they're going to stand up to their coalition partners, whether they're going to stand with our farmers, our grain growers, our regional communities by supporting this legislation. We know that in their hearts they support, but that's the test for the Nationals as to whether they have the courage and influence over the coalition party room to stand up to the Liberals. Are they going to support new opportunities and new markets for our Australian farmers? Are they going to support new industries in our regional communities? Or are they once again just going to capitulate to the Liberal Party, who can't stop saying no for no's sake?
I thank the Minister. The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is a critical time for our country. The decisions that we make now will determine the economic future of generations to come. We're facing a crucial decade in which we must deal with the impact of climate change, cut climate pollution in line with the Paris Agreement, build the technology and manufacturing capacity to become a global leader in clean exports, and create generations of prosperity for Australians. It's a time in which we must reevaluate our industrial base, manufacturing capability and our economic sovereignty. This Future Made in Australia legislation aims to establish policy frameworks to ensure that Australia has the sovereign capability necessary for our security interests and that we can develop the technologies necessary to decarbonise and to further industrialise our economy. The bill reflects a global trend towards increasing government interventionism. In releasing $1 trillion of clean energy funding, the US Inflation Reduction Act drew capital in from all around the world and made it harder to fund similar ventures in Australia. In the EU, Japan, China, South Korea and Canada, the heavy lifting of economic transition and industrial transformation is being facilitated and enabled by governments. The FMIA Act therefore reflects a significant shift in our national economic approach. It has caused some economists some alarm, with good reason. There is an opportunity cost in subsidising manufacturing and industry. All industry assistance comes at a cost to those who are not supported. Australian government's track records of picking winners, let us face it, are often poor. The Productivity Commission has raised concerns that attempts by government to reshape or diversify Australia's narrow trade and industrial structure, based as it is on primary commodity exports, could fail. That our government may sponsor businesses that will never be internationally competitive and will create long-term dependency on public support at a significant net cost to the wider economy. These are valid concerns. The past decade has seen low productivity growth and business investment and narrowing of our economic foundations. Australia's ranking in the Harvard Atlas of Economic Complexity, which measures the diversity and knowledge intensity of a country's export mix, has now fallen to 93rd in the world, sandwiched uncomfortably between Pakistan and Uganda. We're left very vulnerable to commodity price cycles. At the same time, much of our manufacturing has gone, resulting in the supply chain issues which affect us every day. During the COVID pandemic, we struggled to access PPE and toilet paper. Right now, today, our country has significant shortages of many medications. We've even got a shortage of intravenous saline. We have not been effective enough in diversifying supply, in stockpiling, in forging alternate arrangements and in switching technologies to minimise supply chain disruptions. We have been extraordinarily fortunate with Australia's endowment of some of the most valuable deposits of fossil fuels and minerals in the world. Australia is the world's largest exporter of coal and gas combined, but we have not reaped the full benefit from our coal or our gas. We weren't smart like Norway, which imposed a 76% resource rent on excess profits from its fossil fuel industries. We were slow and maladaptive like Britain, and we're paying the price for that now. Our government gets less from the PRRT than it makes from students from their HECS debts, from an incredibly lucrative but a finite resource, the value of which is soon to fall globally. The world is waking up to the fact that if we want to stop global warming, we have to stop burning fossil fuels and we have to switch to renewables. The move to net zero emissions of greenhouse gases by 2050 is already, in countries like China, resulting in the biggest and fastest structural economic changes the industrial world has ever experienced. We can choose to join China and the US at the forefront of this new industrial revolution, or we can be left behind and suffer the consequences of that for decades. Within the next 2 decades, the world will stop buying fossil fuels. Other countries will enforce carbon border adjustment mechanisms. If we're still basing our economy on fossil fuels at that time, it will tank. We have to plan for a future in which our gas is worthless, and the massive plants which are still being approved by this government have become stranded assets. Where we do have a comparative advantage is in the sun, the wind and in critical minerals, but we have to stop digging up those resources and dispatching them elsewhere, then paying top dollar for the refined product when it returns home from overseas. We have to focus on energy cost and security, and we have to harness the extraordinary potential of the sunniest continent in the world, which has an average offshore wind speed of 8 metres per second. We have to stop exporting our minerals, and we have to transition to onshore production and refining of ammonia, steel, iron, aluminium and critical minerals. The potential scale of the energy transition is huge. The critical minerals industry alone has already created 13,463 direct jobs. The 100 projects currently in its development pipeline will create up to 21,365 ongoing jobs and another 42,743 construction industry jobs. That's far more than our gas industry does at this point. In the coming zero carbon world, we should cease exporting iron ore, metallurgical and thermal coal and gas, because it will be cheaper to make green iron in Australia using green hydrogen produced from our sun and our wind and our water. It could be the cheapest green iron in the world. It could be the same for green aluminium, green fertiliser, green silicon and green aviation fuel. Rather than exporting coal and gas for refining, we could export surplus renewable energy embedded within that suite of valuable products. Doing so would cement not only our economy, but also our geostrategic position within the Asia-Pacific. But we have to be careful. An abundance of rare materials does not necessarily translate into an advantage as a manufacturer. Before we jump to subsidising complex products using Australian resources, we have to consider all of the costs which are potentially involved. Tax, logistics, labour, and the imported materials required to establish those manufacturing processes. And then we have to consider whether it remains reasonable to assume that higher Australian costs can be outweighed by the cheaper energy and the access to the component materials that we have from here. We also have to remember that red tape and industrial unrest stifle productivity. The Future Made in Australia initiative will be successful only if it helps manufacturing and industry with regulation. It decreases the complexity of planning and permitting, it improves state and federal collaboration on these projects, reviews uncompetitive tax arrangements and cuts red tape. Australian innovation, research and development are chronically underfunded relative to international benchmarks. There were 182 line items for innovation and research and development in the recent federal budget, and yet businesses are telling us that they feel unsupported. So the challenge for us as a medium-sized, commodity-rich but remote democracy is to identify those industries in which we have a demonstrable current or future competitive advantage and determine how best to support them while minimising risks to the taxpayer. We have to determine where supply chain issues generally require local manufacturing and where other means might be more economic. We know that government interventions can distort markets, and the projects that deliver immediate political and employment benefits can often prove costly and ineffective over time. We also know that they can be inflationary, and we know that they can fall victim to cronyism and corruption. In such a context, it's appropriate that we start as we have, in those areas in which we do have a demonstrable advantage: clean energy and critical minerals. We should also remember those areas in which we have genuine sovereign risk and potential for development both of sovereign surety and a significant export market. In some ways, this Act acts as an umbrella to better coordinate the suite of existing initiatives and funds which are already aimed at decarbonisation of our economy. These include the National Skills Agreement, Reconstruction Fund, Net Zero Authority, Rewiring the Nation, ARENA, the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility, Export Finance Australia and the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. But those bodies are already operating under their own investment mandates and guidelines. We have to ask how this scheme is going to engage with those existing initiatives. Australia has a long tradition of excessive red tape and poor regulatory structures, and this bill provides insufficient detail regarding how this initiative is going to interact with those other bodies. To ensure future value for money, any government assistance has to be based on independent, transparent, evidence-based assessments of the risks associated with every proposal. There should be a tight criteria specifying the outcomes to be achieved and mandated performance monitoring against those specified outcomes. While the National Interest Framework provides detailed criteria on the types of projects that might qualify for public support, it provides very little detail on the form and quantum of what that public support might look like. It includes minimum detail on the community benefit principles on which that support should be contingent. The legislation should be more explicit. It should detail what forms of support will be offered, how that support will be provided, and the timeframes for spending allocations within each sector. Providing that detail would increase policy certainty and investor confidence. We should have an expectation that non-performing projects that don't meet those commitments will be wound up, and clarity around how performance will be assessed and oversight provided. And we need an annual breakdown of expenditure under the Act and of the outcomes of that expenditure. I have to say, Deputy Speaker, that early indicators cast some doubt on the government's preparedness to adhere to those standards. The government has, unfortunately, already started to pick winners. It's allotted $1 billion to solar panel supply chain manufacturing for production of solar panels in the Hunter Valley. This is an industry in which China is globally supreme and which prices are falling very quickly. The government has also already committed $2 billion to green hydrogen and $4 billion for the mining and processing of critical minerals. Then it's kicked in $840 million for a rare earth company. If the future Made in Australia investment goes solely to industries in which we lack a competitive advantage, industries like solar panels, wind farm components, batteries and electrolysers, we will waste money. We will waste the manpower which goes into those industries, and we will waste the opportunity to do better elsewhere. Even more concerning is the $470 million invested by this government in the quantum computing firm PsiQuantum. It seems that the decision to invest in PsiQuantum was made prior to the completion of an EOI process in which the company was not invited to and in which it did not participate. 21 other companies engaged in that EOI process, an EOI process in which they had no chance of success, even though they had no knowledge of that. The processes around this fund allocation are utterly opaque. We deserve more transparency. We deserve tendering processes which don't involve NDAs. We deserve for ministerial diaries to be open. We deserve to receive FOIs which are not highly redacted. We deserve open calls for tenders, not calls mediated by lobbying firms and negotiations facilitated by former Labor staffers. We deserve processes which don't waste the time, money and effort of other companies and which don't cause a loss of trust in both the processes and in our government. If the future Made in Australia investment goes solely to companies with special relationships with this government, we have a problem. The amendment that I move here and further amendments which I will move in their consideration in detail stage of this legislation will address those concerns. Deputy Speaker, Australia is fortunate to have another chance to get its policy settings right on this most existential challenge of climate change and energy. We do have an opportunity to establish the industries and jobs of the future in a global market which is estimated to be worth as much as $10 trillion by 2050. But we can't just be a lucky country. We have to be a clever country, adept, agile, transparent and honest. I ask the government to commit to the steps necessary to achieve that, to restore faith in this bill.
Amendment seconded, and I call the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the honourable member for Goldstein. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Kooyong has moved an amendment that all words after that be omitted to, with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Kooyong moved as an amendment to, no, honourable member for Indi moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after House be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Kooyong has now moved a further amendment. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak to the bill that is before us today, A Future Made in Australia. I come from a very proud manufacturing electorate, the electorate of Bendigo, that has been manufacturing for many decades. It is a place of much innovation. Going back to the harvester, It was first the Sunshine Harvester dispute. People remember and know because of that is how we have the living wage in this country. But that particular piece of farming equipment was first manufactured in my electorate before it was then manufactured in Ballarat, before it was then moved to Sunshine in Melbourne to be manufactured. So manufacturing in my electorate goes back a good part of a century, Speaker. So this bill and our commitment, the Albanese Labor government's commitment to a future made in Australia, has many in my electorate excited. Excited by the opportunities it presents, excited by the commitment of this government to reinvest in manufacturing, to commit to manufacturing, to be a country that makes things again. As those on my side of the House have recognised and said in their speeches on this particular bill looks to unlock private investment in future industries, bringing new jobs and opportunities across our country, particularly to the regions. It's all about maximising economic and industrial benefits from the global transformation to net zero and securing Australia's place in a global changing economic and strategic landscape, and at the same time helping to secure the supply chains that we have, ensuring that we will build a stronger, more diverse, more resilient economy that is powered by renewable energy, creating more secure jobs, well-paying jobs, and a future made in Australia. This bill recognises that our future growth prospects lie in the intersection of industry, resources, skills and energy if we are to remain globally competitive. Specifically, what we want to see with a future made in Australia and the supports identified in this bill is to promote safe and secure jobs that are well paid and have good conditions. Develop a more skilled and inclusive workforce by including investment in training, skills and development and broadening the opportunities for workforce participation. We want to see an engagement in collaboration with to achieve positive outcomes with local communities, such as First Nation communities, communities that are affected directly by the transition to net zero. We want to see strengthened domestic industrial capabilities and stronger local supply chains. We know that supply chains are under pressure and continue to be under pressure. And it's not just in the areas identified by other speakers, like in medical supplies. It's in our housing industry. It's in our heavy metal manufacturing industry. Our supply chains continue to be under pressure, with increasing fragmentation and global competition. New opportunities, clean energy industries will also present into the future, and we need to be ready to tap into those and to make the best of those opportunities. Australia is ideally placed to benefit from the global transition that is underway due to our natural resources, our capabilities, our competitive advantages, the base in manufacturing that we already have, and our trade partnerships. And key to unlocking that opportunity is by being able to better facilitate private investment and to respond to those opportunities. This is something that comes up a lot in my electorate. Many manufacturers that I've met with over the last 10 years have raised their frustration. They've got a great idea, they want to expand, there's new equipment, they need to expand their plant, introduce new equipment, but they struggle to get access to capital. It comes up over and over again. So that is why they are looking for the future opportunities, not just in this bill, but in all of our commitments towards local manufacturing. If I can just take a moment, Deputy Speaker, just to outline for the House the local manufacturing, superstars that I have in my electorate. I want to particularly draw attention to Hoffman's Engineering. Most people know them as being a Perth-based manufacturer. They are also in my electorate of Bendigo. They are going through their own transition Some of their current work is for heavy metal manufacturing and refurbing of machinery that is used in coal mining, and they acknowledge that. And it is a revenue of income for them. But they are diversifying and looking to tap into clean energy, refurbing and manufacturing. On one of my visits, their facility, they were refurbing a wind turbine, one of the only places in Australia that is able to ensure that our wind turbines are functioning at their full capacity. They spend a lot of time rebuilding and recalibrating poor product that's been imported from overseas that doesn't really work well in the Australian climate. They're also well placed to take on new work with snowy hydro, with the opportunities that present themselves in Tasmania, hydro energy and the big gears and the big gearboxes and the big machines that you require for hydro energy. We have the capacity to refurb and rebuild and manufacture in my electorate of Bendigo. Hoffmans is already doing outstanding work for our state Labor government in terms of rail manufacturing, but they see an opportunity in renewable energy, and they are a company that we can all be proud of. They have a ratio of over 1 in 10 of their employees being apprentices. They recruit locally, and everybody that you meet in the company is a bit of that old school job for life. Once they start, they stay, and they enjoy their work environment. They are introducing new equipment like robotic welders. It's still a fitter and turner that is using that machine, but it's a young fitter and turner who is applying their skills to the robot to do that work. Another fantastic manufacturer in my electorate who's doing great things is Australian Turntables, and Paul Chapman would never forgive me if I did not mention his company and the work that they are doing when we talk about a future made in Australia. They have a unique product. They manufacture big turntables, and whether that be for overseas restaurants where you have a turntable, whether it be for car showrooms, or whether it be for safer road access to construction sites, to mines, they are involved in manufacturing of turntables. Turntables that go into our arts precincts to ensure that your orchestra pits and your stages move effectively. But what's extraordinary about turntables is their investment that they have in engineering and skills. And whilst they're a small company, they export a product all over the world. And Paul, who it's a family business, he often talks about ingenuity and talks about thinking forward and talks about what's that next opportunity, and is excited by this idea that we have a government committed to a future made in Australia, and is a proud champion of the fact that you have to have that core industry to underpin an economy. And as he recognises, as we recognise the world is changing, we want to tap into that opportunity. Both Hoffmans and Australian Turntables are members of the Bendigo Manufacturing Group. And I raise the Bendigo Manufacturing Group because it is unique in the sense that it brings a diverse group of manufacturers together around what common interests they may have. And for as long as I've been involved in the local community and engaged through my work as the local MP, they have been campaigning for cleaner, greener energy. They have been wanting to be part of the solution. They get that gas is a necessity at the moment, but they are really keen to see that transition, that establishment of a fuel, a greener fuel, to help power their businesses and their industries. Deputy Speaker, the Bendigo manufacturing community is a really good example of that fracturing that we have within manufacturing across Australia. We have heavy metal manufacturing, as I've mentioned. I haven't even mentioned Tallis, the home of the Bushmasters. I better do that. But we also have building supplies. We have food manufacturing. We have really diverse industries, and I have to say that have survived the worst of it. They've survived the worst of it. They've survived decades of, I guess you could say, neglect from policymakers, support for local manufacturing. They've survived the continuous challenges that come with the reduction of tariffs that we've had. They've survived all of that, and now they're hoping to thrive and hoping to really look at ways that they can build and grow. Any focus on manufacturing by our government will help regions like my region. It will help and encourage the growth of manufacturing. Embedding in the government's national interest framework that was announced in the budget.
Order. Thank the honourable member for Bendigo. It being 7:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the honourable member for Deakin.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, each time we arrive here in Canberra and we come into question time, most particularly, we see a very self-satisfied Prime Minister and a very self-satisfied government over there, all backslapping and laughing and lecturing to us in the opposition about how things are going so well and that how we would have the audacity to ask questions of this government. But the failures and endless list of broken promises from this government have pushed so many Australians, many in my electorate as well, into a very dire situation. Our economy is crumbling under the weight of Labor's ongoing poor decisions and mismanagement. Sadly, since the election, in the just over 2 years since the election, Australians are now poorer because of this Labor government than they were 2 years ago. Under Labor's watch and failed economic policies, we know inflation and interest rates will remain higher for longer. This is according to the Reserve Bank. More than 2 years into this disastrous government's term and after 3 terrible budgets, we're losing, as Australians, the economic battle on 2 fronts: persistent homegrown inflation and an economy that's quite frankly grinding to a halt. And we see that every day with businesses going into administration, liquidation, and now increasingly people being made redundant and losing their jobs. We find ourselves at the back of the pack when it comes to fighting inflation. And since December, Australia's been the only country to see an increase in inflation which now exceeds 10%, with interest rates also rising 12 times under Labor. Households are in recession, with no growth in GDP per capita for over a year, for 5 consecutive quarters. There are very grim economic times being faced by Australians, and sadly there are even further grim economic times ahead. Labor's energy policies have been another absolute failure. Despite the Prime Minister promising on 97 occasions before the election that he would reduce household energy bills by $275 a year, Australians are now paying some of the highest energy prices in the world. Yesterday, in fact, I met with a building company who employs many hundreds of Australians who told me that their monthly energy bill in their manufacturing business of building products has increased from $15,000 a month 2 years ago to $50,000 a month just 2 years later. $15,000 a month in energy costs for this building manufacturing business 2 years ago, and it's $50,000 today. And the owner said to me, "Michael, that increase just gets passed on into the products we sell, which ultimately get passed on to the Australians who buy those homes at the end."
in one of my portfolio areas of housing, we just see one disaster after another. It's remarkable that at a time when we're building fewer homes than we've built for over a decade, when we have fewer homes being approved to be built, when we have first home buyers at record lows, with all of that happening, Labor's decided to run their secretive Big Australia policy that we know they've wanted to do every time they get into government. More than a million new migrants in that 2-year period of this government, yet we're building fewer homes than ever. 1 million more migrants and about 260,000 new homes. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to know that that is the cause of so many of the issues we're seeing in housing. Rents up by 22%. No wonder you go to an open inspection for a rental property in Sydney or Melbourne or Brisbane, and sometimes you find lines around the block because people are so desperate to find a home. 1 million new migrants when you're not building homes is one of the most irresponsible things that you can do as a government. An Australian government's primary role is to make the life of our citizens easier. This government is making Australians' lives harder, and they shouldn't come to Canberra laughing and giggling and patting each other on the back when they're inflicting so much pain on everyday Australians.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Deakin, and I call the honourable member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, during the winter recess, I had the opportunity to visit a number of my local schools. It's one of the real joys of this role is having the opportunity to visit our local schools, whether it was for a book donation, a flag donation, or a conversation to engage with older students, the 5-6s. It's always an opportunity to meet the young leaders and future leaders. I had the opportunity to visit Harcourt Valley Primary School, Camp Hill Primary School, White Hills Primary School, St Teresa's in Kennington, and Eaglehawk Primary School. What struck me the most was, regardless of whether it was a small school in Harcourt Valley, a large primary school like White Hills, or a Catholic school in Kennington, when I had the discussion about if you were Prime Minister, what would you focus on? What would be your priority? The comments were the same. There was a strong focus on ending poverty, on ending homelessness and making sure that everybody had a safe home. There was a real focus on the environment, getting plastics out of our ocean, protecting species, making sure that native species did not go extinct, and action on climate change. Naturally, being a regional electorate, roads does come up. And a conversation about who's responsible for what roads always invites a chat about local, state and federal government. What also came up was support and recognition of our First Nations Australians, our First Peoples, and recognition of a voice, listening to them, working with them. And it made me proud to hear the pride in our young students when they talked about recognition and voice. But what also came a lot when I spoke to these students was they wanted people to be kinder to one another, to help each other out, to be good humans, as one student said to me. I want to thank all the 5-6s that I had the opportunity to meet with over the break. Thank them for their words, thank them for their ideas, and thank them for allowing me to share them with this Parliament. Speaker, last week was Early Learning Matters Week, an opportunity for all of us to go out to our childcare centres, our early learning centres, to meet with educators, teachers and young people to learn more about what they do. I had the opportunity to attend Aspire's White Hill and Aspire's in Kennington to visit and meet with the teachers and the educators and the students, and the opportunity to read books. At one of the centres, at the centre at White Hills, the Aspire, the 4s, 3s were able to read the book to me, that it was that much of a favourite. But what also happened last week in Early Learning Matters Week was the commitment from our government to give all workers in early childhood education a 15% pay rise, a long overdue recognition in the value of their work. This pay rise will mean that people with a degree, with a diploma, who are currently on the award will finally be valued and paid a decent wage. I want to acknowledge the many members who've campaigned for this in the United Workers Union, prior to that, United Voice, the Big Steps campaign, and the way in which they haven't just engaged with workers, educators and teachers, but the way they've brought their sector together. This truly is a partnership between industry, employers, unions, educators, teachers and the government to bring about wage equity for these members. I want to give a shout out to Lisa in my electorate who works at Good Start Strathfield for her dedication. We bumped into each other on Friday morning and she couldn't believe it. It had happened. We had delivered. And these workers from December will start to see the pay flow. What they know is that that will encourage educators and teachers back to the sector. People who loved their work but simply couldn't pay the bills because of the poverty wages. Attracting women back means that more rooms will open, meaning they can take more children next year. This is a good thing for our economy. This is a good thing particularly for women, but this is a very good thing for young people in our electorate.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the member for Moncrieff.
Well, as the home of the entrepreneurial spirit, Gold Coasters love to support small businesses. And we have 78,000 registered businesses who employ over 383,500 locals, a huge number. And this is the story for many regional towns and smaller cities across our great country. But small businesses, families, they're all hurting under this government. They're facing rising costs, higher interest rates and a decline in demand. And as a direct result of the Prime Minister's distracted and divided government with all the wrong priorities. And just last week, the RBA left interest rates on hold, putting further pressure on businesses and households amidst the Prime Minister's cost of living crisis. The RBA Governor, Michelle Bullock, was clear as to why when she said wages are rising at a much faster rate than the RBA's inflation targets. So the only way interest rates can be reduced is an improvement in our appalling productivity. They were her words. We're seeing a decline in productivity due to increased government-supported activities, and that means, of course, spending. And as we are seeing the decline in highly productive family businesses who are employers. Now, just think back, not even 20 years ago, they contributed 40% of GDP and employed over 53% of the private sector workforce. And now those small businesses account for just 33% of our nation's GDP and provide only 42% of the private sector workforce with a job. So they've shrunk. This rapid decline in small business is alarming, and it's a disaster for my community on the Gold Coast. The proof is in the pudding. Businesses are going bust under Labor, and it will unfortunately only get worse. Business-to-business payment defaults are at a record high, 69.4% year on year as businesses struggle to pay their invoices. So I'm just painting a picture here for what the landscape is like right now for small and family businesses. They're also struggling to pay their power bills, as all Australians are, which have risen by thousands and thousands of dollars. And what is Labor's response to that? Well, just give them $325 and spread it quarterly. I mean, it won't even touch the sides. No. It's a joke on small and family business. And according to research commissioned by Energy Consumers Australia and COSBOA, energy hardship and financial strain is hitting small businesses harder than COVID did. Wow. Harder than COVID did. 1 in 5 businesses are struggling to pay their energy bills on time, that's 20%, and nearly half are concerned about their ability to pay for their future energy bills. And if the lights go out in a small and family business, then everything stops. The world stops. Energy, maintenance, staff, rent, interest rates staying higher for longer, debt spiralling out of control, no savings to draw down on, that's dried up as well, and on top of that, falling revenues. It all spells disaster. But the bad news doesn't stop there. The latest Business Risk Index paints a very grim picture for the future of many Australian businesses, and it notes that 1 in 11 hospitality businesses are set to fail over the next year. There are tens of thousands of hospitality businesses on the Gold Coast for anybody who's been up there on a holiday, and I encourage you all to come on up. They are everywhere. Hospitality businesses, 1 in 11 are set to fail across the country. And the value of business orders is at a record low, where the average value of invoices held by businesses halved over the year to June 24. Half the revenues. ASIC reported that 11,049 insolvencies occurred in the last financial year, and that's a 30% increase on the financial year before. And what do we hear from this government? We hear crickets. And when we tried to increase the instant asset write-off, which the coalition government put in place, when we tried to increase it with an amendment to their legislation from $20,000 to $30,000, what did Labor do? They refused. And they sent a very strong message to every single business owner in this country that they are not the party for you. Yep. They do not care about you and your family business. Yep. And that was the message they sent when they did not agree to that amendment. These business people provide 5.36 million jobs to Australians. So what I will say is I implore this government to take immediate action to assist small and family businesses across the country, and do it now.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. And it's my pleasure to rise following that contribution from the Shadow Minister, the member for Moncrieff. I notice in her litany of complaints about this government, she failed to mention pay rises, particularly in early education and childcare, where she has responsibility, failed to mention tax cuts, and failed to mention lower fees for families for early education and childcare, something that is absolutely critical for families in my electorate. And to see the Shadow Minister not mention those things in her litany is disappointing, because during the long months of the pandemic, I, along with colleagues, led by our now Prime Minister as the leader, spent hours planning for the reconstruction post-pandemic. And a key part of the Australia we envisaged was one where wages would reflect the hard work and commitment of our workers. Nowhere was this more important than in the care economy, in aged care and in early education and childcare. These workers were the heroes of the pandemic, working on the front lines to ensure looking after and caring for our youngest and oldest, to support our communities. They showed up so that other essential workers could show up. They deserved more than our thanks, and this week the second part of this puzzle is complete, with early education and childcare educators announcing a 15% pay rise for those workers, 10% this year and 5% next year, on top of 3 increases to the minimum wage and a 15% pay rise for aged care workers in this country, something that I am incredibly proud of. Incredibly proud too of the fee-free TAFE that is allowing people to be trained in these sectors. 500,000 Australians have enrolled in fee-free TAFE since its introduction under this government. This means that we can attract, train and retain workforces in our care economy and know that they are being paid and valued by, not just by this government, but by the community more broadly. And in a community like mine, with some of the highest numbers of 0 to 4-year-olds in the country, this is critical. And just one further point to make in that space. This is good news for the small and family businesses running early education and childcare in my community. Deputy Speaker, on the 3rd of August at the Adelaide Entertainment Centre, we saw the Suncorp Super Netball Grand Final. Adelaide Thunderbirds and the Melbourne Vixens put on a netball showcase, a grand final for the ages. A raucous Adelaide home crowd brought home a victorious Thunderbirds by 2 goals after an incredibly close and skillful display from both teams. The ball movement on display was scintillating, the shooting incredibly accurate, and the defensive strategies, deflections and intercepts saw the crowd on their feet in appreciation. I want to congratulate both teams, to victorious coach Tanya Obst and captain Hannah Petty of the Adelaide Thunderbirds, an incredible season and back-to-back flags. Congratulations. To Vixen coaches Simone McInnes and Di Honey and captain Kate Maloney, thank you for an amazingly successful season despite injury challenges along the way. An extraordinary achievement in that grand final. You really brought the game to the Adelaide Thunderbirds. Sad that as a Victorian we didn't win, but netball was the winner. Our sport is ultimately the winner after that grand final. And to watch the traditional rivalry between Victoria and South Australia played out on the netball court was a wonderful experience that I know was shared with families across the country as they tuned in. We had a wonderful Suncorp Super Netball season in 2024. All the thrills and all the spills of great netball, the best league in the world, brought together by the best Australia has to offer, joined by international competitors from across the globe. It's an extraordinary league, and they put on quite a show week in, week out. But that grand final was something to see. Secretly, I think Simone McInnes may have found the way the Diamonds will continue to have the edge over the Jamaicans in that match. I hope so. I want to wish all of those selected for the Diamonds tryouts for the squad good luck in their preparations, and of course we'll be seeing the Diamonds on court in New Zealand and Australia before this year is out. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to speak tonight about our healthcare system and particularly what has happened under this Albanese Labor government over the past 2 years in my electorate. Mr Speaker, at the heart of our health system in Australia is our local GP and the services provided at those local clinics. And in the middle of a cost of living crisis, a Department of Health report has now revealed what Australians have known for 2 years, that the number of GPs bulk billing is not increasing, as the Minister for Health and the Prime Minister claim. Also, that Australians, worryingly, are not visiting their doctor because of the cost. Well, in my electorate of Hughes, Mr Speaker, in southern and southwestern Sydney, this has been obvious for a while. We are seeing the declining wealth of Australians caused by the cost of living crisis now impacting their health. Media reports today confirm that a trip to the doctor now leaves Australians almost $45 out of pocket on average. That's up 5.5% compared to a year ago. The number of visits to GPs has declined nationally by almost 2.5 million over the last year, and this was on the department's own website. We know the importance of regular health checks, the integral role that a GP plays in monitoring the overall health of his or her patients. This has been attributed again to the reduction in the bulk billing rates has been attributed yet again to cost of living pressures. And Mr Speaker, I don't blame GPs for this at all. Dr Higgins today, the President of the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners, said that costs are increasing for GPs because they are facing the same cost of living pressures as everyone else. And also most GPs are in fact small business owners, so they are also suffering the same costs of doing business crisis that has afflicted all of the other small businesses across our country. But Mr Speaker, the people I speak to in my local community have raised the declining rates of bulk billing across my community for 2 years, and research has now confirmed that this is indeed the case. In my electorate, there are now only 4 practices that serve my electorate that still bulk bill entirely. That is only 16%. Of the remaining, more than 20 in total, around half have changed their way of billing over the past 2 years. Doctors within my local community blame the drop in GP visits on cost of living pressures. One of the GPs with whom I've met, Dr Rebecca Hoffman at Kirrawee Family Practice, has said there are almost no bulk billing or low billing clinics in southern Sydney. She said she's seeing more families trying to squeeze multiple children or family members into a single appointment. She said, "What I'm hearing from my patients is it's the cost." And Mr. Speaker, I also want to draw attention now to a particular practice within my electorate that has been significantly disadvantaged by this government. That is Wattle Grove family practice at Holsworthy. I'm glad to say I was contacted by Dr. John Stanford, who is at that practice, and I thank Dr. John for his advocacy. There are more than 3,100 patients that attend this practice, many of whom are veterans' families as well as former veterans. The predominant health issue dealt with doctors at this practice is mental health and predominantly postnatal depression. Presently, there are currently 3 doctors and 1 registrar to serve this busy area. However, due to a bureaucratic departmental decision to reclassify Holsworthy as inner metropolitan rather than its former classification as outer metropolitan, this practice is now going to lose its registrar this month, with a replacement highly unlikely. So this practice is going to in fact lose 25% of its doctors. What that will do to the wait times and also what that will do to increasing the stress on already overworked GPs in this practice is devastating. It's devastating to the people of Holsworthy, of Wattle Grove, of Voyager Point, of Pleasure Point who attend this practice. I've written to the Minister about this. He refuses to do anything about it. I say that this is yet again another failure of this government on health for our Australians.
The question is the House to now adjourn. Give the call to the member for Parramatta.
Speaker, we are watching a humanitarian crisis unfold in Bangladesh. The degradation of law and order has led to the violent persecution of religious and ethnic minorities. This includes Bangladeshi Hindus, the largest religious minority group, who make up almost 8% of the population. I spoke to members of my local Bangladeshi community in the aftermath of this crisis, and their stories have been deeply moving and their suffering is heart-wrenching. They've spent days praying that sleep is the only thing they will lose and not their loved ones back home. Australia continues to call for peace in Bangladesh. We will continue to support a democratic and inclusive future for all Bangladeshis. And we offer our deepest condolences to the families and friends of all those impacted by this terrible tragedy. I want to acknowledge the work and contributions of the Bangladeshi community in my electorate, in particular Prabir Maitra, Rizwan Chowdhury and Suman Saha. Speaker, the Albanese Labor government has delivered major benefits for our Chinese Australian community. From the 1st of July 2024, Australian citizens can travel to China without a visa for up to 15 days. And with the Mid-Autumn Festival fast approaching, this policy will help many in our community to reunite with their loved ones in China. Last year, Prime Minister Albanese marked the 50th anniversary of China-Australia relations with an historic visit to China. And in June, the Prime Minister also welcomed Premier Li to Parliament House, marking the first visit by a Chinese Premier in 7 years. Under the Albanese Labor government, we have finally seen positive progress in the Australia-China relationship, delivering new benefits to our local Chinese community. Speaker, last Friday I attended the Team Simon Foundation Gala Dinner for Cystic Fibrosis. Cystic fibrosis is often called the invisible battle. Every 4 days, a baby is born with cystic fibrosis, and the average lifespan of someone who has it is less than half the average at just 34 years, and there is currently no cure. Speaker, no parent wants to hear the words, "Your child's results have come back, they have cystic fibrosis." But at just 17 months, that was exactly what happened to Simon Bazuni's parents. And inspired by his battle, his parents founded the Team Simon Foundation for Cystic Fibrosis in 2018. Since then, they have raised more than $570,000 and received more than 790 donations. I want to acknowledge the hard work of Harry, Teresa and Simon Bazuni for their efforts to find a cure for this terrible disease. Speaker, I want to recognise the incredible heritage of Parramatta. On the edge of Parramatta's shining CBD lies three of Australia's oldest and most significant buildings: Elizabeth Farm, Experiment Farm and Hambleton Cottage. These sites, within walking distance of each other, tell the story of Australia. Elizabeth Farm was where our merino wool industry was born. And together with Experiment Farm, these are the two oldest standing buildings in Australia. And while this area has long been recognised for its historical importance, it's never been added to the National Heritage List. And so last month, local heritage groups came together to submit a National Heritage application for this Parramatta Heritage Precinct. And I want to thank all those who have supported this campaign and look forward to working with you to continue our fight to recognise Parramatta's heritage and preserve these important sites.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.